Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Fairy Tale Spacetime Dragon Slayer Magic First Chapter 001. Marriage Irene, the Mysterious Dragon. The Kingdom of Dragunov. The library in the palace, where a large number of books are placed. It also contains information about dragons. After reading these books, you can judge the attributes of a dragon by its appearance. For example, the wise dragon king Belsirian can greatly increase the power of magic and magic. For example, the flame dragon king Ignil, the most powerful is the flame that burns everything. Another example is the healing ability of the sky dragon. The magic resistance of the demon dragon. The invisible characteristics of the ghost dragon. And so on. Wu Ming has been studying these dragon books for a while. It's not that he is so studious, but he wants to judge the dragon he has seen through the content of the book. It was a giant dragon with a misty body and a body with dynamic patterns like the Milky Way. It's a pity that the book didn't describe that kind of dragon in detail. The only thing that matches is a paragraph. It is said that there are natural dragons in the dragon clan, and when they move, they are accompanied by time and space chaos. Suspected to have ********. The last few words are blurred, as if they were forcibly erased by some powerful taboo. The story of this mysterious dragon has to start from more than 10 years ago. Wu Ming is a visitor from Otherworld. For some unknown reason, he came to this world from Earth. At first, he didn't know how dangerous the world was. He came here in a wilderness. At that time, he was a baby who could barely walk. Alone in the wild. Naturally, he became a meal for the wild beasts in nature. He encountered more than a dozen wolf-like beasts. At that time, he couldn't even run away, just when he thought he was dead. A dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon was not very big, but very majestic. With just a glare, the group of wolf-like beasts died. Then the dragon fell to the ground. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow him into its stomach. Living in peacetime, he had never seen such a scene. He was so scared that his brain was congested and he fainted immediately. When he woke up again, he had been saved. He lived in the neighboring kingdom for many years and was thrown to the Kingdom of Dragunov for the reason of marriage not long ago. He became the fiancé of the current Queen Irene. Snap. Fairy tale. 400 years ago. No clues about the dragon. Wu Ming closed the thick book, stood up from his seat and stretched. Muttering with a slightly complicated mood. Over the years, he has known what kind of world he has come to. Fairy tale. Advertisement. This is a well-known anime. It tells the story of the bond of the Wizard Guild, but unfortunately the timeline is not right. He is now 400 years before the beginning of the plot. The fight between dragons is very fierce now, and it may affect him at any time. Wu Ming also tried to learn magic, but for some reason, as soon as he started learning, his body would become very weak, as if his lifespan was decreasing. It seems that I can only work hard to be a good husband and be the man behind Irene. Wu Ming often laughs at himself. In addition to not being able to learn magic, he also has the same symptoms as in his previous life, motion sickness. Even though he was reborn, he still got motion sickness. Wu Ming wanted to complain about his body more than once, and always felt that there were problems everywhere. Wu Ming. Just when he was feeling sorry for himself. A voice outside the library door woke him up. Long time no see, Irene. Wu Ming looked over and saw his fiancée Irene standing at the door. He greeted her familiarly. Although the two of them have already married, they are still in the stage of building their relationship. Yes, the appearance of dragon-slaying magic still requires me to preside over the ceremony myself. Irene walked in with a smile and nodded. She sat next to him naturally, and after scanning the books on the table, she smiled and joked. It seems that you have the potential to become a wise man. The scholars in the kingdom are not as serious as you in reading. Wu Ming smiled awkwardly. After he moved in, he found out that the Kingdom of Dragunov might have stored a lot of books about dragons because of its special relationship with dragons. He stayed here every day to read books during this period. He wanted to find out the origin of the dragon. It was obvious that Irene mistook him for a scholar who loved learning. The popularization of dragon-slaying magic has many benefits, but we must also pay attention to the physical and mental health of dragon slayers. Wu Ming changed the subject. Irene had just developed dragon-slaying magic some time ago, and then dragon slayers achieved amazing results. This led to more and more people wanting to get the power of dragon slaying. But Wu Ming remembered that the current dragon-slaying magic had serious sequelae. So he reminded her implicitly, it's okay. At present, the evil dragons in the western continent are about to be destroyed. It's understandable that everyone is a little emotional. Irene thought Wu Ming was talking about the issue of dragon slayers bathing in dragon blood after killing the dragon. Yes. Hearing her indifference, Wu Ming knew that the two were not talking about the same thing. After thinking about it, he didn't explain much. No one would believe if he told me about the dragon transformation. Instead, he would be suspected of how he knew about it. It's useless to just read these books. Why not go to the battlefield and see? Irene asked. Wu Ming hesitated for 2 seconds and nodded, okay. There are several reasons why he agreed. One is to get in touch with Irene, and the most important thing is that he hopes to get in touch with dragons to temper his body and mind. Advertisement moreover. He hopes to get some dragon blood, dragon heart, dragon meat. Wu Ming knows that there are several ways to become a dragon slayer. Eat dragons to become a dragon-eating wizard. Dragon hearts can be used to make dragon crystals. Implanting them in the body can not only learn dragon-killing magic. It can also enhance physical strength. That's perfect. I received news from Belsirian not long ago. It is fighting on the front line. It's been a few days since I last saw it. This time I'll go over to see the situation. Irene saw that Wu Ming agreed. Smiling, she made a travel plan and prepared to take Wu Ming out to broaden his horizons. I'll prepare a car for you, Irene said. As soon as she said this, Wu Ming felt his stomach churning and he felt dizzy and weak. Puff. Seeing Wu Ming's reaction, Irene was stunned for a moment and then laughed out loud. Your reaction is so funny, it's the same as when we dragon slayers are on public transportation, Irene laughed. Wu Ming rolled his eyes, he was about to say it was completely different. But he swallowed the words back into his stomach. Yes. My reaction is the same as Dragon Slayer, just like, I am also a Dragon Slayer. Thinking of this thought, Wu Ming's brain began to tremble, and the more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The reason is very simple. First, it is not clear whether the dragon was driven away or left on its own when he was a child. So do you dare to say that the dragon exists in his body? Second, motion sickness is not something that has existed since childhood. If you think about it carefully, it seems that it only appeared when he was a little over 10 years old. Third, his motion sickness symptoms are too severe. Even thinking about transportation, I feel weak all over. But, the motion sickness in my previous life was not so exaggerated. I never thought about it before, but now I think it is more and more likely. However, there is a problem here, that is, how could the dragon know dragon-killing magic more than 10 years ago? Moreover, as long as you learn magic, your life will be consumed. Is this the price of the dragon's ability? Assuming this is true, then what ability does the dragon have? Wu Ming's face was solemn, and he made up his mind to study it carefully after returning from going out. If it is true, then he is not considered an unarmed male. Chapter 002. The Heart of the Ice Dragon, the Dragon-Slaying Magic Crystal. With mixed feelings, Wu Ming and Irene arrived at the front line of the battlefield. It was called the front line, but it was actually just a barren valley. Dragons were constantly fighting in the sky. Occasionally, you could see a few humans standing on the dragon's head. They were wizards with dragon-killing magic. Roar. A shrill roar suddenly sounded, and a dragon's chest was pierced and fell from the sky powerlessly. It hit the ground with a bang, causing earthquakes. Wu Ming and Irene rushed over and saw from a distance that the dragon was on the verge of death and was struggling to survive. It's a dragon from the western continent. After seeing the blue hair on the dragon, Irene reached out to stop Wu Ming. Looking at him with a serious face. The dragons of the western continent have always been opposed to coexisting with humans. They have no goodwill towards humans, so Irene would rather wait a little longer and let the other party die in pain than get too close. The hair on the back and tail, plus the horns on the top of the head, is it an ice dragon? Wu Ming judged by appearance. Although he didn't find any clues about the dragon back then these days, he knew a thing or two about other dragons. This dying dragon is either of ice or water attributes. It seems that no one in the kingdom has studied dragons in detail. Why don't you bring some dragon meat back for me to study? Looking at the dying dragon, Wu Ming was a little reluctant. It would be great if the heart of this dragon could be made into dragon crystal. Okay. Irene wanted to refuse. She still liked dragons very much in her bones and never thought of messing with the corpse of a dead dragon. In addition, even if a dying dragon's counterattack before death is definitely very fierce, so instinctively she didn't want to go now. It can be seen that Wu Ming is eager to try. Irene decided to indulge his request and took him slowly closer to the dragon's body. Human. The dragon looked at the two approaching humans and stared at them with malicious eyes. Sorry, mister. Dragon, I'll lend you my heart. With Irene by his side, Wu Ming was much braver. He drew out the long sword from his waist and walked to the heart of the dragon. Swish, the sharp long sword cut the dragon's body along the wound. The heart that was beating slower and slower was exposed. Huff. 2 streams of hot air blew out of the dragon's nose. It was now short of breath, and even in so much pain that it had no strength to roar. Watching Wu Ming dig out the bloody heart, in a few seconds, the dragon died completely. Irene, help me activate the heart. I hope it can keep beating, Wu Ming said. He didn't know whether the heart needed to be alive or dead to make dragon crystal. But if possible, he still hoped to protect it well. Okay, it can continue to beat for about 2 years. Irene took a deep breath and agreed. She pointed her hands at the heart and muttered something. Buzz. A burst of light flashed. The heart was given activity, but it is a living thing after all. It can only maintain its vitality for 2 years. Advertisement. Take the dragon heart. This outing can be regarded as completing the goal. Next, let's see if we can get a few more dragon hearts. Keep moving forward. There are still many dragons in the sky, as the overlord of the sky. It is difficult to determine the winner between dragons. Even if they can be determined, they are basically torn apart. The heart, as the most important part, is naturally destroyed very cleanly. This disappointed Wu Ming, who was planning to get a few more hearts. Belsirian. After walking for a while, Irene suddenly shouted loudly at the sky. Wu Ming looked up. I saw 7 or 8 dragons besieging Belsirian in the sky. Those 7 or 8 dragons were covered with scars. But Belsirian was even worse, with several cuts on his chest. Blood dripped down his body, he was going to die. Wu Ming's pupils constricted. This situation was not good. If it continued like this, Belsirian would die. Whoosh! Irene was also very anxious, leaving Wu Ming behind and rushing over there. Intending to rescue Belsirian at this moment, roar. Belsirian roared, as if scolding Irene not to get close. But Irene didn't care at all. Roar! Seeing this, the dragons besieging Belsirian immediately roared. One of the dragons, which was obviously much smaller in size, turned around and rushed over. Intending to snipe in advance. Instantly, Irene could only fight in person, and dragon-killing magic was constantly released. Wanted to end the battle quickly, and Wu Ming knowingly hid himself. After all, he was unarmed. Let Dragon Slayer deal with such a thing as a dragon. The battle was fought quickly. Irene is worthy of being the mother of Dragon Slayer, and it is very easy to deal with this smaller dragon. The dragon was killed in 7 or 8 rounds. The dragon blood soaked Irene's body, making her look like a blood-soaked Valkyrie. Boom boom. Advertisement, but unfortunately, Irene was still a step too late. Before she could rush to Belsirian, the dragons let out a terrifying breath. They killed Belsirian instantly. The world-destroying dragon roar caused the valley to collapse, and a small mountain was completely destroyed. Dragon blood fell from the sky. Ang ang ang. Belsirian fell. This scene deeply ignited the rationality of the peace-loving dragons, and they exploded like crazy. A self-mutilation and desperate fight to the death. With the death of Belsirian, it was as if a button called death was pressed. One dragon after another died like rain. The sky was raining blood. The air was filled with a tragic atmosphere. Wu Ming walked out speechlessly and followed Irene to Belsirian's body. Belsirian. Irene reached out and stroked Belsirian's dragon body, her voice choking. Wu Ming was also in a heavy mood. He knew the plot, and he also knew that Belsirian would die. It was a pity that he had no way to save the situation. We will soon win this war, and Belsirian will be very happy to know it in the afterlife. Wu Ming comforted her like this. Pounce. Irene opened her arms and threw herself into Wu Ming's arms, her body shaking. Ah! Tears of sadness and pain flowed from her eyes. Belsirian had protected her for so many years, and she had already regarded him as a relative. And now her relative died in front of her. She felt like a knife was cutting her heart. Wu Ming stood there quietly, hugging Irene's delicate body to comfort her emotions. After crying for a long time, Wu Ming and Irene dug a pit together and buried Belsirian's body. Then they returned. Chapter 003. The war begins again. Irene transforms into a dragon. In the palace, a few days after Belsirian's death, Irene was depressed and huddled in her room. Wu Ming personally delivered all the meals. A few days later, Irene reappeared, and her sadness was gone. There have been some rumors outside these days. Many dragon slayers think that dragons are a thing of the past and plan to destroy all the peace-loving dragons. After Wu Ming and Irene got married, although they haven't been intimate at a distance yet, many ministers in the palace have already regarded him as a person of equal status with Irene. During the 2 days when Irene was depressed, some very important things were reported to Wu Ming. And some dragon slayers began to die for unknown reasons, and some had personality changes, bloodthirstiness, and violence. There is still a lot of bad news. As the plot says, Dragon Slayer wants to destroy all dragons. The war is about to start again. Similarly, the sequelae of Dragon Slayer also appear, and the disadvantages of dragon-killing magic are increasing. Acnologia is getting closer and closer to dragonization. I understand. You've worked hard these days. Leave these things to me. Irene said. Seeing this, Wu Ming nodded and turned to leave. The time he needed was somewhat urgent. If he wanted to protect Irene in the near future, he must have strength. After the war between humans and dragons began again. Acnologia's dragonization killed all dragons, and Irene's dragonization was imprisoned. It was very important. He had to protect Irene from being imprisoned at least. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that the war started again overnight. Dragon Slayer and humans decided to kill dragons, and the peace-loving dragons also scolded the treacherous humans. The opposition dragons that were not killed also came to join in the fun. The Kingdom of Dragunov became a battlefield. The most outstanding person in this battle was Acnologia, the Dragon Slayer. He killed one dragon after another. His whole body was covered with dragon blood, and his strength became stronger and stronger. Finally, a pair of wings grew from his back. His body changed. Dragon fangs, dragon claws, dragon body, dragon scales. He stood on countless dragon corpses and turned into a demon dragon. Then there was a massacre. Many humans died in his hands, and the corpses piled up into a mountain. Acnologia was like a king, standing on countless corpses. The harsh and sarcastic mockery was silent. The war ended with Acnologia becoming the king of dragons. Too crazy. How can the protagonists beat him? Wu Ming was there at the time. His personal experience told him that Acnologia was definitely the king of dragons. The dark body exuded a breath. It was as if he was pulling Wu Ming into the abyss. That Acnologia was so powerful that even if he shouted, "We are the Fairy Tale Guild," 10 times, even 100 times, or 1,000 times, there was no hope of defeating him. Fortunately, my magic is not bad, and there is still hope for a few hundred years. There is no doubt that Acnologia is very strong. However, Wu Ming was not too negative. The most important thing was that after a few days, he finally figured out his situation. That's right. He is indeed a dragon slayer. The mysterious dragon from that year really remains in his body. Although it is just an unconscious remnant soul, and the magic attribute is also very abnormal. Advertisement. This makes Wu Ming more confident in defeating the imaginary enemy Acnologia. Your Majesty, your face, following Irene in the palace. Several female officials in front looked over, and one of them suddenly covered her mouth and pointed at Irene and exclaimed. Other female officials looked in the direction of the sound. In an instant, several people stared with their eyes wide open, and their bodies froze in place. Irene was stunned. She quickly reached out to touch the left side of her face. Wu Ming also turned his head to look, and saw that Irene's fair and beautiful left face had cracks. The crack spread like a spiderweb. Da. Irene pressed gently with her hands, and the crack fragments fell from her face. Inside were pieces of dragon scales. Several female officials turned pale and stepped back in fear. How could it be? Irene also felt that there was something wrong with her face, and quickly asked someone to bring a mirror to look at it. She was also scared when she saw it. Wu Ming followed the public and showed a surprised expression appropriately. But he didn't step back in fear. It will be cured, it will definitely be cured, Irene said hurriedly. The eyes looking at the female officials were full of uneasiness. Then several female officials were not relieved, and still had that worried expression. Irene's heart sank suddenly. She looked at Wu Ming helplessly. If even her husband was afraid to run away, she would be isolated and helpless in an instant. Dragon scale. Wu Ming did not let Irene down. She did not retreat or run away in fear, but her eyes were shining brightly. It was as if she saw a treasure in the world. This matter cannot be announced casually. Those who violate it will be killed without mercy. Wu Ming looked at it for 2 seconds. He looked at several female officials with a serious expression and issued a gag order to them. It's okay. I believe you can definitely cure this problem. Try not to let others see it in the next few days. After issuing the gag order, Wu Ming smiled and stretched out his hand to rub her face with his fingertips. His tone was gentle and soothing. Advertisement. Irene pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. Fortunately, her husband was not afraid of her face in the end. But, we agreed to discuss matters with General Langu of the neighboring country today, the female official reminded. Wu Ming scolded, let him wait, he is just a general, not a king. General Langu is a general of a neighboring country. He is not friendly to Wu Ming. After all, it was originally General Langu who should come to the marriage. It is normal to feel resentful after being replaced by Wu Ming. Similarly, Wu Ming had no good feelings towards this general. He was just a jerk who abandoned his family. Let's go back and rest, after scolding the female official. Wu Ming pulled Irene back to the room and prepared to let Irene hide for the next few days. Wait until she turns into a dragon before showing up. In the room, Irene sat in front of the dressing table, constantly using additional magic to restore her face. Wu Ming sat quietly not far away, thinking about the next plan. Why is it like this? What's wrong with me? Irene's voice was filled with unbearable pain, she murmured. Seemingly not understanding why the additional magic didn't work, and also not knowing why it turned out like this. Irene, no matter what you become, I will not give up on you, so you don't need to be afraid, just let it go. Wu Ming looked at the beauty in front of the mirror. Dragonization is irreversible. When Belsirion died, he couldn't stuff it into Irene's body. And now, although he has initially mastered the power. But it will take time to cure Irene's dragon transformation. So, Irene's dragon transformation is bound to happen. At that time, she will most likely have to leave the kingdom and become a wanderer. I will change back, I will definitely be able to research a cure. Irene encouraged herself. Although she was very happy with what Wu Ming said, she was a woman who loved beauty. She didn't want to become an ugly monster, yeah. Wu Ming nodded in agreement. Chapter 004. General Langu seizes power and attempts to rebel? Her Majesty the Queen is ill. Many people in the palace are worried about this. But at the same time, some people think that the matter is not simple, especially General Langu and his gang. After knowing that Irene is ill, he felt sorry at first, and then he inquired about the news intentionally or unintentionally. He heard the news accidentally one time. The skin is broken. And there are dragon scales on the face. General Langu analyzed the existing clues and soon made a bold guess. Under the temptation and threat of power and status. One of the female officials told the information and revealed all the changes in Irene. Instantly, General Langu's eyes were as big as copper bells. Ambition emerged in his heart. He immediately contacted the high officials and nobles of the Kingdom of Dragunov. He told his speculation, prepared to rebel, this day. General Langu rushed into the palace with a large group of people, shouting and making a fuss and insisting on seeing Queen Irene immediately. We represent neighboring countries, and your queen doesn't take us seriously. General Langu used his power to suppress others. The female official hesitated. A noble said, you go and inform Her Majesty the Queen immediately, and tell her that we have something important to report. Another noble said in the same way, Your Majesty is really a fool, what if we delay General Langu's important matter? Other nobles and high officials shouted. This made the female official very embarrassed. At the instigation of General Langu, a group of people shouted in the palace. It was obvious that they wanted to see someone. Quiet, I will come out to see you. The noise of this group of people really made Irene angry. Although she knew the possible situation, she still went out without permission. Monster. It is indeed a monster, after Irene came out. All those people locked their eyes on her face, and the dragon scales were enough to prove everything. They all retreated in fear. Each of them was full of fear on their faces, and they all resisted with terrified eyes. General Langu's forehead was sweating coldly. Advertisement. He bent down and grabbed the weapon at his waist, showing signs of killing. My face will heal. I've been hiding in the house so as not to scare you, Irene explained. However, no one showed understanding. General Langu shouted angrily, this guy will become like Acnologia. Clang. Clang. General Langu's words immediately frightened all the guards. They drew their swords decisively. Irene retorted, no, I love dragons deeply. General Langu shouted, catch her and put this ugly dragon girl in the cell. Clang. The soldiers all held their weapons tightly and approached Irene step by step. What are you making such a fuss about? Irene was about to be surrounded. Wu Ming, who was studying magic in the library, stepped forward and swept his cold eyes over everyone present. Do you know who the weapons are aimed at? Wu Ming was angry. The soldiers swallowed their saliva. They looked at each other, and the encirclement that was about to be formed gradually expanded. It was obvious that they did not dare to take action. Wu Ming, do you know her situation? Now is a good opportunity to kill her, General Langu said. His heart sank. He never expected that this kid who was picked up would have such a high voice in the Kingdom of Dragunov. But he didn't want to give up his plan easily. General Langu, as a general of a neighboring country, you broke into the palace without permission. Do you want the two kingdoms to go to war? Wu Ming sneered. Buzz Wu Ming's words hit him hard. General Langu calmed down immediately, and his eyes twitched slightly. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed not good. He represents a neighboring country, and it is a taboo to break in without permission. If it is serious, it will be taken to the extreme. Maybe he will be charged with treason and beheaded. That's true. It's not good. We followed Lang Jiyu here, and this is also a taboo. If Lang Jiyu is charged with treason, what should we do now? The nobles around were discussing in a low voice. At that time, he was blinded by lard and followed Lang Jiyu into the palace to force Her Majesty the Queen. This can be regarded as an accomplice and beheaded. Clang. Advertisement. Those soldiers who were originally from the palace turned around immediately after hearing this. One by one, they pointed their long swords at the nobles and Lang Jiyu. The situation reversed instantly. Not good, not good. General Langu's expression became more and more serious. He really didn't expect it to turn out like this. He must be acquitted. Otherwise, if he died here today, the kingdom would not ask for his explanation. Wu Ming, Irene looks exactly like Acnologia right now. If she turns into a dragon, the whole kingdom will be buried with her. We must catch her for everyone's lives. Langu tried to divert the conflict. He also made the matter extremely serious. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the faces of the nobles, high officials and even soldiers changed drastically. That's right. We are for the kingdom. Sir Wu Ming should not hinder us. This is a big deal. As the husband of Her Majesty the Queen, you are also the king of the kingdom. Do you plan to watch Irene become the second Acnologia and then slaughter the country? General Langu is also thinking about the overall situation. I think there is a reason for it and it is worth forgiving. Yes, it can be forgiven. The high officials and nobles saw hope. They immediately said righteously and tried to roast Wu Ming on the fire. Wu Ming, I'll give you a chance to get out of the way. Langu also became confident. He was even more impolite to Wu Ming, with ridicule in his words. Haha, that's a nice thing to say, General Langu. Even if Her Majesty the Queen turns into a dragon, it's our Dragunov kingdom's business. Why are you interfering? Wu Ming smiled but his heart was not. He had no intention of giving in on this matter. His words immediately made Langu's brain dizzy. Thump, thump, thump. Langu's brain trembled. His lips couldn't help shaking, and his heart sank to the bottom. That's right. As a queen, Irene's special status exempted her from responsibility to a large extent. To put it bluntly, before it became the second Acnologia, it was all the Dragunov kingdom's business. His status was not enough to manage it. This is still overstepping his authority. Swish. The senior officials and nobles widened their eyes again. If you think about it carefully, it's right. This is the Dragunov kingdom's business. They followed the generals of neighboring countries to make trouble. They were completely courting death. Thinking of this, they were terrified and regretted it. Why did they greedily agree to Langu's reckless intrusion? Thinking of the possibility of being liquidated later, they were afraid and swallowed their saliva repeatedly. Wu Ming. Don't be like this. Let's go, let's leave. Irene reached out and grabbed Wu Ming's clothes, pleading compromise. And decided to leave the kingdom she loved deeply. Wu Ming frowned. He was very upset in his heart. He was obviously the winner but he had to leave on his own initiative. It was really hard to accept. Okay, but seeing that Irene was so aggrieved, he simply agreed. Anyway, Irene would leave after she completely transformed into a dragon. Chapter 005. Studying the body of Dragon Girl Irene. It would be more comfortable to leave as a victor now. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Irene. He walked past the annoying guys in front of him and headed out of the palace to leave. Kill them. Let them go now. Irene will definitely come back to avenge our human kingdom after she turns into a dragon. Suddenly, Lang Jiyu raised his sword and shouted loudly. Clang. The soldiers who followed him responded immediately, holding their swords and killing Wu Ming and Irene. Looking for death. Wu Ming was angry. He raised his arm and put two fingers together, sweeping across the air at the soldiers. I saw. A wave of space slash appeared. Its sharp slash easily cut the soldiers in front of him into two as if cutting tofu. The smell of blood instantly filled the air. What? General Lang Jiyu, senior officials and nobles were stunned. I didn't expect that Wu Ming, who always claimed to be an ordinary person, actually learned magic without knowing when. And the power was amazing. Kill all the hostile soldiers with one strike. Wu Ming, you. Irene was also surprised. She had always thought that Wu Ming was an ordinary person and had never noticed any fluctuations in magic power. But at this moment, he actually slashed casually, and those soldiers in armor were instantly killed. Roar, it's not over yet. At the moment when the soldiers rushed over, Wu Ming had already defined General Lang Jiyu and the gang as dead. After slashing and killing the soldiers, he took a deep breath, his cheeks bulged high, and energy brewed in his mouth. Huh. A strong roar was released. Wherever the white light passed, the space was distorted and the gang was completely destroyed. This is dragon-slaying magic. Irene was still in shock. Looking at the familiar breath, she was frightened again. Her husband actually learned dragon-slaying magic without anyone noticing. And looking at the color of the breath, it seems to be a kind of energy with super attributes, which she has never seen or heard of. As your man, how can I be embarrassed if I don't have some self-protection power? Wu Ming was beaming with joy. Advertisement. He was very satisfied with Irene's surprise. It was a great feeling to show off in front of his woman. Let's go, let's travel the world with your man. He grabbed Irene's wrist and ran. The two of them passed through the palace, crossed the town and left the kingdom towards the distant mountains and forests. As a dragon slayer, the physical strength was naturally not bad. The two ran for 7 or 8 hours without stopping. Finally, they stopped in front of a lake. Wu Ming, when did you learn the dragon-killing magic? What is the dragon-killing attribute? Stopped by the lake, Irene panted loudly and asked on her knees. The dragon-killing magic required her to preside over the ceremony in person. She was sure that she had never done such a thing for Wu Ming. But it was indeed dragon-killing magic. When I was very young, I met a dragon. I didn't know how it taught me the dragon-killing magic until I learned its properties not long ago, Wu Ming said. Irene was curious. That must have been about 10 years ago. At that time, there were dragons that knew the dragon-killing magic. She was still a little girl 10 years ago. How could a dragon know the dragon-killing magic at that time? It is a time-space dragon, Wu Ming said. Irene frowned. She had never heard of such a dragon. Time and space dual attribute magic. That dragon should have obtained the power of the future through the time attribute, so it learned the dragon-killing magic, Wu Ming said. That's right. After this period of analysis and research, he finally guessed the properties of the dragon when he was a child. Time and space. These two properties are quite powerful. The former can consume lifespan and learn the power from the future in a very short time. The latter can travel through the world, the power of the future. Irene was also shocked. Do dragons with such terrible properties really exist? In other words, Wu Ming can consume his lifespan and directly obtain the magic power of 1,000 or even 10,000 years later. Isn't this invincible? Let's not talk about me, let's talk about you. Wu Ming looked at her. Irene covered her face in silence. Wu Ming asked, are you afraid of dragons? Are you afraid of turning into a dragon? Irene said, I'm not afraid of dragons, but I don't want to turn into a dragon. I am a human. I will always be a human. Wu Ming continued, there's nothing wrong with turning into a dragon. Long life and strong body. In fact, Wu Ming couldn't understand why he was afraid of turning into a dragon. To be honest, he really wanted to turn into a dragon. Although it was just a big lizard in the West, everyone wanted to become a domineering dragon. No, I'm a human. I'm a human. Buzz. Crack. Wu Ming's words seemed to sting Irene, making her emotional. A powerful aura emanated from his body. The remaining half of his face also cracked, and then the body was also covered with cracks. Bang. A loud noise. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at her. A pair of blood-red pupils, extreme personality broke through her rationality. Come on. Transform into a dragon, Wu Ming's voice sounded. His body became ethereal, and the space behind him was splashed with waves. Time attribute. Speed up Irene's dragon transformation. Roar. A dragon roar was heard through the sky. Irene has transformed into a giant dragon, with a huge body and red wings. No, I don't want it, I don't want to be like this. Advertisement. Irene passed through the reflection of the lake. Seeing that she had completely turned into a dragon, her voice became even more shrill. Then turn into a human form. Wu Ming said. The main reason he let Irene transform into a dragon in advance was to let her quickly cross the transformation. After turning into a dragon, he could cast magic again. Time attribute. Transform into a human form. Wu Ming's mind moved, and he began to learn how to transform a dragon into a human body. Then he used the power of time to accelerate. Let him master this ability directly, and then use it on Irene. A burst of light enveloped Irene. The huge dragon body gradually weakened, and then turned into a human appearance again. When the light disappeared, Irene stood naked in front of him, and her skin became delicate and smooth again. This looks like a human. Irene had no time to be shy. Seeing her fair body through the lake, she smiled happily. And Wu Ming admired silently. Sure enough, his woman's skin was great, which made him excited and wanted to. You are still a dragon in essence, but you have turned back into a human body, and you will not be able to taste delicious food in the future, and you will not be able to sleep at night. After all, it is difficult for dragons to feel sleepy. Wu Ming saw that she was so excited. A timely wake-up call, explaining the sequelae and so on. I am no longer a human? The smile on Irene's face gradually disappeared. No sense of taste. Insomnia at night. She is still different and incompatible with humans. Well, actually I can study this ability. After all, the future is still long. It would be a pity if I can't taste delicious food, Wu Ming said. Irene's eyes were shining. Really? Wu Ming nodded. To prevent us from being bored in the future, I think we should have a child or something. What do you think? Irene was stunned. She didn't dare to look Wu Ming in the eye and seemed a little embarrassed. Thinking carefully, the relationship between the two people has indeed reached that point. Having a child seems okay. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Come on, let me study the difference between the dragon girl's body and that of humans. Wu Ming walked forward with a smile. He grabbed Irene's delicate hand and pulled it towards the clean grass. Chapter 006. Immortality, the Curse of Angser Ramel. By the lake. Wu Ming sat on a rock holding a homemade fishing rod, staring at the float in the lake. Irene, next to him, held her chin with both hands like a young girl, staring at Wu Ming's profile. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Her long-cherished sense of taste has returned. Although she is a dragon, she is no different from humans except for her lifespan. The two settled by the lake for the past 6 months. Fishing during the day and making people at night, life is so comfortable. Occasionally, they would exchange ideas. Wu Ming would make some small toys from time to time and spoil Irene to death. The latter also enjoyed this ordinary life. The only thing is that, even after half a year, her stomach did not respond, which made her seriously doubt whether dragons and humans could not have children. We left the capital in a hurry before, and we didn't pack our luggage. We have been here for such a long time. Let's go back and take a look and take away the luggage. Seeing that there was no fish, Wu Ming raised the rod and reeled in the line. Throw the fishing rod aside, take off your shoes and wade into the water. The ice dragon heart I got before is still hidden. Go back and take it out. In the next period of time, study the production of the dragon-killing magic crystal. That's true. I wonder who is the king of the Kingdom of Dragunov now. Irene couldn't help but recall. The news that she is about to turn into a dragon must have spread, and there is no place for her in the kingdom. But it was her country after all. Her departure will cause chaos in the kingdom, and I hope there will be a new king to maintain it. Langu and the nobles and ministers with ill intentions are all dead. Only those who are loyal to you are left. The water in the lake is not very deep. When Wu Ming reached the center of the lake, there was still a head left. What are you doing? Irene didn't understand. She could understand that she couldn't catch any fish, but it was quite confusing to jump into the lake without taking off her clothes. I want to try whether the time attribute can revive the dead or not. Yes. While fishing just now, Wu Ming thought of the plot of this anime. Natsu was created. He wanted to see if he could revive a person. The principle was to bring Natsu from the past to the present through the time attribute. It should be possible. After all, the time attribute is magical. How is it possible? Irene shook her head and denied it. She felt that her man was crazy. Reviving a dead person was impossible. Advertisement in the center of the lake. Wu Ming closed his eyes and immersed himself in the time attribute, trying to find Natsu from the past through the power of time. His figure was looming. Suddenly, Wu Ming opened his eyes suddenly. What? What happened? Irene asked hurriedly. Wu Ming frowned and said nothing. He felt uncomfortable in his body. I played too much. Wu Ming smiled bitterly. He forgot something important. The life domain is taboo. If you touch the domain of life and death without authorization, great terror will occur. Are you okay? Irene was busy asking, and her body wanted to walk into the lake. Don't come in, retreat quickly, Wu Ming shouted. Irene didn't understand, but he still retreated obediently, and after keeping enough distance, he stared at this side. Zeref, I didn't expect that I would be with you. Wu Ming muttered. Buzz. At the same time, a black ominous aura appeared on his body, and then the black light shield spread out to the surroundings with him as the center. Swish. Irene stared at this side with her eyes wide open, looking at the situation in the center of the lake. Her heart suddenly tightened. When the black light shield spread to the surroundings, fish floated up in the lake. All those fish died without exception. The curse of Ramal, also known as the curse of contradiction. Wu Ming smiled bitterly. Humans who try to play with life and death will be cursed. He forgot this setting. In the original work, Zeref was cursed because of the taboo of resurrecting life. Later, Mavis was also cursed for using unfinished dark magic. He remembered all the plots. He only forgot this curse of contradiction. Just now, he carelessly tried to use the time attribute to resurrect the dead. As a result, he was also cursed. Contradictory curse. What is that? Irene asked. Wu Ming looked at the dead silence around him. Explanation. The more you cherish life, the more the curse will deprive everything around you of life, which means that I can't have any idea of cherishing life. Once there is a curse of contradiction, everything around will die instantly. This is a punishment for those who play with life and death. Irene's pupils shrank. Advertisement just listening to it feels terrible. Why does this curse appear in the world? But, after Wu Ming explained, he squinted his eyes and hummed in thought. People with contradictory curses have immortality, that is, eternal life. After a bitter smile, Wu Ming was very calm. He suddenly thought of immortality, which seemed to match his time attribute very well. When I use the time attribute to learn something in advance, I need to consume life. Before, I let you turn into a dragon, turn back to a human, and restore your sense of taste and sleepiness in advance, which all consumed life. These things are very simple, and the vitality consumed is a drop in the bucket. If you want to learn more mysterious and profound knowledge in advance, you must consume more life. I was still worried about what to do before, but now the problem is solved in an instant. I have eternal life and can consume life unscrupulously to master more knowledge in advance. Listening to Wu Ming's words, Irene's worry at the beginning gradually turned into surprise and then an expression as if she had seen a ghost. Can it be like this, using eternal life to master something that takes hundreds or thousands of years to master in advance? The vitality consumed must be very huge, but there is a problem. Eternal life is simply inexhaustible. Time attribute plus eternal life, these two together are incredible. Then can you use the time attribute to solve the paradoxical curse now? Irene asked. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. The biggest problem with the paradoxical curse is the uncontrolled death hunting. If it can be solved, then he doesn't need to stay away from creatures and can completely integrate into the human town life. Even, he can help Zeref solve the curse problem. At that time, in the future, Zeref will definitely not become a black magician that everyone is afraid of. Bauer, you are really a genius, Wu Ming praised. He immediately closed his eyes and began to study. It's not enough to control the death hunting, he has to erase the power that deprives life alone, leaving only the function of immortality, not far away. Irene waited silently, thinking that it would be over in 3 or 5 minutes. But she never expected that this wait would take a whole day. It seems that this paradoxical curse is really difficult to deal with, Irene said to herself. After a day passed, Wu Ming slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he exuded a deep temperament, as if he had lived for thousands of years. Thousands of years of vitality. This time, Wu Ming discovered that he could roughly sense how many years of vitality was consumed. This time, it took 1,000 years to resolve the curse of contradiction. 1,000 years to improve strength. I'm afraid that gods are no different from pigs and dogs in my eyes, Wu Ming muttered. Irene spoke. Did it work? Here, Wu Ming came out of the lake. The curse of contradiction did not work, although it consumed a lot of vitality. But the goal was still achieved. From today on, we are a couple of gods. We can travel slowly in the next few hundred years. Wu Ming walked to Irene's side. He put his arm around her slender waist and laughed cheerfully. In the future, you can spend as much time as you want. Chapter 007. A visitor from an isolated island, the long-sought Zeref. Return to the human city. The Kingdom of Dragunov has indeed changed its king, and the new king is a former minister. He announced many arrangements as soon as he took office. Although there is some chaos in the kingdom, the future is generally full of hope. Wu Ming and Irene sneaked into the palace. After retrieving the important things, the two left the kingdom without stopping. They measured the land with their footsteps, wandering in all the countries on the Ishgar continent. When they were tired, they opened a tavern for a few years. Listening to the gossip of the guests, every day was wonderful and rich. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. In the past 100 years, Wu Ming and Irene have seen human wars and beasts attacking cities. They have seen street vendors fighting for money. They have also witnessed the king's indulgence in luxury and being overthrown by civilians. Every town has their footprints. Wu Ming has a map in his hand, which depicts the most detailed cities in the human countries of the entire continent. Hualala. 2 people are soaking in the light green hot spring. Wu Ming and Irene temporarily stayed on an isolated island, which was full of birdsong and flowers and had a balanced ecology. The hot spring also has the functions of skincare and healing. There was fine wine on the shore. The 2 people held the goblets and gently touched them, and the crisp sound echoed. There are more and more legends about Zeref, and countless people died and were injured wherever he went. Tasting a sip of red wine, Wu Ming sighed while soaking in the hot spring. Over the past 100 years, Zeref's notoriety began to spread. The story of the black magician gradually became a way to stop children from crying at night. Wu Ming has tried to find someone over the years. But it may be because he has lived in the city for many years and has never met Zeref. The Black Magician. Irene murmured. Wu Ming said that Zeref is also a cursed existence. Because he cannot control his emotions, he often causes the lives around him to be deprived by death hunting. Irene was just about to speak. Suddenly she realized that something had landed on the island. She looked into the distance. Go prepare some food and drinks. Wu Ming also sensed the smell. He waved to Irene to prepare to entertain the guests, while he continued to soak in the hot spring and waited. Rustle. The animals near the hot spring seemed to sense the danger. They hurried away. After a while, a figure gradually approached the narrow path in the woods. Then Wu Ming smelled a familiar and evil smell. Advertisement. Irene had already prepared everything. She moved the stools and tables to the side of the hot spring and waited for the guests to arrive. People. There are people on this island. The black-clothed and black-haired guest did not approach again. He stopped after keeping a certain distance, with surprise and uneasiness in his tone. He was afraid of killing innocent lives. After searching everywhere for a long time, I found it without any effort. Hello. Black Mage. Zeref. Wu Ming greeted. This uninvited person was exactly the person he was looking for. Zeref. This poor guy with the same curse. Irene raised her eyebrows after hearing this. She had heard of Zeref's name, but she had never seen him. She looked carefully. His clothes were ordinary. He looked worse than her husband, and he was obviously the legendary evil black magician. But there was a sadness in his eyes. Do you know me? Zeref was very surprised. The person in the hot spring gave him a very familiar feeling. Not in terms of facial familiarity, but in terms of aura. It was said that they had the same aura, and seemed to have the same immortality. The other woman. She looked a little familiar, as if I had seen her in a newspaper 100 years ago. However, how could someone who lived 100 years ago live to this day? I must have seen it wrong. Zeref, it seems that you have begun to like a solitary life after 100 years, Wu Ming said. Zeref's eyes were dazzled. 100 years? Does that mean that these two people have really lived for 100 years and still remain so young? I see. This lady, was she once a human? Zeref examined her carefully. After a while, he saw through Irene and knew that she was once a human and now a dragon. If that's the case, then it makes sense. The lifespan of a dragon is conservatively 1,000 years. It's normal for her to remain young. But, what's your situation? I can be sure that you are human. Why are you still so young after 100 years? And, I feel a familiar breath from you. Zeref looked at Wu Ming in the hot spring again. No matter how he looked at him, he couldn't see any difference. Could he be a dragon too? Walala. Wu Ming got up from the hot spring. He walked ashore. Irene helped wipe his body and then helped him put on his clothes. A familiar breath. Maybe it's because we are both undead cursed by Angser Ramal. Wu Ming smiled. Inhale. After hearing this, Zeref took a breath and his pupils shrank tightly. Advertisement. His brain was blank. Impossible. Zeref shouted with almost all his strength. This person could not be a cursed guy, and the reason was naturally very simple. Because there would be no life around the cursed person. The two of them were obviously close. This violated the contradictory curse. Death hunting would deprive her of her life, which was an uncontrollable force. It's right not to believe it. After all, death hunting is quite unreasonable. Even two people without feelings will be killed by the curse that may appear at any time, Wu Ming said. After hearing this, Zeref completely believed that death hunting could break out at any time. Even if he avoided it in advance, it would be too late. You, how did you do it? Zeref asked. A trace of desire rose in his eyes. He hoped to get help. He was almost tortured by the curse. Why should I help you? Wu Ming asked. He wanted to find Zeref these years, not out of kindness to help solve the curse. He just wanted to see this black magician. Zeref opened his mouth but nothing came out. Yes. No one helps for free, but what reward can he offer? Magic? Knowledge? Money? People with immortal bodies can easily get these things? Suddenly, Zeref covered his head, bent his body and cried out in pain. Hurry up, it's coming, Zeref reminded. He didn't want to deprive others of their lives at will. Even the stranger in front of him, who also has a curse, may be killed. Not to mention the lady next to him. Oh, the death hunt is coming. Wu Ming smiled. But he didn't leave with Irene. If it was 100 years ago, he would definitely run away with Irene, as far as he could. However, he didn't waste 100 years. Even without deliberate practice, his magic has grown to a very high level. Maybe this power can't kill Zeref. It can't kill Acnologia, the dragon. But, it's still easy to resist the death hunt. Chapter 008. To resolve Zeref's curse, the battle between two immortals. Buzz, the black energy shield burst out from Zeref's body, spreading rapidly around him. Trees, flowers, animals. Everything in the area covered by the energy shield became silent. It's over. Zeref watched the two people in front of him being covered. His heart sank suddenly. Although he reminded them in time, he still couldn't make it in time. The hope that he finally saw was completely gone. Husband, the range covered by his death hunting is really wide. Just when Zeref was heartbroken, a female voice sounded. Zeref looked again and saw that there was an illusory barrier around the two people. The death hunting didn't take their lives. He was so surprised that he couldn't speak. My mind was full of impossible things. Even if the person with the same curse could resist, the woman couldn't stop it. But this? There are more than 100 ways to stop the death hunting. Wu Ming answered directly. Zeref didn't know how to start. The knowledge of 100 years could not help him answer what was happening in front of him. Space. Your death hunting cannot kill across space. I only need to make two barriers similar to the alien space to block it. Wu Ming answered. He answered the questions in Zeref's heart very enthusiastically. You have the magic of space. Zeref quickly made a judgment. If it is this kind of power, then it can indeed block the curse that can be launched at any time. Not bad. Wu Ming answered. Zeref on the opposite side lowered his head and thought. After a while, he said again. The power of space cannot solve the curse of contradictions. You can't create alien space barriers around your body all the time. I can see that you have a very good relationship. The curse has a special feature. As long as you fall in love with each other, you will be killed regardless of whether you are separated by space. So it can be inferred that you have solved the ability of the curse to deprive life and only retain eternal life. Zeref kept analyzing. Advertisement. The power of space is indeed very strong, but he has also studied it. It's just this method. It can't be achieved to this extent, otherwise it is not worthy of being called the curse of God. Keep talking. See what other interesting clues you can analyze. Wu Ming continued to laugh. Zeref is actually a very kind person. You can see this from the scenes of living with his family and his memories. It was just because his family died, so he touched the taboo of life and death, which led to being cursed and unconsciously killing many people. That's why the notoriety of the Black Magician came out. Now 100 years have passed. Now Zeref is just a little extreme from time to time, and has not become as cold as when he invaded the Fairy Tale Guild in the later period. You and I are from the same era, and everyone has spent 100 years. I think I am smart enough. I have spent these years studying the curse and have not found a solution. But you can solve it, which means that you did not find the principle of the curse, but there are other powers suppressing the curse. In addition to the power of space, there are other powers. That power is the root of solving the curse. Zeref said. Maybe it was because of the excitement of meeting the same immortal. It may also be driven by curiosity. He seemed extremely smart, and his brain was constantly working to reason. Duh. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. With a snap of his fingers, green plants emerged from the soil under Zeref's feet. Slowly, they turned into bright flowers. It was a reward for Zeref. This power. Time. Zeref murmured as he stared at the flowers under his feet. He could feel the influence of the power of time, which made the flowers grow faster and faster. This is how they can grow into the most beautiful appearance in a few seconds. I used the time attribute to speed up my own research on the curse and obtain the power of the future in advance, which solved the side effects of the curse. It is about the power of 1,000 years later, which means that you can either master the time attribute to obtain the power of the future. Or you can study in seclusion from now on, and spend 1,000 years to solve the contradictory curse. Wu Ming generously said the method. The time attribute is very magical. It is probably not easy to learn to his level, moreover. To obtain the power of 1,000 years later, this time span is not something that ordinary time attributes can do, no. The span of 1,000 years is too large. Even if you learn time magic, you can't do it. Obviously you are an alien. Zeref directly denied it. He has a huge amount of knowledge and has a certain involvement in various magics. It is impossible to just master the power of 1,000 years later in advance. Husband, you can actually do this. At this time, Irene whispered to Wu Ming, after listening to the words. Wu Ming crossed his arms and pondered. Zeref, are you interested in being my subordinate? Recruiting subordinates. Irene's idea for him was to form a force. Although it may not be necessary, but who can tell what will happen in the future? Subordinate. Are you a noble of which kingdom, or a general? I don't want to be a soldier of another kingdom. If you two are interested, you can go to another continent with me, where I plan to establish a country. I can let you be the emperor and I will be your student. Not only did Zeref refuse, he also wanted to kidnap Wu Ming and Irene and go to another continent to be the emperor. Wu Ming's mouth twitched. Advertisement, it's so boring to be an emperor. There are endless important affairs to deal with every day. I am determined to measure the world with my feet. From today on, you will be my student. By the way, help me find 2 active dragon hearts as the price for me to help you eliminate the side effects of the curse. Raised his hand. Wu Ming tapped Zeref, and the power of time bloomed from his body. Let Zeref solve the curse in the same way. After a moment, Zeref opened his eyes. There was still surprise in his eyes. It seemed that 1,000 years had passed in the short time just now. When he woke up again, the curse had been solved. The heart of the dragon. I know it, and I will send it to the teacher within 3 years. Zeref was convinced. Through thousands of years, he has gained a huge amount of knowledge about the curse of contradiction. He knows the difficulty of this knowledge even more. If he wants to find a way to solve the curse by himself without the help of the teacher, it will take more than 1,000 years. Then next. Zeref, let's fight, Wu Ming said. That's right. He still wants to fight with Zeref, in the future. Zeref has been suppressing the curse, and his strength is less than 20% of his full strength. And now Zeref's curse is gone. Then he doesn't need to divide a lot of energy to resist the curse, so he should be very strong at full strength. Okay. Zeref's breathing can't help but stop. Soon he recovered again, and he also had this idea in his bones. Fight with all your strength. If you can win, then the teacher is just a teacher. If you lose, then the teacher is a respected teacher. Don't break your limbs. Irene knew that the war was about to start. After instructing the two people, she flew up into the air and pulled away enough height. Chapter 009. Student Zeref returns with 3 dragon hearts. When Wu Ming and Irene traveled again, it was already 10 days after the war, and the two were walking in a port city in the territory of a certain kingdom. Both of them were holding food in their hands. Zeref is gifted, his understanding of magic is unparalleled, and the magic power in his body is huge. Wu Ming sighed. Irene smiled and replied, "But, you still won." "Yeah." Wu Ming nodded. Although Zeref was very strong in 100 years, he was not invincible. Dark magic was very good in Zeref's hands. The two fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Wu Ming relied on the strong physique given by the dragon-slaying magic to suppress Zeref and bombard him many times. And Zeref was also not easy to mess with. He developed a lot of powerful magic, which always made Wu Ming respond hastily. When the magic power of the two of them was exhausted, they used their physique. When they were tired, they lay on the ground to rest and replenished energy regularly to recover. Fighting, resting, never too long-winded, both of them had a great time in that battle. The tyrant is unjust. The sinking of an isolated island in the sea is evidence. If the tyrant continues like this, our city will be the next to sink. Join us, overthrow the tyrant together, and let the light of justice shine on the earth. Shameless tyrant, the isolated island has already given a warning, but he is still having fun in the palace, and we civilians are exploited by the emperor all day long. Overthrow the tyrant. Overthrow the tyrant. A group of people on the street held up white cloths, which were covered with blood, and accused the emperor of exploitation. Holding them high, they vented on the street about the emperor's lack of morality and incompetence. They even compared it with an isolated island overseas. The island they are talking about is the island where you and Zeref fought, right? Listening to the words of the rebels, Irene blinked and muttered. It should be. Wu Ming grinned. He and Zeref fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and the isolated island was sunk as expected. It was mainly because Wu Ming's magic was too powerful. When the firepower is fully opened, a breath can create a pit tens of meters deep. The magic developed by Zeref is also amazing. It can easily create a big pit. In the end, the island was sunk, and Zeref was knocked into the deep sea by Wu Ming and fell unconscious. Wu Ming won this battle. Advertisement. After rescuing Zeref, the two sides separated and left. They agreed to meet again in 3 years, however. The isolated island where he and Irene are is not far from here, but it can't be said to be close. I don't know how the news came. Let's settle here for the next few years and try to protect innocent civilians without interfering in state affairs, Irene suggested. Although Irene is no longer the emperor, but her kind character has not changed, and she will do good deeds no matter which city she is in. There will be a war in this city soon. Irene's heart of justice rose. It's all right. Wu Ming did not refuse, just to consider the future development of the organization he formed. Then, the two bought a tavern and became the boss and the boss's wife again. During the day, he ran a tavern. At night, he made love and worked hard to give birth to his offspring. Time flew by. 3 years had passed. The rebellion in the capital failed, and this emperor had a well-armored army. After arranging the troops, he defeated the civilian rebellion with a single charge. All those rebels were dragged to the largest square and beheaded for public display. Irene was very angry during those days. She had no appetite for food, and when she was running the tavern, she was cold and watched those soldiers eat and drink for free. Even at night, Irene treated Wu Ming as a damned noble and squeezed him like crazy. This made Irene very tired during those days. Ding ling ling. The tavern was about to close that day, and a new customer pushed the door and walked in. Sorry, the tavern is about to close, please come back tomorrow. Wu Ming lowered his head to clean up the counter. He apologized to the customer who walked in without even raising his head. His tavern must be closed at night, after all, he has to go back to have children with Irene. Teacher, you are living a really enjoyable life, the customer said. Wu Ming was busy looking up, and then he saw clearly that it was Zeref who walked in. Advertisement. He smiled and said, you are in a good mood. It seems that you have lived very comfortably in the past 3 years. How is it? Did you get married? Hearing this, Zeref smiled bitterly and shook his head, walked to the counter and sat down. Teacher, don't tease me. I am exhausted from running across 2 continents in the past 3 years. There are so few dragons alive these days, Zeref said. Dragon King Festival 100 years ago. Acnologia killed most of the dragons present. 100 years later, Acnologia did not rest, flying across several continents to find dragons to kill. There are almost no dragons left now. It is almost impossible for him to find a living dragon. He has not dared to rest for 3 years. Speaking of which, I really want to see it, but I am afraid that I can't beat it and it will kill me, Wu Ming said. He has thought about it in recent years. If Acnologia can be conquered, he can customize enemies for the Fairy Tale Guild in the future. It must be very interesting at that time. Let's not do it. Zeref shook his head and took out 3 boxes from his arms. Only 3 hearts were found, namely the Silk Dragon, the Flower Dragon, and the Earth Dragon. There were magic fluctuations on the 3 boxes. I think it is some kind of sealing magic that Zeref has researched to maintain its vitality. Silk Dragon is a dragon that can spin silk. The silk it spins is harder than steel and sharper than a blade. The Flower Dragon is a peace-loving dragon, but it was injured in its early years and was almost dead when I found it, so it was given to me for free. The Earth Dragon is of Earth attribute. It and the Silk Dragon are both at their peak combat power. In order to deal with them, I secretly guided Acnologia. Zeref explained the origin and acquisition method of the 3 hearts. It can be said that it was a fluke to get them this time. Well, it's getting late, stay and rest. Wu Ming put away the 3 hearts. Prepare to make them into dragon-killing crystals in the next 2 days. No, next I want to learn from the teacher to look in various cities. Zeref refused without hesitation. No need to worry about the outbreak of the curse, he is now full of hope for his future life. That's fine, find a wife as soon as possible, then you will know how obsessed love is. Wu Ming smiled. Zeref shook his head, I'm afraid no one will fall in love with me. In response, Wu Ming smiled but said nothing, it won't happen in a short time, but in another 200 years, a destined woman will appear, I'm looking forward to it. Wu Ming squinted his eyes and smiled. Mavis, this woman, although not the type Wu Ming likes, has good qualifications. He can accept her as a student at that time, in this way. The future plot will definitely be greatly different from the original. By the way, teacher, what is the name of our organization? Is there anything I need to pay attention to when I become a member of the organization? Zeref turned around and prepared to leave. He stopped at the door and turned around to ask, Magic Guild Angel Wings. We will send you a few uniforms in a while. Members of the organization need to have a clear conscience for what they do. Wu Ming squinted his eyes and pondered for 2 seconds. He told the name of the organization he had been thinking about for 3 years, and prepared to make the corresponding uniforms and emblems. Okay. Zeref nodded and was very satisfied. Angel. Chapter 010. A secret conversation at night opens the door to a new world for Irene. Close the shop and go home. When Wu Ming returned home, Irene had already prepared the food and put it on the dining table. Since both of them are dragon slayers, they have a high demand for food, so they have to prepare in advance every time they cook. So the tavern is closed after 4 or 5 p.m. Irene will come back first and busy herself for 2 hours to prepare meals for 2 people. This is how it has been for all these years. At first, Irene naturally didn't know how to cook, but later she slowly learned how to make all kinds of food. Now she is enjoying it. Close the shop for a break these 2 days. If you want to go shopping, you can go out for a walk, Wu Ming said. Irene was stunned. Are we going to change places? Every time they arrive in a city, the two will stay for a few years, and then set off again to go somewhere else. Closing the shop means leaving. No. Zeref just came back and brought back 3 dragon hearts. I plan to make them into dragon-killing magic crystals as soon as possible, Wu Ming explained. This city is a port city, and the creatures in the ocean are rich and colorful. Many strange foods are not yet tired of eating, so I won't leave for the time being. Then why didn't you bring him back? You are not a very competent teacher, Irene said. Wu Ming explained. He didn't want to come. He planned to go around like us. I also wanted him to find a wife and get married as soon as possible, so that you would have someone to accompany you when you go shopping. Hearing this, Irene felt warm in her heart. She walked to Wu Ming's side and gently raised her lips like a dragonfly touching the water. She took his hand and said, Don't worry about me. I am very happy to accompany you every day. Wu Ming smiled but said nothing. This time is a bit awkward. People from 100 years ago have all died. People who will meet in the future have not arrived yet. So Irene can't find a female playmate who can be trusted. Wu Ming hopes that Zeref will get married soon. He also thinks that after all, she is the wife of a student, and they know each other well, and can accompany Irene shopping. What kind of dragon did Zeref bring this time? Irene pulled him to sit at the dining table. She held her chin with both hands and listened to Wu Ming's stories. She liked to listen to Wu Ming's stories the most. Silk Dragon, Flower Dragon and Earth Dragon, Wu Ming answered. Irene exclaimed, Flower Dragon? Is it the kind of dragon that can grow flowers? In the books of the Kingdom of Dragunov, there is an introduction to flower dragons. It's a pity that she has never seen one. Belsirian said that this kind of flower has little combat power. It is food for the dragon clan, it should be. Let's find someone to implant the magic crystal in the future and try it, Wu Ming answered. Advertisement. He had never heard of this kind of dragon in the original book. Silk Dragon and Earth Dragon are known. The former corresponds to the cocoon dragon in the 100 Years mission, which can use spider silk to make cocoons. However, the silk dragon he got should be more manipulable than the cocoon dragon. Earth Dragon is nothing special. I implant the magic crystal into my body. I like flowers and other things the most. Irene actively requested. Afraid that Wu Ming would not agree, she deliberately spoke in a coquettish voice. A pair of charming eyes flirted. Ahem. This is possible, but I need time to make the magic crystal, Wu Ming said. Irene nodded. Then the tavern will be closed for the next few days, and we will reopen after you are done. But soon she found Wu Ming looking at her with a smirk. As an old couple, she immediately knew what Wu Ming meant, and lowered her head with a little shame. Not long after, Wu Ming hugged Irene. You can give the flower dragon, and I have to take the silk dragon. I told Zeref that the organization we established is called the Magic Guild Angel Wings. The silk thread of the silk dragon is very tough, and I plan to use it to make clothes as the uniform of the members. Wu Ming arranged the 3 magic crystals. Guild clothing. Isn't it a bit exaggerated to eat the dragon-slaying magic crystal to make this thing? Irene asked. The power of the dragon slaying is indeed very strong. But using the dragon slaying magic crystal for such a small matter is a bit too much. No one knows if the dragon slayer magic crystal has any side effects. The power of the silk dragon is not simple, and its silk thread is very useful. Wu Ming laughed. There are only useless wizards, but no useless dragon slayer magic. After swallowing the dragon slayer magic crystal, he can completely use the time attribute to improve the power of the silk dragon to perfection. That's fine, I also have to work hard for the organization so as not to drag it down. Irene smiled and replied. Wu Ming did not refuse this. It doesn't matter, there is no need to be too concerned about such things, just let it go. The two turned off the lights and went to bed early. 3 days later, Irene and Wu Ming came to a small island. The Dragon Slayer magic crystal had already been made, and both of them swallowed it. Irene went forward first, closed her eyes and felt the magic brought by the magic crystal in her body. 3 seconds later, green grass grew where she stood. Colorful flowers in the grass opened their buds, and the fragrant fragrance poured into the respiratory tract. So beautiful. Wu Ming looked at the flowers on the ground, and he could feel his spirit unusually relaxed just standing here. Advertisement. Sleep-inducing flower. Irene turned her palm. A flower grew bigger and bigger, and finally became the size of a basin. It exuded the smell of fragrance. Wu Ming sniffed and felt a little sleepy, especially the beautiful flowers in front of him. It made him want to lie on the ground and sleep. But he responded immediately. He became sober, and looked at Irene with a slightly surprised look. Yes, it can make people sleepy. Ordinary people would fall asleep instantly. Irene explained. She exhaled towards Wu Ming with her pouting lips. At that moment, Wu Ming was full of energy, as if he had endless physical strength in his body. This is a flower fragrance that makes people energetic. People who smell it will be extremely excited, and the pain will be greatly reduced. Irene seemed very excited. She was amazed by the power of the flower dragon, and there were many magical flowers waiting to be developed. Just give her some time. By then, she will also have a very strong destructive power. Let's fight. After explaining, Irene looked at Wu Ming with high spirits. It seems that she wants to turn the tables today. Okay, Wu Ming agreed without thinking. He has not yet experimented with the power of the silk dragon, so he can use Irene as an experimental subject. Boom. Fight as soon as he says it. Irene's feet sank, and she clenched her fists and hit at the moment the ground cracked. Looking at the fist with wind, Wu Ming's finger trembled slightly. Bang. Irene's fist was forced to stop 10 centimeters away from Wu Ming. Can't punch anymore. Irene looked at the air in front of her, and there was no space barrier. How could it be? She increased her strength in disbelief. Chapter 011. Flower Dragon Irene vs Silk Dragon Wu Ming, both have huge potential. Crack, crack, crack. The power output increased, and the ground under his feet cracked more severely. But his fist seemed to be frozen and could not move at all. Just when Irene was confused, the white clouds in the sky ran away, and the sun came down. In the light, Irene found a bright light in front of her fist. Silk thread, Irene exclaimed. What blocked her fist was just a silk thread, and the silk thread was very thin. But it was unusually tough. Do you want to admit defeat? Wu Ming asked with a smile. Hearing this, Irene wrinkled her small and delicate nose, and the other hand also clenched a fist to hit. Wu Ming's action was bigger this time. As his hands waved, silk threads with souls wandered in front of him. Bang bang. After knowing what was blocking, Irene no longer paused, and her fists kept hitting the silk thread in front of her. One sound after another came out. Damn it. Seeing that her fists couldn't break the defense, Irene grinned in anger. The knuckles of her palms became thicker. The nails grew longer. Her hands turned into dragon claws and swung with stronger attacks. She wanted to tear all the silk threads apart. So desperate. Wu Ming smiled and retreated, the fingers of both hands twisting like twists. The silk thread was like an arm under his control. It blocked Irene's dragon claws again and again. Thorn flower. Because her physique couldn't break the silk thread, Irene immediately switched to magic power. A gorgeous purple flower grew in the air. It didn't take root in the land. It grew directly in front of her, and finally became the size of a pot lid. No strange smell. Wu Ming sniffed his nose, and the thorn flower didn't have a strange smell. His body didn't become sluggish. Boom. Just when he was wondering why he summoned the flower, the thorn flower suddenly exploded in the air. Instantly, the terrifying energy rushed up to the sky, and the violent roar made Wu Ming's ears buzz. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Since ancient times, there has been smoke without trouble. Advertisement. The explosion came quickly, and Wu Ming looked a little embarrassed after the smoke and dust dissipated. He frowned with a dusty face. The explosion did not hurt him, but a lot of splashed dirt and dust went into his mouth. It's not over yet. Irene knew that she would kill him while he was sick. Without giving Wu Ming time to react, she stretched out her hand and used the power of the flower dragon again. I saw that the ground under Wu Ming's feet bulged with dirt. Rustling. 7 or 8 flowers grew rapidly, and when they grew to a person's height, they immediately entangled Wu Ming. This, Wu Ming didn't understand. He watched the flowers tie him up, and all the flowers were in front of Wu Ming. His body felt like being bitten. Wu Ming looked down and found that the branches of the flower were densely packed with thorns. These thorns kept trying to pierce the skin. Puff. At the same time, the flower buds emitted bursts of smoke, and when Wu Ming smelled the fragrance, he felt that his power was weakened. It's only been a short time. You have used the power of the flower dragon so flexibly. I have to admit it. Irene is a queen who can create her own dragon-killing magic. She has a strong talent. If someone else gets the power, it will take at least a few months to use it initially. And what about Irene? Yesterday, the magic crystal was implanted, and today he was caught off guard by the power of the flower dragon. This is just the various characteristics of the flower. Irene shook her head gently. The flower of the flower dragon has many characteristics, and the biggest ability is the poisonous fragrance. Paralysis, sleep, etc. It can be said that it has great potential and can be used as an active attack method in the future. Don't be careful. The longer the time, the easier it is to be affected by the smell. Irene reminded. She knows how powerful her man is. These are just minor fights. Even if the purpose is to test the newly acquired power, the talent of her man is not worse than hers. Then be serious. Wu Ming smiled and nodded. Under the bound body, Wu Ming stretched out his hand and shook it, and 2 silk threads were released. Click. Then the flowers wrapped around him collapsed. All were cut by the silk threads. This time it's my turn to attack. Wu Ming slowly raised his arms, and there was a thin silk thread in his left and right hands. As he waved his arms, the silk thread seemed to be given life and cut towards Irene's body. Advertisement. Irene concentrated. The silk threads in front of her were densely covering her. Swish. Irene knew the toughness of the silk threads. She stomped her feet and retreated, her cheeks puffed up, and the breath brewing in her mouth was released. The roar of the flower dragon. Roaring skills. Pieces of red energy petals formed a tornado, rushing towards Wu Ming with great destructive power. My silk thread can wrap around anything and tear it apart. Wu Ming opened his arms. He drew a Tai Chi pattern in the air. It was a simple move, but the silk thread that emerged from his hands formed a very complicated trajectory. It wrapped around the roaring skill in circles. Bang! The silk thread was tightly tied, and with a sudden pull, the roaring skill was torn apart. How is this possible? Irene used the roaring skill to distance herself. Seeing that her roar was torn apart by the silk thread, her brain was a little confused. When did silk thread, a real object, bind magic energy? Swish. Before Irene could figure it out, a new attack came again. Boom. This time the earth began to shake, and the soil on the ground began to crack. Stones of different sizes flew up out of thin air. If you look closely, you will find that there are silk threads wrapped around each stone. Dong dong. This time, Wu Ming's hands flew very fast, leaving a trail of afterimages. The stones wrapped in silk threads attacked from all directions. Bang. Irene knew she couldn't dodge. She clenched her fists and punched out, smashing each stone into powder. The winner has been decided. The stones are infinite, and the length of the silk threads is also unlimited. You've lost since you pulled away. Wu Ming pulled his hands down fiercely. Instantly. Irene's body suddenly collapsed, and she couldn't move. Looking more carefully, she found that there were many silk threads piercing her body. Because of this, she couldn't move her body, and even if she was tense, she couldn't break them. I suddenly think it's fun to tear your clothes. Wu Ming suddenly smiled evilly. He hooked his index finger, and the silk threads controlled Irene and pulled her in front of him. This is called tying. Bang, hee hee hee. All 10 fingers moved together. Swish. The sharp silk thread tore it apart, and a body appeared in front of him. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Irene blushed. This was simply too embarrassing. She was expecting an embarrassed. Wow. Wu Ming deliberately exaggerated his admiration, making Irene's head smoke. Ahem. It's getting late, we should go home. Wu Ming admired it for a long time. Then he put Irene down and took out clothes from the alien space for him to put on. The two of them returned to the port hand in hand. The potential of the silk dragon and the flower dragon is not small, and the two of them are only preliminary and simple. It will take some time to study it thoroughly. Chapter 012. To become the villain behind the scenes, you must conquer Acnologia. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming couldn't remember how many years had passed, but it should have been more than 100 years. Past memories became history. Humanity was growing stronger and stronger, and magic became more and more popular. The dragon had completely disappeared. The former kingdom of Dragunov also disappeared in the long river of history. The bonfire lit at night burst into sparks. Wu Ming and Irene lay on the grass next to them, looking at the sky under the night sky and counting the stars. This dragon is too hard to find. Counting the stars for a while. Wu Ming couldn't help complaining. We have searched the place that Zeref said several times, but we couldn't find the dragon Acnologia. Irene was also very helpless. For about 50 years, the two of them have not settled in the city. They have been wandering around in the uninhabited valley. Finding the dragon is not enough. It is not easy to completely subdue it. I'm afraid it won't work just by talking. Magic Guild Angel Wings. After Zeref was free from the curse, he settled in human cities all year round. He did many things wearing guild costumes. He left the name of the guild every time, so humans knew the name of the first guild. Just as Wu Ming guessed. Zeref was kind by nature, and after he was no longer tortured by the curse, he often studied in the city's academy. He also occasionally participated in human wars. The popularization of magic made ordinary humans no longer have the power to resist. More and more cities were ruled by wizards. As the guild's reputation grew, Wu Ming felt it was time to do something bad. He dreamed of being a villain. So he decided to conquer Acnologia and spread the terror of the angel's wings. Well, the most important thing is that the dragon wants to kill dragons, and we are both dragons. Irene reminded. When she heard that Wu Ming was going to conquer Acnologia, Irene felt that her man was crazy. A dragon goes to find a dragon that kills dragons. This is courting death. She was unwilling in her heart. After all, many soldiers of the Kingdom of Dragunov were killed. Even many familiar pacifist dragons died at the hands of Acnologia. It doesn't matter. Just wake him up. Evil dragons have completely disappeared these days, and his ideas are outdated. Wu Ming replied. If you think about it carefully, Acnologia is also a fallen one, too extreme, too bloodthirsty, and wants to control everything. For this kind of guy, just chase it and beat it, and he is not worried about whether he can beat it or not. He will not do anything without sufficient confidence. Let's go. This valley has the most concentrated magic power. If Acnologia is really still in Ishgar, then it should be here. After resting for a few hours, the bonfire was completely extinguished, and Wu Ming pulled Irene up and continued to move forward. Whoosh. Advertisement. The night wind blew, and Wu Ming and Irene put on cloaks and continued to move forward. The styles of the cloaks on the two were almost the same. The black cloak almost covered the whole body, and there was a handmade pattern embroidered on the back. Wu Ming's was a golden 12-winged angel pattern. Irene's was a golden 6-winged angel. In addition to the angel pattern, there were also some patterns of clouds or wings, which were the angel wings costumes. The hood of the cloak was very large. Even in the daytime, it could cover most of the face. Wu Ming had thought at the beginning. When the entire organization would act together in the future, they would become a mysterious angel group. The Akatsuki group that matched the Hokage. The wind blew, and the cloak fluttered. After entering the belly of the valley, Wu Ming looked up and looked deeper in the distance. There was a strong fluctuation of magic power there. Roar. Before Wu Ming could get close, a majestic dragon roar came from the depths of the valley. At that moment, Irene's body trembled slightly. Even after so long, she was still instinctively afraid after hearing Acnologia's roar. The despair at that time would never be forgotten. A giant dragon that covered the sky and the sun soared into the sky, and a terrifying hurricane was set off when its wings flapped. Whoosh. The hurricane made Wu Ming and Irene retreat. Just then, the sky in the distance lit up with a creepy light, and the rich magic power was compressed. Boom. It's a breath. Irene got goosebumps. She never expected Acnologia to attack without saying a word. The roar of the space-time dragon. There was no time to think. Wu Ming's chest rose and fell, and he used 50% of his strength to send out a breath to attack. Whoosh. Boom. The two breaths collided in the air. In an instant, the dark sky suddenly brightened, and the aftermath of the breath instantly overturned Irene. The flowers, plants and trees in the valley were uprooted. Ang. The breath was offset. Acnologia roared with a dragon roar, waving the dark wings and quickly approaching this side. You attack when you don't agree with me. It looks like you need to show some real skills. Wu Ming looked at the guy approaching. He stretched out his hand and formed a barrier around Irene's body to protect her. Advertisement. Bang. Then the ground under Wu Ming's feet cracked, and the land with a diameter of tens of meters was shattered. His body was ejected into the sky. The two were getting closer and closer. Wu Ming looked very small in front of the majestic and huge dragon. But he was not bad in momentum. His body was tense, and his right fist was pulled back violently, almost pulling 100 degrees. Buzz. The fist was wrapped in space attributes and blasted into the air. The punch hit the air. The space in front of Wu Ming was cracked by a punch, and the crack spread rapidly towards the dragon in front. The dragon was immune to magic. So Wu Ming didn't hit it directly, but hit it in the space. Let the cracks in the space attack. Bang. The Acnologia was very strong, and it lowered its head and hit the crack in the space. The two burst out with a crisp sound. Bang. The two were evenly matched in this attack, and neither of them caused effective injuries to the other. As this, his full strength. The protected Irene saw it clearly. One punch cracked the space. I'm afraid even Zeref couldn't do it. No. This punch is still a tentative attack by both of them, and the time attribute has not yet come out. Irene immediately denied it again. Over the years, only Zeref made Wu Ming take it seriously. After that, he never met an evenly matched opponent. And now, judging from the roars in the air, this battle is probably the peak duel of the current era. In the air, Wu Ming fought against Acnologia with a human body. Transform your dragon body, the human body is fragile. Acnologia's cold voice sounded. He had never used his full strength. As long as he wanted, he could completely suppress the opponent's human body. Hee. Acnologia, aren't you tired of killing dragons for hundreds of years? Wu Ming sneered. He continued to attack with his powerful physical strength. He cannot use magic. Because that is an ineffective attack, the dragon body magic immunity is not just a casual talk. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. All dragons deserve to die. Damn. Damn. Acnologia roared. A more powerful force burst out from his body. Chapter 013. Time and Space Dragon King vs. Demon Dragon King. Let's fight happily. His claws tore forward with the blessing of magic. The speed was so fast that even the space could not bear it. Even though Wu Ming was always alert, he was also frightened by this speed, and his body quickly leaned back to avoid it. Swish. But he was still a step slow to react. The sharp dragon claws scratched Wu Ming's chest, and blood and flesh flew everywhere at that moment. Wu Ming's clothes were torn. His chest was also opened, revealing the white bones and the deeper heart. Wu Ming groaned, his eyebrows squeezed together, and it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. Irene in the back couldn't see it clearly. But she saw something falling from the air, and there was a faint smell of blood. Her heart was clenched. Judging from the situation just now, Wu Ming might have been hit by the opponent. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, die, all dragons die. Acnologia roared. He waved his dragon claws crazily, tearing Wu Ming's body again and again. Damn. After Wu Ming was hit by a move, he quickly put up layers of barriers in front of his body to resist. However, this barrier was too fragile. Acnologia easily broke the barrier and grabbed Wu Ming's body again. As expected of the Dragon King, I'll be dead if you hit me again. Wu Ming's face was pale. However, he also used the barrier to buy himself time to retreat. After pulling away a certain distance, he looked at the particularly aggressive dragon with emotion. Time magic. Wu Ming didn't dare to delay any longer. Using the time attribute, he directly consumed his vitality to speed up the healing of his body injuries. His broken chest was visibly restored. It took only a few breaths. He was hanging in the air again intact. Interesting. I have never swallowed the two attributes of time and space. I don't know how it tastes. Acnologia rarely said something rational. He didn't expect this guy to have the power of these two attributes. Among the dragons he killed, there was no time and space attribute. I must try it today, and it would be best if I can master this power. You succeeded in making me angry. Wu Ming looked at him in the air. Although he was mentally prepared before coming, he still underestimated the other party. Acnologia is very powerful. I am unwilling to release the power of dragon transformation, but if I want to defeat you, I must use all my strength. Wu Ming said. After hearing this, Acnologia narrowed his eyes. You don't have the intention to kill, you are dead in this battle. Advertisement. Intention to kill. Wu Ming looked at him with a sneer. Boring. Really boring. Acnologia, I am not interested in killing you, I want to subdue you as my mount. Submit to me. Look to the future. Ang. Wu Ming said. His body produced ripples. His arms became thick, and his 5 claws were sharp and flashing with cold light. His body exploded with dragon scales, and the ethereal and flexible patterns wandered on his body. His head turned into a dragon head. There is a single horn on the head that looks like white mist. Just looking at that horn makes you feel like you are looking at a black hole. This is. Acnologia looked at the dragon in front of him. Although the dragon's body is smaller, but the momentum coming from it is extremely powerful. He can feel that this dragon is of the same level as him. Ang. Dragon King. You are also a Dragon King. Ha ha ha, let's fight and see who is the real Dragon King. Acnologia roared bloodthirstily. He rushed forward crazily. Only the Dragon King is worthy of his serious treatment, and only the Dragon King can make him excited. Behind, Irene remained stunned, looking at the newly born giant dragon in the sky, her eyes flashed with surprise. Wu Ming, he actually, has also become a dragon. Irene was in a complicated mood. She knew that Dragon Slayer would turn into a dragon if he used magic excessively. But these years, Wu Ming rarely fought, and thought it was almost impossible to turn into a dragon. But I didn't expect, I don't know when, he could turn into a dragon. Is this the dragon he said he had seen? Irene looked at it carefully after being shocked. She knew that Wu Ming had seen a space-time dragon, but she could never imagine what that dragon looked like. Now look at it again. She was only shocked in her heart, and there would be a big difference between the dragon transformation and the original dragon. But Irene's intuition told her. The space-time dragon should look like this, with a vague body and the vibration of time and space when it wanders. Did Acnologia say something just now? Irene recalled after being shocked. So you are also a Dragon King. Single quote. That's right. That's what he said, so what he meant was. The King of Dragons, Belsarion is not a Dragon King, but he is able to manage so many dragons of the Peace faction, which is probably a modest statement. So at this moment, Wu Ming and Belsarion are both Dragon Kings. Dragon King. It's like the Emperor of the human world. But only a very few dragons can reach this level, and Wu Ming is actually the Dragon King. The war between the Space Dragon King and the Demon Dragon King. Advertisement. Irene clenched her fists. Although she inherited the wise Dragon King, She is not a dragon king herself, and the power of the wise dragon is not suitable for frontal combat. So she can't help in this battle. But she will cheer for Wu Ming. She believes, my man will definitely win. Boom boom boom. When Wu Ming was a human, the two of them could still restrain themselves when fighting. But after turning into a dragon, the battle was out of control, and the two dragons fought fiercely. You exhale, I exhale. The valley suffered the aftermath it shouldn't have suffered, with debris flying everywhere. It was just a few collisions. The low-lying part of the valley dropped several meters. If the fighting continued like this, the entire valley would be destroyed. The dragons fought fiercely, using their claws, tails, and teeth. Blood fell from the sky. Both dragons began to be injured, and at first they were just small wounds. Gradually the wounds grew larger. About half a day. There were several large wounds on Wu Ming's dragon body that were dug by claws. The bright red flesh was constantly oozing blood. It looked quite miserable. In fact, for dragons, these wounds were trivial, as long as they were not fatal or limbs were torn apart. They would slowly recover. On the other side, Acnologia's injuries were more serious, with the most serious one being the waist. That was pierced by Wu Ming's breath. This also made Wu Ming certain of one thing. Magic immunity needs to be activated actively if it is unconscious. Attacking the body can also cause injuries. You are very strong. Acnologia affirmed Wu Ming's strength. He had to admit it. Although this battle was not completely over, he would be exhausted first if the stalemate continued. You are not bad. Wu Ming was not modest at all. He had the advantage, but it was too early to really decide the winner. Ango. Acnologia did not speak again. He declared war again with a roar, and the two dragons continued to fight madly. Chapter 014. After being chased and beaten for 10 years, you have to give in even if you don't want to. The dragon's endurance is quite amazing. Wu Ming and Acnologia fought for 10 days and successfully destroyed the valley as expected. The latter fled silently. Wu Ming really wanted to chase him, but he was powerless and could only transform back into human form to recover. This dragon is really hard to deal with. Wu Ming was shocked. He won the fight, but it was not difficult to see from Acnologia's attitude. This dragon had no intention of surrendering at all. He is the dragon king after all. He killed so many dragons by himself, so he is naturally a little arrogant. Irene said. Wu Ming was silent about this. The two found a place to rest temporarily. We have to continue chasing. According to his attitude, this may be a protracted battle. How about you return to the city first? Wu Ming suggested. He really wanted to subdue Acnologia. Since it doesn't work once, then 2 or 3 times, anyway, it's still a long time before the establishment of the Fairy Tale Guild. He has enough patience to continue chasing. It's okay. Although my strength is limited, I can cook for you. Irene was not willing to leave. Anyway, she didn't have anyone she was particularly familiar with alive, so it was good to follow him around. Okay, I'll leave a mark on Acnologia, he can't escape. Wu Ming nodded. The two have been together for so many years. Logically, they should have been tired of each other, but in fact, Irene is still very attached to him. She wants to be around him 24 hours a day. Well, it's also possible that she is simply lustful, after all, the nature of dragons. Rest for 2 days. Wu Ming and Irene set off again. This time, with the locator, it was much faster to find Acnologia. And Wu Ming didn't need to walk. Directly use the power of space to open the portal to Acnologia's side. This time, the two dragons fought for 10 days again. Unlike the last time, this time, Acnologia was almost beaten unilaterally. Wu Ming has a way to recover from his injuries quickly. Acnologia obviously didn't have this ability, so he could only be a punching bag and get beaten. Get beaten. Advertisement. Run away. Get beaten. Run away. Wu Ming and Irene never get tired of this. They chased and fought for 10 years, and in the first few years, Acnologia didn't flinch at all. He fought hard again and again. In the middle few years, Acnologia mainly escaped from the battle, and ran away after fighting for 2 days. Whenever this happened, Wu Ming didn't chase him in a hurry, and usually rested for a few days before teleporting over to continue fighting. In the last few years, Acnologia just ran away. That day, Wu Ming brought Irene to find the other party again, and just when he was about to fight, he found that Acnologia didn't move. Are you asleep? Wu Ming greeted curiously. The other party stared at him intently, as if he didn't hear him at all. Hey, 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 run away, Wu Ming said. When he said this, Acnologia's face on the opposite side turned black, and he glared at him with resentment. Aren't you going to run away? Wu Ming smacked his lips. To be honest, he had a lot of fun in the past 10 years, just like playing hide and seek. Come on, kill me, Irene, right? My memory is a little fuzzy, but I remember that you are the mother of Dragon Slayer. Do you want to avenge the dragons of the Peace faction and the soldiers of your kingdom? Come and kill me, there is no need to continue to insult me like this. Acnologia said coldly. At first, he was not afraid at all. He wanted to kill the dragon, so every time Wu Ming appeared, he fought hard. Later, he found that he could not beat him. He decided to avoid the edge for a while and fight back after his strength increased. In the end, he was already out of temper. He had thought that he would just die, but this shameless guy actually let him go. But he came after him again in a few days. He was treated like an ant, and his mentality collapsed. He wanted to fight to the death. But the gap in strength was getting bigger and bigger. Today, he finally couldn't help it and asked for death. Since Wu Ming didn't do it, he let Irene kill him. He knew that Irene was the emperor of the Kingdom of Dragunov. He knew that she must hate him. I'm not interested in you. The past is over, Irene replied. Time can make people forget their troubles. It can also smooth out the scars. She is no longer the queen she used to be. It looks like we can have a good chat, Wu Ming said. Acnologia said, what is there to talk about? I am the Dragon King, the Demon Dragon King. I am pure evil. Wu Ming smiled and said, yes, evil dragons will always be evil dragons, but that was in the past. There are only a handful of dragons in the world now. The remaining dragons are just trying to survive. They don't even have time to hide, let alone treat humans as food, so your mission has already ended. Do you want to live in the past forever? You are at the top of this world, can't you live a little more elegantly? Acnologia opened his mouth. He still didn't explain. His temper had been worn away in the past few years. Even if he had any extreme ideas, he was beaten away. As the most powerful being, you should at least have younger brothers. Join my guild, then develop your power, and become the most powerful boss of the evil organization, isn't it good? Wu Ming continued to induce. He had to convince Acnologia and let him rule the dark world. Conquer all the dark guilds. In this way, in the future, both justice and darkness will be his people, and he can direct and act himself to put some pressure on the protagonists. What is a guild? Is your guild an evil organization? The former Dragon Queen fell into darkness. Acnologia rarely found an opportunity to laugh. He just didn't like Wu Ming. Although I can't beat him, I just don't accept it. Advertisement. This is the true portrayal of his heart. Of course not, the goal of the Magic Guild Angel Wing is to become the most powerful force. Justice or evil, anyone I like can join. Wu Ming explained to him with a smile. The long years are boring, so he has to find something to do for himself. It would be nice to build the strongest guild. Ridiculous goal, then how many people are there in your guild now? It can't be just the two of you, right? Acnologia asked. Wu Ming shook his head. In addition to the two of us, Zeref is also a member of Angel Wing. What? Acnologia didn't care much at first. Now he was stunned after hearing this, with an expression in his eyes that said you are kidding me. Ha ha ha, the immortal Zeref would actually join someone else's organization, how ridiculous. It's just hilarious. Acnologia laughed. Immortal. I had contact with that guy a lot in the past, and I also fought with him with the idea of killing him. Just like Immortal, no matter what method he used, he couldn't be killed, more annoying than a bedbug. Currently Zeref and Irene belong to the Justice faction, and you will belong to the Evil faction after joining, so you have to develop your own power quickly. Wu Ming reminded. Acnologia frowned, but he didn't resist, he couldn't refuse such a thing at all. He couldn't beat him, and he couldn't run away. As a member of the guild, if you don't need to kill ordinary civilians, then you are welcome to join. Wu Ming said and took out a package from the alien space. There was also a square seal. The evil faction's clothing is black with red prints. Currently, the organization is divided into 12 winged angels, 6 winged angels, 4 winged angels and wingless angels. Zeref and I are 12 winged angels. Your strength is naturally worthy of this level. Although Irene has 6 wings, she is my woman. I chose 6 wings just because it looks better. Don't think of ordering her, understand? Wu Ming explained. Acnologia frowned and took the clothes. Then she watched Wu Ming print the badge of the 12-winged angel on her chest. Then bye. If you have anything, you can contact me through the badge. After dealing with Acnologia, Wu Ming left with Irene in a happy mood. Developing power. Humph. Boring game. Acnologia frowned, snorted coldly, put on the black-bottomed red clothing and left. He had to find some qualified wizards. There was no way to fight against Zeref alone. That immortal guy must have cultivated confidence. Chapter 015. More than 300 years. Our dragons and their children humans are dragons. This is a battlefield. The soldiers of the kingdom are ready to go, facing the magicians holding magic wands or magic swords. Heavy cavalry charge head-on. Teams 3 and 4 feint to attack the long-range magic team on the left, and teams 2 and 5 focus on the long-range magic on the right. Wu Ming is now in command of the kingdom's soldiers. He gave orders calmly. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers obeyed the instructions and began to charge forward according to the instructions. The kingdom fell to the magicians 2 years ago. The civilians of the entire city became the target of exploitation by the magicians. The emperor led the guards to block the attack many times. It's a pity that ordinary soldiers can't resist magic. In the end, the soldiers covered the emperor's departure from the kingdom and traveled with the magicians in the nearby mountains and forests. Defeat has always been looming over them. Until a year ago. They met 2 members of the Magic Guild Angel Wings. Wu Ming and Irene. The latter generously agreed to help and used the ability called Additional Magic to strengthen the equipment. Then the lady led the soldiers to attack the capital. In 3 days, all the wizards in the capital were expelled, and then, under the leadership of Irene, several surrounding cities were all recaptured. Just when they thought they were going to fight again, Ms. Irene fell ill. They had no choice but to entrust Mr. Wu Ming for help. The soldiers and generals did not trust this gentleman very much. After all, when they first met, this gentleman expressed his unwillingness to help. Now that Ms. Irene has entrusted him, will this gentleman take this opportunity to harm them? But half a year has passed. They have already worshipped Mr. Wu Ming as the god of war. Victory over the many with the few. Defeat the strong with the weak. The military tactics are even more perfect, and the number of casualties is less than when Ms. Irene was in charge. Today, it is the time for a decisive battle with the evil wizards, and the soldiers are full of confidence. There is no hesitation in the order. They all believe that they will win under the leadership of the god of war. Kill, kill, kill. The heavy cavalry is united. He charged at the wizards on the opposite side as if he was ready to die. On the opposite side, there were many wizards, most of whom were holding magic wands or magic swords. He looked at the cavalry charging at him without showing any weakness. Earth magic, soften. Magic shield blocks the soldiers on the left, and blast magic attacks the right side with all your strength. Remote magic from the rear strikes the enemy's rear. On the wizard side, it was obvious that there was also a military strategist. Looking at the aggressive soldiers, he also gave orders calmly. The enemy's command was of some standard. Wu Ming smiled here. The general of the kingdom next to him asked, "What do you say?" Hearing this advertisement, Wu Ming pondered for 2 seconds. The enemy knows that our heavy cavalry is very fast and can rush in with a charge. At that time, they can kill many magicians with random swords. Wu Ming pointed to the right side again. Our right side is the main force to deal with the enemy's long-range magic. The opponent releases shields to block the main attack. He pointed to the left side and explained. The soldiers on the left are the team of feint attack. They are worse equipped. They decided to quickly deal with these people first. It is a good tactic. Finally, Wu Ming looked at the enemy's back row. The long-range magic attacks our rear. If we can kill one, we will win the war without fighting. The magicians are a group of fearless guys. They don't know how to deploy troops. For them, the strength of their own strength is the top priority. And now the enemy has a military advisor. This is intriguing. Then we are in danger, right? Should we withdraw first? The general swallowed his saliva. Hearing that the enemy wanted to kill the commander, he immediately shrank his head in fear. He is just an ordinary person. How can he withstand the bombardment of magic? Shield soldiers move forward 10 steps, aim at the sky and raise shields for defense. Wu Ming ordered. Then he said to the general, "Can you be more capable?" The opponent's long-range magic can only hit the shield soldiers at most, which just charges the shields. The latter tilted his neck. It's normal to be afraid of death. What about the soldiers on the other 2 sides? The opponent's arrangement will kill a lot of people in one wave. Wu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. After a little thought, he began to issue new instructions. Heavy cavalry activates the jumping ability, jumps over the softened land and then charges in a cone, targeting the long-range magician in the middle. Teams 2 and 5 converge in the middle, cooperate with the heavy cavalry to try to eliminate more long-range magicians. Shield soldiers set up the formation. Teams 3 and 4 pull back, keep a distance and guide the opponent to leave the team. Wu Ming made arrangements quickly. Kindness does not lead the army. He was ready to sacrifice the lives of a small number of soldiers on the left. Boom boom boom. Choke. This time the soldiers completed the order as promised, and the heavy cavalry killed many wizards with their swords. The 2 sides engaged in close combat. The shield soldiers moved forward half a meter as a whole, and released the energy magic in formation, aiming at the opponent's military advisor at the back. The last order was issued. The shield soldiers formed a formation, gathered the magic energy they had absorbed before, and then aimed at the opponent's military advisor and released it. Instantly, the light penetrated the sky and successfully hit the military advisor in an arc, beheading him directly. Then it was a massacre. The wizards were naturally strong, but the heavy cavalry of the kingdom were all elite. Soon all the opponent's wizards were killed. The scene was quite bloody. Clean up the mess, I'll retreat first. Seeing that the war was over, Wu Ming said and opened the portal and went back home directly. The front yard of the house. Irene watered the flowers with a kettle, and a loving smile appeared on her face. Advertisement. You're back. You've dealt with those wizards, right? Let me think. Although they're all wizards, they don't have any military tactics. This war should be quite boring. According to the magic attached to the soldiers' equipment, they don't even need to use their trump cards to deal with them. Irene greeted, then nodded her chin and reasoned about the war to herself. It's boring to fight with wizards. You can defeat the opponent with just a few tricks. Wars between countries are more interesting. You deploy troops and I deploy formations. The fight goes back and forth, and anyone can lose. Fortunately, there's a military advisor on the other side who came from nowhere. I just used the energy storage magic, but it's really a boring game. Wu Ming said. Then he walked quickly to Irene. He reached out and touched her belly. Although it was still very flat, there was already a little life in it. It seems that our child is not simple. I'm afraid it won't be born for decades. Wu Ming sighed. That's right. He and Irene have been trying for so many years, and finally they are pregnant. If it's a dragon, it will probably take hundreds of years to be born. Irene thinks it's more likely to be a dragon. She and Wu Ming have both turned into dragons. So the child born should be a dragon, according to the records in the books. It takes a long time for a dragon to give birth to a child. Starting from 100 years. It's better to be a human, it's quite troublesome to raise a dragon. Wu Ming said. It's not clear whether it's a boy or a girl for the time being. What is certain is that, even if it's a girl, it won't be Urza who used the dress-up magic in the original book. After all, Urza was conceived before Irene turned into a dragon, and she was raised in her belly for hundreds of years before she was born. Let's settle down in Tenro Island in a while. He talked sweet words with Irene. Wu Ming calculated the time and decided to go to Tenro Island to talk to Mavis, the first president of the Fairy Tale Guild. It's X679, more than 300 years, I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. He sighed as he looked at the sky. Chapter 16. Landing on Sirius Island, adopting Mavis as his daughter. Let Zeref call him father. X679, Tinlong Island, night. Today Wu Ming and Irene landed on the island and headed towards the town on the island. There is a huge tree on the island. At the root of the tree is the Wizard Guild Red Lizard. This is the only guild on the island. Pass through the forest near the guild to reach the town. But that was only in the past. When the two landed on the island, they saw fire, smoke and blood. It looks like the war has just ended on this island. Irene looked at the smoke that had not yet dissipated on the island. The bloody smell in the air quickly distinguished that the island had just experienced a war. What a coincidence. Wu Ming touched his chin and muttered. He knew that the Red Lizard Guild on Tinlong Island would be destroyed this year. But he didn't expect that the time would be so coincidental. Originally, he thought, either get here before the Red Lizard is destroyed, or come here a few months after the battle ends. But he didn't expect it to be just when it was destroyed. The two walked inside, and soon arrived at the village on the island. There were corpses everywhere, and it was obvious that no one was left alive. Continue to move forward. Soon they arrived at the Red Lizard Guild station. Similarly, the fireworks here had not yet dissipated, and the blood had not yet coagulated on the ground. It was estimated that the war would end in less than a day. Hey, husband, look, there is a little girl who is not dead yet. Irene suddenly shouted. Wu Ming looked in the direction of her finger. Not far away, a dirty little girl wearing patched clothes fell to the ground. There was also a child who had died long ago lying next to her. Did you faint? Wu Ming went over to check her body. Except for some malnutrition, there was no special injury. The girl who fainted was Mavis. This place is dirty and not suitable for living. I found a library on the way. Let's go there, Wu Ming said. The two took the only survivor Mavis away. Click. The oil lamp dimly illuminated the library. Mavis frowned and soon opened her confused eyes. Sarah. She just woke up and murmured the name she called before she fell into coma. Soon she saw the environment clearly. She looked at Irene and Wu Ming, two strangers not far away, alertly and with curiosity. Who are you? Mavis asked. This way. Wu Ming and Irene found that Mavis woke up at the first time. However, in order not to scare her, they did not approach rashly, sitting not far away and eating the freshly prepared food. We came from the world outside the island. Unfortunately, we saw the village and the guild being slaughtered. You are not dead yet, so I brought you here, Wu Ming explained. After hearing this, Mavis curled up on the ground, hanging her head and seemed to be choking silently. Come and eat something. Irene's maternal love overflowed. She brought the hot food over. Seeing that Mavis did not move, she put the food in front of her with understanding. Advertisement. Gurgle. I don't know how long it has been. The sound of my stomach growling sounded. Irene and Wu Ming looked over here and saw that Mavis was blushing and very shy. Your friends, family, and companions are still waiting for you to bury them. You will have the strength to do these things after eating, Wu Ming reminded. This was considered to convince Mavis. This little guy was unexpectedly determined and could stay strong in such a bad situation. Huff, huff. Mavis held the big bowl and gobbled it up. Maybe she was hungry for a long time. The amount of food she ate was more than what she should have at this age. It's delicious. Woohoo. It's so delicious. You people in the outside world eat so well. Woohoo. Mavis didn't know whether she was heartbroken. Or was she really moved? She had a runny nose and tears while eating, and swallowed the rice without chewing it. It's just your illusion. People who have been hungry for a long time will think that the food is delicious. In fact, the food is nothing special. Irene smiled. She seemed to treat Mavis as her own child, and there was a kind of childlike momentum in her words. Hello, my name is Mavis Vermilion, welcome to Tinlong Island. After eating and drinking, Mavis regained her vitality and introduced herself in a rather grand manner. She even welcomed as the host. Hello, little girl, my name is Irene Belsarian, this is my husband Mr. Wu Ming, we are a traveling couple. Irene returned the greeting. After hearing the relationship between the two, Mavis showed the innocence and romance of her age. Various questions were raised, and Irene was particularly friendly and answered any questions. The two same SX people chatted for many hours. Finally, Mavis couldn't bear it anymore and nodded her head to doze off. Finally, she leaned on Irene. Hubby, should we raise a child first? Irene not only did not push away Mavis who was leaning on her body, but knelt on the ground and let Mavis lie on her legs. She reached out to help tidy up her messy hair. Puff. Cough cough cough. Wu Ming was eating. Hearing Irene's words, he immediately spit out the food and patted his chest to relieve his choking body. You want to be Mavis's godmother, this is really, really, wonderful. Wu Ming wanted to applaud. Why didn't he think of it? After becoming Mavis's godfather, Zeref will not only have to call him teacher but also dad. All the members of the fairy tale guild will become children. Natsu will also have to call him uncle. I have no objection, but although Mavis is very young, she is surprisingly opinionated and may not call you godmother. After the excitement subsided, Wu Ming analyzed rationally that although being Zeref's father is very interesting. But Mavis has enough opinions. It may not work. Maybe he will recognize his teacher as a student. Take it slow. Didn't you say we will stay here for many years? I don't know much about Mavis. Advertisement. Irene was not in a hurry. With such a long time, feelings can be cultivated slowly. The next day, Mavis said goodbye to the two temporarily. She was going to bury the members of the guild with her own hands. Until night fell, Mavis's dirty appearance reappeared, and this time her expression was slightly excited. Mr. Wu Ming, Miss Irene, I brought back a living person. Before entering the library, Mavis' voice came from outside. This side, Wu Ming had some guesses in his mind when he heard this, while Irene was confused. She had already checked the village and the guild. There was no one alive. Where did Mavis bring people from? Soon, Mavis rushed in alone. A hand seemed to be holding someone. This is Sarah, the daughter of the president and my good friend. Mavis pointed to the air around her and introduced them. Sarah, these two are Mr. Wu Ming and Ms. Irene, they are a couple traveling together. At the same time, Mavis said to the air. Here, Irene looked at Wu Ming next to her in confusion, as if to confirm whether she was the only one who couldn't see. It should be the despair that made her self-consciously create a good friend. Anyway, I didn't notice that there were other people here. Wu Ming whispered. Irene felt even more distressed after hearing this. Hello Sarah, I'm sorry to bother you for the next period of time. Irene greeted the air intimately. As for Wu Ming, I really couldn't convince myself, so I could only nod lightly as a greeting. So, Mr. Wu Ming and Ms. Irene, can you tell us more about the outside world? Mavis came over excitedly, fully expressed her curiosity about the outside world and wanted to continue listening to the story. Chapter 017. Acnologia goes to the northern continent to fight against the leader of the magic array dragon. That's it. Wu Ming and Irene temporarily settled in Tinlong Island. Let's talk about two things separately. The view came to Acnologia. A long time ago, Acnologia was forced to become Wu Ming's subordinate and found a deserted place to heal his wounds for several years. I thought his recovery ability was strong enough. But no one expected that the wound on his body did not change, and the wound was like an insatiable sea. There was no way. Acnologia could only ask Wu Ming for help, and under the blessing of the latter's time attribute. His injuries recovered as before. After healing, Acnologia first transformed into a human form, restrained his own magic power, and found Zeref in a 12-winged angel costume with a black background and red print. The two sensed each other's badges before they met. They made an appointment at a place. They communicated for 3 days and 3 nights. Then they left. As Acnologia thought, Zeref was a priest in a certain country. Use rich knowledge to develop power. Build a strong intelligence network to obtain various intelligence. This made Acnologia feel urgent, and he wandered in the dark world. He didn't find a few subordinates that satisfied him. After so long, he finally found his desired target. Northern continent, Kiltina. Acnologia stepped on this land, looking into the distance with a sneer on his lips. These dragons are good at hiding. If it were in the past, I would definitely kill you all. Acnologia sneered. Over the years, he has found various traces. He found that many dragons escaped and tried to survive in this northern continent. He rushed over without saying a word. Not to kill the dragons, but to subdue all the dragons on this continent. Hee. That guy Zeref is showing off to me about the believers he developed. Wait until I take these dragons. I must make you look good. In front of a powerful dragon, all believers are a mob. That's right. Acnologia has a clear goal. He no longer wants to kill the dragons, but decides to take in his subordinates and disgust Zeref. After all, compared to Wu Ming, he and Zeref have a deeper relationship. Both of them are the kind who don't take anything seriously. But who would have thought that the undead guy secretly became the embodiment of justice? He just feels unhappy. The first target is, another dragon-like guy. Acnologia took out a piece of paper from his body. It contained the clues he had collected with great effort. Advertisement. The first target was a human who had turned into a dragon. I don't know if he was one of the dragon slayers back then. He put away the paper. Acnologia walked forward in the clothes representing the evil faction. The place closest to the sea. The earliest established guild, the Dragon of Magic Array. The president, Arif Celia, has been in a particularly bad mood recently. This continent. The giant dragons came here hundreds of years ago. They wreaked havoc and announced their terrifying strength to the human kingdom. As the earliest guild, he had to fight against these dragons, so he studied dragon killing magic by himself. Unfortunately, the failure of the research directly led to dragonization. With the guild members fighting the dragon again and again, it was a pity that the guild members suffered heavy casualties. A haze loomed in my heart. Creak. At this time, the door of the guild was pushed open, and a man who looked fierce came in. Welcome to the Dragon of the Magic Array. Are you here to issue a commission? Alevselia greeted absent-mindedly. This way. Acnologia glanced at the guild members, and a group of people were injured. A bunch of trash. These members are very weak. So weak that Acnologia is unwilling to stay, even if he is subdued. But the arrogance in his bones has not changed at all, and he still wants to control everything. And the weak are just ants. Sir, are you provoking me? Arab Syria felt very harsh when he heard this. He stared at this person. When the two looked at each other, Arab Syria got goosebumps. The source of evil, the black feather of the end of the era, the king of dragons, the devil dragon Acnologia. Instantly, Arab Syria exclaimed. How could he forget this existence? He broke out in cold sweat. Never expected. The devil dragon that represents the end of the era would actually come to the northern continent. Finished. Really finished. It's dead, not only him, but also those dragons. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Acnologia roared wildly to the sky. Staring at him fiercely. What kind of dragon are you? Arevselia's body was tense. Advertisement. Facing this world-destroying dragon, how dare he move? If he is not careful, all members of the guild will die here. He must stabilize this dragon. Must stay away from the guild. Dragon of law, Arevselia replied. Hearing this, Acnologia squinted his eyes and thought about it. He couldn't figure out whether the law was magic for the time being. Anyway, let's fight. There was no need to think about this situation. Acnologia immediately roared crazily, and his body suddenly became huge. Roar. The dragon roar resounded through the sky. The guild building of the Dragon of the Magic Array was instantly broken by the dragon-like Acnologia. Damn it. Damn it. Arevselia certainly didn't want to fight. He was very self-aware. He couldn't even beat Kiltina's ordinary dragon. Not to mention the Dragon King. But, he had no other choice but to transform into a dragon and fly in the air. Shaw, Acnologia thought that he would not hesitate if he could do it. He rushed directly to the other party. Instantly. Two dragons were fighting in the sky. Their strong bodies allowed them to tear apart the clouds once they moved. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the ground. The members of the Magic Array dragon came out one by one from the ruins of the destroyed guild. What's wrong with that dragon? Why did it suddenly attack the president? I've never seen a dragon before. Is it a dragon hiding in the dark? Why is he looking for trouble with the president? Help. We must help. No matter what the dragon's origin is, since it dares to attack the dragon of the Magic Array, then be prepared to pay the price of falling. Release magic. Everyone release the most powerful attack magic to help the president kill this dragon. ... Although the guild members didn't know what was going on. But they still reacted immediately and ordered all members to attack the sky. This group of wizards cooperated very well. All used magic at the first time, and the magic was colorful and hit the sky. Ang. In the air, Acnologia naturally noticed the situation here and laughed at these people's presumption with a dragon roar. He lowered his dragon head and hit hard. He immediately knocked Arevselia away for several meters, and then he turned the dragon head. He opened his mouth and swallowed the human magic directly into his stomach. Chapter 018. 5 dragons appear. Acnologia. The more dragons that come, the better. Slurp. The dragon's mouth opened wide, and the powerful attraction swallowed all kinds of attributes. How is it possible? This dragon actually ate our magic. That's dozens of attributes. Isn't it afraid of getting a stomachache? At the very least, it will be malnourished. Why do I feel that its momentum is much stronger? Damn it. Our magic has no effect on this dragon. The people below were scratching their heads anxiously. But in the air, Acnologia swallowed those magics, and its dragon body stood up. The chest suddenly swelled. In the half-open mouth, there was a creepy energy brewing, and that energy was very terrifying. It was a breath. Alevselia immediately distinguished it. It looked behind it. The human port city was far away. If he dispersed, I'm afraid the dragon's breath would destroy the city. By then, all the humans in the city will die. The sense of responsibility of humans made it impossible for him to dodge, so he could only fight head-on. While thinking, Arevselia also prepared to spit out a breath. Boom. 2 breaths of different colors were released at the same time, and they blasted towards each other at a very fast speed. Buzz. At the moment when the 2 breaths collided, the leaked energy spread upward and downward at the same time. Higher sky. The thick clouds were directly torn apart by the energy. This continuous cloud layer was cut off in the middle by the terrifying energy. And the downward energy. It acted on the ground instantly, and at that moment, it exploded like a mushroom cloud. The smoke dissipated. The originally flat land was blasted into a deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. If there was fresh water storage, this place will soon become a freshwater lake. So scary. That terrifying energy is also not something that humans can contend with. Just the aftermath directly overturned these people for dozens of meters, and the most serious ones were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Warm-up is over. Acnologia was not surprised that the dragon's breath was blocked. The magic power of this Kiltina continent is very high. Living here for many years, both the physique and the magic power are very strong, which makes the dragons on this continent more resistant than those in Ishgar. But it is only resistant. This guy named Falong can only be regarded as medium strength among many dragons. Advertisement. Not only is he not as strong as the Dragon King, he is not good at fighting. However, most dragons are at this level, which can barely make Acnologia excited. It is worth mentioning that, in Acnologia's cognition, the strength of dragons is roughly low, medium, high and top. Low-level dragons are not good at fighting. They are usually adolescent dragons who have just reached adulthood. Intermediate dragons are adult dragons. High-level dragons or ordinary dragon kings are those second only to dragon kings. Like the wise dragon king is at this level. The top dragons are the fire dragon king Igneal, the space-time dragon king Wu Ming and his demon dragon king. There must be a distinction among the top. That is, the space-time dragon king Wu Ming greater than the demon dragon king Acnologia greater than the fire dragon king Igneal. So far, only Igneal and Wu Ming can make him take them seriously. Other dragon kings are just mammals that are uncomfortable to handle in Acnologia's eyes. Opposite side. When Arevgelia heard Acnologia say that the warm-up was over, the whole dragon was about to curse. In the fight just now, he almost used all his strength, but the result was just to warm up the opponent. Only then did he realize how big the gap between dragons is. Roar. But Arevgelia would never show weakness, he must protect the guild members. The most important thing is, he has not yet destroyed Kiltina's dragon. A new round of fighting begins. This time is more intense than before, the fight between the two dragons is no longer limited to physical strength. It is also a tossing back and forth between the sky and the ground. It's only a few dozen minutes. The situation has become clearer and clearer. Acnologia also has wounds on his body, but compared with Wu Ming's wound, this time the wound is a drop in the bucket. And the opposite Arevgelia is gradually unable to cope. Ang. When Acnologia was about to blow up the opponent, a shadow appeared in the sky in the distance. The dragon's roar came first. Soon, the shadow got closer and closer, and a closer look revealed that it was also a dragon. That's another dragon. Another dragon has appeared. It's over. It's really over. Isn't that dragon the water dragon Melkophobia? It's one of the 5 dragons we want to kill. It will never help the president. Help the president. It might even kill our president. ... Looking at the dragon coming again, the magicians of the magic array dragon felt sympathetic. Dead end. Advertisement. This is a dead end. The president couldn't beat this black dragon in the first place, and now the original enemy dragon is coming. The president is going to die. He will really die here. Arevgelia, you have a day. Acnologia. The water dragon Melkophobia flew closer. Just saw Arevgelia's chest being torn open by a claw. Just about to laugh at him. Suddenly, he recognized the other dragon, the dragon that brought despair hundreds of years ago. He was so scared that his dragon body trembled and almost turned around and ran. Ha. Water dragon, what an ignorant young dragon, actually called himself a god. Acnologia shook his dragon claws, throwing away the remnants of Arevgelia with blood and flesh. He swept the water dragon sarcastically. Judging from the momentum, this water dragon is stronger than Arevgelia, and the one in front is the peak of the middle dragon. Boom. It's not over yet. The water dragon didn't have time to speak. The earth shook violently, as if some huge monster was approaching. Look at the distance. It's a dark mass. The wizard below suddenly exclaimed. Everyone and the dragon looked into the distance, and a huge black shadow gradually appeared in the distance. It was a living creature. Every step made the ground shake. Wood dragon Alderan. I didn't expect it to wake up too. Melkophobia's dragon body was suspended in the air. Looking at the dragon body that covered the sky, he recognized who it was at a glance. Very good. Another dragon, the more the better. Acnologia was fearless. Hundreds of years ago, during the Dragon King festival, there were countless dragons. He was not afraid of that scene. Now there are only 4 dragons including him, it's just a small scene. Arevgelia, Melkophobia, Demon Dragon King, Acnologia. After the wood dragon Alderan approached. First, he read out the names of the first 2 without any waves, and when he read Acnologia, his voice was sharp. Judging from the voice, it had only endless fear of Acnologia. I have killed many dragons, but I have killed very few wood dragons. Your clan is really huge. Acnologia was still in the mood to chat. After the water dragon appeared, he temporarily stopped fighting against Arevgelia. Prepare to wait a little longer. Chapter 019, a female dragon. What an unexpected gain. Ding. A crisp sound appeared out of nowhere. The clear sky suddenly darkened, and a moon hung in the sky. The moon was getting bigger and bigger. Then, the space in the center of the moon was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, splashing waves. A giant dragon with several tails and a slender body came across the border. Moon Dragon Selene. The wood dragon Alderan took over the work of the water dragon and took the initiative to introduce the identity of the dragon that came this time. The magicians of the magic array dragon. They didn't know what expression to show, one dragon after another appeared here. They couldn't find them before. Today, they took the initiative to appear in front of them. If these dragons are here to kill President Arevgelia, They are desperate. Water dragon Melcophobia, wood dragon Alderan, Farina Repsilia, are you gathering here for a meeting? This black dragon. Moon dragon Selene floated in the middle of the moon, swept past several dragons. And finally looked at the black dragon. Acnologia. The head was stunned for 2 seconds. Then she screamed in an extremely sharp voice, her pupils constricted. The hair on her body exploded. This dragon that brought her endless fear actually appeared at this moment. Appeared in front of her. Is he here to slay the dragon? Female dragon. Hee, this is an unexpected gain. Acnologia sneered. He would take the other dragons, but he would catch this female dragon. Give it to that B************ D Wu Ming. Although he couldn't beat that guy, sending a female to him would disgust him. As for how to disgust him, although he didn't know how strong Irene was, as a former queen, she must be very strong and would never agree to her husband taking a concubine. If he sent this female over, Irene would definitely be angry, which would just make things difficult for Wu Ming. Acnologia, maybe any of our dragons can't beat you alone, but now we are all gathered here. So if you don't want to die, just watch yourself. I'm not interested in giving birth to a child for you, the dragon of the end. The moon dragon Selene scolded with a dark face. Hearing Acnologia's words, she subconsciously thought that this demon dragon was thinking about her body. Angry scolding. You guys are not enough. There are other dragons coming, come out. Advertisement. Although Acnologia was in the middle of several dragons. But it never thought of changing its position. He showed his aura as a dragon king in a domineering manner and continued to shout at the remaining dragons that had not appeared. As expected of the demon dragon king. If they are not good enough, then add me. At this time, the gold attribute in the air continued to increase. A dragon head formed in the air, and the body gradually emerged at any time. The whole body was shining with golden light. A giant dragon that looked like a machine. Golden dragon Beelness, you dare to show up on your own initiative. Moon dragon Selene exclaimed. Even the wood dragon and the water dragon looked at the golden dragon with surprise. This dragon is a conceptual dragon. It exists and does not exist, and has always been in a special state. Today, it dared to show up on its own initiative. If it is killed, it will really die. Dare. No. It's not about whether you dare or not, but a good opportunity. We can kill this demon dragon here completely together. Such a good opportunity is enough for me to run out and stretch my body on my own initiative. Golden dragon Beelness's golden eyes showed madness. The 5 dragons are both friendly and enemy. Normally, it is impossible to get together, but today we are reunited because of Acnologia. Such an opportunity is rare. The golden dragon that exists and does not exist. If you don't show up, I will really find it difficult, but you show up on your own initiative. Acnologia glanced at the golden dragon. He had never killed a golden dragon before, but judging from the expressions of the other dragons, this one seems to be in a special state. However, as long as it shows up, it will be easy. The magic dragon is enough to devour and kill everything. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now there are 6 dragons, there shouldn't be any more dragons, right? It's hard to say. Only 4 of the 5 dragons have come, so there should be more. And the flame dragon and the earth dragon. How can there be more? The appearance of 4-5 dragons is already the limit, and there can't be any more dragons. The wizards were all numb. Including their president, there are now 6 dragons in front of them. This is a once-in-a-century event. How could there be other dragons coming? There are probably only these few. And Farina Repsilia has already given up hope. He has been leading the magic array dragon to fight against the 5 dragons, although the guild has been attacked. But that was just one dragon. Advertisement. Logically, the 5 dragons cannot appear together, but no one expected that Acnologia, the magic dragon, would come. The fight with him successfully attracted the attention of the 5 dragons. Then they all appeared. He didn't know whether the 5 dragons were dead or not, but he had fought with Acnologia before. The injuries on his body have not fully recovered. If a fight really breaks out, the 5 dragons and Acnologia might kill him first. It's a dead end. What a pity. It's a pity that he has to say goodbye to this world before he can solve the 5 dragons. Boom boom, boom. The earth suddenly shook, and this time it was different from before. Before, the wood dragon came over and caused an earthquake when it moved. But this time, the ground was shaking all the time, and the soil in the ground was surging as if something was about to come out. Roar. Instantly, a bloody mouth broke out of the ground and aimed at the injured Arevgelia and bit it. It was obviously planning to kill one first. Arevgelia reacted quickly, and the dragon body immediately flew higher. Slurp. But someone was faster than him. Acnologia heard that there were 2 more of the 5 dragons mentioned by the wizards. And one of them was the earth dragon. So he was always alert to the ground to prevent being accidentally attacked by sneak attackers. But who could have thought? The earth dragon did appear suddenly, but it aimed at Arevgelia. How could this be? These dragons would soon be his subordinates, how could they tolerate being bitten off by each other's limbs? A powerful momentum burst out instantly. It plunged from the sky to the ground. Boom. The heavy body smashed down fiercely. The earth dragon Dogra never expected that Acnologia would attack it first. He was hit by the sudden dodge. The huge dragon body was smashed to the ground immediately. It struggled madly. It tried to shake off Acnologia and escape. Chapter 020. 5 divine dragons gather together, 8 dragons fight, who will live and who will die. Roar. If you dare to run, I will smash you to pieces. Acnologia's dragon claws grasped the struggling earth dragon, and a dragon breath that could destroy everything was brewing in his mouth. He warned the earth dragon Dogra who was trying to escape. The latter immediately calmed down. At this moment, he was a lamb forced into a corner. If there was anything strange, he would be killed without hesitation. He could only wait for his longtime friend to rescue him. Alas, why do I feel hotter and hotter? Hotter and hotter. You are too nervous, but we can understand. After all, there are so many dragons in front of us. It's a bit hot, as if the temperature is rising. Strange, I saw the stars last night, and it's cloudy today, so it shouldn't be so hot. The wizard didn't know how to marvel. There were more and more dragons. At first, they decided to fight side by side, but now they are thinking about whether there is a chance to run away with the president. If so many dragons really kill the president, no matter how hard they try, they can't save the president's life. The temperature around them is getting higher and higher. At first, the dragons didn't care, but soon they also felt the heat. At this time, the night after the appearance of the moon dragon Selene had passed, and the sky was bright now. The white clouds in the clouds were no longer so pure. Gradually, they turned into fiery red, and the scorching temperature melted the earth. The flame dragon Ignia can be said to be the strongest dragon among the 5 dragons. Aleph Celia, who was healing over there, sighed deeply. When the earth dragon appeared, he knew that the flame dragon was coming too, and he had to quickly recover his body to facilitate the chaos later. Ignia, haha, I have killed the fire dragon king named Igniel. Acnologia still sneered. Judging from the melting ground, this flame dragon is obviously stronger than the others. This is just right. Only powerful dragons can excite him. Igniel is my father. The flame dragon Ignia appeared, and his dragon body emerged from the clouds of fire. He introduced himself in a calm tone. His dragon body was wrapped in blazing flames, which were quite violent. It seemed to want to burn everything in the world. I didn't expect you to show up on the Kiltina continent before I avenge you. But this is also good. I was very embarrassed when I escaped. All these years of hard training are just to kill you. Ignia's dragon body was fully exposed. The flame of revenge burned in his dragon eyes, and he was almost unable to hold back. So many dragons in the Dragon King festival didn't kill me, you guys are too naive. Roar. Acnologia released the neck of the earth dragon Dogra. Advertisement. He looked up at the sky and roared. A domineering aura emanated from him, sweeping over these dragons. Water dragon, wood dragon, moon dragon, earth dragon, gold dragon, and magic dragon. These dragons are all in the middle dragon stage. If you really want to kill them, you can kill them in a few hours. The only one that is more difficult to deal with is the flame dragon. It can only be said that he is worthy of inheriting the blood of Ignir. His strength is infinitely close to the level of Dragon King, belonging to the level of high-level dragons. However, as he said, these dragons are too tender when put together. Not to mention the attribute restraint. Just the status is different, he is at least the king of dragon kings who has killed the Dragon King. Ang. Roar. Acnologia's roar is like a declaration of war. Many dragon roars responded, rushing up by controlling the dragon body, and even the magic dragon chose to besiege Acnologia at this time. There is no way. Among these dragons, Acnologia's reputation is too scary. He really can't sleep or eat if he doesn't solve it. Doomsday. This is the doomsday of Kiltina, run brothers. It's too powerful, we will die here. I'm sorry. Although I like the Magic Array Dragon Guild very much, I will die if I continue like this. I still have a family. President, you must survive. We will wait for you in the guild. ... The wizards complained. It's not that they don't want to help, but they are powerless. A war with so many dragons. This area will probably be sunk. They will die here. 7 dragons besieging 1 dragon. Such a war can be a Dragon King festival. Acnologia is getting more and more excited. The more powerful these dragons are, the happier he is, but before that, he has to defeat them. Ha ha ha. Fight, fight, let the blood spread all over this land. Acnologia is a madman. Relying on the magic immunity and the strong physique, he interspersed among several dragons. The dragon claws, sharp teeth and tail were all transformed into weapons. The occasional breath could even make the earth roar. Madman. What a crazy dragon. Arefsaria gritted his teeth. He was already injured. In addition, he was the weakest among the dragons, so he instantly became Acnologia's primary target. This time was even faster than before. In almost 10 seconds, the injuries he had finally recovered from became more serious. He was about to collapse. Advertisement. It's a roar. Arevgelia, retreat quickly, you can't block this breath. In the fight, Acnologia still had time to prepare his breath. Water dragon Melkophobia hurriedly reminded him. The other dragons glanced at him. It was obvious. Although they joined forces to attack Acnologia, they had already planned to sacrifice Arevgelia in their hearts. The water dragon reminded him. The other party might not die. Damn. Arevgelia's long accumulated self-restraint exploded. He cursed. The dragon twisted his body and hurriedly dodged Acnologia's roar. Boom. The breath didn't hit. The long energy hit the ground and extended to the wilderness in the distance. Boom. The energy breath that soared into the sky made deep gullies in the ground. You couldn't see the bottom at a glance. No one knew how deep the breath hit, but it was certain that if it hit the body, the dragon body could be easily penetrated. You can't run away. Roar. How could Acnologia let him go easily? The dragon body swung its tail violently. The thick dragon tail hit the moon dragon. Snap. Never underestimate the dragon's tail. Even if the moon dragon was alert, it would be swung. But after hitting the body, it immediately opened a big mouth. The moon dragon Selene groaned. The dragon body was stiff for 2 seconds. Acnologia also took the opportunity to flap his wings vigorously. The huge dragon body came in front of Celia in the blink of an eye. Puff. A bloody claw directly pierced Celia. Slurp. Celia screamed in pain instantly. Although it wasn't his heart that was pierced, it made him lose the strength to fight again. If you want to live, just stay here. Acnologia left a message. He twisted his dragon body and rushed into the encirclement again, continuing to fight with the remaining 6 dragons. Alas. Celia sighed deeply. He turned back into a human body, fell from the air to the ground and healed quietly. Chapter 21. The 5 dragons escape, and the water dragon Melchifosa surrenders. Although he can run now. But who knows if Acnologia is telling the truth, if it is true. If he runs away, not only will he die, all members of the Magic Dragon Guild will probably be killed by Acnologia. But he can't figure it out. Isn't Acnologia here to kill dragons? As long as he is killed, it is completely possible to shock the 5 dragons, and when they realize that they have no advantage in continuing to fight and escape, it is completely possible to fight head-on. In a one-on-one situation, I believe that no dragon dares to say that it can kill Acnologia. I can't figure it out. Celia really can't figure it out. In the air, after getting rid of Celia, the other 5 dragons cooperated more tacitly, complementing each other, fighting back and forth. Breath, claws, magic immunity. Acnologia became more and more comfortable with the fight, and was suppressed by the cooperation of the 5 dragons at the beginning. But the situation soon reversed. Using the magic immunity and sharp fangs, he caught a dragon and killed it. The battle was extremely fierce. The roars were heard in the wild mountains and ridges. In the nearest city, residents looked over here curiously. However, due to the distance, they did not see the battle between dragons, the strength of this top race. The fight was going on slowly. The sun rose and set, blood soaked into the earth, and the land turned blood red. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Except for Celia who lost his fighting power, the other 6 dragons were not exhausted. However, from the degree of their desperate efforts, they were no longer as sharp as when they first met. The 6 dragons were seriously injured to varying degrees. The worst one was the wood dragon Alderan. Because of his huge body, he often couldn't avoid the breath. It only had a thin and long bone left on one of its legs, and there was a human capital on its back. Although it threw off many humans on the way here. But there are still many people. It's a pity that the war was so fierce that several countries collapsed. I'm afraid there are few survivors. Its back was covered in blood, and its bones were exposed. After this battle, it will have to sleep for at least a few hundred years before it can recover. It's too hard to fight. Tired. Especially tired. Several dragons felt that their magic power was almost drained. They were also extremely tired mentally. They fought for 3 days, even if they were giant dragons, they couldn't hold on. The land has become bumpy, and it's only a matter of time before it falls into the deep sea. At first, they felt hopeful. Now, let alone hope, it's a question whether they can leave alive. After 3 days of tense spirits, several dragons gradually became powerless and naturally a little slow when fighting. Because of this situation, Acnologia found a flaw, and the speed and strength of the dragon body suddenly increased. The tail hit from the side. Puff. Take the opportunity to aim at the dragon body of the golden dragon. Instantly. Advertisement. The tail pierced through easily, and the golden dragon's body stiffened, lowering its head to look at its pierced chest. Huge pain followed. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The golden dragon struggled to get rid of the dragon's tail, and bright red blood kept oozing out of his chest. He looked dazed. He howled to the sky, swung his dragon body and turned to run, and he had lost the intention to fight again. The golden dragon ran like this. It was as if the pillars supporting the high-rise building collapsed, and the other dragons immediately broke away from the battle and began to flee. However, Acnologia would not let them go. He spotted the fastest water dragon and increased his speed to catch up. I'm sorry, Melchifosa, although we are both 5 dragons, we all run away when disaster strikes. Moon dragon Selene apologized guiltily. She twisted the space around her, and her dragon body immediately disappeared on the Kiltina continent. Flame dragon Agonia looked solemn. He also fled without saying a word, and had a clear understanding of Acnologia's strength in his heart. He just felt sympathetic. The Dragon King is the Dragon King after all. The gap in strength is too huge. The most difficult thing is magic immunity. Their magic is completely ineffective, which makes them have no hope of winning no matter how they fight. For Acnologia, 3 days of bloody battles are completely sustainable, and they have already memorized the smells of several dragons during the battle. Even if they run, they can't escape. Melchifosa, surrender to me and I will spare your life. Rain began to fall from the sky. In this environment, Melkophos is faster than Acnologia. But it is not easy to get rid of him. In order to make me stop, the great demon dragon king actually started to make up lies. Melkophos is not stupid. As we all know, the demon dragon king is determined to kill dragons and has zero tolerance for dragons. If he stops, he will die. You can't escape, none of you can escape. Acnologia roared. After tracking for a week, the Kiltina continent was in a mess. In the end, the water dragon Melkophos did not escape. By the sea, in Melkophos's home court, his wings were broken. His body was covered with scars. You can kill me or cut me. I didn't expect that I escaped the massacre hundreds of years ago, but I couldn't escape the massacre now. Advertisement. Melkophos was knocked down. He looked at the demon dragon high in the sky, and felt that fate was unfair. From today on, you are my subordinate. Acnologia said in the air. Melkophobia was silent, looking up and down at the guy in the air, his face was full of doubt. Are you the demon dragon king? You only want to kill dragons, but you actually want to recruit subordinates. Have you successfully broken your brain after hundreds of years? Melkophobia complained. Ask all dragons. What impression does the demon dragon king Acnologia give people? Violent, crazy, domineering, the existence that scares dragons. All dragons will be killed by him, but Acnologia didn't kill the dragon today. It's as exaggerated as the big devil becoming a warrior. Magic Guild Angel Wings, I am the 12-winged angel of the evil faction, and you will all join this guild. Become the core members of the evil faction. Acnologia patiently explained to him. Confused, Melkophobia's dragon brain couldn't turn around. The demon dragon king would actually join another organization. He must have hallucinated today. Who can subdue an existence like Acnologia? Thinking of this, Melkophobia looked at him with a little curiosity. Yes, although the president of Angel Wings is a jerk, I have to admit that he is very strong. Acnologia's personality has long been different from before. Maybe he changed his personality after being beaten by Wu Ming. Or maybe he found something more interesting. He is no longer the former demon dragon king. Really, it must be said that Melkophobia was shocked. There are people like Acnologia who can't beat him. Who is that president? Listening to Acnologia's tone, it seems that he was convinced by the beating. He is obviously someone else's subordinate. But he has no intention of rebelling at all. This is really ridiculous. I will inform you if there is anything. Acnologia left a word. Waving the dark wings, he flew away to pursue the traces of the other 5 dragons. Chapter 022. The female dragon comes to your door and gives you the moon dragon as a concubine. Tinlong Island. It has been 2 months since she settled on this island. Mavis has fully utilized her social skills and has become friends with Wu Ming and Irene. She will consult with them on all kinds of questions she is curious about. If it were someone else, maybe some questions would not be answered at all, but Wu Ming can use the powerful time attribute to master all kinds of knowledge in advance. He can always perfectly answer Mavis's curious questions. Mr. Wu Ming is so amazing, it seems that no question can stump you. Mavis asked a very tricky question this time. I thought she could stump Wu Ming. But she couldn't find any far-fetched answers. It was as if this answer should be the most correct. I hope you encountered a problem while studying, not that you did it on purpose to make me unable to answer. Wu Ming squinted his eyes and smiled. He liked Mavis who loved to study, but sometimes her quirky brain circuits were really helpless. He. Mavis tried to giggle and get away with it. She did it on purpose. There was no way. In the past years, no one had answered all the things she was curious about. Now she finally met such a powerful person. She really had that thought in her mind. It's time to eat. Mavis, Wu Ming, and Sarah. Irene called from outside. To respect Mavis, she would pretend that Sarah was also around on weekdays. They went out to eat. After eating a meal with oil dripping from her mouth, Mavis couldn't stop praising Irene's cooking skills. Wu Ming and Irene were suddenly stunned. The two looked up at the sky at the same time, and they felt that there was a magical fluctuation in this sky. The two of them withdrew their consciousness obscurely. After arranging for Mavis to study, the two flew to the distant sky. About a kilometer away, Wu Ming and Irene were suspended in the air, their eyes constantly scanning the surrounding space. There is something in the other space, and it happens to be this coordinate. Wu Ming explained. The magical fluctuations in the space are very strong. I don't know who can cause the touch of reality in the other space. Another space. Irene had heard of another world before. But she had never been able to see it. Let them show up. There were more than one. Advertisement. Wu Ming raised his arm and pointed his 5 fingers at the surrounding space. Da. The space attribute was released. After a snap of his fingers, the surrounding space was rippled. A dragon appeared. This dragon had several tails and a face like a fox's. The dragon's body was slender. But it was covered in blood and its white hair was tangled. It seemed to have experienced a fierce battle. After suddenly appearing, Wu Ming and Irene were stunned, and even the dragon froze involuntarily. It seemed that it did not expect to appear here. This dragon is so beautiful, it should be a female dragon. Irene looked at the dragon that suddenly appeared. She could not help but praise it. It is not difficult to distinguish female dragons. Generally speaking, male dragons are huge and strong. Females are slim and stylish. The dragon's face was also gentle, not as majestic as the male dragon. Humble human. The dragon swept past the two, flapped its wings and prepared to leave again. Wu Ming blinked. If he remembered correctly, this dragon was Selene, the moon dragon, one of the 5 divine dragons, right? Why was she so miserable? Are the other 5 dragons so fierce in their sparring? Moon dragon Selene, surrender. It's not over yet. The fluctuating space shook again. A pitch-black dragon followed closely, roaring and revealing its figure. Acnologia. Wu Ming and Irene both couldn't help but exclaim. They never expected that it was him who made moon dragon Selene so miserable. Wu Ming was ashamed. Looking at this situation, Acnologia chased to the Kiltina continent. Doesn't that mean all the 5 dragons were killed? Wu Ming's brain was a little confused. In the original book, Acnologia should have never been to that continent. The 5 dragons are a 100-year mission. Did Acnologia deal with those dragons in advance? As expected, there are records about the black feather of the end in human history. You should run away. The island can no longer be saved after the arrival of the demon dragon king. The moon god dragon Selene reminded the two. She didn't figure out how she fell out of the alien space for no reason. But she didn't have time to think about it now. She was caught up by Acnologia, and there would be a deadly battle next. Thinking of this advertisement, she glanced at the 2 humans. Their faces were full of confusion, and they didn't seem to want to run away at all. She frowned and snorted in her heart. She was not kind enough to protect the local humans. If she didn't run quickly, she would die here. On the opposite side, after Acnologia appeared, he also saw the 2 of them. After he was stunned for a moment, he was not in a hurry to attack. Ahem. Can you tell me about the current situation? Wu Ming asked. The moon god dragon Selene sneered. Didn't you see that the black dragon of the end of your human history appeared, and it wanted to kill dragons and destroy the world? Selene explained. On the opposite side, Acnologia said, subdue, although it was just 2 words. But Wu Ming already knew what it meant, and the doubts hanging in his heart were cleared. It was probably his fault. After subduing Acnologia, he began to look for subordinates. He accidentally learned that there were dragons on the continent of Kiltina. Or he passed by that continent and felt that there were still giant dragons. So he had to subdue them. What about the other dragons? Wu Ming asked. If they were subdued, then the other 5 dragons should not be extinct, and the other dragons are said to be very powerful. Fallon Arepsilia surrendered, Water Dragon Melcophobia surrendered, Wood Dragon, Alderan surrendered. This moon dragon can travel through different spaces. I chased it for nearly 2 months. Although he was unhappy with Wu Ming. But Acnologia still patiently explained. And here, the more the moon dragon Selene listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Why did she feel that Acnologia knew these 2 humans? Wow, you are so active. Wu Ming was amazed. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the demon dragon king, and the subordinates he found are all top-notch. Zeref over there has not dealt with the dragon's confidant yet. This moon dragon is female, didn't Acnologia want a child? Irene joked. Hearing this, Selene's whole dragon face turned very dark. It was because of this. That's why she desperately ran away. This human woman is really talking about things that are not related to her. Not interested. Actually, I don't want to harvest this moon dragon as a subordinate. According to Wu Ming's agreement, I will send it to him as a concubine. Acnologia's dragon face showed a sly smile. It's finally time for him to take revenge on Wu Ming, and he will face the anger of his wife. What? As soon as this was said, the 3 parties were all stunned. Chapter 023. Shock. 2 female dragons fought for a man. Slander. This is blatant slander. Wu Ming is so wronged, he has never made such an agreement with Acnologia. This guy plays tricks when he can't beat him. My husband wants to take a concubine. A dragon is worthy of it. Irene looked at Wu Ming with a fake smile. The words were thrown out one by one. Wu Ming's scalp was numb. Seeing Acnologia's evil smile, it was really yellow mud falling off the crotch. It was shit or shit. Humble human. I will kill you now. The moon dragon Selene immediately went crazy. She didn't care so much. Acnologia caught her and wanted to give her to humans. If so, she would rather be insulted by the dragon. What qualifications does a mere human have to be her husband? As she said that, she stretched out her dragon claws to grab here. Humph, coquettish BCH, I will scratch your face. Irene snorted coldly. She stepped forward and punched hard. Boom. A punch made a sonic boom, and the terrible aftermath instantly made the sea ripple. Selene's dragon eyes shrank. What's wrong with this human? She is a dragon. A mere human can actually block the attack of a dragon. Has humanity developed to this point? No. How is it possible? Limit edition technique star collapse. Irene blocked the attack. Then she used her ultimate move directly, and used the limit edition technique against the sky. Instantly, the sky was covered by black clouds. A touch of red gradually emerged clearly, and then the black clouds were broken. The huge loss was wrapped in flames. Smashed straight towards the moon dragon. Meteorite. How is it possible? Selene's dragon body was tense. This kind of magic power, this level of magic, this human. Absolutely the strongest among humans. Awesome. Acnologia narrowed his dragon eyes and looked at the meteorite falling from the sky. I have to admit that this Irene is also very powerful. Just a human body. It can summon such a big meteorite. If it turns into a dragon, it will be stronger than that magic dragon. Roar. Shocked by the size of the meteorite. But not to the point of being at a loss, Celine's dragon body sank and held her head high. Advertisement. The chest was brewing energy. The breath in her mouth entered the charging stage. Whoosh. The breath spurted out from her mouth, and the terrifying light column broke through the sky and hit the meteorite. Rumble. The speed of the meteorite's fall was instantly curbed. After a few seconds of stalemate, the meteorite began to crack, and cracks began to spread hideously. Crash. Finally, the meteorite shattered and turned into rubble of different sizes and fell from the sky. Plop. The rubble hit the sea and splashed huge waves. Roar. At this time, Irene let out a dragon roar. Her body directly turned into a giant dragon, roaring and declaring war on the moon dragon. You are also a dragon. Ridiculous. As a proud dragon, you actually married a mere human. Celine was not willing to be outdone. As a dragon, there is no reason to flee without a fight, even though she has consumed a lot of physical strength. But she must fight on. Go to hell, you coquettish and bitchy dragon. Irene scolded. Celine was angry. You are the coquettish and bitchy. You are so hungry that you have S*X with humans for physiological needs. Shame. Irene retorted. You BCH dragon. Celine. You are a chanting dragon. BCH dragon. Yin dragon. BCH. Yin. Two females were fighting. They cursed and fought, fully demonstrating the fighting style of being a wild woman. Wu Ming watched quietly. He really didn't know what to do, but pregnant Irene was really irritable. She started fighting. Hee hee. Acnologia on the opposite side was laughing so happily. It was the first time he saw females fighting. It really refreshed his cognition. It's funny, isn't it? At this time, Wu Ming came over and said coldly at the huge dragon head in front of him. Acnologia's smile froze. Speaking of which, we haven't fought for a long time. I'm in a bad mood, so let's move our bodies. Wu Ming said. Acnologia reminded. There are still several dragons waiting for me to conquer. After a long time, I won't be able to find their location. Aang. However, the answer to him was the roar of a dragon. Wu Ming turned into a giant dragon and bit Acnologia without saying a word. A-hole, you are provoking. Yeah, roar, roar. The fight started here too. Advertisement. When two dragon kings fight, the area must be very large. The sea water is sunken. So, he is also a dragon, but why doesn't Acnologia chase you? Here, successfully attracted by the fight between the two dragon kings. They stopped fighting at the same time, flying in the air and looking at the terrifying fluctuations over there. Of course I can't beat him. Don't you know that Acnologia is already my husband's subordinate? Irene is proud of it. Proudly raised the dragon head, showing off complacently. How is it possible? Acnologia is the dragon of the end, it has magic immunity, and it is also the dragon king. Celine immediately refuted. There is no dragon in this world that can beat Acnologia. That is the dragon king. And it is also a magic dragon that is immune to magic. Tisk. Irene sneered disdainfully. My husband hunted Acnologia for several years many years ago, and beat it so hard that it lost its temper and took the initiative to seek death. Shock. Celine's dragon eyes widened, staring at the dragon in the distance. This man. How could a dragon be so powerful? No wonder you became his wife. The dragon clan has always respected the strong since ancient times. Celine said. Irene was about to praise, but frowned and felt that something was wrong with this statement. Acnologia is also very good, and you won't suffer if you marry him. Irene said. However, Celine shook her head. I am more interested in him now. Roar. Hearing this, Irene got angry again. You cheap dragon, trying to steal a man, go to hell. Go to hell, go to hell. Irene rushed over desperately. Claws, teeth, and every part of the body turned into weapons. How can you call it robbing a dragon? It's normal to surrender to a powerful dragon. At most, I'll call you my sister. Celine is not afraid. If Wu Ming can really defeat Acnologia, then she will survive. It's normal to surrender. This is very common in the dragon clan. Bah, I don't recognize you as my sister. Irene became even more angry. The offensive became more and more fierce, exerting the power of the virtuous dragon to the extreme. Various additional powers continued to bless. Celine was suppressed. Both battles were fierce. Generally speaking, Irene and Celine held back. After all, they are both females. As a female dragon, she doesn't like fighting. Celine wants to live more. And Irene is pregnant, so it's impossible for her to really kill. On the other hand, Wu Ming and Acnologia don't have so many concerns. Chapter 024. Laying dragon eggs or, as dragon kings. Their strength is stronger than that of ordinary dragons. When they fight, it is easy for mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, and it is normal to sink isolated islands at any time. Irene and Celine stopped fighting after one day. The former returned to the island to take care of Mavis, while the latter turned into a human body and floated in the air while healing and watching the battle. Another 10 days and 10 nights. The two people fought for so long, not because they couldn't fight anymore, but because there was no need to continue fighting. They are also considered to be one of the same people, so it is not necessary to fight to the death. However, there must be a winner in the battle. According to the injuries on the two, Wu Ming is still the winner in this battle. Even smaller than the injuries he suffered many years ago. Monster, how can your strength improve so quickly? It's even more exaggerated than before. Both dragons turned back into human bodies. Acnologia's face was solemn. You really don't know until you fight. This Wu Ming's strength is almost twice as strong as before. If he hadn't worked hard to improve his strength, I'm afraid the gap would have become larger and larger. They are all dragon kings. Maybe the space-time dragon is special. Wu Ming shrugged. He has never practiced deliberately, but his strength is constantly improving. If he waits a few hundred years, he feels that he doesn't even need to turn into a dragon to defeat Acnologia. So strong. Really so strong. At this time, Celine approached with a face full of excitement. Why haven't you left yet? Why don't you run away while Acnologia has no time to see you? Are you looking for death if you stay? Wu Ming frowned and glanced at her. To be fair, he didn't dislike the moon dragon, because she was not the kind of dragon that killed indiscriminately. This time, he also wanted to save face. By the way, Acnologia, what are you doing? You sent the moon dragon here to disgust me. Wu Ming complained. He still had to go back to coax Irene. He couldn't attack other women just because Irene was pregnant. Hee, I can't beat you, so I'll disgust you. I'm going to subdue the other dragons and help me heal my injuries. Acnologia sneered. He said his purpose without any concealment, which was really to disgust people. Advertisement. Bad taste. Wu Ming laughed at his little action. He reached out and touched Acnologia's badge, and the magic of time attribute acted on him. Buzz. Not long after, the wounded Acnologia recovered as before. Let's go. After recovering from his injuries, Acnologia left without stopping. What kind of great power is this? It can actually restore the body in a very short time. Celine was stunned, although the siege of the 5 dragons did not kill Acnologia before. But it also caused a lot of injuries. One after another. After a long time, there is indeed a chance of victory, but now the injury is healed with a wave of his hand. With this ability to assist, Ignia and their plan is doomed to fail. Hee. Wu Ming smiled but did not answer. The attribute of time appeared on his body, restoring his physical condition. Then he flew towards Tinlong Island. Hey, how about healing me? Celine hurriedly followed. Her injuries were a bit serious, although Acnologia did not kill her. But in order to prevent her from escaping, the attack was quite ruthless. Even if those injuries recovered, they would probably leave a lot of scars. And this Wu Ming's ability. Being able to recover without leaving scars is simply the most enviable ability for women. I have never killed a dragon. If you want to give me a chance to kill a dragon, then I don't mind tasting dragon blood. Wu Ming rolled his eyes and landed on Tinlong Island. He walked leisurely on the island and soon returned to the library to see Mavis reading a book and Irene fiddling with flowers. Is this your child? Celine walked in. Seeing the little Mavis, she immediately reacted. They should have a child. I don't know whose power this young dragon inherited. If it is Wu Ming, it would be amazing. Parents. Mavis stared. After looking at Irene, she stayed on Wu Ming for a long time. Yes. Mr. Wu Ming and sister Irene are like parents. They are very good to me no matter what they do. Thinking of this, Mavis was a little distressed. She has parents. Although her father and mother died early, she can't recognize other parents after her parents died, right? Oh. No, that's good. Celine knew she was wrong. She smiled awkwardly. At the same time, she was quite satisfied. After all, the times are different from the past. It would be fine if there were no children. If there were. You couldn't let someone's child have another mother out of thin air. What's good about that? We already have a child, but it's not born yet. Irene said coldly. Seeing Celine coming back with her man, she realized that the situation was not good. This female dragon really had improper thoughts about her man. Pregnant. Celine was stunned. He glanced at Irene's belly, and then suddenly realized that she was pregnant. Advertisement. By the way, is the child of Dragon Slayer after dragonization a dragon or a human? Wu Ming asked. This matter still needs to be consulted with the dragon clan. Celine pondered. It should be a dragon. If you are pregnant after dragonization, then the child should be a dragon. Hiss. Hearing her say this, Wu Ming and Irene were a little helpless. They are still human in their bones. If possible, it would be better to give birth to a human. Now that I heard that she was going to give birth to a dragon, then Irene would have to become a dragon and give birth to a child. The gestation period of a dragon starts at 50 years. Depending on the type of dragon, this time may be longer, but it will not exceed 300 years at most. Celine's knowledge is still quite useful. Is it a dragon egg? Irene was curious. It shouldn't be, right? Wu Ming felt that it was probably wrong, but he hoped it was a dragon egg. Yes, after the dragon egg is laid, the child needs to break out of the shell by itself. Celine nodded. 3 views exploded. Wu Ming felt that he could not look directly at the dragons in this world. I haven't heard that the dragons in the anime fairy tale lay eggs. Did he forget? Anyway, I have nothing to do recently, why don't you let me join you? Celine said. Isn't your intention pure? These 4 words immediately appeared in Irene's mind. But after thinking about it, although 50 years is a long time, it will pass quickly. It should be more convenient to have the help of the dragons at that time. She looked at Wu Ming. Then she nodded and agreed to Celine's request to join. The Magic Guild Angel Wings, there are currently 4 people including me, and you are the 5th. As for the costumes, let's go with 6 wings. It's obvious that Acnologia doesn't want you, so you belong to the peace faction. The costumes are divided by strength. The 5 dragons are very strong, and if you really want to say it, they are indeed qualified to wear 12 wings. But Wu Ming thought about it. I think there are only 3 12 wings, Zeref, Acnologia and him. The 6 wings are mainly dragons. The 4 wings are based on the standard of the 12 shields of the saint, and the wingsless are the 10 great magic ways of the saint. Chapter 025. The day when destiny begins, Mavis leaves the island. That's it. Someone settled down on Tinlong Island again. Time flies, 7 years have passed. The little Mavis has grown up and become the most favored little one. Mr. Wu Ming, Sister Irene, Sister Celine. Someone is on the island. Next to the library, Wu Ming built a house with his own hands, and a group of people live in this house. Mavis comes here every day to eat. Today, Mavis, who was patrolling, ran over quickly and called out loudly before entering the house. Mavis, it's time to show what you have learned. Wu Ming walked out of the house. He was followed by Irene and Celine, the former exuding a stronger vitality. The latter was eating barbecue. Shouldn't we drive them away? Mavis was puzzled. Few people know about this island. This is also the main reason why Mr. Wu Ming and Ms. Irene settled here. Now there are outsiders breaking in. It will disrupt their lives, and driving them away is the most correct choice. Then I'll leave it to you. Ask them about their purpose. I believe you can complete the task very well. Wu Ming said. Mavis' eyes sparkled with gold. Mission. She straightened her body with excitement, staring at him with an extremely fanatical look. I promise to complete the task. Hey. Can I join Angel Wing after I complete the task? Mavis asked. Hearing this, Wu Ming nodded in agreement with a smile. Then Mavis happily began to make arrangements, and could not take the initiative to contact. You must strike back. Let's hide first. The person who came this time should be a very important guide in Mavis' life. Wu Ming said to the 2 women. Then he stretched out his hand and wiped it out of thin air, and the house they lived in was covered by a barrier. Disappeared next to the library. On the other side. The 3 people who landed on the island acted separately. They were treasure hunters responsible for collecting treasures. Walking towards the library was Yuri Drayar. He was shocked when he entered the library. I was scared to death. It turns out that this island is inhabited. Yuri Drayar was a little panicked. When he came here, it was deserted and there was no trace of people on the road. He thought it was a deserted island. Here Mavis began to carry out the mission. At the same time, Wu Ming and the 2 women huddled in the house, waiting for Mavis to come back leisurely. Mavis has been saying that she wants to go out to see the outside. Wu Ming said. Advertisement. Irene nodded. Yes, that child is very curious. She can't stay on this island forever. Sooner or later, she will leave and go out for adventure. Celine asked. So why don't you take her to travel? You always refuse her with various reasons. The time has not come yet. Wu Ming smiled and did not answer. He could indeed take Mavis out, but he and Irene had experienced everything they should see and see. He was really not interested in going again. Moreover, Mavis must leave with the people who landed on the island this time, so that the fairy tale guild can be established. They were chatting here. Mavis, who was receiving the guests, had finished, and was bringing the 3 of them. We looked around the island, but we didn't find anyone else living here. Yuri Drayar followed him out. He had just played a guessing game with Mavis, and unfortunately lost the game. He was feeling depressed at the moment. You said there were 3 adults living nearby, but we didn't see them when we came. Preshido looked a bit fierce. He spoke directly, and seemed quite difficult to get along with. He didn't believe what Mavis said. I haven't seen them. Warred Sequin seconded. Listening to the 3 of them, Mavis was stunned and didn't think much about it. If you don't see the house, it must be hidden. Soon. A group of people came to the place where the house was originally. There was indeed an empty space here. But there was no house. Sister Irene, open the door, I have completed the task. Buzz. As Mavis shouted, the empty space in front of them shook, and slowly a house appeared out of thin air. There really is a house. This is magic, right? That means the gentleman and sister mentioned by this little girl are both wizards. But why let Mavis? The 3 of them didn't understand. Wizards are a group of very powerful people, and it is very easy to expel them. Creak. The wooden door creaked. Wu Ming, Irene and Celine came out and glanced at the 3 outsiders casually. And Yuri and the other 3. Just now, I felt that all my secrets were being peeped. Inexplicably pressured. Welcome to visit Tinlong Island, but unfortunately, the Tinlong Jade disappeared 7 years ago. Wu Ming said. Mavis casually said, Mr. Wu Ming knows that they are here to look for treasure. As soon as the words fell, her little face froze, and she blinked as if she was recalling what she had just said. Advertisement. What? The serious Jade is gone. Then. Mavis raised her voice and said loudly. Don't you know? Irene looked at Mavis strangely. Celine reminded. I asked you to patrol every day, so you didn't pay attention. Woo woo woo. Mavis felt particularly wronged. She didn't pay attention to this matter, and always thought that the Sirius Jade was still on the island. Mr. Wu Ming, the Sirius Jade is the core of Sirius Island. Let's go and find it back, Mavis said hurriedly. She didn't care about many things. The most important thing is everything on Sirius Island, and now the core is gone. Yuri and the other two were tense. If these wizards were to look for it, the possibility of them getting it would be very small. Mavis, haven't you always wanted to go out to sea? This time, the task of finding the Sirius Jade is handed over to you. We will wait for you here, Wu Ming said. Mavis's expression of grievance disappeared. Her eyes were bigger than bells, staring at Wu Ming in a daze. She wanted to leave the island. She had wanted to go out before, but she was always rejected because she was too young. And now she got permission. But, why was she the only one who wanted to go out? It was obviously more interesting to go out with Mr. Wu Ming. You three. The Wizard Blue Skull Guild stole the Sirius Jade. Mavis will leave with you. Goodbye, Wu Ming said. Yuri and the other two immediately planned to refuse. The Sirius Jade was something they also wanted. Taking Mavis out might not necessarily get the Sirius Jade in the end. Just when they were about to refuse, Wu Ming stretched out his hand and waved, and Yuri and the others were in chaos. You're already on the ship, Preshido exclaimed. Just now, she was near the center of the island, and in the blink of an eye, she was on the ship. Is this the power of a wizard? Awesome. Mr. Wu Ming is so awesome. Mavis, do you have this ability? Ward Sequin twisted his head exaggeratedly. It seems that she has not yet recovered from the shock. No, Mr. Wu Ming said that I need to refine my magic power more, and he has not taught me magic for the time being. The hair on Mavis's head fell down helplessly. She wished she could learn magic. No matter what, I must learn magic after I find the Sirius Jade. After a short period of loss, Mavis was full of energy again, raised her arms and waved goodbye to Sirius Island. She was about to set sail. Chapter 026. The one who teaches magic, the Pope of the Angel Church, the Black Magician. Zeref. After Mavis left, after riding the wind and waves, we arrived at Magnolia town. With great expectations. When we entered the city, the whole city was in broad daylight, the streets were deserted, and all the doors of the houses were tightly closed. Soon, we saw someone bullying a child. Several people stepped forward. Only then did they rescue the child and learn about the situation of the town from the child's mother. Ruled by the Blue Skull, the group of wizards were fearless, and hundreds of them were showing off their power. They had magic. It was easy to suppress the town guards and exploit the residents living here. Anyone who dared to resist, all were killed as a warning to the monkeys. This town has become a cage full of crises. Hearing this, Mavis and others were of course very angry. Boldly resisting the Blue Skull Guild, as Yuri and the other three who often go out. Their skills are quite good. They easily beat back 7 or 8 wizard members. But later, the president of the Blue Skull led his men to encircle and suppress the enemy again. This time, Mavis made a careless misjudgment. Yuri fell into a coma and Preshido was injured. Forced to retreat. In the forest west of Magnolia town, Mavis, Ward and Preshido guarded the wounded. I took it for granted and misjudged the power of the magician. Mavis seemed a little lost. She planned this operation, but because she misjudged the opponent's strength. Yuri and Preshido were injured. She blamed herself deeply. The power of the magician is indeed not something that ordinary people can contend with. It would be great if we could also use magic. Preshido clenched his fists. The desire for power in his heart continued to increase. The power of magic. Go back to Tinlong Island. Mavis said firmly. Go back and let Mr. Wu Ming, Irene and Sister Celine teach us magic. Find parents after being wronged. For Mavis, Tinlong Island is not just a warm home. There are also parents on the island that she relies on the most. Decided in the heart. When I go back, I will bring Mr. Wu Ming out no matter what, and give Blue Skull a good lesson. The momentum and strength displayed by those people are indeed much stronger than Blue Skull, but Yuri is seriously injured and can't move for a long time. Ward also had hope in his heart. It's a pity that his companions were injured and temporarily unsuitable for long-term action. Mavis lowered her head sadly. Advertisement. Rustling. A short silence. A refreshing wind blew in the woods, and the leaves made a pleasant friction sound. Someone. Preshido exclaimed and stood up from the ground, his eyes locked on the path in the woods. Mavis also perked up. He tensed his body and looked over there, fearing that the Blue Skull gang would chase here. It seems that you are the ones who need some help. In the path in the woods. The figure gradually became clear, and finally a black-haired young man in black clothes came out. He smiled. Who are you? Mavis curiously questioned the person who came. She has been living on Tinlong Island, and everything in the human world is very unfamiliar. Mavis doesn't know, but that doesn't mean Yuri doesn't know him. His breath stopped when he saw him. The immortal Pope of the Angel Church, the guardian of the Kingdom of Fury, the Dark Mage Zeref. Ward introduced him solemnly. At the same time, he was also confused. How could this legendary mage who had lived in the capital for many years appear here? Was he here to save the town of Magnolia? The Dark Mage, the Pope. Mavis opened her mouth in surprise. He sounded like the most special person in the kingdom. Why did he come here? I see. No wonder the teacher asked me to come. Zeref glanced at several people. Finally, he stayed on Mavis for a while longer, and then he understood why teacher Wu Ming arranged for her to come here a few days ago. This little girl has the qualifications to go with him and his teacher. Your teacher. Mavis was puzzled. Zeref nodded. My teacher is Wu Ming, and he arranged for me to come here 2 days ago to teach a few people to learn magic. What? Ward couldn't stop being shocked. You know, this black magician Pope has lived for hundreds of years. And his teacher turned out to be. That is to say, the gentleman living on Tinlong Island is at least an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. But why is he still so young? Mr. Wu Ming. Mavis was seriously shining with dazzling brilliance. And her heart was warm. I didn't expect Mr. Wu Ming to value her so much that he would arrange everything even if he left the island. Stop talking nonsense. Next, I will teach you magic. Zeref said. Several people nodded vigorously. If they can learn magic, then the Blue Skull will not be their opponent. If you want to learn magic, you must practice diligently to guide the magic power in your body. Advertisement. Day after day, Prescido and Yuri learned magic one after another. And under the specific arrangement of Zeref, Ward also learned stronger magic to protect his companions. In the end, only Mavis was left. She sat on the stone by the lake depressed. She couldn't learn other powerful magic. So you are here. Zeref's body was not eroded by the curse, which caused him to smile often. Mr. Zeref, can't I learn other troubles? Mavis asked. Hearing this, Zeref pondered for 2 seconds. If it weren't for teacher Wu Ming's arrangement, he wouldn't have taught dark magic. Since teacher Wu Ming was the backup, he could indeed teach him the real skills. Before teacher Wu Ming asked me to come, I didn't know why I had to come in person for such a small matter. But after seeing you, I understood. Mavis listened. She didn't understand these things. Anyway, she wanted to learn more powerful magic. Dark magic is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will fall into darkness. You have this talent, so are you sure you want to learn it? Dark magic. This kind of power can easily lead people to fall into darkness. If you can't keep your heart, you will become an evil person. Dark magic. I want to learn it to liberate Magnolia town. Mavis was determined. Mr. Wu Ming once said that magic has no distinction between good and evil. Good people use it for good, and evil people use it for evil. She believes that she is kind. Then, I hope that when we meet again, you will have the qualifications to go with us. Teach dark magic. In the next few days, Zeref taught several people how to use magic. He left soon after, and Mavis and the others practiced in the forest for a few days. Then, in order to liberate Magnolia town, several people reached an agreement. Mavis made a battle plan and went to Magnolia to find the residents who resisted. This caused disputes, separate the president and members of Blue Skull, and harass and block them respectively. The plan is very good. Yuri and the other 3 all affirmed Mavis's tactics. Hearing this, Mavis smiled and said, although I read a lot of books, I was taught more by Mr. Wu Ming himself. In the past years, Wu Ming often simulated wars with Mavis, and both sides formulated tactics as military advisors. There have been both wins and losses over the years. Chapter 027. The Cursed Girl. Liberate the town. According to Mavis' plan, several people easily broke through the Blue Skull Guild. Just when they were about to win, an accident happened. After breaking through the Blue Skull, Yuri found the Sirius Jade and collected it. This is a very dangerous stone. Due to the long-term absorption of evil power, anyone who touches it will be dominated by evil power. The Sirius Jade is out of control. Under the influence of evil power, Yuri's soul merged into the body of the Skull Dragon on the top of the Blue Skull Guild. The Skull Dragon moved. It wreaked havoc in the city and destroyed the town indiscriminately. Facing this Skull Dragon, Prescido and his men were simply unable to resist. At the critical moment, Mavis stood up. She took the initiative to approach the Skull Dragon, jumped down and stood on the Skull Dragon. I have finally obtained the power, and I will use this power to protect my companions. Mavis drove the dark magic she learned. Law. A burst of light shone, enveloping the entire city. Even in the neighboring city, the light can be clearly seen. The Bone Dragon was successfully solved, and it collapsed on the ground in wreckage, and Yuri turned back into a human. The town was liberated, but due to the use of unfinished powerful magic, Mavis's body stopped growing. A few days later, Mavis led Yuri, Ward, and Prescido to the lake in the western forest. Founded the guild Fairy Tale. After that, it was the beginning of the legend of Fairy Tale. In April X686, the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale was established, and the first president was Mavis. In July of the same year, the Second Trade War broke out. In February X688, the Wizards intervened in the Second Trade War, and Mavis's military advisory skills were recognized. In May X690, Yuri got married and the Second Trade War ended. The treaty prohibiting conflicts between guilds was established. In March X696, the infirmary of the Fairy Tale Guild. Yuri's wife was giving birth, and Mavis and the others outside were particularly excited. Little baby. I wonder if Yuri's child is a boy or a girl. The ahoge on Mavis's head swayed back and forth. Over the years, she has been busy with the affairs of the guild, and it was even more laborious because of the trade war. She had no time to rest. Although she wanted to go back to Tenro Island, she had to endure it for the sake of the guild. Soon after, the child was born. Advertisement. Wow wow wow. A clear and loud voice resounded throughout the infirmary, and Yuri's son was born. President, I hope you can give the child a name. Yuri's wife requested. Mavis seemed a little surprised to see that everyone had this idea. She thought about it. Makarov. Let's name the child Makarov, Mavis said. All the guild members cheered. They surrounded Makarov and laughed and played. Everyone was very happy. This is the first child born in fairy tale. At this moment, because the production consumed too much energy, Yuri's wife died. Boom. When Yuri's wife lost her life, Mavis's body was covered with goosebumps, and an indescribable feeling came over her. Something is coming out. Mavis stepped back. She felt something strange in her body, as if a ruthless force was about to appear. The most obvious feature of the Angser Ramal curse is that the body stops growing. When life passes before your eyes, the contradictory curse will erupt. Single quote. In my mind, Mr. Wu Ming's words echoed in my brain. How could it be? No, no, I absolutely won't. Mavis kept shaking her head. She couldn't accept this, she couldn't become like that. Mavis, Mavis, what's wrong with you? Her companion called in her ear. Mavis' eyes kept shaking, and she stepped back in fear as she looked at Yuri and the others approaching. No, no, turned and fled. Mavis was eager to stay away from the guild to prevent the curse from erupting. Leave quickly. Mavis had only this belief in her heart. When she rushed into the forest, the curse erupted. Buzz. The ruthless black energy shield spread in all directions, and all life died wherever it passed. 1 year later, on Tinlong Island, Wu Ming stood on the edge of a tree, looking at the distant direction of Magnolia. Irene, Celine, I'm going out for a while, you guys have a good rest here. Wu Ming said. After the voice fell, a space gate appeared beside Wu Ming, and he went through the gate and left Tinlong Island. Desolate ruins. In the dead forest, a tired and sluggish girl curled up in a tree hole. Advertisement. Ta-da-da. The footsteps gradually approached. Mavis raised her head slowly and looked at the blurry figure in front of her. Don't get close. Don't get close. After 2 seconds, Mavis retreated in fear, watching the blurry figure getting closer and closer in despair. If this continues, she will die. Mavis supported her body and wanted to escape, wanting to move to another place where there was no one. Teacher, you came so quickly. After all, it's my adopted daughter, how can I watch her continue to suffer? That's true. After all, only you. Under the moonlight. The blurry figure was clear in full view. It was Mr. Wu Ming and Zeref. Why did they come here? Mavis was surprised at first. Then she shook her head in fear. She didn't want to take the lives of these two. It's been so many years, and you don't even know to go home to see. Irene is especially worried about you. Wu Ming sighed and looked at the miserable girl. Some things cannot be changed. But fortunately, he was there, at least he could save Mavis. Mr. Wu Ming. Mavis muttered to herself. She really regretted not being able to go back to Tinlong Island to see her family. Don't get close. Mr. Wu Ming. Don't get close to me, I have been cursed by Angser Ramal, and I will deprive you of your lives. Mavis reminded hurriedly. At the same time, continue to retreat, keeping a sufficient distance. Didn't you tell her? Wu Ming asked Zeref beside him. Zeref shook his head. Shouldn't the teacher say these things? Huh, Wu Ming was confused. This guy, Mavis, you may not know. In fact, you are not the first cursed existence. Wu Ming said. Mavis was stunned. Not the first person to be cursed, what does it mean? To be precise, I am the first cursed existence, and that was a very painful period. Zeref said. What? Mavis' pupils shrank. Looking at Zeref was a little surprised, but at the same time more doubts came to her mind. Then why can you live in the city? Even if you deny it from the bottom of your heart, you will unconsciously deprive others of their lives. Mavis asked. People who carry the curse of Angser Ramal. No life can appear around them, no matter how careful you are, you will be deprived of your life. But this person, Zeref. But the Pope of Kingdom of Fury has lived in the human capital for many years. Chapter 028. Wu Ming, Zeref and Acnologia are really talented. Zeref raised his eyebrows. He looked at the teacher next to him and said, let the teacher explain it to you. After all, he is also a cursed immortal. What? Mavis opened her mouth in shock. Looking at Mr. Wu Ming next to her, the shock in her heart could no longer be described in words. Mr. Wu Ming was also a cursed person. Could it be that? All the kindness he showed to her before was just a disguise. No, Mavis was sure that Mr. Wu Ming and Sister Irene's concern for her was from the heart. So, how could Mr. Wu Ming be as easy to be with animals and creatures as Zeref? No, she was just wondering. The power of depriving life suddenly surged. And this distance was not good. Go, Mr. Wu Ming, leave quickly, that curse is about to attack. Mavis knelt on the ground in pain, trying her best to suppress it. Hope to buy time for Wu Ming and Zeref to escape. Teacher, I'm not sure if the curse will take my life now, so please take care of me a little. Zeref hurriedly reminded. He didn't know much about the power of the curse, and didn't know if he would be killed if he was also cursed. So he said timidly, hoping that his teacher would take care of him. After all, he is the Pope. Can you be more domineering? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Wu Ming was speechless. Over the years, Acnologia and Zeref have had contact with each other. The former used his subordinates to cause chaos. The latter relied on the trained subordinates, and it can be said that they fought back and forth. Small-scale frictions continued. One positive and one negative have already determined their identities, and they are constantly fighting and testing. Buzz. Seeing that Mr. Wu Ming was still laughing. Mavis was miserable, and she couldn't help it in the end. The black energy shield on her body spread. Everything around was deprived, and the light shield covered the person in front of her in an instant. It should. No way. Mavis looked with despair. Although she knew that no one could survive under the curse, she still had a glimmer of hope. The light shield completed the deprivation of life. Mavis no longer held any hope. Tears overflowed from the tear glands and filled her eyes. Children who love to cry can't see fairies. The voice came. Advertisement. Mavis looked in shock. The two in front of her stood in front of her safely, with a faint halo on their bodies. Death hunting actually really didn't deprive them of their lives. Wow, wow, wow. Mavis burst into tears with joy. In the past year, no one could get close to her, and animals didn't dare to fly over her head. Everywhere she passed was a dead place. Today, finally someone was able to avoid being killed, and her suppressed emotions were released to the fullest. You kid, after all, you are more than 20 years old, you will be laughed at if you cry again. Wu Ming walked over helplessly, squatting on the ground. He rubbed her hair with his hands to comfort her. Wow, wow, wow. Sir, how did you do it? Ying ying. Mavis threw herself into his arms. She asked curiously with a crying voice, she really wanted to know about this. Not being deprived of life, it's my magic, just create an absolutely safe space. Wu Ming said. Mavis nodded vigorously, then are we a real family? The more you cherish life, the more you will deprive it of life. Only if you don't value the people around you, you can get close to them. She hopes to know Mr. Wu Ming. Do you really cherish her, or treat her as something dispensable? Of course, soon you will become like me and Zeref, and you can cherish everyone without worry. Helping Mavis stand up, his hand touched her forehead, and the power of time acted on Mavis. A vague figure flickered. Mavis' eyes were blank, and her consciousness entered a deep learning state. Not long after, her eyes became bright. The aura on her body was completely different from before, and the traces of time remained on her. From now on, the side effects of the curse have disappeared, leaving only an immortal body and eternal life. Wu Ming applauded exaggeratedly. Zeref over there was speechless, but the teacher did it. As a student, he also had to give face considerately, and mechanically raised his hand to clap. Mavis was a little embarrassed. Standing awkwardly, fingers entangled together. You can do whatever you want next, but I must remind you that the Fairy Tale Guild has already prepared a cenotaph for you. And they just went to Tenro Island to tell us about your death not long ago. She has been missing for a whole year. Prescido and the others seem to have found Mavis, clothes before she left. Advertisement. They naturally assumed she was dead. The cenotaph was just placed on Tenro Island not long ago. Ah, Mavis was tangled. The guild is her second home, and she can't bear to leave Yuri, Prescido or Ward. But she has to work all day after she goes back. By the way, why are you here too, Zeref? Could it be that you like Mavis? Wu Ming didn't rush her to make a decision. Turning to Zeref, this guy has been looking for Mavis for a while. It stands to reason that the relationship between the two won't change so quickly, right? Teacher misunderstood. I just wanted to see her condition, and by the way, try to see if I can bring her back to the church, and plan to arrange a saint status for her. Zeref said. This is all superficial. In fact, he didn't want Mavis to join the evil camp. Acnologia, that guy, likes to poach people more and more. Several of his men in the church were kidnapped. The number of people in the evil camp is increasing. If this continues, the angel church will be defeated. Although not many civilians will die. But he doesn't want to lose to Acnologia. The two have been fighting for so many years. It will be embarrassing to lose. Sir, what are you talking about? Mavis asked. What about the saint? And isn't Acnologia the ruler of the demon cult? A group of evil wizards hiding in the shadows. Acnologia and Zeref are both members of the Angel Wing Guild, and both are the highest level 12 winged angels. When it was first founded, it was divided into two factions, good and evil. The good one is black with gold patterns, and the evil one is black with red patterns. Over the years, Zeref founded the Angel Church, a kind force. Acnologia was a little slow to react. 10 years ago, the demon cult was just established and ruled all the dark guilds. Talent. Both Acnologia and Zeref are talents. The original arrangement. They have become the leaders of the white and black worlds. What? Mavis was frightened again. I didn't expect that there were two people, Zeref and Acnologia, in Mr. S. Angel Wings. No one would dare to believe it if it was spread out. Time flies so fast. 400 years have passed. Next, we will start to suppress the protagonists. Wu Ming sighed. 400 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In a few decades, the plot will begin. He has to prepare for the suppression of several protagonists. The era of chaos is about to begin. We have to take action. Wu Ming began to recall and make the next plan and prepare to start a new round of candidate screening. Chapter 29. The Great Ice Mage, Uru and her two little apprentices. Northern Continent. On the street of the town, two little girls who look the same are walking hand in hand. One of them has a pair of white wings on her head and her hair is very long and curly golden. She is wearing a cape that looks like a beautiful fairy. She is barefoot. Compared to the one who was jumping and pulling, she is obviously much more stable. Sister Mavis, does that store really sell sweet cakes? Her red hair is soft and smooth. She is wearing a fluffy princess dress and walks like an active rabbit. Of course. But Urza, we must not let your mom and dad know that we secretly bought cakes, otherwise they will slap us. These two cute little girls are Mavis and Urza. Urza was born a few years ago. Originally, they were worried that the dragon eggs would hatch dragons, but unexpectedly, the dragon eggs contained human cubs. Unlike humans, Urza has a physique comparable to that of a dragon since she was a child. She could walk after 1 month of birth. Now she has grown into a beautiful little girl. And 2 years ago, Wu Ming brought a group of people to the northern continent and settled down here. Oh, that's really not allowed. Thinking of her father's stern look when he taught her, Urza shrank her head in fear. Two little loli came to the store. Looking at the dazzling array of cakes, they swallowed their saliva. Buy. Only children make choices, I want them all. There are many kinds of cakes. Even as foodies, Mavis and Urza can't finish so many. Alas, I bought too much. Mavis was worried. So many cakes must not be taken back, and they must find a way to hide them. Give it to the homeless. Throwing away cakes is of course impossible. Urza's eyes turned and suggested. Mavis immediately agreed, and the two little loli walked on the street with a lot of cakes. Those two children look like homeless people. After another half a day, Mavis suddenly pointed at the two children in front, although the two children were dressed cleanly. But their parents were not seen around. They are probably orphans in the town, so it's a good opportunity to ask the two kids to help eat some cake. The two little girls walked over. Little friends, what are your names? If you answer the questions well, you can eat cake. Mavis took out a beautifully wrapped cake to tempt. Urza tilted her head beside her. The two children had dead fish eyes and looked difficult to get along with. Advertisement. My name is Leon, his name is Gray, and our master is over there. The boy named Leon introduced. Maybe because they were the same age, he was not too vigilant. Tisk. Go play somewhere else. The boy named Gray sneered. He seemed a little unhappy with the behavior of the two little girls. Difficult brats. Urza judged the little boy named Gray. Thanks to his father's repeated reminders. No more fighting outside, otherwise she would definitely teach this rude brat a lesson. Hello, two little girls, aren't your parents here? At this time, Leon and Gray's master came forward. Smiling, he supported his knees and took the initiative to care about the safety of Mavis and Urza. Think about it carefully. If Ultir is still alive, he should be about this age, right? I'm just short. In fact, I'm over 100. In my 20s. Mavis' face was dark. The pain of her life is her height. She is almost 100 years old. But she is still treated as a child. Hey, how about this? I take you home. My name is Ulu, and I am their master. Ulu suggested. Mavis was ready to refute immediately. But she thought that even if she refused, this guy named Uru would not give up easily. So she had to agree. Not long after, Uru, slightly surprised, brought 4 children and stood in front of the most luxurious house in the town. Mavis and Urza are great, they know how to bring men home. It was Celine who opened the door. She saw Uru and the 2 little boys following them. She joked happily. After all, she had lived for at least a few hundred years, and dirty jokes really came out at will. Mavis rolled her eyes. Nonsense, this Uru treated me like a child and insisted on sending me and Urza back. That's it. Celine looked at Mavis's height. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This immediately made Mavis's face darken, and she pushed Celine away in anger and left first. Celine's sister. I'm going to play. Urza said hello, then trotted after Mavis to hide the cake together. Celine passed by. Thank you for sending them back. Urza's father should be very interested in you. Why don't you come in and have a seat? Coming to the northern continent is not just to settle down. According to Wu Ming, he hopes to meet a man named Uru. It would be even better if he can discuss cooperation by the way. So about Uru's appearance. Advertisement. Celine has seen him before. It just so happens that she meets him today, so she will arrange it. Does that gentleman know me? Uru was very surprised. Because she had to take her apprentice to practice in the ice and snow, she rarely came to live in the town. Except for the boss of the purchasing company. No one should know her, judging from this person's words. It seems that the owner of this house knows her. Who knows? After getting along with Wu Ming for a long time, I found more and more that this man was very mysterious, especially when he didn't go out for many years. But he still knew a lot of things. Seeing this, Uru walked in without thinking, she at least had some real skills. Not to be trapped here. You two children can walk around freely, it's very safe here. Celine said. Leon and Gray looked at Uru. Seeing the latter nod, the two little guys began to wander around. On weekdays, they didn't have the opportunity to live in such a nice house. Now they were running around curiously. Here, following Celine into the main room, they saw the owner of this house. At the first sight, Uru thought of the 4 words, ordinary. This man was not special, just like someone caught randomly on the street. Sit down, Ms. Uru. Wu Ming sat on the sofa, smiled and greeted and pointed to the seat opposite. Sir, we shouldn't have seen him, right? Uru didn't sit down. Standing there and constantly recalling. It can be confirmed that she really hasn't seen this person. Before that, I want to ask you a question. Wu Ming said. Uru nodded. I remember you have a daughter, why didn't you bring her with you? Wu Ming didn't remember the timeline before the plot started. But he vaguely knew. Uru's daughter was a very talented child, and she was still using the lost magic, time magic. Then the child was hidden by someone, right? My child died. She had very strong magic power since she was a child. She was sent to the Magic Research Institute for treatment. Not long ago, someone there told me, she died. Uru didn't think much about how this person knew. But he still told the truth. Although her daughter died, she now regards her 2 apprentices as her own children. Chapter 030, Urza accepts a disciple and inherits space magic. Puff. After listening to Uru's heavy words, Celine couldn't help it, she laughed out loud. Suddenly, Uru's whole face turned black. Is this woman making fun of her dead daughter? It's really too much. Ahem. Ms. Uru, don't mind, she is not in a normal mind. Wu Ming hurried to comfort her. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. It seems that he was 2 years late in contacting Uru. Ms. Uru, right, you have also seen Urza. When she was born, her magic power was comparable to yours now. But there is nothing wrong with her body, so too much magic power will not cause the container to die. Celine took the initiative to make a comparison to save her own gaffe. Of course, Urza is definitely different from other cubs, but in fact, too much magic power will not kill people. You mean? Uru's heart was shocked. If she won't die, then her daughter. Yes, your daughter may have a very strong magic talent, so she was secretly hidden. Wu Ming explained. Wulu suddenly stared. His breathing became more and more rapid. Thinking carefully, there is indeed this possibility. But, that research institute is a very formal place, it shouldn't be. Wulu tried to confirm his daughter's death. But his tone was not firm. This matter is easy to handle. I can take you to the research institute to find out whether it is true or not. Wu Ming suggested. Wulu was about to nod. She calmed down her nervous mood and stared at the man in front of her. What is your purpose? There is no such thing as getting something for nothing in the world. Wulu didn't think that this man would be so kind. There might be other reasons. I want to accept a disciple. Your ice shape is very strong, but it seems too ordinary to me. Your daughter has a stronger talent. I hope she can get my power. Wu Ming said. Hearing this, even Celine was quite surprised. She knew that Wu Ming had the 2 strongest attributes of time and space. No matter which one, it is very strong. Advertisement. This Wulu's daughter actually has this talent. What a lucky baby. Excuse me, you look ordinary. Magic was denied. Uru was a little restless, she was a woman who refused to admit defeat. Although the magic was ordinary. But she thought her strength was okay, and this person was completely ordinary. How could she say that? What a coincidence, your 2 apprentices and my daughter had a little conflict, why not let them prove whose magic has more potential? Wu Ming's eyes were dazed as if he was sleeping. In less than 3 seconds, he smiled with a little interest and made a suggestion. What's wrong with them? Uru was a little nervous, she knew that her 2 apprentices were very naughty. Afraid of bullying other people's little girls. Time went back a few minutes. When Leon and Gray were wandering around, they found an empty house. Urza was sitting on the ground refining magic. The 2 little guys were curious. Sneaked in and observed secretly. While observing, Gray couldn't help but laugh at Urza, which angered Urza. My father said that my strength is the strongest among my peers. What right do you have to say that I can't do it? Urza finished refining magic power. She was very proud to inherit her father's power, and she practiced very hard for it. Now she was denied. Naturally, the child got angry and had an argument with others. Humph. That's because you didn't meet us. Gray was very arrogant. Everyone was originally a child, and no one wanted to admit defeat, so naturally the quarrel became more and more intense. How about? Let your 2 apprentices come together and see how many seconds they can last. Wu Ming came over with Ulu and suggested with a smile. Urza exclaimed and rushed over, Dad. This side. Ulu was also educating his 2 apprentices. Regardless of whether it was someone else's territory or not, it was really shameful for 2 young men to bully a little girl. You 2 will fight with them later, remember to show mercy. Ulu reminded after teaching his apprentice. Wu Ming's words before really moved her too much, if her daughter was really fine. Being someone else's apprentice is no big deal. As long as she is still alive. Humph. I will let her know the power of ice. Gray still looked very arrogant. Hearing this, Ulu was helpless. He walked aside to discuss the battle with Wu Ming. Soon, both sides were ready. Really, we have to join forces to deal with a little girl. Gray took off his shirt, moving his body to better contact the magic of ice. Hey, don't take off your pants, idiot. Leon saw Gray was still going to take off his pants. He hurriedly reminded him with a red face. There is still a girl here, this guy has no shame. Well, that's right. Gray scratched his head, he was really used to taking off his clothes. Fortunately, he didn't take them off. Both sides took their positions and prepared for the battle. Begin. Uru gave the order. Then, Wu Ming stretched out his hand and put a simple protective cover on the two little brats. Whoosh. Just after the protection was done here, Urza's small body actually came to Gray in the blink of an eye. So fast. Uru's pupils shrank here. This speed. Even if she can only resist it, she may not be able to control it in advance. How can this little girl? So fast. Advertisement. Gray and Leon also exclaimed. This speed cannot be captured by the naked eye, and there is no time to react. Gray has closed his eyes in fear. Snap. Urza clenched her small fist and smashed it towards Gray's body. A sound. The protection made by Wu Ming was directly broken. And Gray suddenly felt a tightness in his stomach and his body weight shifted backwards. Flying out. It's not over yet. After Urza punched, she turned around and kicked sideways. Leon also had no time to react. Still one kick, Leon's small body instantly fell to the ground like Gray. It took less than 3 seconds. Wu Ming nodded with satisfaction. Urza's strength rose sharply. It should be faster if he waited for another 2 years. And beside him, Uru stood there in a daze. Her proud apprentice was killed instantly. Her mood at the moment was very complicated, and she didn't know what expression to put on. How could it be so fast? After thinking for a long time, Uru exclaimed. The speed at the beginning was already so fast that she couldn't even see it. This is totally unscientific. Urza inherited part of my space power, and just now it was just a simple use of space. That's right, Urza inherited the space attribute. Currently, she can only move at super speed 2 or 3 times, but this speed can already allow her to reach an inhuman level. Space. Are you kidding? Such a powerful magic, can such a young child master it? Uru felt. If it was her on the field, she might be caught off guard. Chapter 031. Time. Stand still. On the field. Seeing that the two little boys had no strength to fight anymore, Urza shook her head in disappointment. You are all so old, why are you still so weak? If Dad hadn't protected you just now, you would have vomited blood. How lonely it is to be invincible. Urza was looking forward to the first battle with her peers. As a result, the performance of these two peers really disappointed her. She could beat 100 of these peers. Vomiting blood. Gray and Leon resisted the urge to vomit blood, feeling very wronged. What do you mean they are so old? Their strength is suitable for this age. Humph. I won't admit defeat, I will come to duel with you after I rest for 2 days. Gray is still arrogant. Feeling that there is still hope of winning next time, he decided to go back and rest for 2 days before coming back. I won't admit defeat either. Leon is a little more mature. But he was still beaten very humiliatingly this time, and he planned to practice hard when he returned. He must defeat this peer no matter what. Welcome to challenge at any time. How could Urza refuse? She was fearless and fully demonstrated her domineering side. I agree with your proposal. Uru was convinced. If the daughter is so powerful, then the father must be even more powerful. In this case, if the daughter had not died, it would definitely be an honor to be the apprentice of such a person. It's a smart choice. Then we will set off now. Leon and Gray will stay here first. After gaining Uru's trust, Wu Ming asked Celine and Mavis to entertain the two little guys. He took Uru away. The Magic Research Institute was not far away, although Wu Ming had space magic. But places that had not been visited could not be directly teleported. Hurrying down. In half a day, the two saw the location of this time. A strange building stood in the vast snow. Advertisement. There were soldiers patrolling around. Who are you? Uru wanted to sneak in secretly. But Wu Ming had no such plan at all, and walked towards the research institute openly. The soldier saw the two from a distance. He scolded them harshly. I want to see my daughter. Her name is Ultir. Wulu said. The soldier had obviously seen Wulu. There was impatience on his face. He waved at her. I told you to die, why are you still here? The soldier hadn't finished speaking. He felt a sharp pain in his neck, his head floated up and he also saw his body. Then his mind went blank. He completely lost consciousness. Wulu's heart suddenly tightened, looking at the smooth scar on the soldier's neck. She looked at Wu Ming next to her in shock. She didn't even notice when she started the fight, and the soldier didn't react until he died. It's meaningless to talk nonsense with them. Wu Ming responded. The body continued to walk into the research institute, and Wulu next to him had a complicated expression. But he still sighed and followed. Her original intention was to discuss the result, and it would be best not to take action with her daughter. Obviously, the person next to her was not as easy to get along with as imagined. Decisive to kill. This institute is full of bastards. They secretly kidnapped children for experiments, so there is no psychological burden to kill them. Wu Ming led Wu Lu inside. There were soldiers on the way, but Wu Ming didn't let them survive. He just trembled his fingers slightly. Those soldiers were all beheaded and didn't know how they were killed until they died. Breaking into the Magic Development Bureau without permission. Wu Lu, are you going to go against the Magic Council? Maybe it was because too many people were killed. As the top leader here, Brain blocked the way of the two people. He scolded them in a stern tone. Uru next to him hesitated. Of course, she had no intention of confronting the Magic Council. But she was willing to do anything for her daughter. Give my daughter back to me. I know she is not dead. Uru shouted. Brain's eyes were dazzled. He paused for a moment on Uru's face and then set his eyes on Wu Ming next to him. Who are you, and what is your purpose of breaking into the part of the Magic Council? Brain asked. Wu Ming smiled. So this place is called the Magic Development Bureau, why not the Child Abduction Research Institute? Advertisement. Brain heard this, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Abducting children for experiments, this kind of thing is not even known by the Magic Council. He thought he was hiding well enough. Why can this person tell the internal situation? Is there a traitor here? Your Excellency is very clever. These are all my carefully selected confidants. I didn't expect that there would still be a traitor. It's really hard to guard against a thief in the house. Brain wanted to ask who the traitor was. Hand over Ultir so that you can continue to do the experiment. Otherwise, you can only let those people have less plot. Wu Ming said. Brain is an important main plot. He has already broken a lot of content to prevent Natsu and others from being bored. He also hopes to keep some bastards to give experience. He. It seems that it doesn't make sense, so die here. Brain sneered. The second half of the sentence was said after his inner personality took over the body. You go find your daughter, just in time to use him to move his body that has not moved for 100 years. Wu Ming ordered. Wu Lu looked around. Nodding to find her daughter first, she still believed in Wu Ming's strength. That Brain looks strong, but he shouldn't be able to defeat Wu Ming, right? This way. Brain's inner personality took over the body. He was moving his limbs and getting ready for battle. Chong and Fantasia. Suddenly, Brain launched an attack fiercely. A magic with strong penetration was released. A smile appeared on his lips. It would be best if the enemy could be dealt with faster, even if it was a sneak attack. He seemed to have seen the enemy being penetrated. Time. Stand still, but who would have thought? Facing the advancing magic, Wu Ming slowly opened his mouth and uttered 4 words. As soon as he finished the word, stop, Brain found that his body could not move. Even the attack. It remained in the state when it was about to hit. It was obviously magic that was also stopped. His breathing was stagnant. Impossible. These 3 people kept echoing in his mind. How could there be such a magic as time standing still? Oh, you can't speak, come here, I will restore the activity of your brain for you, Wu Ming said. Soon Brain felt that his head became relaxed. It's a pity that it was only his head. Time attribute magic. I have never heard of anyone mastering this power. Brain spoke in a heavy tone. He thought he was knowledgeable enough. But he still had never heard of anyone mastering the power of time. The man in front of me, combined with what he said before about his body not moving for 100 years, I'm afraid this man is an old monster. No wonder he has never heard of this man. Sir, are you interested in ruling the world with me? We have no rivals together. Brain threw out an olive branch, on the other hand. I also think that even the time attribute should have limitations. Delay time and wait for the body to move again. Chapter 032. I am atomic. Wu Ming looked at him sideways. He seemed surprised that he would say such a thing. I really don't know who gave him the courage. Are you tempted? Rule the world. At that time, the whole world will be at our disposal. Brain thought Wu Ming was tempted. He immediately continued enthusiastically. He painted a beautiful picture for Wu Ming. No, who gave you the courage? Do you think you can share the world with me? Wu Ming thought it was ridiculous. He is the only one who can rule the world, now, in the future, too. Sir, don't underestimate me, Brain said angrily. Wu Ming shook his head speechlessly. He couldn't even break free from his time stillness. With this kind of strength, he didn't even have the qualifications to join his angel wings. Please start your performance. He was just bored, so he played with this guy. He decisively unlocked the time stillness. He opened the barrier. Boom. The moment he unlocked it, Brain's attack also overwhelmed him. Ha ha ha. As expected, time only stops for 10 seconds. It will only take a moment to end. My attack will hit you. Even if this attack doesn't kill you, it can. Brain thought that time was forced to stop. He laughed wildly. His magic also hit him as he wished, and victory was within reach. Just when he was excited, the magic attack ended, and the enemy in front of him was unharmed. His smile froze on his face. Wu Ming, I have rescued Ultir. The bad news is not over yet. At the same time, Uru also ran over here with his daughter in his arms, and 7 or 8 soldiers chased him. Waste. A bunch of waste. Waste that can't even stop a woman. Brain scolded. He turned around and released magic at Uru, deciding to stop his own experimental subject himself. Clang. Clang. Magic released. Brain's attack hit the ceiling directly, and even the person involved was stunned by the accuracy. But then, Brain found that his body was out of control. Magic gathered at his fingertips. Whoosh! A laser beam penetrated the bodies of the two soldiers directly. This is. Brain was shocked. He quickly checked his body and soon found that there were almost invisible wires around him. And it was those wires that controlled him to release magic to the soldiers. He turned his head with difficulty. Seeing the faint smile on Wu Ming's face, he knew it was this guy again. The facts prove. Your strength is too poor. Wu Ming spread his hands helplessly. He had already given Brain a lot of respect, but it was a pity that he was not up to the task at all. He didn't even move when he was asked to, twitching. Brain was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He felt that he was being humiliated by being pressed into a stinky ditch. He struggled desperately in anger. He had to teach this guy a lesson. Let's destroy this research institute. It's a greeting to you, Wu Ming said. He pointed a palm at the ceiling. This time, advertisement. Visible silk threads appeared from his hand, piercing through the house and extending outward. If someone were outside at this moment, they would find that the entire institute was tied up with silk thread, just like tying Zongzi. The palm clenched violently. The silk thread instantly contracted, and the entire institute was easily chopped up like tofu. Boom boom. The chopped stones fell and smashed all the equipment in the institute. No, Brain was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Those equipments were extremely expensive, and some of them were the results of his research over the years. As a result, they were completely destroyed now. His eyes were red with anger, and he looked at Wu Ming with hatred. Bang, bang, bang. He burst out with terrifying power in anger, and broke free from the silk thread. He put his hands in a Tai Chi shape. Then a strong magic power burst out from his body, and the broken lime and embers under his feet were blown away by the magic power. Fall into the bottomless abyss. Genesis. Nothing. A large number of black ghosts appeared, drowning Wu Ming and falling into the abyss. Uru next to him breathed heavily. Looking at Wu Ming who was gradually drowned, he became a little impatient. She couldn't stop this kind of magic. Could it be that Wu Ming couldn't stop it either? I am atomic. At this time, a feminine voice echoed. A light shield spread, covering the entire research institute. Lines appeared on the light shield. Instantly, a huge amount of magic power exploded instantly, and the entire area covered was destroyed by the terrifying energy. The sky-high light column could be seen in the distant town. When the light dissipated, the original research institute was gone, and what came into view was a deep pit. The surrounding snow was all evaporated by the energy. Gulu. Uru held his unconscious daughter and stood beside the pit and swallowed his saliva. This power. It's really too exaggerated. Advertisement. Then Brain and his subordinates are probably dead. It's impossible for anyone to survive such an attack. Uru was full of emotion. Once again clearly recognized Wu Ming's strength. The power is okay. After covering the area with spatial attributes, detonate the appropriate amount of magic power. Cracks appeared in the space. Wu Ming walked out of the cracks safely. Looking at the scene in front of him. Summarize the magic this time and judge from all directions. That's right. He also learned this move secretly. It was a work full of pressure, and the protagonist's ultimate move was called this name. However, due to the difference between the two worlds, he could only learn from it. Fortunately, the power was quite satisfactory, and it could be considered as the main means of attack. Go home. After analyzing the moves, Wu Ming greeted Uru, and then opened the space door next to him to teleport back. How strong are you? That level of magic. Uru was amazed. This person is becoming more and more mysterious, and this name has never been heard of in history. Too low-key, right? How strong? If one day you see the strongest magician in the world, it must be my little brother. Wu Ming said. Uru frowned and struggled for a long time. Finally, she compromised and stopped pursuing it, because she really couldn't describe it with the knowledge she had mastered. As Irene teleported back home, Wu Ming looked at Celine and asked casually. Not yet. After all, it is a cross-continental operation. Celine replied. Hearing this, Wu Ming nodded. Irene returned to Ishgar and went to Zeref to ask for the creatures he had studied over the years. Wu Ming decided to count the men of Zeref and Acnologia. Get ready to start making plans. Prepare a room for Uru, she will stay here temporarily for the next few days. Wu Ming called. Celine nodded in agreement. Then he took Uru to the guest room, and also looked at the little girl in her arms on the way. Knowing that this little girl will be Urza's playmate for a long time in the future. After settling Uru, Wu Ming continued to study new moves, and also waited for Irene to come home. Chapter 033, Give the Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal and Seal Die Lionla. In the next few days, Leon and Gray fully realized the huge difference between biological and wild ones. Master Uru spent the whole day either around his daughter or thinking about how to take better care of her. Even for cultivation, Leon and Gray could only find someone else. Fortunately, Uru finally remembered that he had 2 apprentices. Mr. Wu Ming, I'll leave Ultir in your care. I'll try to visit her more often. Uru was going to leave that day. It had been agreed before that his daughter Ultir would be Wu Ming's apprentice. She had also persuaded her daughter. Now it was time to leave here and continue to practice with the other 2 apprentices. Wu Ming pondered. After thinking for a long time, he took out an ice blue magic crystal from his body. This thing can give you an extra life, so that this separation will not be a separation between heaven and earth. Ice Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal. This was something I got 400 years ago and never used. Today, I took this opportunity to give it to Uru. It also has Wu Ming's time magic, which can restore the life of a dying person to the peak state. It is equivalent to reshaping the body. It is to prevent Uru from dying because of sealing Dai Lionra. That's right, although Wu Ming changed the fate of Zeref. But that guy still researched a lot of dangerous things that already existed. Demons and so on also exist. Obviously, Gray, this kid, will soon avenge his parents and take the initiative to find Dai Lionra to die. At that time, Uru might even use the strongest magic, Absolute Ice, to seal the shadow of his apprentice. Using the magic crystal can also be regarded as saving her when he can't get there in time. What is this? Uru doesn't think Wu Ming will harm her, but it still looks a bit strange. Magical creation. Is time magic sealed inside? Is human technology so advanced these days? Can it seal magic and take the initiative to activate it at a critical moment to protect the host? Feel it, use it, and get its approval. If you can master it thoroughly, even demons can be easily dealt with. Wu Ming was like a charlatan. He stretched out his hand and waved it gently, and the dragon-slaying magic crystal was buried in Uru's body. The latter watched the dragon-slaying magic crystal disappear. Then, he said goodbye to his daughter with his 2 apprentices. Leaving the town, they would settle in the ice and snow to feel the magic of ice. Speaking of which, have you heard about Dai Lionla? On the snow-covered road, a carriage passed by, and the passengers in the car whispered to each other. Well, I heard it's in the area of Brago. Another passenger responded. The exchange was not loud, but Gray just happened to hear it. He froze in place. Gray, Uru and Leon did not hear the conversation between the passengers. She noticed that Gray stopped. She turned around and called softly, hoping to return to the house in the ice and snow as soon as possible. Teach the apprentice magic as soon as possible. This way, she can come back to see her daughter in a few days. In Brago. Dai Lionra. Gray gritted his teeth. The demon is in another town. This is a good opportunity for revenge. It would be a pity to miss it. Back to the cabin in the snow. Gray packed his luggage without saying a word and decided to embark on the road to destroy Dai Lionra. What's wrong with you? Uru asked. The things were packed. His face was gloomy. Dai Lionra who killed my parents is in Brago. I want to avenge my parents. Push open the wooden door and walk outside. You can't beat Dai Lionra. You should understand what this means. Uru reminded. Gray stepped coldly on the snow. You're so noisy. Can you understand? I want to avenge my parents. Do you have any objection? Gray has a blood feud. No matter what, he will kill Dai Lionla. I'll expel you from the sect when you get out. Whatever. Gray took a firm step. It didn't matter if he was expelled from the sect, there was no doubt that he wanted to avenge his parents. Really? Rebellious kid. Uru gritted his teeth and got angry. She couldn't really ignore it, so she had to pick up her luggage and follow Gray's pace. Advertisement. ... The huge demon was destroying the town crazily. Uru almost used all his strength. But Dai Lionla was not moved at all. Boom boom boom. On the other hand, Dai Lionla spewed out a stream of energy from his mouth. It instantly extended hundreds of meters. The destructive power of the world was even more powerful than the magic power displayed by Wu Ming at that time. What a bad luck. I thought Dai Lionla's strength was limited. I didn't expect it to be so strong. The ice magic froze the demon. It was destroyed in less than 3 seconds, and it was useless for her to freeze it. Behind, Gray was breathing rapidly. The huge body and terrifying destructive power of Dai Lionra deeply shocked his young mind. Gray, take Leon to find Wu Ming. You will only get in the way if you stay here. Uru ordered. Beside, Leon frowned and woke up from his coma. He looked at the terrifying demon. Let's go together, Uru, and come back when we become stronger. Gray took the initiative to say. He already knew how terrible Dai Lionra was, and he just wanted to escape. Are you kidding? Uru is the strongest wizard, how could he not beat a mere monster? Hearing that he was going to escape, Leon couldn't help but resist. In his cognition, the strongest wizard is Uru, and he practiced to defeat Uru. How could he run away because of a monster? The world is so big. This monster is really an amazing thing. Uru recalled the scene at the institute at that time. She admired him very much. Advertisement. It seems that she can only use that magic. She felt bitter. Did Wu Ming know what she was going to do? He had just given her life protection. She had to use it. That magic crystal, if it could really save her life, it would be a great thing. Leon, Gray, I will teach you a very powerful magic at the end. But remember, this magic will shatter the user's soul, and it will turn the user into ice. I hope you will never use it in your life. Uru finally ordered. She had placed her hope on the magic crystal. But please. It must work. She had just found her daughter, and it would be too tragic for her to die like this, right? No, Uru. Gray certainly didn't know about the magic crystal. He and Leon were not there at the time, so when he heard Uru's words, he instinctively thought she was going to die. How could it be? Leon couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If Uru died, then the goal of his hard work would be gone. Absolutely not. Absolutely pure. Uru crossed her arms. A huge amount of magic power bloomed instantly, and she felt her body gradually turning into ice. And finally her soul began to be torn apart. Who will save Uru? Gray screamed in pain. How I wish someone would show up at this time and save Uru. Chapter 034. Young man, I have received your wish. A fatal punch. Ding. The sound of bells came. Above Gray's head, a space crack was torn open. Young man, I have heard your wish. Wu Ming appeared. He located the position of the magic crystal and realized the space jump. Why are you here? I hope your magic crystal can really save my life now. Uru's eyes became bright. Like a drowning person about to die, a lifeguard suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a special warmth flowing in his heart. Can you save Uru? Gray looked at Wu Ming, who appeared out of thin air. The figure in the air suddenly became more and more great in his eyes. To deal with Dai Lionla, your absolute ice can't kill it, and it's meaningless to freeze it. Wu Ming said. Looking at the devil, that hideous appearance really meets the aesthetic standards of Zeref. So what, since it is something that my apprentice hates, as a master, I will do anything. Uru said. Hearing this, Wu Ming shrugged helplessly. I feel so sad for Ultir. She was forced to part with her mother just after reuniting with her. Uru gritted his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. It's up to you whether I can survive. Snap. Cracks in the ice appeared on Uru's face. Absolute ice is about to be completed. She will turn into ice that never melts and freeze Dai Lionla. Even if she can survive, life can't be wasted like this. Wu Ming sighed. The momentum on his body suddenly rose. The index finger pointed at Uru in the air. Time flows backwards. Buzz. In that instant, Uru felt that his consciousness was becoming clearer and clearer, and his vitality was gradually revived. The soul became complete again. The magic power returned to his body, and even the lost right leg grew out. Are you kidding me? Uru blinked. She thought she had overestimated Wu Ming, but now she found that everything before was just a drop in the bucket. This power of time reversal. Roar. The body recovered, and Dai Lionra, who was about to be frozen, was not frozen. And the demon found the few people here. He roared and opened his mouth, brewing a terrifying magic breath. Be careful, its attack is very powerful, it can destroy everything within hundreds of meters. Wu Lu reminded. Dai Lionra aimed at their position. This time he will definitely not be able to escape. He can only pray that the defense of the ice shield can block it. I hate others using their breath on me, especially demons with bad breath. Wu Ming said. Wu Lu on the other side didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this the time to talk about that kind of thing? Hurry up and defend. Silk dragons. Roar. Advertisement. Wu Ming stood in the air. He took a deep breath, brewing magic in his chest, and terrifying energy appeared in his mouth. Boom. Dai Lionra's breath collided with Wu Ming's roaring skill instantly. After the powerful energy collided, a level 9 gale was set off, instantly blowing Wu Lu and her two apprentices away. The entire ruined town was forced to clear a clean space. So scary. Gray opened his mouth and stared at the center of the energy. That level of collision. It was even bigger than the psychological shadow left by Dai Leon. How is it possible? The strongest wizard is obviously Uru. Leon couldn't believe it. He had always firmly believed that Uru was the strongest wizard. But this kind of energy collision. It was already many times stronger than Uru. How could there be such a strong person? And Uru was also stunned. Dragon Slayer. Wizard. Wu Ming is actually a dragon slayer. Sweat oozed from Uru's forehead. The move that was shouted was the power of Dragon Slayer. She never thought that. She actually met a Dragon Slayer. And he was the kind who had lived for a long time, which means that Wu Ming was an ancient Dragon Slayer. No wonder he is so strong. He must have fought with dragons before, otherwise he wouldn't be so strong. It must be fun to fight a demon. He breathed out to resist the opponent's attack. Wu Ming rubbed his hands and was ready to fight. If he wanted to punch someone, he had to be a very strong dragon. He liked fighting Acnologia the most. The demon's physique should be a little worse. But it should be fun. Whoosh. Wu Ming said that he moved through time and space and came directly in front of Dai Lionla's head. Looking at the hideous face, Wu Ming kicked the demon in the middle of his eyebrows. Bang. Sonic booms. The demon's huge body was kicked away in an instant, and it fell to the ground with a rumble, dragging hundreds of meters of gullies. Bang bang bang. It's not over yet. After Wu Ming kicked the demon away, he flashed above Dai Lionla again. Clenched his fists, punched the demon's head wildly. The fists were swung with afterimages, and the sound of drums was constantly rumbling. Cracks appeared on the ground again and again. Dai Lionra was just a sandbag, and could only be beaten by Wu Ming. Dai Lionra had no chance to resist. Advertisement. Gray, who was far away, was fascinated. There was no way to compare the beaten Dai Lionra with the violent demon in his memory. Is this still the demon who killed countless humans? Leon, now you know that there are always people better than you. Uru sighed. She couldn't beat Dai Lionra at all. And what about Wu Ming? He completely treated the demon as a sandbag, and the gap in strength was particularly large. At the same time, the idea of becoming stronger arose in his mind. Ola ola ola. Wu Ming was getting more and more addicted to the fight, and he swung his fists repeatedly, and he didn't know how many punches he had thrown. Sure kill. Serious punch. After the fight was enjoyable. He mobilized the magic power in his body and gathered it all on his right fist. The body was pulled back violently. The fist crushed the space and finally landed on the demon Dai Lionla. Crash. Instantly. The thousands of meters of land were broken inch by inch. The stone splashed several meters high. Dai Lionla could not bear the power of this punch at all. With a bang, the huge body was instantly hammered. Its body was shattered into debris, and even its soul was destroyed by this punch. Ah, comfortable. Wu Ming moved his shoulders and felt very good. He is worthy of being a demon. It is more comfortable to fight than to beat people. I hope that other demons in Zeref can also be so resistant. Trans-dimensional movement. Wu Ming reappeared in front of Uru. I think it seems good to be your apprentice. Uru sighed. This strength is particularly outrageous. She is a little envious of her daughter for having such a great master. I wonder if she wants to become his apprentice. Huh. Wu Ming was stunned. This really doesn't know how to accept it. After all, both mother and daughter are accepted as apprentices. It seems quite exciting. Let's go. I'll go home and see Altair when I have time. Bye. Wu Ming shook off the evil thoughts in his heart. He came here to help solve Dai Lionla, and now he has done it. He was also ready to leave. Hey, I'm telling you the truth, I also want to be your apprentice. Ulu reminded again. Then Wu Ming's body stiffened, and then he waved and left. Chapter 035. It was a dark and windy night. Children are like little birds. When they have grown wings, they will be released. Gray and Leon have already finished their apprenticeship and bid farewell to Uru reluctantly. Set out on their own path. In a house with few men, Wu Ming is now the only man. Currently, the people living here are Irene, Celine, Mavis, and Uru, 4 adult women. Altair and Urza, 2 little girls. Living in such an environment, you have to be extra careful in everything you do. Wu Ming always reminds himself to be clean. But, on a dark and windy night, the moon dragon, who believes that the strong are respected, slipped into Wu Ming's room. When he was at home, Wu Ming couldn't stay alert all the time to detect the magic power of the people who appeared around him. He didn't think much about it that night. Only Irene dared to enter his bedroom, and at that time he thought it was Irene. But soon he smelled a different smell. But it was already light. He was about to squeeze open the door and go in, and he was stunned in that situation. But Celine took the initiative to move. Successfully promoted to wife, Urza changed her words and called her second mother. That was considered cheating. Wu Ming instinctively wanted to hide this kind of thing. But the next day, Irene smelled the mixed smell through the smell, and Celine saw that she was exposed. She simply stopped hiding it. She admitted it openly. After that, a snowy mountain collapsed in the northern continent, which was the result of the battle between Irene and Celine. Maybe because of self-awareness, she felt a little guilty. Celine was beaten badly, her nose and face were swollen and she looked like a human. Her legs were broken. But this matter was still forgiven, and Celine successfully got rid of the title of junior. I thought it was here. But for some reason, Wu Ming always felt that Mavis's eyes were not right when looking at him. It's strange. After Zeref was redeemed, he studied experimental products or magic all day long. Regularly, it seems that he has no concept of love. In this regard, Wu Ming did not force her, as feelings are indeed quite complicated. Mavis seemed to love him more than family. To be honest, Wu Ming has been trying to make Mavis grow up. When he is with Mavis now. Advertisement. She always feels like a little girl, and this difference makes it impossible for him to imagine the scene of going to Washington together. Maybe it will take some time to adapt. He will not force any woman, but if she really has feelings for him, he will not refuse. Urza, Altair, have you packed your luggage? In the room, Wu Ming called upstairs. Not long after, Urza dragged a balance bike filled with her and Altair's luggage. You always take so many things every time you go out. Wu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Urza and Altair, who were 14 or 15 years old, have grown up to be beautiful. The former likes cakes. When she goes out, she always likes to take everything with her. Clothes, dolls, tents, including the rabbits caught on the snowy mountains 2 years ago. And Altair doesn't have many hobbies. Maybe because of the saying that people are more likely to be corrupted by the company of others, she also likes sweet cakes. Besides that, she also likes crystal balls. Altair has perfectly mastered the magic of time, and under Wu Ming's patient teaching, her strength is rising steadily. After all, we have to survive in the wild for 10 days this time, and my father also said that the place is particularly dangerous. Urza replied. Today, Wu Ming will take Urza and Altair to the wild survival training. The destination is a forest full of wild beasts. It is said that the smallest wild beasts there are 3 meters tall, and it is regarded as the most dangerous forest by Ishgar. It is worth mentioning, Wu Ming and his friends moved back to Ishgar, and settled in a city in the Kingdom of Fury. Let's go. Wu Ming didn't say much. He walked out first. Urza waved her hand and put the luggage into the space magic, pulling Altair to follow his father's footsteps. Front yard. Various bright flowers grow on both sides of the road. It's like spring all year round. The fragrant aroma never stops from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. When you are outside, don't make trouble, okay? Irene put down the watering pot and walked forward. She sorted out the clothes for Urza and Ultir, and then told the two girls. Okay, mother, master's wife, please rest assured. The two girls were not the kind of naughty children, and they agreed very obediently. Be careful. Uru cleared a space in the flowers, and she sat cross-legged there to temper her magic. After giving a warning, she closed her eyes again. Advertisement. Remember to bring 2 beasts when you come back. I haven't tasted the taste of beasts for a long time. Celine said. Mavis was curious, is it delicious? Celine nodded vigorously, grill it and sprinkle it with honey, the taste will never be forgotten. Seeing Celine said so seriously, Mavis couldn't help drooling, in her eyes, honey was sweet. Grill plus honey equals extra sweet. This is to practice, not to travel. Wu Ming was speechless. Leaving with the two girls. Although it's quick to open a space door, since it's survival in the wild, it's natural to walk. After leaving the town, Wu Ming gave a warning, and his body disappeared and hid on the spot. In order to achieve the purpose of training. Unless it's a matter of life and death, he won't easily help solve the problem. The two girls are not so bad that they can't walk. Take out the map from the alien space and plan the shortest route together. Wu Ming judged the route. He soon knew what danger was ahead, and did not remind the two girls to figure it out on their own. Wheels and wheels. The carriage dragged a lot of luggage, carrying a family of 3 moving in a dusty manner. Uncle, why do you look so anxious? Did you encounter danger on the way here? It took most of the day to leave the town. A carriage passed by on the official road, and Urza was busy greeting people. Little girl, you must not go any further. Half a year ago, a group of bandits came to the town. They occupied the town and burned, killed and robbed. They will take away and torture such a beautiful girl like you, so leave quickly. The uncle in the carriage had a solemn face. Seeing that there were 2 little girls without adults following, he was also a particularly kind reminder. Thank you. Urza and Ultir looked at each other. After thanking the uncle, not only did they not leave, but they sped up and continued to move forward. Alas, girls nowadays are so brave, it's a pity that there are only 2 girls. I don't know if the Wizard Guild has sent people to encircle and suppress the bandits. But forget it. Several waves of wizards have failed anyway, so let's leave quickly. The uncle didn't continue to persuade. He himself is in a difficult situation, and he is not in the mood to help others. Leaving quickly is the hard truth. Oh, those 2 girls are walking so fast, they are gone so quickly. Before leaving, the uncle turned his head to look. The 2 girls are no longer visible, this speed is much faster than his carriage. Shaking his head, the uncle left here on his own. And Wu Ming appeared at this time, touching his chin and recalling what the uncle said just now. Some wizards have failed to execute their missions. In this case, the commission will be handed over to a more powerful guild. I don't know if we will encounter the wizards of fairy tale. I really want Urza and Ultir to have a conflict with them. Thinking of this matter, Wu Ming hid his figure again and continued to follow Urza and Ultir to protect them. Chapter 036. Encounter with members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Just as the uncle said, the town has been occupied, and many houses have been burned to ashes. A lot of blood can still be seen on the street. Occasionally, a few people walked out of a house drunk. The man was tying his belt as he walked. Obviously. Several people had just defiled the women of that family. If Fairy Tale were to deal with this, they would be beaten up and put in jail at best. Jail is not a good way to deal with these beasts. Let them pay for their sins with their lives. Wu Ming said coldly in the dark. He did not deny that those who did not do anything wrong would be punished with jail time. But these guys who defiled civilians. Jail time is not enough. The Fairy Tale Guild advocates not killing people, perhaps thinking that some prisoners will reform. Wu Ming does not resist this behavior, but he can't be so upright. Those who should be killed must be killed. Father just ordered that these bandits have many lives on their hands, so let us try to kill them. In the alleys of the town, Urza and Ultir put on cloaks and hid their bodies and faces. Be alert to the enemies around you who may appear at any time. I know, those bandits insulted ordinary people. It seems that this behavior has been going on for a long time. Ultir agreed decisively. Holding the crystal ball in her hand, she agreed with Wu Ming's proposal. The 2 women nodded. Then they slowly moved to another place along the wall. At the same time, on the other side of the town, 2 people also gathered together to think about tactics. Wakaba, have you found their lair? Macau, don't talk nonsense. These bandits are worthy of repelling several waves of wizards. I found several places that are suspected to be lair. It is obvious that only one of them is real, and the others are set with traps. It will be very dangerous for us to rush in rashly. If Kana is here at this time, she can completely predict the real lair. These 2 people are the Fairy Tale Guild. Wakaba and Macau are 2 members. They have been lurking here for a whole day. It is not clear which one is the real lair. This mission is unexpectedly difficult. Something is going on. When the 2 were frowning, a new situation appeared in the town. The 2 were busy looking. It's 2 little girls. Wakaba squinted his eyes while holding a pipe. It can be seen from his figure and the lower half of his face that was occasionally exposed. Advertisement. It was the little girl who suddenly came out of the alley. We must act, otherwise the two little guys might encounter an accident. Macau said. Unable to formulate a proper plan. Can only attack by force. In the town, Urza and Ultir thought about countermeasures, and thought about it and felt that it was a bit reckless. Looking for bandits along the wall. Where are these little girls from? Come to the house and play with me. Of course, the two people can't hide. Soon, they were discovered by the bandit with swollen eyelids. When he saw from a close distance that they were two beautiful little girls, he immediately stretched out his hand happily to catch them. Bang! Urza did a roundhouse kick. The bandit's chest was like being hit by a train, and he flew backwards and hit a wall heavily. But, damn it, the bandit's blood boiled. The kick made him see stars and speak with certainty. Luckily Urza showed mercy. The bandit immediately took out the flare, pulled the fuse and fired it into the sky. Whoosh! Bang! As the flare exploded, all the bandits were alerted. Hundreds of people appeared from all directions. Little girl, run, or you will be surrounded. Leave this to us. Wakaba and Macau looked at the hundreds of people, and they were frightened even though they were mentally prepared. It is not easy to fight so many bandits. Who are you? Urza and Ultir were alert when they saw the two people who suddenly appeared. There was a fluctuation of magic power on these two people. Maybe it was the hidden trump card of the bandits. She had to deal with these two first. We are wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild, and this time we accepted the commission to deal with the bandits. Macau quickly stood in front of Urza and Ultir. Make a move to protect them. My name is Wakaba. His name is Macau. Thank you for the more bandits than the intelligence said. You two should run away quickly. Wakaba took a deep puff of smoke. The thick smoke floated in the pipe, and he stood beside Macau with his hands in his pockets. Fairy Tale Guild. After hearing the introduction of where they came from, Urza and Ultir's eyes became bright. The former was because Wu Ming once said that there are many powerful wizards in the Fairy Tale Guild. And this guild is Mavis's guild. She was particularly curious about how powerful it is. Advertisement. In the past few years, I have never had the opportunity to travel far, so I have no way to see the world. I have always wanted to fight with the members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Today, the people from the Fairy Tale Guild are right in front of me. I wonder if it would be a bit ungrateful to suddenly attack them. And Ultir. She knew that her mother's apprentice, Gray, joined the Fairy Tale Guild. So she was curious about how he had been doing in the past few years. After solving the bandits, I can ask about the situation, and it would be even better if I can go and take a look. Kill. Let these wizards see our true strength. Go, go, go. Kill them all and sacrifice them. Ha ha ha. Remember to keep those two little girls. We have never encountered such little guys before. The bandits were all extremely bloodthirsty, holding weapons. At the same time, they charged at Urza and others. Wakaba's smoke was driven and punched the bandits. Macau used fire. The purple flames hit the bandits one by one, causing some damage. Looks good. Urza nodded, and then her body shot out. At that moment, Macau only felt the wind blowing on one side of her face. A residual image passed by. Then, I saw the red-haired girl rushing to a bandit and punching him. Instantly, the bandit's eyes bulged out. His body was instantly knocked away, and with a bang, he smashed the wall and buried in the rubble, motionless. Wow, this girl's speed and strength are unscientific. Macau exclaimed. He is a famous wizard in the guild after all. He may not be the strongest. But living in the Fairy Tale Guild, he should have the vision. Just the speed just now. Macau thought he couldn't do it, and the wind blowing by his side made his face hurt. This speed is beyond imagination. Is it really the level that a little girl can reach? Hey, girls, which guild are you from? You are quite strong. Wakaba was also stunned. Seeing the bandit who was killed by a punch, he intuitively thought that this girl was also from a guild. A peripheral member of Angel Wings. Ultir raised the crystal ball in his palm. Chapter 037. Going to the Fairy Tale Guild. To challenge them. I saw that the crystal ball was slightly lit, and then white shurikens appeared in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The shurikens cut through the air and shot at the bandits. 3 or 4 bandits were unable to dodge. They were pierced directly by the shurikens, but what was shocking was that there was no wound. It was as if the shurikens had no shape. It was just an illusion that pierced through the body. Ha ha ha, it turned out to be an illusion. The bandit who was pierced through the body. Seeing that there was no wound, he immediately opened his mouth and laughed. Then his eyebrows were ferocious. He raised the big knife and was about to chop. At this time, the bandit suddenly felt that his vision was getting more and more blurred, and his vision was constantly shrouded in darkness. Finally, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Time magic. Accelerate the arrival of sleepiness, and can make the hit person shrouded in sleepiness for a few seconds. Finally, he fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. In fact, Ultir can completely accelerate the aging of the target's life. By consuming a large amount of magic power. To directly make the target's vitality reach the end, but judging from the speed of mana consumption, it is not worth doing so. Angel Wings. Macau, have you heard of this guild? Wakaba looked around. It's a bit familiar. I seem to have heard someone say it, but I know more about the Angel Church. After all, it is the first church in Fury. Macau blinked and muttered, Angel Wings, this common name is far less famous than the Angel Church. After all, the church has existed for hundreds of years. But now, it is the largest church with a far-reaching reputation, and there are countless people who believe in this sect. But, the strength of these two girls is already on par with Natsu in our guild, but they are just peripheral members. Macau added, the strength of the two girls is very strong, and they don't even dare to say that they can beat them. Maybe they are stronger than Natsu and the others. Go back and ask the president. If it is just a small sect, try to poach people. Wakaba decided. Then the two of them rushed into the bandits' nest. Hundreds of bandits. Even if these bandits stood still, it would take a long time to fight. Not to mention that these bandits have tactics and coordination. After defeating the bandits, Macau and Wakaba were so tired that they sat on the ground and couldn't move. But despite this, the two of them still looked like they saw a ghost, staring at the two girls who were still finishing off the enemy not far away. I already thought highly of them, but their strength is stronger than expected. Macau really admired them. In fact, he and Wakaba didn't kill many enemies in this battle. Most of them were killed by these two girls. Especially the girl named Urza, who was very fierce in fighting. At the most fierce time, a punch blew up the bandit's body, and the blood rain fell from the sky. In the red rain, that Urza was like a crimson goddess of despair, strong and ruthless. That Ultir is not bad either. The long-range attack is like a turret, no one can get close to it. Advertisement. Very strong, very fierce. Wakaba couldn't tell the true abilities of the two girls. But they were very powerful. They were probably masters in their guild. There's a problem. Macau and Wakaba were resting here, and suddenly heard Urza's voice. They looked hurriedly. They saw that the corpses on the ground were actually moving. One by one, they were like zombies, twisting their limbs and attacking them again. What the hell is this? Macau and Wakaba's scalps were numb. Some of these corpses had their heads gone, and many of them had their intestines exposed. But now they all seemed to be fine. Dark magic. Wu Ming in the dark scanned these guys. The bandits were indeed dead, and it was obvious that there was a guy who pretended to be dead and was secretly controlling them. And the one using it was dark magic. He. Praise the great demon lord, Dogra, your servant begs for your grace. In a group of zombies. One person's eyes melted, and two dark flames jumped in his eye sockets. It spoke with a hoarse voice full of loyalty. Urza, Ultir, Macau and Wakaba didn't know the meaning of this name. But Wu Ming knew. Dogra, isn't this the earth dragon under Acnologia? When did he become the demon lord? Buzz. A change occurred. As that guy prayed, all the zombies were covered with a layer of illusory armor. Magic of Earth attribute. Wu Ming was a little confused. Did the Earth Dragon Dogra betray? Or is there something hidden? Advertisement. Why didn't Acnologia report it? Has this guy not been beaten for too long? The enemy is right in front of us. Urza decisively chose to attack, and rushed to the front of the zombie. The zombie's body retreated violently. But in the end, it was not blown up by a punch, but was defended by the illusory armor. This world will be ruled by the demon cult. The guy who spoke roared to the sky. A group of zombies charged. This time, Wu Ming had some guesses in his mind, and his expression was a bit funny. The demon cult. This is an organization established by Acnologia. In order to compete with Zeref's Angel Church, these two guys had a lot of fun. Now it seems that the guy who spoke should be a member of the demon cult. According to him, he should be a subordinate of the Earth Dragon Dogra. Although this group of bandits has been blessed by armor. But it is still impossible to deal with Urza and Ultir. The two cooperated with each other. The guy who spoke was dealt with first, and then those bandits were completely no threat. The battle will end soon. Huff. I'm so tired, these bandits almost made me capsize. Macau wiped the sweat from his face. If it weren't for these two girls, he might really be left here today. The demon cult. They are the largest force that rules the dark guilds. Is the leader called Dogulamag? Wakaba took a deep puff of cigarette. The most evil, the most powerful dark force, especially targeting the Angel Church. All regular guilds. The goal is to eliminate the demon cult, but it's a pity that so far, they have only solved the inconspicuous dark guilds. Today, I was able to get a glimpse of the members of this organization. I have to say, this organization should not be underestimated, and I must report the situation after returning. Two girls, thank you for today, we will continue along this road to Magnolia, why don't we go to our guild to play? Macau asked. He really wants to win over these two girls. Once they join, then they will be the pillars of the future guild. Urza and Ultir looked at each other, and they did have this idea in their hearts. Okay, let's challenge the members of the Fairy Tale Guild after we go there. Wu Ming agreed decisively in secret. It just so happened that he also wanted to exercise his body, and he didn't know if Makara could withstand the beating. By the way, let's also see the strength of the younger generation. Okay, after getting permission, Urza and Ultir happily agreed and prepared to go to Magnolia to challenge first. Chapter 038. The Power of Angel Wings, a behemoth that once hung high in the sky. On the way back, originally, Macau and Wakaba were going to take the train. But Urza sternly refused. In her words, this time she was out for special training and had to walk. In fact, the real reason was only known by Ultir and Wu Ming. Although it was strange, but Macau and Wakaba still followed the arrangement. This walk lasted a whole day. On the second day, Urza and Ultir stepped into Magnolia. It's a bit late today, there shouldn't be many people in the guild, are you going now or tomorrow? After entering the town, Macau asked, and dinner had already been eaten. Many people in the guild were not there. There seemed to be few people there, and there was no way to arrange accommodation for the two girls. We'll go there tomorrow. Please notify the peers of Fairy Tail, hoping that they can accept our challenge. You can think of us as a challenger. Urza spoke bluntly. Suddenly, Macau and Wakaba's faces became serious, with a haze between their eyebrows. Bringing two little girls back seems a bit bad. Shaking his head, Macau said goodbye to Wakaba and returned to the Fairy Tail Guild. Mira-chan, give me 2 beers. Natsu UB *********** D stay away from me, it's really hot. Exhibitionist, you want to fight? Come on, a-hole. The guild was as lively as ever. Although many people were not there, more people would still hang out here and brag and drink with friends. Hey, welcome back, how did the mission go? In front of the counter, Makarov was flushed from drinking. He raised his hand to say hello with his eyes half drunken, and asked a routine question. Almost flipped over, those bandits are very strong in number and strength. Macau said. Then he explained the process of the trip. Puff. After hearing about the strength of Urza and Ultir, Makarov spurted out the wine. What did you say? Those two girls are probably stronger than Laxus. Advertisement. As soon as this was said, everyone in the guild fell silent, looking at the situation here. Maybe his eyesight is limited, I think Laxus might. Wakaba took a deep breath of smoke and exhaled. The two of them had made a judgment. If they really had to compete, Laxus might not be able to beat Urza. Gray hurriedly said, don't be funny. How could there be someone stronger than Laxus who was the same age as Natsu? Natsu also said, Wakaba, you are exaggerating. Mirajan also wiped the wine glass blankly. This is unimaginable. By the way, President, do you know the demon cult? We met a member of this organization this time. Macau said. As soon as this was said, Makarov stared with horror. Are you sure it's a member, not one of those weak dark guilds? Makarov asked. Wakaba nodded, yes, and I know that their leader seems to be called the Demon Lord, Dogra. Then, Wakaba told his experience in detail. What is the demon cult? Natsu and Gray were not clear about this matter, seeing that many people had serious expressions. They also realized that this was a very powerful existence and asked curiously about the situation. Currently, the guilds in Ishgar are divided into regular wizard guilds and dark guilds. Regular guilds are managed by the Regional President's Alliance, and above the President's Alliance is the Magic Council. However, the core members of the Magic Council seem to be the sons of the Angel Church. That is to say, the Magic Council is actually an organization under the Angel Church. Mirajan reached out and took out a light pen. She drew a diagram in the air and explained the various levels of regular guilds. Similarly, dark guilds are also managed by similar levels. The dark guilds that have been eliminated so far are all very inconspicuous minions. Above these, there are several powerful dark guilds. Dark Alliance. It is composed of Demon Heart, Tartaros, Dark Six Demons and Raven Tail. And the Dark Alliance leads the dark guilds. But the demon cult is the king of the entire dark world, and the most core members have not been found yet. The news from Macau and Wakaba this time is particularly important. Maybe it needs to be reported. Makarov took over and explained the power of the demon cult in detail. The king of the dark world. Listen to this kind of evaluation. All the people in the entire guild dared not even breathe too heavily. Advertisement. They were shocked. No matter what kind of king it is, I can burn them all. Natsu said disdainfully. His words immediately eased the tense atmosphere. As members of the Fairy Tail Guild, they have a firm belief, no matter what kind of king. As long as they are provoked, all will be defeated. By the way, does the president know the Angel Wing Guild? Macau asked again. Wakaba added. The two girls we are talking about, they admitted that they are peripheral members of Angel Wing. Macau smiled and said, I thought, if Angel Wing is an inconspicuous guild, why don't we lure those two girls into our guild? The two people talked back and forth. Little did they know. When Makarov heard the name, Angel Wing, he was stunned. His brain trembled like a forbidden delicacy. His beard twitched, and he was so frightened that he couldn't hear anything. It's an old name. 10 minutes later, Makarov finally recovered from that state, and he took a deep breath and sighed. All the members looked at him. Angel Wings was founded about 300 years ago, Makarov said. What? He just said the first sentence. Everyone in the guild was shocked, as if they heard some cold joke. Macau was shocked. Are you kidding? Angel Wings is such a common name, but it was founded 300 years ago. Wakaba swallowed his saliva. Then how terrible this guild must be. Others thought the same. Remember this common name. Oh no, remember this legendary name deeply. More than terrible. According to the historical records of Fairy Tail, the first pope of the Angel Church, Zeref, was a member of Angel Wings. Shocked, everyone's brain trembled. This is a secret. I didn't expect that Pope Zeref was actually a member of this organization. That's just the beginning. I heard that the demon cult was once part of the Angel Wings. Makarov's eyes flashed with sneer. The secrets he knew were definitely more than what these people had heard. Scare them to death when I tell them later. I must not be awake yet. If that's the case, aren't the Angel Church and the Demon Cult both affiliated organizations of the Angel Wings? How powerful was this organization back then? It could have ruled the world. The only good news may be that the Angel Wings have declined. After all, no one has heard of it now. Decline. Makarov felt sad for their ignorance. Chapter 039. This game is a sure win, we have a great chance of winning. Hearing that it might decline, the members of the guild all breathed a sigh of relief, as if they thought this was the only good news. Don't be naive. Angel Wings is not that simple, and there is no historical record of its decline. Makarov woke these guys up. Putting hope on the other party's bankruptcy is the mentality of the weak. In fact, if you think about it, you will know that it is not going to work. After all, 300 years have passed, and the members of Angel Wings should have died. One member smiled stiffly. The others nodded, even if Angel Wings was very powerful back then. But human life is limited. Who told you that those members died? Makarov said. Suddenly, everyone's body was stiff. The expression could no longer be controlled, and they looked at the president in horror. Among the known members, Pope Zeref did not die, and he still lives in the Pope's palace, the headquarters of the Kingdom of Fury. So other unknown members are suspected to be alive, and the mysterious president of Angel Wings may not have died either. He may still be alive. This organization has been able to survive for 300 years, hiding under the sky. No one knows their purpose. Such information can no longer be described in words, and the guild members are all impatient. A guild that has survived for 300 years. Ahem, there is another bad news to tell you. Macau cleared his throat. Everyone's heart was in a knot. Is there any worse news than these things? Their hearts could not stand the shock. The two girls are out for a trial, and at the invitation of Wakaba and me, they have come to Magnolia. They seem to be very interested in fairy tale. They are going to challenge tomorrow. Macau said. Huh, the guild members were all full of question marks. What's going on? Inviting others to challenge. Are Macau and Wakaba crazy? Two little girls are coming to challenge. Are you sure you heard it right? Makarov was also a little confused. Their fairy tale guild is at least a well-known guild in Fury. Two little girls dare to challenge. Since they are going out for the trial, they may be followed by elders, and the challenge may also be the elders' request. Smart Makarov quickly analyzed the result. Advertisement. Macau and Wakaba didn't notice it, which means that the elder is particularly good at hiding his breath. According to the two girls, they are peripheral members of Angel Wings, so the elder is probably a formal member. If Angel Wings is hostile to us, it's really quite bad. Makarov was worried. No one knows the goal of this hidden organization. But what if it is fairy tale? Although Makarov has courage, it is almost impossible to defeat this organization. What? Our fairy tale is so low profile that anyone can challenge us. These two little girls are so naive. Let me personally go and meet them when the time comes. You shouldn't challenge our fairy tale. We must show them how powerful we are this time. There's no need to bully the weak. Just let Natsu and Gray go. The guild members were all indignant. All along. Their guild has always done whatever they want. Someone actually challenged them. It would be too embarrassing if they lost. The next day, we rested in Magnolia for a night. Urza and Ultir walked towards the Fairy Tale Guild with cakes. I wonder who Fairy Tale will send to fight us today. Urza was curious. Ultir tilted her head and thought, if it's someone of my age, it might be Gray. Urza was disappointed. If it's Gray, he might just give up without fighting, after all. Thinking of these years, she, Ultir, Gray, and Leon grew up together. And Leon and Gray have always been punching bags. Even if they haven't sparred for a few years, the possibility of beating her and Ultir is probably very small. Before entering Fairy Tale, from a distance, I saw a lot of people standing at the door of the guild, and those people looked around. They wanted to see what the challengers looked like. Not long after, Urza and Ultir walked here, glanced at the people at the door and walked inside. Is it them? They are really not much different from Gray and Natsu. Advertisement. This. Will we bully others if we fight? Our peers are Natsu, Gray, Mirajan, Elfman, Kana, Levi, Laxus. The members of the Fairy Tale Guild calculated. Suddenly found out. Their guild actually has a great chance of winning, and they felt much more at ease when they thought of this. Walking into the guild station, everyone's eyes looked over and examined the two little girls. Many people looked unkind. To challenge the guild. To put it bluntly, it is a way to humiliate the loser, which is related to the face of the entire guild. So naturally they are not in a good mood. Ultir, Urza. Without waiting for Makarov to speak, Gray, who is the same age, exclaimed. He never expected that the one who challenged the guild was them. They are members of Angel Wings. Then Mr. Wu Ming, Senior Irene, Senior Celine and Senior Mavis are. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he thought of this. He was a little scared. Gray knows them. Macau and Wakaba asked curiously. They didn't say the names of the two girls yesterday. Makarov also looked at him curiously. Well, before I joined the guild, when I was training with my master in the northern continent, I lived in Urza's house. Ultir is the daughter of my master and also the apprentice of Urza's father. I didn't expect that they would challenge the guild. Gray wanted to cry but had no tears. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to teach the bastards who challenged the guild a lesson. Now, he is the B***********, and he is probably the one who got beaten. By the way, old man, the first president of the guild is Mavis, right? Gray suddenly asked. Makarov nodded and admitted, the history of the guild is no secret, and you can find information about it in the library. But few people go to see it. President Mavis is actually still alive, living in Urza's house. Gray walked to Makarov's side. He whispered. At that moment, Makarov's eyes widened like copper bells. This is really good news. Welcome to the Fairy Tale Guild. I am President Makarov. I wonder where your elders are. Makarov has a lot of things to ask. The most urgent thing is to personally meet the elder who is guarding in secret. Hulala. A gust of wind blew, and Wu Ming appeared wearing a cloak with a 12-winged angel pattern. It is indeed the angel's wings. After Makarov saw the pattern on the cloak. Really confirmed. This guy is indeed a member of that mysterious organization, just as recorded in history. But, why are there so many wings? No one knows the division of power within angel wings except the members. Makarov may recognize the guild emblem. But he definitely doesn't know what the 12-winged angel represents. Chapter 040, Dragon Slayer. It would be more comfortable to beat him this way. Wu Ming stood behind the two women. His eyes quickly swept across the entire space, and they were the same people as he remembered. If he was going to challenge the club, Mirajan was quite good when she was serious. Apart from that, only Laxus on the second floor was worth paying attention to, and the others were probably much worse. Mistogan and Gear Das were not here. This was no fun. Hello, President Makarov, my name is Wu Ming. Let's stop talking nonsense, how about we get started? Wu Ming collected his thoughts. He smiled and greeted Makarov, speaking with a bit of impoliteness. How about another day? It's easy to destroy the city if we fight, and it's a bit inconvenient to explain afterwards. Makarov pondered. It would be best if we didn't fight, and chatting and drinking was actually quite good. This is easy to do. Hearing this, Wu Ming stretched out his index finger and tapped the air lightly. Ripples splashed where the finger tapped. Then, a barrier spread out and continued to extend in all directions. Then it enveloped the entire town. This is. Makarov's eyes narrowed. He just felt the fluctuation of space, and the range of the barrier was very wide. But he couldn't analyze what it was. This is a mirror world. I used the power of space to copy the town of Magnolia. Anything that is broken here will be restored after you get out. Wu Ming explained. This is a bit mysterious. Even if Makarov listened carefully, he couldn't imagine that kind of picture. Anyway, I can destroy it now, right? Then let me go first. Natsu is impatient. I don't quite understand what this means, but it should be that you can destroy the town at will without being blamed. He can't help it. Natsu, I'm afraid you can't. Gray implicitly reminded his mortal enemy. He admitted. Natsu's strength is very strong, but there is a big gap compared to Urza. It's impossible to even beat Ultir. Don't talk nonsense. You two come together. Natsu's hands burned with heavy flames. Quite a generous invitation to fight. The other members of the guild were all in high spirits, and they made way for the battle to begin. Who's coming? Urza certainly couldn't really join them. You go, I'll fight Gray and the other women of the same age later. Ultir took the initiative to give in. The two of them had a clear division of labor. She dealt with Gray and the women of the same age. Urza dealt with the others. Okay. Urza nodded vigorously. Advertisement. She stepped forward, stretched out her hand and pulled out an unsharpened magic sword from the other dimension. Come on, Natsu. Use your flames to burn everything. Go, go. The guild members cheered. They were all idle, and they would never let go of the rare opportunity to fight. Go. Natsu's fists were burning with flames, and he rushed towards Urza on the opposite side. Ding. Urza didn't even have to dodge. He easily blocked the opponent's attack with the magic sword. Fire dragons. Roar. Natsu grinned. He opened his mouth and released the roar skill. Click. Makarov's heart jumped. Natsu was too reckless. It's easy to hurt the opponent at such a close distance. This was unexpected. Wouldn't the winner be decided directly? He secretly glanced at Wu Ming, and was a little worried that he would suddenly get angry and attack. However, to his surprise, this man looked at his daughter being hit head-on. And he was indifferent. So you are Dragon Slayer. You were really caught off guard. Just when many people thought the winner had been decided. In the breath that was drowned in flames, Urza's slightly surprised voice was heard. Natsu pushed his feet hard and immediately retreated to distance himself. Looking at the opposite side, I saw Urza's long hair fluttering, and her crimson hair was wrapped in flames. But the flames could not ignite her hair. Looking at her body again. Her clothes were intact, but she had put away the magic sword. If it's Dragon Slayer, then there's no need to worry about damaging your body. Urza stretched out her hand and wiped it. The flames on her long hair were extinguished, and her expression gradually became cheerful. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu rushed forward again, and another dragon-killing magic move. Fist fight. Urza smiled and clenched her fist and hit him as well. She has a strong personality. It's impossible for her to dodge other people's attacks. Fist fight immediately. How can this girl fist bump with Natsu? That kid's fist is particularly hard. Macau sighed with emotion. Everyone in the guild knew that Natsu's punch was not something that ordinary people could withstand. It was very painful when he hit someone. I'm afraid that he would break a bone after this collision. It's such a pity. I wanted to watch it for a while longer. Advertisement. Wakaba was also very sorry. You don't need to look at the result of the fist fight to know that Urza's fracture is probably a small matter. I'm afraid that the bones will be shattered. Losing the right arm completely, that result is really too cruel. Bang. Wow. After a loud noise, the guild members exclaimed. Macau and Wakaba were busy looking over. Urza in the middle of the field kept her fist swinging. Opposite her, Natsu, who was supposed to appear, actually flew several meters away. Are you kidding? Natsu actually lost the fist fight. Wakaba looked at him in surprise. Look carefully at Urza's fist. There is no magic wrapped on it. It's just ordinary physical strength. Just this. Can Natsu be knocked out? Something is wrong. Urza's fist is not hurt at all. Macau also exclaimed that it was impossible. If he hypnotized himself, he could barely accept the fact that Natsu was beaten away. But, the force is mutual, why is Urza's fist not hurt at all? It didn't even turn red. Natsu, stop playing, show your real ability. Seeing that 2 consecutive moves didn't work, some guild members couldn't sit still and raised their voices to urge. Natsu's strength is among the top few among his peers. If he was defeated so easily, it has been proved. He really has the strength to challenge the club, which is a fact they really can't accept. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Natsu got up from the ground. He rubbed his fist with a grin, looking at the woman opposite him as if he was looking at a monster. Natsu, you are still asleep, right? You are a dragon slayer, how can you be hurt by ordinary people? Happy couldn't believe it. Dragon slayers are very strong, how could they be hurt when fighting? I can't believe it either, but her fist is really hard, I'm already at a disadvantage in terms of strength. And, this woman hasn't even used magic. Natsu didn't want to believe it either. But the fact is that his strength is not as good as this woman's. The most important thing is, this woman hasn't used magic yet, and he's probably even worse in terms of magic power. Natsu, you have to be strong. When you get beaten black and blue, you'll know how hard I was in those days. Gray comforted him earnestly. This is just the beginning. Right now Urza hasn't fought back, she's just defending. Once she starts to fight back, that scene, Gray can't even imagine it. 2 Stone Chapter 041. What's wrong with you, little brother? Are you getting carried away? Charge again. This time Natsu no longer used Dragon Slayer magic at will. He wanted to fight with the strength of his body. Urza on the opposite side was not in a hurry, she held back a little and fought back and forth with Natsu. The two of them started with a test. Then they slowly increased their strength, and later they could crush the floor under their feet with just a collision. But what has not changed is, Natsu was knocked out every time, breaking tables, chairs, benches or walls. And Urza was not even beaten back, the audience with sharp eyes were forced to remain silent. They all knew that the gap was too huge. Natsu might be very powerful, but he could never be Urza's opponent. This kid has a good spirit of not admitting defeat. Here, Wu Ming praised with a smile. The strength is not good, but the momentum is not weak. It can only be said that they are worthy of being the protagonists. It seems that the winner will be decided. Makarov saw that the two had been fighting for more than 10 minutes, and in the mirror world, the Fairy Tail Guild had been destroyed. The outcome should be decided soon. Natsu is going to use the Dragon Slayer secret technique. Dragon Slayer secret technique, Red Lotus Blade. The fire dragon's flames are wrapped around both arms. Forming 2 sharp blades of fire, he uses the slashing of fire while spinning his body, trying to tear Urza apart by the violent whirlwind. Opportunity. The guild members' eyes lit up with golden light, and they stared at him with a little excitement. If there is a chance to win, then at this moment, as long as he is hit by the Dragon Slayer magic, then it is very likely to defeat the opponent. Is it possible? They couldn't help thinking in their hearts. When the sharp blade of fire rushed, Urza's right fist was finally wrapped with a white halo. Air shock, buzz, she punched forward with force. In an instant, the space in front of her was cracked. The cracks spread very quickly, collided with Natsu's attack. In an instant, Natsu's Dragon Slayer secret technique was torn apart alive. Boom. Not only that, the air shock attack instantly spread to the walls of the guild. The earth shook. Advertisement: the entire guild was shaken down by this, and rubble fell from the roof. The wall could no longer hold up. The entire guild was no longer intact, but fortunately, Wu Ming said that this was the mirror world. Otherwise, the Fairy Tail Guild would have cried without tears. It was this excellent fist, everyone present was stunned. Although I always thought that Urza might not be solved, I didn't expect it to be like this. Head-on confrontation, this is too domineering. How should I put it? I feel that Urza is quite charming. So handsome. The guild members whispered to each other. How strong is Dragon Slayer's secret? According to Natsu's previous record, the Dragon Slayer secret could instantly destroy the entire guild. But now, as long as you are not blind, you can see that the guild was collapsed by Urza. Many people were shocked by Urza's strength. There were a few female wizards, their eyes sparkled with brilliant light. Idle. They were all completely impressed by Urza's domineering actions. Two words rose in their hearts. Queen. With such strength, Laxus may not be able to beat him, right? Makarov was shocked. He had to admit that this girl was violent. Just one move. If you want to defeat her, you may need guild arts to do it. Others. Laxus should be able to force this girl to use her full strength. Old man. Don't let others' momentum rise and destroy your own prestige. Swish. Yellow lightning fell from the sky. It struck Urza's body without any warning, a sneak attack without martial ethics. Urza moved her body. She dodged the yellow lightning in a hurry, but no matter how hasty, her momentum was not weak at all. Shameless. Ultir sneered at the man who entered the venue without permission. She did not hide her contempt. Shut up, B*ch, it's tens of thousands of years too early for you to challenge me, Laxus scolded. Veins popped up on his face. He looked very ferocious, as if he felt his dignity was trampled on. Laxus, what are you doing? My battle is not over yet. I still have more powerful skills that I haven't used. Seeing Laxus come uninvited, Natsu grumbled unhappily, urging him to leave and let the game continue. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. As soon as he said this, Laxus's eyes became extremely terrifying. You useless people, just get out of here. It will only be more embarrassing if you continue, Laxus cursed. Hearing this advertisement, many people in the guild frowned unhappily. Obviously, they were very unhappy with Laxus's words. Laxus, if you want to fight, wait until we're done. I admit that you're strong, but I don't want to be insulted like this. Gray stepped forward. This battle seemed to be a challenge, but in fact, it was just an entertainment match. It had nothing to do with the dignity of the guild. You are all useless people. Don't show off your mediocre skills. Let me crush your pride. Laxus didn't give anyone face at all. He aimed the cannon at Gray and swept his eyes over all the members of the guild. His eyes were arrogant. Obviously, useless people referred to all members. Ahem. At least you should respect the rules of the game. Urza and Natsu's match is not over yet, Wu Ming said. This successfully attracted hatred. Then Laxus turned his eyes to look at him. Why don't you come and play with me? After all, you are a member of the legendary Angel Wings. Wu Ming's face was full of question marks. What's wrong with the little brother? He is a bit arrogant. Knowing that he is a member of Angel Wings, he dares to be so arrogant? Come down first. Wu Ming raised his finger and pointed at the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Laxus would not surrender, and arcs of electricity flashed on his body. And the direction of the flashes was actually him. This is to challenge him beyond his ability, which is really courageous. Freeze. Wu Ming's fingers did not pause. He lightly tapped, as if the words came out, and the lightning like Laxus was directly frozen. His figure was forced to reveal. His face was covered with strange veins, and he gritted his teeth and tried to break free. Great, great. Makarov next to him praised without hiding. Even he wanted to catch the lightning Laxus and couldn't do it. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming easily held him. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a member of Angel Wings. The game continues. Wu Ming waved his hand. Regardless of Laxus's feelings, he was thrown to the ground beside him. This is undoubtedly humiliating him. Then let's end our battle early. Recalling Laxus's speed, Urza was particularly interested and decided to defeat Natsu early to fight with stronger people. Wah! Of course Natsu would not admit defeat. He rushed over with a roar, and the flames of his fists were burning, hotter than the previous flames. Chapter 042. Could it be that all the members of Angel Wings are immortal? The following battle was too boring. The Dragon Slayer's secret art was ineffective, not to mention ordinary magic attacks. Urza was no longer soft this time. She fought very hard. At first, Natsu could still block his face, but he was beaten black and blue after a few moves. For Dragon Slayer, this level of injury can be recovered quickly, but it does look miserable. Hiss. My face hurts just looking at it. Macau sucked in a breath and rubbed his face. Fortunately, he knew himself, otherwise he might be the one who got beaten into a pig's head. Don't be hurt, analyze the situation quickly. What kind of magic does Urza belong to? Give the next person some advice. Wakaba couldn't bear to watch. He hurriedly changed the subject and asked other people around him. Kana took a sip of wine. The power is surprisingly great. I mean the power of the body. She only used magic once from beginning to end. Levi pondered. The speed is very fast. Laxus's lightning was released very suddenly. Even so, Miss Urza dodged it easily. Gray sighed. I can't keep up with the speed, the power can't withstand, and the magic can't be blocked. I think don't go up. It's not that he ruined the atmosphere. The main thing is that Urza hasn't shown her true skills yet. Others can't beat her at all. It hurts. Natsu sat cross-legged on the ground and reached out to touch his face gently. It was bruised and purple. His expression hurts every time he moves. Natsu. It's really embarrassing. I want to leave you, Happy said. Natsu's appearance really makes the cat want to laugh. Natsu immediately rolled his eyes and stared at the woman in the field. The remaining people seem to have similar strengths, so Laxus, right, come on. Urza doesn't need to rest at all. She scanned the rest of her peers, judging from their reactions. Their strengths were similar. In that case, it would be a complete waste of time to continue fighting. Let Laxus take the field. HMPH. I'll let you know the price of angering the Fairy Tale Guild. Laxus snorted. He had to admit that Wu Ming was quite powerful and he couldn't break free after being immobilized. Although he was not convinced, but he still followed the rules and gestured to untie his own immobilization. President Makarov, is this kid really the offspring of your father Yuri? Isn't the difference too big? Wu Ming untied him. Glancing at Makarov, he asked with a little doubt. Huh? Advertisement. Makarov looked at him unexpectedly. Mr. Wu Ming has seen my father. It seems that the first generation Mavis that Gray said is really still alive? Makarov asked. Wu Ming shrugged. I lived with her on Tenro Island for a while. She used to be like my adopted daughter, but now. The rest of the words were not said. Makarov could probably guess it, and first congratulated the first generation silently. Then he fell into thought. She seemed to be an adopted daughter back then, so this Wu Ming has lived for at least 200 years. Hiss, these members of Angel Wings. Could they all be immortals, and none of them have died so far? Angel Wings is an absolutely neutral organization, and Zeref and the demon cult just live as they please. They have lived from 400 years ago to the present, and they are not happy with each other, so they set up their own organizations to fight openly and secretly. But, when you encounter an opponent that you can't solve, you can contact us, and Angel Wings will send me or others to help. These words are half true and half false. Especially the first sentence, to be precise, Angel Wings tends to be evil. In Wu Ming's plan, after all the chess pieces are on the field, he will reveal his identity in the end. Give the entire Ishgar continent, all wizard guilds despair. Before that, he has to let Zeref and Acnologia act with him. Perform a righteous Angel Wing. Is that so? Makarov is a little more relaxed. It seems that Angel Wing is also easy to get along with. Guild members must have more contact with them, on the field. Laxus is extremely arrogant after recovering from the freeze. Standing out to show that he is giving time to recover, it seems that he wants to defeat Urza in her best condition. Then let's start. Wu Ming gave an order, instantly. Laxus's body turned into an arc of electricity, flashing on the ruins of the entire destroyed guild. So fast. The moment he moved, the members of the Wizard Guild exclaimed. This speed can indeed almost kill the opponent in seconds. Is Laxus a quick decision? Macau affirmed. Miss Urza may suffer loss. If she can't catch Laxus, then the winner will be decided by herself. Wakaba took a deep breath and said, the speed of lightning is naturally very fast. This is Miss Urza's weakness. The two have already judged the winner, at this speed. Urza should only be forced to defend, and once she starts defending, she will have no chance to resist. Advertisement. It will be over in a short time. It's not just the two of them. Many people in the guild also think so. After all, the speed of lightning is very fast. Few people can stop it. Whoosh, but it's obvious. They jumped to conclusions too early, just when they thought Laxus would start attacking. Urza's figure disappeared. Her speed is just as fast. The slap in the face came too fast. What's wrong with Urza's speed? Fortunately, I didn't say it. I was not the one who was slapped in the face. Then the question is, what is Miss Urza's magic? The same light attribute as the president? It shouldn't be. The members talked about it. Now Laxus and Urza, both of them have disappeared. Only the occasional arc of electricity appears. It will collide with something unknown, and then separate again. Their eyes can't keep up at all. Being able to keep up with my speed is enough to make you happy for the rest of your life, but my power is more than that. The two invisible lights collided several times, then they separated again. The two stood in their original positions, neither panting nor blushing. It seemed that the speed just now was just a warm-up. Laxus did not rest for a few seconds, and began to control the lightning to kill. He bombarded Urza. Ha! Urza shouted. Her fists were covered by space magic, and she bombarded the lightning. Boom boom. A bolt from the blue. The violent sound of lightning hurt the eardrums of the audience. The thunder was loud and piercing. The two rushed forward again, but this time they did not turn into lightning to attack. And with the blessing of magic, they started to fight. Boom boom boom. Every time they collided, it could cause a roar, and the aftermath they set off made people squint. The guild that was originally demolished. At this moment, the gravel was crushed into pieces by two powerful magic powers. Chapter 043. Urza vs Laxus, Lightning and Space Magic. The two people were fighting. Relying on their strong physical fitness, they continued to launch fierce attacks. The lightning and the mysterious space attribute. Neither of them gave in, and the ground was in ruins under the bombardment. Thunder explosion, during the physical competition. Laxus held the lightning in his hand and squeezed it hard. The violent thunder was detonated instantly submerging the ruins of the entire Fairy Tale Guild. Boom. The arc of electricity that shot up into the sky was violent and uneasy. The sudden onslaught stunned everyone who was watching. When the lightning disappeared, the original Fairy Tale Guild building was completely destroyed, with debris all over the ground. After counting, no stone had a diameter of more than half a meter. Shattered. This was a complete shattering. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's destroyed, it's completely destroyed. At this moment, Laxus was very emotional. His expression was ferocious with a wild laugh, and arcs of electricity jumped on his body. His whole mind was extremely active. Sure enough, you are different from them. Opposite. Urza's figure was not seen at first, but the space rippled at this time. She appeared intact. She had just hidden in the different space, and the sudden thunder explosion had already torn her clothes to pieces. She couldn't be without clothes. It's okay, but it's good this way, it can let me have fun. Lightning suit. Laxus released a huge amount of magic power, and the lightning attribute burst out. An absolute domain was formed around his body. The arcs kept jumping, wrapping Laxus in it. Bang! Laxus stepped forward. With strong force, he stepped directly into a deep pit under his feet. His speed increased again. With the blessing of the lightning suit, his attack, speed and defense increased greatly. Lightning fist. Under the amplification of lightning, Laxus's fist jumped with arcs. This fist has stronger power. Boom! Urza punched again, and this time her strength was also greatly improved. A punch. Both of them were forced to retreat dozens of meters. The warm-up is over. Thump, thump. After stabilizing her body, Urza took a deep breath, and a powerful magic power also burst out from her body. When the magic power was released, the atmosphere of the whole scene became heavy, and a suffocating feeling came over me. Advertisement. It's so uncomfortable to breathe. The air is so heavy, I feel like I'm suffocating. My body, I'm actually starting to tremble with fear. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. The ordinary wizards turned pale in an instant, opened their mouths and breathed in big gulps of air. If they didn't do this, they felt like they would suffocate because they couldn't breathe. What is this? Natsu's legs trembled. He could easily feel that all his strength seemed to be drained from his body. He even started to stutter when he spoke. It was like facing a terrifying behemoth, and his nerves kept sending out warnings. It's so uncomfortable. Mirajane, Kana and other women were even more miserable. Suppressed by this momentum, they collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up. If they were facing an enemy, they would have already voluntarily sacrificed their lives. What a joke. The gap can't be that big. Gray gritted his teeth. At this moment, Urza seemed like an incomparable giant. He was only afraid. He didn't even want to fight. He was so strong that it was outrageous. The magic power is comparable to that of Girda's. Makarov was also shocked. The magic power bursting out of Urza is almost the same as that of Girda's. This is almost impossible. How old is Urza? How can she have such terrifying magic power? There is a problem. There is definitely something wrong with this little girl. He looked to the side, wanting to get some information from this person. Her magic power has improved a lot. If she continues like this, she will surpass her mother in 10 years. This level of magic pressure, it is not noticeable to Wu Ming at all, and it is only useful to people like Natsu who have never seen the world. Just like Makarov next to him, although he was shocked by her magic power, he was not scared to death. It is not to that exaggerated level, it seems. If you want to win, you have to start the first stage, Wu Ming said again. Urza is stronger than Laxus now, but it is not too exaggerated. If you want to win, you have to let yourself enter the first stage. Otherwise, this is destined to be a war of attrition. You haven't used your full strength yet. Makarov had been eavesdropping with his ears perked up. After hearing the first stage, he was shocked, since there is a first stage. Then there must be a second and third stage. I think it should be getting stronger and stronger, right? Advertisement looking at the field. Laxus is Makarov's grandson after all. He has great talent and ability to withstand pressure. He is not so scared that he can't move because of this. Very good. Very good. The stronger you are, the happier I will be after defeating you. Lightning arcs burst out from Laxus again. Lightning spear. The arc turned into a lightning spear and stabbed straight at Urza. At the same time, a new magic was used, lightning array. Control lightning to draw a magic array, directly trapping Urza's body. The lightning spear stabbed without any hindrance. Sizzle. The arc kept jumping, and the lightning spear was about to pierce Urza's body. Suddenly, the lightning spear was forced to stop when it was 5 millimeters away from Urza's skin. In front of space. I can ignore any attack. Urza's long hair fluttered. She raised her slender jade fingers and gently tapped the tip of the lightning spear. Pa pa pa. The lightning spear was lightly tapped. The magic power began to become chaotic, and then it broke and dissipated directly. And the lightning array. It controlled Urza for less than 2 seconds, and she easily broke free. What resounded through the sky was the roar of summoning thunder and lightning, which fell from the sky and turned everything into ashes. Thunder pressure and raging waves. It's not over yet. Laxus raised his right arm high and chanted a spell. Everyone was shocked. Everything needs a spell to release, which means that its power will be several times greater than before. The members were all worried. Is this attack Laxus's ultimate move? Could it be that the outcome is about to be decided? If this is your ultimate move, then you will lose this battle. Looking at the sky covered by dark clouds, Urza was a little disappointed. She finally fought a little harder. If that's it, it really made her feel a little regretful. Crack. The lightning formed a huge sphere and fell from the dark clouds. It exploded instantly. The light of the closed eyes made everyone close their eyes, and their faces could feel the burning of lightning. The arc jumped on the scalp, and it was numb and uncomfortable. Thinking of such an attack, they all believed that if it fell on them, they would be seriously injured if not dead. Chapter 044. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal, Laxus's Hysterical Outburst. A deep pit was blasted out where Urza was standing. As the members thought, the magic that required chanting spells was very powerful. Just one strike. It created a pit with a diameter of several dozen meters. Urza was already on guard. After all, it took time to chant spells. But she was still surprised by this blow. She also paid the price of the cloth on one arm because of her misjudgment. And on her shoulder, the emblem representing the angel's wings was slightly lit. Under the condition that I don't seriously injure you, I am not as good as you in using magic. Urza glanced at the rotten sleeve. Finally, the capital admitted that she was at a disadvantage in the use of magic. Seriously injure me? Laxus did not appreciate it. Instead, his eyebrows became more ferocious, as if this remark severely provoked him. What can you use to seriously injure me, sizzle? In anger, Laxus roared, and the thunder on his body became more violent. His eyes seemed to shoot lightning. The momentum rose steadily. At the moment of roaring, Laxus's body swelled up, and his muscles tore his clothes apart. His arms suddenly became thick. Dragon scales appeared, covering his arms. His knuckles were like dragon claws. The teeth in his mouth grew, as sharp as dragon teeth. This phenomenon, it caused a great uproar among the guild members. Dragon Slayer. Natsu, who is a Dragon Slayer, exclaimed. There was disbelief in his eyes. Laxus is actually a Dragon Slayer? Why have I never heard of it? What Laxus is a Dragon Slayer like Natsu? Advertisement. How is it possible? I have never seen Laxus use Dragon Slayer magic. The scales on his arms are dragon scales, right? Wow, this is a shocking discovery. It is obviously a rare magic, but our guild actually has two? The members were surprised. Looking at Laxus's appearance, they were all stunned. This guy is quite well hidden. Otherwise, they might not know about this battle today. Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal. Wu Ming sighed. He tried to collect Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal, but failed to collect it. It might be a destiny. The Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal that made him miss thunder and poison must have been implanted in their bodies for a long time. Yes, to be precise, Laxus is not a Dragon Slayer, Makarov replied. Everyone looked over here. When he was young, I took care of Laxus's body, so I got the Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal and implanted it in his body. I have always let him hide this power, so no one knows. Makarov said and looked at Wu Ming unexpectedly. This guy is really knowledgeable. He recognized that there was a magic crystal in Laxus's body at a glance, and only Natsu and others would guess wrong. Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal is indeed easier to explode dragon scales. It is really a more convenient ability. The first generation of Dragon Slayer wanted to explode dragon scales. You must be extremely angry or eat something special, and use the power of dragon to show dragon scales. The second and third Dragon Slayers can easily explode dragon scales. Of course, the power of the first generation Dragon Slayer is naturally stronger than that of the later ones. If the one fighting Laxus was Ultir, then he could have admitted defeat now. However, it's a pity that Laxus is facing Urza, let alone the Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal. Even the first generation will lose, unless, Dragonization, roar. The huge power is transmitted from the Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal to the whole body. Laxus roared, crack, he exerted force on his feet and shot out like a missile. Boom. The punch was so fast that you could see the afterimage. Urza crossed her arms in front of her and hardened the swift fist. Instantly, the dragon scale fist hit her arm. Urza's body was blown away by the punch, crashing down one house after another. Until a few hundred meters away, it hit the thick wall and stopped the momentum. Everyone was stunned. They guessed that Laxus would burst out with great strength. But they never expected the strength that burst out would be so terrifying. Advertisement Urza, who could easily resist before, now was blown away by a punch for hundreds of meters? They no longer knew what expression to use, and their facial expressions were numb. Laxus did a great job. Natsu cheered with a smile. He had no bad intentions, he was just cheering for Laxus. Here, Makarov secretly glanced at Wu Ming beside him. He was able to burst out such strength. It really surprised him. He hoped that Urza was not injured. But it was good this way. Laxus' victory could teach the little devils in the guild a good lesson. It could also consolidate the bond of the guild. It's not over yet. Laxus rushed out again, obviously intending to kill her while she was sick. With the blessing of thunder and lightning. After blasting out the pit under his feet, he rushed towards a few hundred meters at a rapid speed. Just watch here. Wu Ming didn't worry at all and glanced at the large group of people here. The battle between Laxus and Urza would become particularly intense next, and it would be too late to catch up and watch. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A bird's eye view of the scene appeared in front of him at 45 degrees. Including the sound. Mr. Wu Ming's ability is really unpredictable. Makarov sighed. His eyes were fixed on the screen and he continued to check the next battle situation. In the picture, Urza just got up after being knocked away. Laxus rushed to the front again and bombarded Urza. Almost every time, he could knock her away for a long distance. Ha ha ha, this is the price of provoking the Fairy Tail Guild, keep fighting. Laxus was in high spirits. With the blessing of the dragon-slaying magic, his morale in all aspects rose steadily. Sweeping away the previous bad luck. Being suppressed by others became actively suppressing others, and that look was very much like a person who had been suppressed for many years, and suddenly had the power to squander. The guild members were particularly embarrassed. They understood the kind of frustration, but the arrogant face of Laxus now. It really made them have no idea to cheer. Why don't we end the game? Everyone should be hungry after playing for so long. How about having a meal in our guild? Makarov made a subtle suggestion. After all, she is a little girl. It is really shameful to be suppressed by her grandson all the time. Anyway, it will go on like this. Laxus will definitely win, so why not give Mr. Wu Ming a face and end it like this? Makarov, do you think you won? Wu Ming asked with a smile. Well, it should be about the same. Laxus's current strength is several times that of before, and the dragon-slaying magic has not been used yet. Makarov reminded. Just the physical strength is enough to suppress Urza. Not to mention that the dragon-slaying magic has not been used yet. Let's continue to see. Wu Ming smiled and shook his head. The trump cards must be used step by step, and it is too early to say who will win or lose now. Chapter 045. Urza is also a dragon slayer. Wu Ming's calm look made Makarov suspicious. He really didn't understand why he had the confidence to say such a thing. The current battle would basically not change. Victory was just a matter of time. Bang! Laxus punched again, and this time Urza's defense was even more embarrassing. Her face was no longer as dirty as before. This punch will kill you directly. Laxus still had some reason and knew that there was no need to continue to torture her. He decided to put an end to this battle. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Thunder Dragon's electricity wrapped around his fist and blasted the final blow under the dazzling lightning. At this time, Urza, who was in the lightning, suddenly raised her head. Her eyes turned into vertical pupils, and a majestic aura emanated from her eyes. Raise your arms. Spread your 5 fingers. Urza was bathed in the lightning. The sound of lightning exploding. Nothing was seen being blown away, and there was no particularly exaggerated explosion. The lightning seemed to be temporarily extinguished. The lightning gradually dissipated, and the situation in the field was shocking. Everyone watched with their mouths open. Even Makarov had an expression as if he had seen a ghost, and subconsciously turned his head to look around. No wonder this person was not worried. So there really is a hidden power, but it shouldn't be able to turn defeat into victory, right? Not only were they surprised, even Laxus, who thought it was over, was shocked. My fist. The fist wrapped with the lightning of the Thunder Dragon was actually blocked by a palm. This is impossible. Laxus felt that there must be a problem. He was busy retracting his hands. He crossed his palms and clenched them tightly, raising them high above his head. Thunder Dragon jaw. He swung down fiercely. The Thunder Dragon's electricity condensed in his fists and smashed towards Urza's head with all his strength. Bang. However, Urza just raised her arms and held them above her head. She caught Laxus' attack again. The circular lightning arc acted on the ground, tearing a large deep pit in the earth. Did you enjoy the fight? Urza swung her sword vigorously, hitting Laxus' arm and said coldly. Impossible. How could you block it? Laxus took a few steps back. He looked surprised, and he couldn't figure out why. He was beaten without any chance to fight back just now. In the blink of an eye, he blocked the Dragon Slayer magic so easily. This is really unreasonable. At this moment, Laxus' heart skipped a beat, and he saw Urza's vertical pupils. He had a very bad feeling in his heart. Advertisement. In the viewing area, there were also many people who immediately noticed Urza's eyes that were completely different from before. Hey, why do I feel like I've seen those eyes on someone else? Do I need to feel it? Aren't Natsu's eyes the same as these? Yes, these eyes are similar to Natsu's, especially when they fight, they are almost the same. If you say so, I suddenly have a bad feeling. The wizards talked about it. Those eyes were completely different from before, and now they were even more intimidating. And they looked like dragon eyes. At this moment, Natsu was also a little surprised. He saw the same power in those eyes. Or more courageous. He instinctively wanted to surrender, just like a dragon seeing the Dragon King. Mr. Wu Ming. This is. Makarov had a vague guess in his heart. But he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. After all, this guess was too shocking. Urza, could it be? Gray was also surprised. He had never seen such a situation in the years in the northern continent. He wanted to ask. Your guess is correct. Her power has been dormant. Even the master didn't find it at the first time. Ultir said. To be precise, Urza's power was discovered when she was 10 years old. And there is another one. It was discovered 2 years ago. Gurgle. Gray's forehead was sweating coldly. If this is the case, the victory or defeat will change again. When not using this power. Urza is so powerful. If she uses it, Laxus really can't win. The roar of the space-time dragon. Urza answered everyone's guess with her actions. That terrifying dragon breath. It was released from her mouth in an instant, and Laxus was blown away in an instant. That breath was first shown in front of outsiders. It was very powerful and blasted out 400 or 500 meters. All the houses in the distance extended by the breath were blown to pieces. Even deep grooves appeared on the ground. Dragon Slayer magic. These 4 words appeared in everyone's mind. They were really scared. It was exactly the same as what they had guessed just now. This Urza is a dragon slayer. Today is really an eye-opener. Another dragon slayer. Macau wiped the sweat from his forehead. I thought Laxus was a dragon slayer. This news was scary enough. Unexpectedly, this little girl Urza is also one. It's obviously an extremely rare magic, and I saw 3 today. This is really. Wakaba smacked his lips. He really didn't know how to describe it. Today was a great experience. She is also a dragon slayer. Natsu, maybe you can ask for clues about where Igneel is. Happy said. Natsu was excited and nervous. I don't know if it's the dragon slayer magic taught by Long, or if it's a magic crystal implanted in the body like Laxus. He especially wanted to ask Wu Ming or Ultir. Advertisement. The former is his father. The latter seemed to have a very good relationship. Maybe he really knew something. It's really amazing. Makarov sighed. No wonder Mr. Wu Ming was not nervous. Could it be that his daughter was also a dragon slayer? It seems that Mr. Wu Ming already knew it. Then was Urza the dragon slayer crystal or the dragon teaching? Makarov asked with interest. He even had a ridiculous idea that it was Wu Ming who taught Urza. And Wu Ming was the dragon. Of course, this ridiculous idea was quickly extinguished by Makarov. Because it was too ridiculous. Dragon. Wu Ming was silent for 2 seconds and answered. In fact, he didn't know Urza's situation. Because Urza was a human born from a dragon egg and had been raised according to human standards. When she was 10 years old, it was unexpectedly discovered that Urza could easily use the space-time dragon slayer magic. Wu Ming didn't understand. He could only use the reason that he and Irene were both dragon slayers as an excuse. After that, he personally taught the dragon slayer magic. In terms of spatial attributes, Urza has a great talent, but for some reason she can't learn the time attribute at all. Until 2 years ago, Wu Ming found that Urza had dragon horns growing on her head, and then she turned into a dragon in less than half a year. That's right, Urza automatically turned into a dragon. However, that dragon body is completely different from Wu Ming's, although it has the power of space. But it doesn't have the power of time. Urza's time and space are only spatial attributes. And Wu Ming's time and space refer to time and space. Chapter 046. Except the reality, Igneel is dead. Although they are both called space-time dragons. However, the gap between the two is still very large. At least Urza, who turned into a dragon, did not find the potential of a dragon king. It may also be because she is too young. After all, it takes at least 100 years for a dragon to become an adult. So, Urza has the power of a dragon and a dragon slayer. The roar of the thunder dragon. The roar of the space-time dragon. The 2 dragon slayers began to fight fiercely, since they knew Urza was a dragon slayer. Then they naturally had to use all their strength in the fight. Laxus used the dragon slayer magic without mercy. And Urza was no longer passively defensive, based on the dragon slayer magic. Fighting against Laxus, the 2 of them were both magical and physical. From the ground to the air, the 2 figures fought, and all the houses and buildings were destroyed wherever they passed. So far, the streets and houses near the Fairy Tale Guild in Magnolia Town have been destroyed. There are countless potholes on the ground. Judging from the situation of the 2 people, the battle is still spreading to the surroundings. Urza's attacks are getting stronger and stronger. Every time she knocks Laxus away, she creates a big hole. Fortunately, Mr. Wu Ming used the mirror world, otherwise the Fairy Tale Guild will go bankrupt after this fight. Seeing the 2 people fighting back and forth, Makarov sighed rarely, and his heart was clenched when he saw the ruins. The scope of the impact is too wide. Hundreds of houses have been destroyed. If this happened in reality, the Magic Council would probably send troops. After all, it's a dragon slayer. It's inevitable that it has strong destructive power. Wu Ming smiled and replied. The atmosphere at this time is still very relaxed. Maybe because they know that the battle is likely to be lost, the mentality of the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild has become indifferent. After all, this is a competition. Those who defeat them seem to be very good friends in the future. Just as everyone guessed, the battle is coming to an end. On the battlefield, Laxus climbed up in the broken debris of the house. His clothes were torn, the headphones on his head were also broken, and there were more or less wounds on his body. He was almost at his limit. Thunder Dragon's Sky Halberd. Absolutely cannot lose, Laxus roared, his resolute face full of stubbornness. In his heart, Fairy Tale Guild is the strongest guild. He must not lose to others, and this attack is full of his support for the guild. Covering all the magic power. The victory or failure depends on this last attack. Time and space frozen. Advertisement. Urza mobilized the power of space. Instantly, the surrounding space seemed to turn into a viscous liquid, causing Laxus's body and even his attack to be almost still. Time and space dragons. Air sword. A 2-meter-long sword was manifested above Urza's head. As she waved her hand, the sword broke through the space and directly penetrated Laxus' body. Boom. A small mushroom cloud rose above Laxus. The huge explosion on the battlefield suddenly sounded. At that moment, it seemed as if the ground was coughing violently. The mushroom cloud dissipated. Laxus's body was covered with blood, and he lay quietly in the pit without moving. The sword had no substance, and even if it pierced his body, it would not really hurt him. But the explosion that followed did cover him. His body was not blown to pieces. It was because of the Dragon Slayer's strong physique, otherwise Laxus would not only die, but even his body would not be able to be pieced together. He is seriously injured and unconscious. With Laxus's recovery ability, he should wake up soon. So do you want to fight next? This time I can let Altair spar with you. Wu Ming stretched out his hand. He moved Urza and the unconscious Laxus in the distance. He checked Laxus's injuries. He looked at the members of the Fairy Tale Guild and asked again with a smile. Everyone sighed. Although the opponent of the sparring changed, they still had no confidence in winning. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a member of Angel Wings. We, Fairy Tale, admit defeat. Seeing that no one accepted the challenge, Makarov also admitted defeat generously. In any case, this challenge has ended. It was a friendly match anyway. Outsiders could not know. Then go back. Wu Ming did not insist. Among the younger generation of the Fairy Tale Guild, only Mirajan, Natsu, Laxus, Mistogen, and Girdas are particularly outstanding. Mirajane is not good at fighting. The latter two are not on the side of the guild, and Laxus has been defeated. Natsu is even more so. This test is enough. After leaving, arrange Acnologia to issue an order for the Dark Guild to start invading the regular guild. Leave the mirror world. The intact guild and the neat streets made the wizards exclaim at the magical skills. It was totally unexpected that it was the mirror world just now. Celebrate, boys, let's drink a glass for this defeat. Makarov raised his glass and cheered. Wow, oh. The guild members were not discouraged and drank happily. Altair and Urza were also forced to join. Advertisement. Kana, known as the god of wine, took the initiative to find the two women and wanted to use drinking to decide the winner. Natsu also came over. Urza, right, is the dragon that taught you Dragon Slayer magic still alive? Has it seen my father Igniel? Natsu asked. Urza was slightly stunned. It was my father who taught me Dragon Slayer magic. As for whether it has seen Igniel, you should ask it yourself. Hearing this, Natsu was obviously very surprised. I didn't expect that there was someone who could teach Dragon Slayer magic. So, Urza doesn't seem to be like him, a regular Dragon Slayer. Happy reminded. I heard the president communicate with him before. That Wu Ming seems to have lived for hundreds of years and should have really seen Igniel. Yes. Natsu was excited. He must have seen Ignir hundreds of years ago, maybe he knows where it is now. Thinking of this, he hurried over. Uncle Wu Ming. Poof. Hearing Natsu's address to him, Wu Ming couldn't help but spit out his wine. Uncle or something is really, think about it and forget it. If you really want to be serious, he should be the elder brother, after all, they're all from 400 years ago. Your name is Natsu, right? You fought very well today, keep up the good work. Wu Ming praised. Natsu grinned. Uncle Wu Ming, I heard that you have lived for hundreds of years, so have you seen Ignir? It left me in X777 and disappeared. I have been looking for it all these years because I really want to see it. Natsu asked. Ignir. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows and glanced at his body. I have seen it, but you know, creatures like dragons will leave when they are about to die, and find a place where no one is around to wait for death quietly. Ignir may be dead, otherwise, how could I not find it? Strictly speaking, he did not lie. Igniel and other dragons were killed 400 years ago. The ones living in Natsu and others now are just souls using the dragon soul technique. Impossible. Natsu was excited when he heard the beginning. But the following words, Natsu couldn't accept it and angrily denied such a possibility. Igniel must still be alive. He must be waiting for me to find him somewhere. Natsu argued. He couldn't accept the fact that Igniel was dead. Accept the reality. Wu Ming shrugged indifferently. In the future, if Igniel appeared from Natsu's body and insisted on killing Acnologia, he might really kill Igniel. I don't know if Igniel can sense the situation outside. After all, Acnologia has become a good person. Chapter 047. A plan that makes regular guilds despair and turns Angel Wings into a sacred organization. The Fairy Tale Guild's hospitality was particularly rich. Natsu, who could not accept the news of Igniel's death, left angrily. But not many people noticed. With the guild's hospitality, Wu Ming stayed in Magnolia for a few more days. Laxus, who was seriously injured and unconscious, woke up later. But he did not meet Wu Ming and his friends. However, Makarov and Laxus were alone for a while, although Laxus still refused to admit defeat. But he no longer kept to himself. This made Wu Ming very concerned. The hostility in Laxus seemed to have disappeared. I think Makarov used this fight. He thoroughly enlightened Laxus. Although he became a tool, Wu Ming did not dislike this kind of thing. He just accidentally ruined the fairy tale civil war plot. This resulted in him having less things to participate in, but he would find other things to make up for this plot. After 2 days of rest, Wu Ming said goodbye to Urza and Altair and set foot on the trial again. The next journey was very quiet. They arrived at the location soon. Urza and Ultir began the trial, while Wu Ming began to make arrangements. He used his ability to open up a different space. Then he used the space attribute to contact Zeref and Acnologia. Let the thoughts of both pass through the angel wing badge. Appear in this different space. Long time no see, teacher. Zeref responded very quickly. He sincerely played the role of a student, and he responded to Wu Ming's summons. It's been a long time since I last saw you either. What have you been doing recently? Acnologia hasn't come yet. Advertisement. Wu Ming was not in a hurry and chatted with Zeref. Zeref said, I don't care about the operation of the Angel Church at present. I mainly stay in the house to do experiments and study who to place in the Dark Guild. Wu Ming rolled his eyes. You and Acnologia are having a lot of fun. If you were not both men, I would really think you had something to do with each other. Zeref smiled bitterly. Teacher, don't get me wrong. I don't trust Acnologia. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Oh. Wu Ming was too lazy to dwell on this matter. Wu Ming was not sure whether Acnologia might betray him. However, his absolute strength made him fearless. It would be best if he didn't betray. If he really wanted to betray him, then he could be a true partner of justice. He called for people to wipe out Acnologia. Humph. I still think you are untrustworthy. Look at how many ordinary humans the demons you researched have killed. A cold snort sounded. Acnologia also came to this space. He confronted Zeref as soon as he arrived. Zeref said, as the feather of the end, you seem to be out of place in defending humans, and aren't all those Tartaros guys under your command. In terms of expansion speed, Acnologia is particularly fast, and often suppresses with strength as the foundation. Those guys from the Dark Guild are two-faced, and I decided to find a chance to destroy them. Speaking of this, Acnologia is obviously unhappy. He did conquer the Dark World, but those guys from the guild obeyed his orders on the surface. In fact, they plundered when they should. He still kills people when he should, completely ignoring the majesty of the King of the Dark World. By the way, I met someone before, and he said that the Demon Lord is Dogra. What's the situation? Wu Ming interrupted at this time. He almost let the two people go, and there was no need to monitor their every move. He was a little curious about the bandits who occupied the town before. I have 5 people under my command, namely Earth Dragon, Wood Dragon, Water Dragon, Magic Dragon, and Flame Dragon, and they are all Demon Lords. Earth Dragon is mainly responsible for the Dark Guild, so many wizards know its existence. Acnologia explained. I see. Wu Ming knew what he meant, which was simply to push Earth Dragon out as the mastermind behind the scenes. That's not right. The Moon Dragon is with me. Why didn't you say Gold Dragon? Wu Ming asked hurriedly. Just now, the 5 dragons said 4. There are also 2 Gold Dragons, Beelness and Moon Dragon Selene. The latter is following her. But what about Gold Dragon? It's impossible that he hasn't caught that guy yet, right? Speaking of this, Acnologia sneered. If that guy doesn't surrender, I will take the Flame Dragon and others to destroy the Alchemy Guild, and kill the Gold Dragon completely. Awesome. Wu Ming gave him a thumbs up. He is worthy of being the Black Feather of the End, and worthy of being the strongest dragon of the Dragon King Festival. Kill him if he says so. Let's talk about business. Since Acnologia said that the Dark Guilds are all traitors, then arrange for them to die. Let the Dark World spread the news that Eisenwald is going to summon the demon Lullaby who destroys the world. Advertisement. Let the regular guilds challenge Eisenwald, and arrange a powerful guy to repel the regular guilds after Eisenwald is destroyed. And tell the people in the regular guilds that Lullaby is on Galuna Island, and let them invade Galuna Island. Arrange the people of the Dark 6 demons on the island, and let the Earth Dragon Dogra appear, and destroy the regular guilds in the island. Wu Ming began to arrange the plan. Since the plots don't connect, he will arrange it himself. All the plots end with the failure of the regular guilds. In this way, the strength of the wizards in these guilds should increase rapidly. Are we going to annihilate them all? Zeref couldn't help but ask when he heard the plan. He is the Pope of the Angel Church after all. He is also the honorary Grand Elder of the Magic Council. It would be a bit cruel to annihilate all the regular guilds. Of course not. I want the Fairy Tale Guild to ask for help from Angel Wings. In these plans, Angel Wings will repel all demon lords as a righteous and sacred identity, Wu Ming said. In the plan, he will appear as a member of Angel Wings. Appear on every battlefield. It will become a sacred organization that saves the world until the final battle comes. Bad taste. Acnologia laughed suddenly. If he had the strength of Wu Ming and ruled the Dark World and regular guilds, he would have ruled the world long ago. Acnologia, this is called having fun. We have a long lifespan. In the long years, it would be very boring if we don't find something interesting to do. Zeref was very supportive of this plan. He even had new ideas in his mind. Teacher, the country I established in the Western continent can also be arranged into the plan. Zeref said. Wu Ming nodded. Don't worry, we will have fun with the regular guilds in the future. Having fun is very interesting. After Wu Ming perfected the plan again and again, he immediately asked Zeref and Acnologia to act according to the plan. A new storm is about to appear. Chapter 048. The plan begins, the 6 dark demons appear. Urza and Ultir's trials were not difficult. After the trials were over, returned to Ishgar's home and lived a life like a commoner. Year X 784. Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov received a representative from the Magic Council today, the great mage Jelal of Seda. The matter of Eisenwald looking for Larabai should be handled by our Magic Council, but the demon cult has been unusually active recently. Most of the main members are there, so I hope Fairy Tale can take on this task, solve Eisenwald as soon as possible, and find out where Larabai is. Jelal, a new member of the Holy Ten Magic Path. He was once imprisoned by the evil cult, and was later rescued by the Angel Church's cleanup. After that, he joined the Angel Church. Later, he became the son of the Angel Church, a wizard who believed in the Illuminati to illuminate everything. Although he has become one of the Holy Ten now, he is still a fanatic who believes in the Angel Church. Well, since it is the request of the Magic Council, our Fairy Tale Guild will naturally comply. Quote. Makarov held the wine glass. After taking a sip, he agreed and looked at Jelal with admiration. Among the 10 holy magic sects, he admired Jelal very much. Similarly, when the guild wanted to be punished after causing trouble, he helped to speak well of it. The Magic Council has also contacted the Angel Wings organization. If necessary, you can ask them for help. Jelal said again. After hearing this, Makarov's eyes became bright. Thinking of Wu Ming and Urza and Ultir, the two little girls. If there is the help of Angel Wings, it's really no big deal. You can ask Wu Ming to come and help at that time. Angel Wings has zero tolerance for evil, but before that, you must find out where Lullaby is, so you are the only one responsible before the investigation is clear. Jelal instructed. On the other side, Makarov nodded solemnly. It shouldn't be too difficult to solve Eisenwald. The problem is how to find out the whereabouts of Larabai. After discussion, Jelal said goodbye. The guild members all looked at the president Makarov and waited for him to announce the content. In short, our guild needs to solve Eisenwald first and find out the whereabouts of Larabai. Makarov briefly introduced the task. The guild members all whispered to each other. Then Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Kana, Loki, the task of solving Eisenwald is left to you. Makarov called the troops and deployed the generals. The executors of the task were quickly arranged. Our guild is really a bit miserable. We always encounter this kind of annihilation of the Dark Guild. Loki pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose. He was really not interested in this kind of designated task. Gululu, I wonder if Eisenwald has any wine. Kana held the big bucket. Gululu drank crazily, not interested in this mission. Eisenwald's trump card is not easy to deal with. Gray took off his clothes without knowing when, and stood there with his hands on his waist, sighing. Kick the club. We will go to Eisenwald to kick the club right away. Bang. Natsu bumped his fists together. He grinned with blood boiling, since he was kicked by Urza and Ultir before. Natsu seemed to have opened up some special fetish. He shouted to kick the club every day. Hey, do you have to count me in? Lucy, who had just joined not long ago, had a bitter face. Her strength was limited. She might even make things worse if she went. Stop talking nonsense, you will set off tomorrow morning. Makarov signaled. Then several designated members went home to pack their things and prepare to set off. Eisenwald. Aragorn had a sullen face, and he was being scolded by the members of the Dark Six at the moment. I've told you so many times. Lullaby is related to our grand plan to rule the world. We have to do it secretly, but you actually leaked it. Sora, codenamed Angel, sat on a high place, crossing her legs. Looking down at all the members of Eisenwald, her words were iron-blooded and sharp. She just sat there. It gave everyone a suffocating pressure, like an underwater volcano about to erupt. Now that the Magic Council knows, they may not let us carry out this plan as we wish. Aragorn lowered his head. Although he was known as the god of death, he was no match for any of the Dark Six demons. Although it is not pleasant, you must obey orders. Hee. You have to thank the Dark Six demons. If we hadn't exposed our whereabouts, we would have been somewhere else to contain the guys from the Magic Council. The ones who came to encircle you would be magic soldiers or members of the 10 holy magic sects. After we have contained them. Now it is only the Wizard Guild that will come to deal with you. Your task is to repel the other party. If you fail, you will stay in the cell for life. As soon as the voice fell, feathers bloomed around Sorano's figure, and she disappeared from a high position. Advertisement after the people left. The pressure Aragorn felt disappeared, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You all heard what I said just now, so be prepared for the battle and annihilate the regular guild wizards who are invading. He gave the order. All members of the entire guild began to act and set up necessary traps in the guild. Wait for the arrival of the regular guild at any time. Bang. The next day, the tightly closed door was kicked open. Natsu and his group came to challenge. Eisenwald bastards, come out. The quiet hall seemed as if no one had ever stayed here. Natsu yelled a few words. The voice echoed in the empty Eisenwald guild. It looks like they should have escaped. Kana walked forward. Click. She stepped on a trap. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking through the air came from the front, and dense arrows shot over. Thump, thump. Loki rushed over in a hurry, his fists wrapped in magic power interrupted the arrows in front. Fire dragons roar. Natsu opened his mouth and released his breath. Instantly solved all the arrows. These arrows are all coated with poison. If you are accidentally shot, you will be poisoned.
Lucy squatted down. Looking at the green liquid on the arrows with a cold glow, she was terrified.
Be careful. Fortunately, those arrows were ordinary wooden products, and they quickly blocked all the arrows. Loki took the lead this time. They set up traps specifically. It seems that they also know that we are coming to challenge them, but it is hard to say whether they're inside. Happy flew in the air. A pair of cat eyes swept across the empty hall, and it was unknown how many traps there were. Yes. I smell a lot of people. They're hiding here.
Natsu grinned. Then he raised his burning fist and wreaked havoc on the surrounding walls and ground. Boom, boom. In terms of destructive power, Dragon Slayer's power is definitely among the best. The earth shook after a lot of tossing. With such a big commotion, the enemy must know that we are here, but many traps have been broken by Natsu's commotion. Ashes kept falling from the ceiling. The window glass was shattered, and the walls and floors were burned black by the flames. Natsu was the captain of this operation. But it was mainly Kana, Loki, and Gray who made the strategy. After all, you can't expect an idiot with a burnt brain to say something smart. These guys are not coming out yet. Quote. Gray frowned. What's the point of hiding? Those traps can't stop them. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Natsu, who has a keen hearing, heard a lot of wind blowing around. Look outside, Lucy exclaimed and pointed outside the door. Everyone looked. At some point, there was no road outside, only a madly spinning tornado that wrapped the entire building. Huh, Natsu said nothing. He blasted the tornado with a burning fist.
Paw. The fist hit it, and the flame was instantly extinguished by the tornado. Tentatively reached in. Immediately felt the palm of the hand being torn by countless wind blades. Can't get out. Kana, Loki, Gray all used magic to attack. But without exception, all magic could not break it, which means they were trapped in this building. This is the Wind Demon Wall, a voice came from behind.
Everyone turned to see Eisenwald's trump card, the god of death Aragorn floating in the air. You can only go in but not out. Anyone who tries to force their way out will be torn apart by the strong wind. Aragorn said. Aragorn. Natsu roared and rushed forward. Swish. Aragorn's body disappeared in an instant, and then a low laugh sounded around. Fairy tales bug, fight us in this building, only the victorious party can leave, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Hulala. Waves of running sounds. It seemed that a million troops were approaching them. It looks like we have to decide the winner. Gray and the others knew that time was limited. They all got ready for battle. Kill them all. All the regular guilds should die. Ha ha ha. A lot of mixed voices sounded. Densely packed wizards attacked. They either used magic wands or magic swords. They rushed to attack Natsu and others. Fire Dragon's iron fist. The battle was about to start. Natsu and his men did not show any weakness, and rushed into the hungry wolf that entered the sheepfold with the limit magic.
The magic was constantly exploding. Kana and his men were all fighting one against many, not only to show momentum but also to pay attention to safety. After all, these wizards were just minions. Eisenwald's core members were still hiding in the dark, they had to save magic power. And prevent serious injuries. Half an hour. There were many wizards lying around Natsu and his men, and they were not hurt. It was just that some magic power was consumed. These minions are just warming us up at best.
Gray kicked a wizard. He moved his shoulders. Eisenwald is so weak. These ordinary members are really too weak. Kana shook his head. Loki and Lucy watched silently. They consumed more energy. I dare not say it so easily, taking advantage of the short break to recover. Aragorn. Natsu shouted loudly. After the soldiers were defeated, it was time to fight the elites. Sure enough, they are all trash, but I will harvest your lives. Aragorn appeared. There were 4 or 5 wizards around him. Obviously, these few people are the core members of the guild, and those who were knocked down can only be regarded as making up the numbers. Fire Dragon's roar. Natsu attacked immediately without saying a word. Storm wave. Aragorn was also unwilling to be outdone. He immediately manipulated the wind to fight back, and the other members also faced their respective opponents. A new round of war begins. In a different space. Advertisement. Wu Ming has been paying attention to the situation here, and he hides to watch the battle. Urza didn't join Fairy Tale, so Kana and Loki are more likely to deal with Eisenwald.
Aragorn's strength is limited, and he will definitely lose if Natsu explodes. Wu Ming analyzed. At the same time, he looked at the upper floors of the Eisenwald Guild building. Sora, codenamed Angel, and Laser. The two are the backup arranged by Acnologia, and they are the main combat force to defeat Natsu and his men. Being trapped in the building by a tornado, Laser's magic that reduces the enemy's speed perception will be the biggest bug, which means that Natsu and his men will definitely lose this time.
Natsu and his men are naturally very strong. B. Laser can reduce the enemy's perception of speed, and no one can defeat it in a limited space. It's good to lose, it's a lesson learned. I hope they can grow faster. Wu Ming said to himself. In the battle, Aragorn is particularly difficult. But the strength of the others is not very good, and they were quickly solved by Gray, Kana, Loki and Lucy. Afterwards, several people joined forces to start the siege. He. At first Aragorn handled it with ease. But later, he became more and more exhausted, and gradually his physical strength and magic power could not keep up with the consumption. But he did not escape. Because under the push of the Dark Six demons, he couldn't run away at all. Either be defeated, or defeat the opponent. Emerald Swift. Aragorn released the most powerful magic, summoning wind blades to try to tear the enemy apart. Even if he has to lose, he has to defeat one. Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist.
Natsu's fists were burning with fire, and he was attacking Aragorn like crazy. The first few punches, all hit Aragorn's strongest moves, but soon broke the strongest moves. The remaining punches all fell on Aragorn, under the extremely fast and chaotic punches. Aragorn took all the damage and finally fell from the air.
Aragorn, tell me where Lullaby is. Gray walked forward. Looking down at Aragorn, who had lost the strength to fight again, he questioned. He. Do you think you have won? No. Under the command of the Lord of Demons, the world will eventually fall into darkness. Aragorn, I'm just a pioneer, and your regular wizard guild will soon go to hell. Bang. Ma Li Jiao. Aragorn was extremely stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, Natsu punched him in the head. You are so long-winded. Natsu pinched his nose with disdain. The other people looked gloomy, and it seemed that they could not get any clues at this moment. They had to wait until they got back to let the president interrogate them personally. Lucy said. But, the thing outside hasn't disappeared yet, how can we leave? The others looked. Indeed, Aragorn was knocked unconscious, but the tornado covering the entire building did not disappear. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, there was an unknown applause.
Who? Kana shouted. A man and a woman slowly walked down the stairs of the building. Dark Six Demons Angel, Dark Six Demons Laser. Two members of the Dark Six Demons took the initiative to introduce themselves. What? Kana's pupils shrank, and they had never heard that the Dark Six Demons were here before they came.
Who cares who you are? Let me beat you up. Natsu raised his fist and was about to start. As soon as he took a step, Loki grabbed his arm. Calm down, Natsu. The Dark Six are not comparable to the Eisenwald Guild. Loki reminded. Lucy was curious. What do you mean? She knew that the Dark Six was also a dark guild, but she didn't know the true face of this guild. The Dark Six is one of the strongest guilds in the Dark Alliance. There are only 6 people in their guild, but each of them has the strength of an S-class wizard. It is said that their president is even more powerful than the 10 holy magicians. This guild can be said to be the elite among the elites. Gray took the initiative to introduce Lucy. At the same time, he was also thinking about whether they could defeat these 2 members of the Dark Six. So we are so famous in the eyes of regular guilds, it's really embarrassing. Sono smiled with his mouth covered. The laser next to him was unmoved. Natsu shouted. Why are you here? If anyone knows the location of Lullaby, tell me immediately, otherwise I will beat you up. Chapter 49. Despair. With broken heart, live with a life of charity. Although they knew that the Dark Six were notorious, they were not afraid to run away.
After all, there were only 2 members of the Dark Six. If they could defeat them here, that would be great, and it would be a disguised blow to the Dark Guild. Sono twisted his waist with a smile. Eisenwald wanted to betray us, so we came here to clean up the mess, but I didn't expect you to be so quick. Lullaby. What a nostalgic name, and it's really a coincidence that I really know where it is.
Hearing this, Gray and the others looked at each other, and the tacit understanding they had known for many years took effect at this moment. Charge. Loki passed his companions and quickly approached the 2 members of the Dark Six. At the same time, Kana and Gray also used Loki as a shield. Brewing long-range magic. Whoosh. But no one expected that Loki would be hit by a huge force as soon as he rushed out. His body was directly hit and flew back. Gray and the others only felt that there was an object on their side, passing through at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Finally, it hit the wall with a bang. Loki. Loki. Several people exclaimed. They hurried to the wall, trying to help Loki up quickly. At the same time, they were terrified. What kind of speed is this? They can't react in time. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Retreat. The Dark Six demons are not people that we can deal with. Quote. Loki coughed and coughed up blood. His face turned pale in an instant, and he was busy pushing his companions.
Remind them to retreat quickly. How can we retreat? If you don't even resist when your companions are injured, you are not worthy of being a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Natsu gritted his teeth and stood up. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, staring at the 2 members of the Dark Six demons with endless flames. Although my strength is limited, I will not watch my companions being bullied like this. Lucy took off the key from her waist. Her eyes were extremely firm, and she had no intention of retreating. Yeah, if we can't even protect our companions, we will be laughed at by those guys when we go back. We are just the 6 dark demons, but we are the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild. Charge, charge, charge. Several people had a firm belief. They launched a fierce attack on the enemy, and magic was released from their hands. Under the power of bondage, their strength rose steadily. And here, Sorono smiled and did not move, and the laser next to him disappeared in front of his eyes almost like teleportation. When he appeared again, he had come to Kana's side. Speed is a good thing. Quote. Bang. Kana couldn't dodge in time. Although she tried to defend in time, she was still kicked in the waist. She was also kicked out and hit the wall.
Same as Loki. Directly lost part of the power of the Big 510, and could only be a silent bystander. Kana. The remaining Natsu, Gray, Lucy and Happy exclaimed at the same time. All looked at the enemy angrily. They had no way to deal with that speed, and could only do useless work with anger.
What? A cat dares to seek death? Sora watched from behind with a smile. The laser. It seemed to have heard these words, and rushed to Happy at a very fast speed. Grabbed his tail. 4744. Happy suddenly felt something was wrong and called out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But what came back was a high-speed windmill, and Happy was spun several times quickly. Then he fell on the wall in the same way. Bang! Happy didn't have a strong body like Kana and Loki.
This fall knocked Happy unconscious. Happy. Natsu stared. You bastards. Emotions fluctuated violently. The magic power in Natsu's body continued to increase, and the ground was cracked by the powerful magic power. The temperature in the air was rising rapidly. His strength was getting stronger and stronger. Being hot-blooded doesn't make you invincible. This world doesn't revolve around you. Laser rushed forward again while speaking. In this building. His ability is really abnormal. No matter what kind of person, as long as the magic power is not too huge. They will be affected by him. Bang bang bang. This time, Laser didn't knock Natsu down with one kick, but used speed to continuously attack. One punch and one kick. Advertisement. Natsu gritted his teeth to protect his body, thinking about how to break this situation. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After being beaten for a full 5 minutes, Natsu's physical strength was consumed more and more. The rain-like attack made him fuzzy. Swoosh. Under the charged attack, Natsu's body was also knocked out.
Directly knocked down the wall. Temporarily lost the ability to fight. Only Gray and Lucy were left on the field, two survivors who still had the ability to fight. Hey, Lucy. I'll hold him back, you find a chance to attack that woman. Now Natsu and the others have no strength to fight anymore, we must deal with the opponent. We may have lost, but we can't die here. Gray approached Lucy to remind her.
The latter pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. Although she was reluctant, she knew that she had to find a way to leave now. Instantly, Gray took the initiative to attack and used the ice attribute to create an ice surface on the ground. In this way, he slowed down. It's a very tricky method. Too fast speed will cause the body to lose balance, but this is just to delay time. As expected, the laser did not rush into the range of the ice surface. His speed was too fast. It's easy to slip on the ice surface, and at that time, he might really fall into the trap. Taurus. Lucy took the opportunity to summon the strongest celestial spirit. Taurus jumped high with a giant axe in hand and swung at Sono. Billy. Suddenly, two identical gadgets appeared behind Sono. The little guy merged directly and became Lucy. Miss Lucy. Taurus' eyes turned into a lustful heart. The swinging giant axe was put away. Stopped forcefully.
How could it be? Lucy exclaimed. However, new Lucy reached out and grabbed, and a golden key appeared in her hand. Taurus, close the door. Snap. Taurus was sent directly back to the celestial spirit world. What? Not only did it become my appearance, but it even has a celestial spirit key. Lucy couldn't believe it. What on earth is going on? Why can this woman do this? Gemini. Can copy anyone with lower magic power than me. I just copied you and your key.
The celestial spirit key appeared at Serrano's fingertips. And explained what happened just now. It turned out to be celestial spirit magic, and it's the key of the zodiac. Despair. Lucy gritted her teeth and took 2 steps back. This is the end of the road. It's boring. Don't fight with the laser. The wizards of the fairy tale guild are nothing special. Serrano shrugged. The laser returned to Serrano's side. Remember today, it's the great angel who spared your lives. Every day in the future, you will live because of my charity. By the way, I'll give you a good news. Lullaby is on Galuna Island. We, the Dark Six, are waiting for you there. Russell. Sora looked at the group of people with amusement. With sarcasm in his eyes, he gave alms cheerfully, and then disappeared with the laser. The air froze. Gray and the others looked extremely ugly. The words of Sora hung over their hearts like a curse. They were able to live. All because of the alms given by the enemy, and they felt particularly painful when they thought of such words.
The haze filled their bodies and minds. Go back. Report the situation here to the old man. Sat on the ground for more than 10 minutes. After the tornado outside disappeared, Gray supported himself and got up from the ground. He said in a heavy tone. The other people agreed listlessly, although the group got the location of Lullaby. But this was the answer given by the Dark Guild, in the dark. Wu Ming crossed his arms and watched quietly, with a harmless smile on his face.
This is a big blow. He didn't expect Kong Noi to say such a thing. According to the plan, he only needed to spare their lives. Those words were spoken freely by Kong Noi. But I have to say, looking at the reactions of several people, they were indeed hit, and it seemed that they were hit hard. If no one counseled them, it may take 10 days or half a month to recover. Zizi, Kong Noi is really a talent. This is good. I hope they can continue to work hard. I think President Makarov has to ask for help from the angel. Quote. Wu Ming took one last look at Natsu and the others. Turned and left the alternate dimension. Advertisement. Magnolia Town. Fairy Tale Guild. CFDA, welcome back. Single quote. Gray and the others walked into the guild. Mirajan, full of energy, welcomed them with a smile. Ha ha ha, what did I say? We don't need so many people to deal with Eisenwald. Yeah, just let Natsu or Gray go. It's a waste of time to send more people.
I think with Natsu and Gray here, those Eisenwald guys will be beaten up really badly, right? Larrabee might have been dealt with. The members of the guild laughed and talked. They never doubted that Natsu and the others might fail. They laughed and laughed. It seemed that they had guessed the ending. However, Natsu, Gray, Kana, Loki, Lucy and Happy did not respond excitedly.
They were like eggplants hit by frost. They walked towards the President Makarov with their heads down, and they didn't seem to want to delay any more time. This abnormal attitude made Mirajan feel bad, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. She lowered her head and wiped the table with a rag. The members of the guild, many of them were quick to react, even Natsu and the others frowned. They moved their seats and sat closer to the President Makarov to listen to the situation. Hey, welcome back, how is the situation? Makarov was drinking. He asked casually without caring. Natsu opened his mouth, but still didn't say that sentence. Kana and Lucy can talk. Gray also tried to answer this question. But when the words came to his lips, he still couldn't say them. It was too depressing. We failed. Kana answered the president's question coldly. As soon as these words came out, the whole guild was silent, and even the breathing stopped at this moment.
Failed. Everyone's face was full of surprise. They couldn't believe that Natsu and his team were already well-known main forces in the guild. Just like this. How could we fail to annihilate Eisenwald? When did the Dark Guild Eisenwald have such strength? Gululu. Makarov took a sip of wine. Lucy, tell me about your experience from the beginning. Lucy pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. We went directly to Eisenwald's guild, and encountered an ambush by Eisenwald when we arrived there.
Aragorn used magic to trap us in the building. The magic could only enter but not exit, so we couldn't leave. The battle with Eisenwald did not go wrong, and we successfully defeated all members. Lucy said. Macau interrupted, how could we fail? You obviously won. Wakaba joked, you little brats are pretending to be deep, are you trying to scare us? Ha ha ha. Hearing Wakaba's words, many people also had this idea, and were ready to complain with a smile. Bang. Mirajan slammed the table. Quiet. Listen to Lucy continue. Quote. The whole place was silent. Lucy continued. We wanted to ask Aragorn about the location of Larrabee, but we didn't get it. We planned to bring him back for questioning. But the magic that trapped us didn't disappear, and we couldn't leave at all. Later, everyone pricked up their ears. Until the most critical moment. Even Makarov put down his glass and listened carefully to Lucy's next words. The Dark Six are here. Shock. Everyone stared with eyes wide open and breathing rapidly.
The Dark Six. One of the most powerful dark guilds in the Dark Alliance, with only 6 members but each of them is extraordinary. I didn't expect this matter to involve the Dark Six. You've worked hard. You're all still very young. It's normal that you can't beat the Dark Six. After all, it's one of the strongest dark forces, and it's made up of the elite among the elites. Makarov's tone was heavy. If you're facing the Dark Six, it's understandable that you can't beat them.
After all, those people are very powerful. There are 2 Dark Six, one of them is called Angel, and the other is called Laser. We were knocked down by Laser alone, and except for Natsu, we were all beaten without fighting back. They were really, too. Lucy talked about this. The words of the 2 guys before leaving came to her mind again. We couldn't beat them and couldn't run away, but in the end, the 2 didn't kill us, saying that our lives were her charity. Let us live, and told us the location of Lullaby. Painful memories filled her mind. In the guild, many people can feel that level of depression, being treated like garbage before death. It's especially painful to imagine. No wonder, Lucy and the others came back listless, which was completely crushed. It doesn't matter, our lives are not charity, I'm glad that you can all go home safely. Cheer up and live happily, wait for us to be ready to fight back. Makarov kindly comforted them. The sacred light attribute energy dispelled the haze in Lucy's hearts. Have a good rest these days. The news about the Dark Six and Larrabee must be reported. It's time to form an army to deal with the Dark Six. Makarov felt that the mood of several people was slightly better.
Let them have a good rest. And he was preparing to report, and at the same time contacted Mr. Wu Ming for support. The Dark Six are obviously only 6 people, and they are quite strong. Macau scratched his head. How desperate must those guys be to force the heartless Natsu to this? After all, the Dark Six are one of the strongest in the Dark Alliance, but they will pay a heavy price for offending us. Wakaba took a deep puff of smoke. He was indignant and decided in his heart that he must make the other party look bad.
After all, you are still young, and I believe you will become more and more powerful in the future. Milligan poured water for several people. Sure enough. For a mission like this, it is still impossible without a $level wizard. I have to contact Laxus or Mistogan when I have time. I must teach those guys a lesson. Natsu suddenly shouted loudly. His low mood recovered quickly, and he wanted to rush forward again with more courage. The other people were helpless. But his mood was not so gloomy anymore, but the feeling had to be relieved. Chapter 050. Allied forces assemble. 3 dragon slayers encounter a formidable enemy again. Harjan Port. After hundreds of years of traveling, Wu Ming has bought a house in almost every city. This port is the same. At home, Wu Ming is checking the letter, and the person who sent the letter is Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov is Yuri's child. I didn't expect him to become the president. Mavis is sitting on his right. She tilted her head and looked at the sender.
Time can erase everything. Mavis feels that her feelings for the Fairy Tale Guild now don't seem to be as deep as when it was just established. But seeing that the guild is still standing in this world, she is still in a good mood. Annihilate the 6 dark demons and form a coalition. I hope the Angel of Calculation can send someone to help. Sitting on the left is Irene. She arched her head on Wu Ming's shoulder and read the contents of the envelope with squinting eyes.
Although they have been together for 400 years. But their relationship is still very close, and sometimes they will say sweet words between husband and wife. Isn't this Acnologia's subordinate dark guild? They angered the regular guilds and are being wiped out. By the way, don't they know that the members of Angel Wings are the kings of the dark world? How about letting me go over and destroy all the regular guilds? The moon dragon Celine was at the back of her neck. After reading the contents of the letter, she was eager to go out. As one of the 5 dragons, she doesn't have such a good feeling towards humans, and killing humans is like killing ants. How can this be possible? Fairy Tale is the guild I founded. It's too much to destroy them all. Mavis immediately retorted. The guild she worked so hard to build, if it was destroyed by her own people. That's really too much. How can she face Ward and the others?
Acnologia is very powerful, but he is not suitable for managing subordinates. These dark guild members basically surrendered to him under pressure. They said that they were not allowed to attack civilians. They promised very nicely, but they forgot it the moment they turned around, so Acnologia wanted to give up a long time ago. It just so happened that my plan needed a scapegoat, so these guilds were forced to accept the arrangement of fate, Wu Ming explained. He himself is inclined to the Chaos faction, that is. Cause trouble for the righteous, suppress the arrogance of the righteous, and make some big news. But Irene, Mavis, and Uru are all in favor of peace. It's best not to mess around. So some things can't be said in full, so as not to make someone angry and disgusted. I understand. This time Angel Wings plays the role of a gentleman who punishes evil. Celine said. A simple and clear answer. Wu Ming thought for a few seconds. The meeting place is at Harjan, who should be sent over. Assist the regular wizards to eliminate the Dark 6 demons. In this plan, the evil Dark 6 demons will have 5 members besides the president, and a demon lord of the demon cult. The first 5 are expendable. The most important is the demon lord of the demon cult, who will completely defeat all the coalition forces with his dragon body. At the critical moment, the Angel Wings will step forward. Defeat the demon lord, so the candidates to be sent over must be carefully considered. After all, the dragon will be fought in the end. Who can beat Dogra, who plays the role of the demon lord? As for the Earth Dragon, Wu Ming thought in his heart. First of all, Irene and Tang Lini are about the same strength as the other party. The former should be stronger. It's okay to send her over, but he doesn't want to let Irene go so soon. Show up. Then send Shelleen. The power of the Moon Dragon can indeed repel Dogra. Forget it, let me do it myself this time. When the Magic Dragon and the Water Dragon show up, I will let you go out and exercise your bodies. Thinking for a long time, Wu Ming refused to send anyone and decided to do it this time. Among Acnologia's subordinates, the Magic Dragon is the weakest. The Water Dragon should be not much different from the Earth Dragon. For safety reasons, he went to try Dogramag's skills in person. Take Urza with you, let her take action against the Dark 6 demons, and you hide and save people at the critical moment. Irene reminded. Got it. Wu Ming agreed to the plan. As he said that, he went to find Urza, and then took Urza out of the house. Walked towards the gathering point. A manor. At this moment, the coalition forces have all gathered, and they are leisurely. There are quite a few people in this alliance. Fairy Tale Guild. Gray scanned several waves of people and found that their guild sent the most people. Lucy, Natsu, Kana, Happy. Not counting Happy, there are 4, and there are 5, and there is no S-class wizard team. Other guilds have their trump cards, for example. Blue Pegasus Guild. Ichiya, IV, Hibiki, and Lien. Advertisement another example is Lamia Scale Guild, Jura, Leon, and Sharia. And Wendy and Carla from the Cad Demon Inn Guild. After all, the opponent is the Dark 6, whose strength is unfathomable. Leon sighed and shook his head. He had a good relationship with Gray. After being driven out of the northern continent to be self-reliant, Gray joined the Fairy Tale Guild. And he went to Lamia Scale. Although they were in different guilds, they often came into contact. Dark 6 bastards, where are they? Natsu yelled while spitting flames. He was eager to beat someone up now, and there was no way he could calm down here. Wendy, you must not get involved with those lunatics. Carla glanced at Happy, who was trying to please her with disdain. Remind Wendy to be safe. Haha, I think they are very interesting, a little different from what I remembered. Wendy said. She mainly wanted to meet Natsu.
Otherwise, she would not participate in such a dangerous alliance. Man, Mr. Jura, I didn't expect Lamia Scale to attach so much importance to it and actually sent you to participate in this operation. Yi stood with Chora. He was posing in a strange way and communicating with Chora. The Dark Six demons are too dangerous after all. It's not safe to let the young people come here alone. Chora said.
Yi looked at the time. Now the only thing left is Wei Shiji to rely on this external aid. Angel Wings. In the records of Blue Pegasus, we only know that this is a special organization. The years of existence are unknown. The members are unknown, and the strength is also unknown. But since they can be sent here, I think their strength should not be too bad. The independent guild Angel Wings, I don't know how many people will be sent here. Jura was also a little curious. The Magic Council has some information, but no detailed information about this guild has been recorded.
While we were discussing this, the door of the manor was pushed open, and Urza's figure gradually approached. Urza. At that moment, Leon and Gray shivered in response. They both exclaimed. As two people who had been beaten by Urza for many years, they had a stress reaction when they saw her. The painful memories kept coming to their minds. Urza, the big sister. The ones who were a step slower were Natsu and Happy. The former took a breath, and the memory of being kicked out a few years ago replayed in his mind. The latter was in admiration. After all, Urza was so high-spirited back then that even Laxus was beaten down. I didn't expect it to be you. Besides, Kana's mouth twitched. Although there was no fight a few years ago, there was a competition in drinking. The result? Complete defeat. She is a god of wine, but she can't drink as much as Urza, a monster. It's easy to understand. Urza is a dragon after all, so it's natural for her to consume her system or immunity.
It's easy for Kana to get drunk. It seems that several people in the Fairy Tale Guild know this lady, so can you introduce her? Yi said. They don't know this person. There was no prior notice of who was sent. Lucy complained, I don't know. Hearing this, Kana introduced. This is Urza, a member of Angel Wings, and also a Dragon Slayer.
Dragon Slayer. Wendy and Carla stared at Urza, seemed particularly surprised. And she is very powerful. Even Natsu, who is also a Dragon Slayer, can't beat her, Happy added. Also a Dragon Slayer. This surprised Carla even more. She didn't know Natsu was also a Dragon Slayer. So, there are already 3 Dragon Slayers at the scene. When Leon and I were young, we followed our master to practice. There was a period of time when we were beaten by Urza from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Gray said. Leon was embarrassed, that is still fresh in my memory. And here. Urza had a smile on her face. She scanned the crowd and made a preliminary assessment of their strength. Without a doubt, the ugly short guy and the bald guy were the strongest. There was nothing much to say about the others. She had seen the strength of Leon, Gray, Natsu, and Kana. Even if they became stronger, they would not be that strong. As for the rest, the blue-haired girl gave her the feeling that she was from the same family as Natsu.
Both of them had cats. Maybe they were Dragon Slayers, but I didn't know what kind of attributes they were. The fierce blonde girl over here. There was a bunch of keys around her waist, which should be celestial spirit magic. There were others. Their strength was estimated to be very limited. Hello. I am here on behalf of Angel Wings to participate in this mission to defeat the Dark Six. Urza said. Everyone gave a simple welcome. Then they began to discuss the battle plan. We decided to take a boat to Galoon Island and strive to quickly eliminate the Dark Six and destroy Larrabee, Yi said.
Take a boat. When Natsu heard these 2 words, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and retched. And Urza's expression was not very good. But now she can use space magic to get on the boat without getting seasick. But before that, she did have a big shadow of taking a boat. Get on the boat. Facing the boat like a flood and a beast, Urza took a deep breath and forced herself not to think about it. First open up space around the body. Advertisement. After boarding the boat, immediately find a seat to sit down and close your eyes to sleep. Miss Urza. At this time, a strange voice called her. Urza opened her eyes and looked beside her. The little girl named Wendy was right beside her at the moment, and seemed to have some questions to ask her. Don't you get seasick? Urza was about to ask something, and suddenly heard that the little girl was a Dragon Slayer. But why didn't she get seasick? But soon she realized that her father seemed to have said.
Only those who master the power of dragons can take a boat. I'm not seasick. Wendy felt puzzled. Seasickness should be related to each person's physical constitution, right? The sister looked very serious. Could it be seasickness? Well, what do you want to talk to me about? Urza asked.
Wendy hurriedly asked, Miss Urza, I want to ask if the dragon that taught you Dragon Slayer magic is still there. This question again. Urza tilted her head. Natsu had asked this question a few years ago. Could it be that this little girl's dragon is gone too? My father taught me Dragon Slayer magic. He lived a long time. Maybe he saw your dragon. Urza said. Wendy nodded disappointedly. My dragon disappeared in X777. I've been looking for it. When she said this, Wendy quickly covered her mouth. She accidentally revealed her identity as a Dragon Slayer. Natsu's dragon also disappeared that year. I don't know the details. Maybe something happened. You don't need to hide your identity. I smelled a similar smell when I saw you. It's obvious that you are also a dragon slayer, but others should not know. Urza said. Hearing this, Wendy nodded seriously and prepared to see if she could meet Urza's father after getting more familiar with him. By the way, ask where Grandini is. In secret, Wu Ming observed the coalition, and he was a little surprised about the coalition members. After all, the Dark Six Devils did not touch Nirvana this time.
He did not expect Wendy and Carla from the Cat Inn to participate. He wondered whether to abduct Wendy. Irene should have the idea of accepting disciples, after all, they are all attached owners. In this case, the Dark Six Devils may not be able to make any waves. Wu Ming judged. With the strength of this group of people, it is particularly easy to defeat the Dark Six Devils. Let's see how long these people can last under Dogra.
The boat was sailing fast. It didn't take long to arrive at Galuna Island, and after docking, a group of people boarded the boat. The location of Lullaby is unknown, so we have to search in groups on the island, and release flares immediately after encountering members of the Dark Six Devils. Never try to fight those guys alone, it is best to fight in groups and cooperate with each other to deal with the enemy. Yi Yi's last reminder. Several guilds all began to spread out, and the guild teams were divided into 4 teams. Wendy and Carla followed Urza. The others formed groups from different guilds and headed deep into Galuna Island in 4 directions. All follow Natsu. I wonder if the feeling of frustration last time has helped them improve their strength. Separate actions are the most dangerous way. If he secretly notifies, then the dark demons can be defeated one by one. But it's a pity. The Dark Six demons are abandoned by him, and of course he won't intervene in such behavior that may be suspected. Follow Natsu and his friends. The opponents encountered after entering the woods. They are members of the Dark Six Demons Guild. The 2 sides did not communicate. And they fought as soon as they met. Facing these minions, Natsu and his friends performed very well.
It didn't take long to defeat these guys. Continue to explore forward, and after about an hour, members of the Dark Six Demons blocked the way. Long time no see, guys whose lives I gave away. Are you living comfortably? Speed is a good thing. The people who came were Angel and Laser. After seeing the enemy, Kana immediately took out the signal gun and prepared to fire the signal.
However, one hand held the signal gun. We have to get up from where we fell. We will deal with these 2 people by ourselves. Natsu grinned. He was most happy to meet these 2 people, so that he could defeat them and completely wipe out the shadow. This is also to save our own face. Although Gray usually doesn't get along with Natsu. But today, he rarely refuted and agreed with Natsu's idea. Then fight. Lucy knew that she couldn't hide from this, so she gave it a try. Okay. Kana knew the breath that his companions were holding back. He also decided to agree with Maru. Chapter 051. Urza, Additional God Knight. Oh, it turns out you don't know the high-level additional technique yet. At the same time, Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale also encountered members of the Dark Six. The former was stopped by Midnight, who was sleeping on a blanket. The latter was the poisonous dragon slayer Cobra, and Richard, who had the Sky Eye. As for Urza and Wendy, they were very lucky not to encounter the main members of the Dark Six.
They encountered only small minions. All parties started fighting, and Urza was not to be outdone. Urza used the space attribute. She took out the Night Sword from the alien space and rushed towards the besieged soldiers. Miss Urza, don't worry about fighting, I can assist you. Wendy saw that the other side was outnumbered. She immediately raised her hands high, and a unique magic power surged from her body. The galloping wind soaring in the sky, a light blue magic circle appeared. In an instant, Urza felt that her body became particularly relaxed, and her speed and reaction ability were significantly improved. It's not over yet, the power of the steel wrist that splits the sky. The magic circle appeared, 627, again. This time, Urza clearly felt that her power had become stronger. Additional magic. She knew what was going on in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that this Wendy also had additional magic, which was the same ability as her mother. She had been studying but couldn't learn it. Miss Urza knows additional magic. Wendy was very surprised. Many people couldn't figure out the name of this ability when they saw it. This was the first time someone said the name of magic correctly. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Wendy has additional magic besides Dragon Slayer magic, which adds specific abilities to all targets. Carla Sunere pinched her waist. Like a child, she showed off her favorite toy. Hearing this, Urza didn't know whether to laugh or cry. By the way, since it's additional magic, wouldn't it be more convenient to just add a God's Knight? Urza reminded. Wendy was puzzled. What is that? Urza turned her head and glanced at Wendy unexpectedly while beating the group of soldiers. She had some guesses in her mind. Hey, what did you just say, big sister? Carla asked. Seeing this, Urza pondered. The God's Knight, with additional magic, can improve all attributes in all directions, which is faster and more convenient than you, Wendy, adding it again and again. Urza helped explain. She had tried her mother's additional magic, which was more powerful than Wendy's. This was also the reason why she didn't recognize it as additional magic in time. I've never heard of it before, and I don't know much magic. Quote. Wendy whispered. Carla was a little unhappy.
Isn't this the first time you have seen additional magic? God Knight. It sounds more advanced than what Wendy used, she had never heard of it. Add Urza's introduction. Carla suspected that this woman might have seen it somewhere before. Or received additional magic. My mother. She knows additional magic. God Knight is a high-level additional spell, it seems Wendy hasn't learned it yet. This is not a secret. Urza thought it was okay to say it. But this made Wendy's eyes widen, and this made her have another reason to maintain a good relationship with Urza. Well, it seems that Wendy still has a lot to learn. Carla said. Advertisement. Dragon Slayer magic is just getting started. Even the additional magic is at the rookie level.
Why does it feel like Urza has seen so many things? She didn't even have a chance to show off. If you are willing to meet my mother, maybe she will accept you as an apprentice. If you want to learn a stronger additional spell, I think it is necessary. Urza said casually. In terms of the ability of additional magic, no one in this world can compare to her mother except her father. I'll consider it. Wendy nodded vigorously, she was really considering it.
She learned very little about Dragon Slayer magic. The same goes for additional magic. If someone is willing to teach her, she can avoid many detours. Choke. Urza said nothing more. The knight's sword in her hand, which was placed in another space, flashed with a cold light. Swish, swish, swish. The flash of swords. Urza slashed at the surroundings at a high speed, easily injuring more than a dozen soldiers. They lost the ability to fight again. Miss Urza's swordsmanship is like a dancer dancing, so beautiful. Wendy was a little obsessed. Her every move was really as wonderful as art. Wake up. Do your auxiliary work well, and the fear of others will come later. Carla slapped Wendy on the head. Wake up Wendy with a silly look on her face. Urza solved the opponent here, and solved it very smoothly. But the other three places were not so good. Trying to solve the blue Pegasus at midnight, several members looked like they had seen a ghost.
I must be dreaming, our attacks can't touch him at all.
Lien used magic to make the stone float. Then, through the rapid propulsion of the air, it shot at midnight at high speed. Whoosh. The stone was about to hit the target. But it suddenly turned and hit somewhere else, as if it was blessed by the goddess of luck. It prevented Midnight from being hurt by any attack. There is a problem with the force field around him, and my snow can't get close to his body at all. Eve used snow magic. It made this space snow heavily, and those snowflakes couldn't fall on Midnight at all. Drip drip drip. Hippie used ancient book magic. He kept analyzing and trying to figure out what was going on with Midnight. Advertisement. Man, there is no doubt that this guy is a member of the Dark Six Demons. It is normal that he is difficult to deal with, but the teacher believes that you can definitely deal with him. Yia hid in the back with a bruised face. Before meeting Midnight, they were ambushed by the guild under the Dark Six Demons. He was particularly unlucky to be beaten. He is still recovering now.
Why can't you? Let me sleep well. Midnight opened his calm eyes. Raised his hand to use his ability. In almost an instant, several students were eliminated in one night. Facing the unknown power, they simply couldn't come up with an effective strategy. At the same time, Lamia's scale made a lot of noise and Jura, who was a Saint 10, faced Richard. Both of them used Earth attribute magic. The whole land was a battlefield, and various ways of using Earth emerged one after another.
Leon and Sharia could only move the venue. But they were not relaxed either, and all kinds of attacks were released. Also easily dodged by another member, Cobra. I heard, the muscles wriggling, the operation of magic, and the attack methods you thought of in your heart. Cobra moved 2 steps, dodged Leon's ice modeling magic again, although it was a particularly tricky attack angle. But still couldn't hit it at all. Puppet attack. Sharia used magic to sneak attack, but 1.4 was predicted in advance every time. And shook her body to avoid the attack. This is simply unsolvable. The people of the Dark Six Demons are really not easy to deal with. Leon said. He used almost every attack he could think of, but it was completely ineffective. This feeling of helplessness made him feel that all his years of training had been in vain. I also heard other voices. If you expect others to help you, hee. Cobra didn't finish his words. But that half-smiley voice made Leon and Sharia feel depressed.
It was obvious that the others had encountered the Dark Six Demons, and they couldn't defeat their opponents in a short time. Similarly, although Natsu and his men had the confidence to counterattack, it was particularly difficult to implement. They were once again defeated by Sono and the laser head-on. The elusive Gemini. And the speed that could never touch the opponent, Natsu and his men had new injuries before the old ones were healed. Helplessness enveloped their hearts again. Chapter 052. The magic that restrained Natsu and others, and everyone was defeated again. Maybe it was because the chosen opponent was restrained. Natsu and his men lost again, and Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale also failed to break the situation. The strength of the Dark Six Demons was obviously much stronger. Even though the coalition was mentally prepared, they were still ashamed by the blow. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you haven't changed much. Sono inserted his finger into the ring of the key, turned it and looked at the people in front of him with a smile. Laser stood by and was on guard. As long as someone made a rash move, he would defeat the opponent again in the first time. Give me back the key. Lucis' face was dirty. Not only did she fail to beat the opponent, but all the celestial spirit keys were taken away.
Celestial spirit wizards don't have keys. They are just ordinary people with no power. Stronger than before, how can we fight? Kana's face was gloomy.
The experience of the past few days is probably the most unforgettable memory of her life. I don't even feel like drinking. Okay, I'll send you off next, don't worry. I'll make a few graves for you on this Galoon island. Sorono took a step. Natsu stood up from the ground. Standing in front of everyone, there was no fear on his resolute face. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, Sorono laughed at his overestimation of his ability.
In this range, the speed of the laser can be maximized, and these wizards didn't find the problem at all. This is doomed to fail. We are wizards of fairy tale. Natsu shouted. Squeeze out tomorrow's magic power and charge at Sorono and laser again. Speed is a good thing. Laser attacked. Although Natsu's courage is commendable, the result is already determined. Sorono was ready to kill these people as soon as possible. Suddenly, she turned her head to look deeper into Galuna Island, where Lullaby was stored. Laser. Someone broke into the altar, and my celestial spirit was solved. Song number said. Laser's body stiffened. After 3 days of the blood sacrifice of Lullaby, the seal will be unsealed. It will release the curse song to kill all creatures that hear the sound. The time is almost up, but we must protect him at the most critical moment. Quote. Advertisement. About how to use Lullaby. The Dark Six Demons didn't know. All the methods they knew were introduced by the Dark Six Demons Guild leader.
3 days of blood sacrifice to unlock the seal. Automatically play the killing curse, and everyone who hears the sound will die. This is the usage they know. You are so lucky, your life has been spared again, just keep living. Sonuo glanced at Natsu and his group. Lullaby needs them to guard, and kill Natsu and his group. But the necessary psychological warfare still needs to be said.
The two left. Natsu and his group gritted their teeth, of course they were not convinced. But they had to admit it. It seemed that the laser was born to restrain them, and they couldn't win in the 2 battles before and after. We have to follow them, and maybe we can find a way to defeat them after joining up with others. Gray said hurriedly. The others pursed their lips. Especially Lucy, she must get back the celestial spirit key no matter what. At the same time, Midnight, Richard, Cobra and others also got the news. Give up the good opportunity to deal with the opponent. All return to defense. The members of Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale have a rare time to catch their breath. After a simple repair, set off again. Deep in Galuna Island. Urza, Wendy and Carla are the ones who found Lullaby. The opponents they met on the way were very weak. The journey was smooth. When they came here, seeing the skeleton flute trapped by the magic circle, in front of it is a pool of blood.
It is full of blood. There are also inexplicable magic words around it, which is something similar to an altar. This blood is all animal blood. Urza carefully distinguished. I don't know what the Dark Six Demons think, isn't blood sacrifice all human blood? They actually prepared animal blood, which is too insincere. Miss Urza, the one we just solved is, Wendy asked.
Urza replied. It should be celestial spirit. The people of the Dark Six Demons are probably returning here. Advertisement. Wendy said hurriedly. Then let's quickly destroy this Lullaby and destroy the plan of the Dark Six Demons. Hearing this, Urza glanced at her. According to her father's instructions, her task is to deal with the opponents she encounters on the way. After finding Lullaby, wait for it to be unsealed. Then deal with it. After that, she has nothing to do. Obviously, now is not the time to kill Lullaby. Don't worry. Wait for Gray and the others to come, and then we will find a way to destroy it. Urza said. After a while, the members of the Dark Six Demons surrounded this side and first looked at the altar. After confirming that it was intact, they breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you all to be fine. It's too embarrassing to see Gray and the others like this. Seeing that all 5 of them are here, Urza expressed dissatisfaction. None of the Dark Six Demons have been solved. It's really hard to imagine.
What have Gray and Leon been doing for the past few years? It's too useless. Those are all interesting toys. They make me happy every time. Sono waved the celestial spirit key in his hand. After handing over the key, it can be regarded as indirectly solving the opponent, and the rest are not to be feared. Give me back the key. Just as he finished speaking, Lucy and the others caught up and rushed to the guys without saying a word.
You don't know how to live or die. Laser rushed over immediately and faced the guys with his almost unstoppable speed again. Natsu made a decisive move and resisted. In the previous battle, all he could do was to defend himself with his strong body. Give Gray and the others a chance. Gray, what are you doing? Why don't you know to dodge when you see the attack? 553. Lamia Scale followed closely. Leon scolded Gray from a distance. How can he dodge when he is so fast? Gray retorted unhappily. He couldn't run away at that speed, and he had no chance to dodge. Hearing what Gray and Leon said, Urza pondered. In her eyes, the speed of the laser was indeed very fast, and it was normal that Gray couldn't dodge. But Leon's words made her realize that there was a problem. Fast. In my opinion, his speed is just faster than that of a normal wizard, and it has nothing to do with fast. Leon said. That's it. Urza suddenly realized. His eyes showed interest, and he was a little curious about the magic of the laser. I suggest you divide your opponents, Urza suggested.
Several people were planning to do this. Then, Leon and Gray joined forces, and Mila pulled them to move to other places. Lucy, Kana and Hibiki dealt with Sono. Natsu and Happy dealt with Cobra, and both sides flew directly into the sky to fight. Miss Urza, I'll leave that Midnight to you, our attacks can't hit him at all. Jura entrusted. The rest of the group dealt with Richard, and the most difficult one was left to Urza. Oh, Urza looked at the guys sitting on the magic carpet curiously.
She didn't know the magic of the Dark Six members in advance. So when she heard Jura's words, I was immediately curious. Chapter 053. The Dark Six are defeated, and Urza takes care of Larabai. A new round of battle begins again. Watching the groups of the parties. Wu Ming sighed in the dark. It seems that the failure of the Dark Six Devils is inevitable. The speed of the laser is limited by the range. Leon obviously found the problem. I believe that with the cooperation of Gray, the opponent can be defeated quickly. Let's look at Sono. Hibiki's ancient book magic will most likely be passed on to Lucy Super Magic All Sky Stars. Sono will definitely lose under that kind of attack. Natsu and Cobra in the air, in terms of dealing with Dragon Slayer. Natsu has never lost. Maybe the consumption of magic power will make it more difficult for him to fight, but he should still be able to beat Cobra in the end. Not to mention Midnight. It only takes a few moves, and Urza will most likely understand the magic characteristics of Midnight.
Victory is inevitable. The only suspense is Richard, but Jura is at least one of the 10 great magic paths of saints. Add Yiya and others. It is not difficult to beat Richard. It seems that the Dark Six Devils are indeed going to fail. After solving the 6 dark demons, Lullaby was killed by Urza, and then it was the turn of the Earth Dragon Dogra Mag. According to the plan made in advance, let Natsu and the others feel despair first, so that they can understand the power of dragons.
The plan went smoothly. Wu Ming was waiting for the critical moment to come out and compete with Wang Shenlong. Pretend to show off in front of others. The battle continues. Urza simply passed 2 moves and immediately understood the characteristics of Midnight's magic. You can twist inanimate objects. Their attacks have been twisted by you, Urza said. That Midnight was much more energetic. He said, yes, my magic can bend any attack, such as. Midnight immediately cast a spell. Let Urza's clothes bend and lock Urza's neck tightly. Miss Urza. Wendy was anxious beside her. She didn't need to attack magic at all. Although she wanted to help, she didn't know how to do it. As long as I exert a little force, your neck will be broken by your own clothes. This is the magic that makes me invincible, Midnight said. His eyes became more and more brilliant. At this moment, it seemed that he had already mastered the lives of others, looking down at the ants on the ground like a proud giant. Your magic is amazing, but there are also many disadvantages. I found 3. Urza's voice fell. A terrifying magic burst out from her body, instantly shattering the ground on the ground.
She also broke free from the restraints in an instant. The simplest and crudest first point is that in the face of powerful magic, any control ability is invalid. Midnight's body froze. Use the twist magic again, trying to prove that no one can break free from his control. The second point, there is only one place for the twist ability, either use it on me or use it on your side. Advertisement choke. One after another, the night swords were summoned by her from another space.
Hanging high above her head, shooting at Midnight densely. Twist. Midnight immediately twisted around her body to defend against those night swords. Whoosh. But because of this behavior, Urza's twist ability failed. And Urza burst over. With both hands tightly grasping a 2-meter-long broadsword, he slashed towards Midnight's body at an angle. Third point, your magic is only the basic application of space attributes, and I am space magic. Your twists and turns cannot interfere with my space. Swish. The broadsword smoothly cut through the space. It directly slashed Midnight's chest, blood splattered, and it was just one slash to completely defeat Midnight. I just want to sleep quietly in the corner. The body was severely injured. Midnight took 2 steps back and raised one arm as if to grab something. Plop. Finally, he fell unconscious due to excessive blood loss. After losing consciousness, magic words appeared on Midnight's clean forehead, and the words flashed with a unique rhythm. In the dark, Wu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at the magic words.
He could feel that, except for the original demons, there was no life in the entire Galuna Island. In other words, the Earth Dragon Dogra Mag was not here at the moment, and he was still wondering how that guy got here. Now seeing the magic words on Midnight's forehead, he had a guess in his mind. It must be said that Acnologia and those guys have researched a lot of strange things. For example, when Urza and Ultir were in the trial before. The magic used by the bandits in the town, the thing that turns the dead into zombies. Another example, the magic words on Midnight's forehead that are vaguely related to space. It seems that we can't stand still. Acnologia knows how to research new magic. If I don't continue to learn, I'm afraid that one day, Acnologia might backstab me. I have to continue to learn when I go back. Wu Ming was full of emotion. It's not advisable to be self-contained. Although he thinks Acnologia is unlikely to betray him. But, the necessary preparations should still be made. Finish the opponent. Urza had time to check the battles in other places. Try to do what Wu Ming said. Hibiki wanted to force it at first, but was quickly defeated by Sono. Advertisement.
Critical moment. Hibiki taught Lucy super magic. At that moment, the powerful move killed Sono instantly, and Sono was forced to fall to the ground unconscious.
Similarly, there were magic words on her forehead. In the sky, the battle between Natsu and Cobra was coming to an end, and the two dragon slayers fought fiercely. Until the end, Natsu first used his roar to solve Cobra's troublesome hearing. After that, it was particularly easy to fight. XTX.
Under the strongest dragon-slaying secret, Cobra was severely injured and fell from the sky to the ground. His snake coiled around Cobra, hoarsely protecting his master. At this moment, there was a rumbling vibration, and Lullaby in the altar was unsealed. The huge body stood between heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous human beings, actually did a useless thing like blood sacrifice, that kind of thing is not a way to unlock the seal at all. Lullaby's sharp voice was particularly piercing. Mocked the members of the Dark Six. It took steps, and every step it took shook the earth. Is this the true face of Lullaby? Kana helped Lucy to come over. Looking at the huge figure, the heart was exhausted, and this coalition experience was really unforgettable. So big, Natsu landed with the help of Happy. His magic power was really exhausted, and he really didn't have the strength to deal with such a big guy. I really don't have the strength. Leon and Gray also dealt with the opponent. The two came over and talked bitterly, and the two felt very tired.
I'm afraid it's powerless to deal with such a big guy. Let me do it. Urza didn't make things difficult for them. Hey, Miss Urza, I can help you. I can give you speed and strength, Wendy said hurriedly. Urza shook her head. Don't worry, it won't take much effort to deal with this big guy, and your auxiliary role is not great.
Wendy was not feeling well. Although this was true, Miss Urza was really rude. I felt particularly wronged. Stupid. Don't say things that hurt a girl's heart. Gray complained. Leon also said, Urza's personality is like this, although she is a little rude, she is still very kind in her heart. Listen to them. Urza frowned in dissatisfaction and glanced at the two guys with a sidelong glance. Chapter 054. Urza, join fairy tale. Forget it, my second mother will dismantle your guild. Click. This one look made Leon and Gray's hearts beat fast. I think you two are wasting time after leaving. Quit the guild and come back with me, I will train you for a few more years. Urza said. The two of them immediately shrank their heads in fear. They really don't want to experience the days of being used as sandbags again. Soul, let me think about whose soul I should eat first. Lullaby looked down at them. His sharp voice was particularly piercing, making everyone upset. Die. Just then, a beautiful figure rose into the air. It turned into a red light and rushed towards Lullaby's head.
Boom. A punch was thrown. The fist hit Lullaby's head hard. Under the huge force, Lullaby's huge body leaned back, and there was a sign of falling to the ground. Thump thump thump. His body was unstable, and he hurriedly stepped back several steps to avoid falling to the ground. Damn it, human. I'll start with your soul. Lullaby was angry.
It screamed and wanted to take the soul, and eat the soul to save the embarrassment of almost falling. Quote. Can Urza win? Kana was worried. That huge guy looks difficult to deal with 353, isn't it a bad idea to let Urza alone? As soon as this was said, Leon and Gray immediately looked at each other strangely. Urza is a demon. Yes, Urza is more demonic than a demon. The two said it without exaggeration. In their eyes, Urza is more terrifying than a demon. In this case, it is better to worry about Lullaby than Urza. It is unlucky to fall into Urza's hands. Clang. Without waiting for Lullaby to absorb the soul, Urza raised her hands above her head. There was a wave of space. A white sword several tens of meters long and 2 meters wide appeared above her head. It was a weapon made of space attributes. Well, this move is called Demon Slayer Sword. Urza muttered to herself. Gripping the huge sword tightly, she swung Lullaby down fiercely. Dragon Slayer Magic Hyphenation Point Dimensional Demon Slayer Sword. Swish. The huge sword cut through the space. The sharp blade easily cut through Laraby's huge body. Swoosh. Laraby could never have imagined that his body could not block a big knife until the knife cut through his body. CFFJ. It suddenly realized it. But it was too late, and it screamed in pain. Farewell to this beautiful world. Advertisement, man. Miss Urza is really different. Not only is the fragrance good, but it is also so strong. This is the strength of the Angel Wings members, it's amazing. It's even stronger than the power of the Holy Ten. Are you kidding? Such a big guy was killed in one go. This side, the people who were still fighting with Richard. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but exclaimed, and could only say that it was worthy of the Angel Wings. Let them deal with it. I'm afraid they can't solve such a big guy with one move. No, how could Laraby? Richard's mentality collapsed. Lullaby, who was highly expected, was eliminated in an instant. The efforts of the 6 dark demons were completely wasted. The pain twisted his heart. The movements of his hands became more and more sharp, and he was determined to bury this group of regular wizards. How about it? I didn't lie to you. Urza is more evil than a demon. Gray looked at Kana and repeated. He never lied. Compared with Urza, this demon is really nothing. By the way, if Urza wants to take us back forcefully, it seems that we have no chance to resist at all.
Leon swallowed his saliva and worried. He thought that his strength had improved a lot compared to a few years ago, but compared with Urza, there was still a huge gap. So cool, really so cool. Wendy's eyes were full of stars.
She didn't have much expectation at first, but she understood it completely after joining the coalition this time. Miss Urza is her idol. In the future, she will also be so violent and can kill any opponent in seconds. You kid, do it within your ability. Carla sighed deeply. Advertisement. It feels that the gentle and innocent Wendy is leaving her. I vaguely saw the violent Wendy approaching, and I couldn't believe how Wendy would beat others in the future. So cool, so envious. It's not just Wendy that he admires. There's also Natsu, who is famous for his violence and non-cooperation. He solves everything with his fists. He is very envious of Urza's violence. If he had this kind of power, then the laser would have been blown up by his punch long ago, so why would he need help from others? Urza is only 1 or 2 years older than Natsu, but she is so strong. Happy was also amazed. In comparison, Natsu suddenly seemed to be just like that. His strength was so poor. Sky. Urza defeated Larabai with 1 blow and confirmed that it had no chance of resurrection.
Then he fell from the sky. Then we just need to wait for Mr. Jura to deal with Richard, and this joint action will be our victory. Everyone suddenly felt very relaxed. Although the process was difficult, victory was at hand. Listening to them, Urza listened silently. As for the fact that victory was at hand, it could only be said to be naive. The president of the Dark Six Demons is not here, so we are not facing them in their prime, Urza reminded. She didn't remember who the president of the Dark Six Demons was. Her father didn't say it either. She only heard that he was a person who was on par with the 10 great saints, and she didn't know why he was not here. It doesn't matter. No matter who comes, we will definitely beat him down. By the way, Urza, do you want to join our fairy tale guild? Natsu suddenly invited him. The others were stunned. They really couldn't understand how Natsu's brain circuit worked. Forget it. My second mother doesn't like regular guilds. If I join you, your guild will be destroyed the next day. Urza refused. Leon and Gray fell into thought. Does Urza have a second mother? Is it Celine? Is it Mavis? Is it Uru? If you think about it carefully, all of them are possible. Is it so fierce? Lucy couldn't help swallowing. Urza smiled and replied. It's much fiercer than you think. Even Mavis can't stop it. Everyone laughed. Even Natsu stopped trying to invite. Another battlefield. Jura and his gang joined forces. At the beginning, they were evenly matched and no one could beat anyone. But gradually Richard showed signs of fatigue. Sir Richard, the other members of your Dark Six have been defeated, and even Larabai has been dealt with by Miss Urza. Are you still going to continue to resist stubbornly and not admit defeat? Kira persuaded to surrender. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the victory and defeat have been decided, and there is no point in continuing to fight. Chapter 055. Come, the great demon lord, Dogra Mag. Richard felt sympathetic. All his companions had been dealt with, and his defeat seemed to be an inevitable result. Let him give up like this. Of course, he was unwilling to do so, but was it really necessary to continue fighting? Even if we have to lose, you must let you realize how terrible we are. Richard gritted his teeth. Using the earth attribute to push away the crowd, he stood there and rolled up his sleeves to expose his arms. The victory and defeat have been decided, don't be stubborn anymore, accept the judgment of the Magic Council. Jura scolded. However, Richard sneered and cut his arm, writing magic words with blood. Great Demon Lord Dogramag, we are here to summon the coming of a demon. Reveal your body and destroy all enemies in front of you. Demon, come. The magic words were written. As he muttered something in his mouth, the magic words lit up with white light. At the same time, several members of the Dark Six Demons who were knocked down. The words on their foreheads also shone, as if echoing the blood words on Richard's arm. What happened? Isn't the battle over? What are the words on those people's heads? I feel the situation is not good. Mr. Jura, I think we should evacuate to a safe place first. It seems very dangerous here. Everyone was puzzled. The light of the magic words seemed to summon something terrible. It might be dangerous to stay here. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of beating sounds rang out, and the sound was like the sound of drums. Suddenly, Natsu and others felt inexplicable palpitations. Difficulty breathing, irritable, and seemed to be unable to control their temper. Gah! Suddenly, a roar came from the sky, and at that moment, Natsu and Wendy's pupils shrank. Looking up at the sky. What is this sound? I feel very uncomfortable just hearing it. Leon didn't understand. The sound was particularly strange, but it made people feel inexplicably painful. Dragon. It's the roar of a dragon. Quote. Natsu clenched his teeth. Advertisement. He definitely couldn't have heard it wrong. That sound was definitely the cry of a dragon. Who is it? Do dragons really still exist? Wendy also looked around with a joyful voice. Wanted to find the source of the sound. KYY. Before Lucy and the others could be shocked, a huge gray magic circle appeared in the sky. Then, a dragon claw stretched out from the magic circle, followed by legs, then tail and finally the dragon head. It was a dragon made of rock. Its wings were also made of stone wings, and its appearance made the world depressed. It's not Igneal. Natsu felt goose bumps all over his body. His heart was pounding. It was a palpitation, and his intuition told him that this dragon was absolutely terrible. It's not Grandini either. Wendy's body trembled slightly. So scary. Really so scary. Dragon. Actually summoned a dragon. How is it possible? Is this the Lord of Demons, Dogra Mag? How to fight? I want to know how to fight. It's absolutely right. This dragon is an evil dragon. It will definitely destroy humans.
I think we should retreat. Others felt suffocated. Facing the dragon, no one could think of fighting it, and the most urgent thing now is to run away. Leave the island immediately. Hey, have you seen Ignil and Grandini? Natsu called to the sky. Suddenly, Gray's scalp tingled, and he immediately rushed over to cover his mouth and make him quiet. You want to die. This dragon is obviously the demon lord Dogulamag summoned by the Dark Six demons, and he is definitely not friendly to humans. Gray scolded. However, the call here still attracted the dragon's attention. The Dogulamag looked over, and in less than a second, he opened his mouth and pointed it at them. It's a roar. Natsu's eyes widened. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead. The dragon's roar was quite terrifying. If this falls, they might be completely destroyed. Advertisement. Boom. The breath didn't wait for anyone, and a yellowish-brown roar rushed over. It instantly hit the ground. The earth shook violently, and the whole island seemed to have suffered 1,000,000 critical hits.
The earth was crushed. Although the breath didn't hit Natsu and others, it was still overturned by the terrifying aftermath. Crash. A group of people were blown away by the rocks. In midair, he was hit by a stone or a tree, and when he fell to the ground again, he had already flown 100 meters. Lucy, Gray, Leon, Kana. Natsu felt pain all over his body. He hurriedly supported his body and checked the injuries of his companions around him. Except for him and Wendy. Everyone had fainted, their clothes were torn and their faces were covered with blood. Don't touch them.
It's a blessing that they didn't die after enduring the dragon's breath at close range. 1 space fluctuations. Urza appeared from the other space and reminded Natsu not to touch the wounded. Her eyes were solemn. Looking at the dragon still bombarding in the sky, she had a deep understanding of Acnologia's subordinates. There was no doubt, she couldn't beat this dragon, even if she turned into a dragon. Just now, she used space magic to resist. But it was only a moment. Her magic was shattered, if her father hadn't pulled her into the other space at the critical moment. I'm afraid he will get hurt too. Dragons are really strong. Urza sighed. Wendy and Natsu were still in shock. They thought they had taken it seriously, but now it seems that they still underestimated the dragon's power. With our dragon-killing magic, we can't beat this dragon at all. Wendy trembled. Natsu was not convinced, but thinking about the attack just now, he closed his mouth helplessly. The strength is still not strong enough. Then what should we do? This dragon is obviously going to destroy the entire Galuna island. We can't just ignore it. Natsu asked. As a dragon slayer. But he can't beat the dragon at all. This is probably the most ridiculous reality.
Miss Urza. Man. Are you all okay? At the same time? Jura and Yi also came over, and everyone gathered here. I didn't expect that the leader of the demon cult was actually a dragon. Dogra Mag? Jura said, looking at the dragon still bombarding in the sky. Man. This is big news. We must report it to the Magic Council, and dealing with dragons is not something that can be done by just a few people.
The suit was already worn out overnight. But this still did not stop him from posing, twisting his body while speaking. Listen to the two. Urza just looked at them. The truth really dare not be said. The main reason is that it is too cruel. If these people knew that the demon cult has several demon lords, would they collapse mentally? It doesn't matter. In order to prevent enemies that cannot be dealt with, the Magic Council will send us angel wings to help you. Urza said. Hearing this, Jura was the first to sigh and shake her head. Ms. Urza, although we know you are very powerful, it is still too difficult to deal with a dragon. Yi also said. Your strength is not enough to deal with this giant dragon, it is better for us to retreat first. The two thought Urza was referring to her. Carefully reminded her that her strength is limited. Who said that Angel Wing only sent me? Urza said unhappily. Suddenly, Jura's eyes gradually brightened, as if they saw hope. Advertisement Chapter 56. Tearing Space's Strong Appearance. Tearing the dragon's breath apart with bare hands. Natsu was confused at first. Soon he had some kind of guess, and looked at Urza with the same eyes to confirm.
Look. Urza was proud of it. She raised her head and pointed at the chaotic Dogra Mag in the sky. Everyone looked. They saw that there was a crack in the space not far from Dogra Mag. The crack gradually became larger. Finally it broke, and an arm stretched out from it, followed by a leg stepping out. Then Wu Ming came out. Uncle Wu Ming. Natsu was surprised at first, and then he looked at it with wide eyes. He had predicted the next battle. Thinking, as Urza's father, he must be very powerful, right?
Who is this? The people of Jura didn't know Wu Ming, and seeing Natsu so excited, they were busy asking. Uncle Wu Ming, Urza's father, went to the fairy tale guild to play before, and created a mirror world with just a flick of his finger. We destroyed most of Magnolia in it, and his strength is very strong. Natsu hurriedly explained. His words were incoherent, but Jura and the others heard something from it. In short, this Wu Ming is Urza's father, and his strength is very strong. He can do amazing things with just a flick of his finger. Father is a member of Angel Wings, and is very powerful in the entire organization. Urza said. One night doubt, man. But the other party is an ancient overlord dragon, is he really okay? Jura hesitated. Why don't we go over and help? After all, letting Mr. Wu Ming deal with the dragon alone is really. Hearing this, Urza smiled and shook her head, and did not explain and looked at the sky quietly. In the air, Wu Ming tore through the space and appeared. The chaotic figure of Dogra stopped immediately, and the huge dragon body looked at him.
This should be the first time we meet. Does Acnologia often curse me behind my back? Wu Ming looked at the Earth Dragon. Used telepathy to communicate with him directly. Can't let Jura and the others hear these words. Are you the president of Angel Wings? It doesn't look like there's anything special about you. Dogra heard this. He knew that this person was the president Acnologia mentioned. His eyes swept over him. Advertisement it seemed ordinary. Then what do you think is not special? Releasing all the magic power as soon as he appeared, shocking all the weak humans to death.
Wu Ming was not angry either. Enjoying the tranquility before the battle. It is said that you are also a dragon king. I want to see what your true body looks like. Dogra continued to be curious. In the past, every time Acnologia talked about the president, he gritted his teeth and wanted to eat him alive. But he could sense that the resentful words revealed deep fear and fear. This made him very curious. Acnologia's level can only be discussed behind the scenes. It's hard to imagine how strong the president is. For today's plan, he knew that someone would come out to stop him, and it was said that he was also a dragon. He planned to have a good fight. After all, after joining Angel Wings, he almost never fought with others, and his body was exhausted. But he didn't expect that. It was the president who came to stop him this time. But this made him even more excited. And he was eager to know whether the president's strength really had that kind of suppression power. This is a reasonable request, but I won't turn into a dragon body in front of an opponent who is too weak, Wu Ming said.
Anger rose in Dogra heart. I'm also a 5 divine dragon after all. President, you don't take me seriously, right? Wu Ming raised his hand and clenched his fist. The magic of space and time appeared in his upper hand, and then it was transformed into a dragon-killing attribute. Show the truth under your hands. Roar. As soon as Wu Ming finished speaking, Dogra huge dragon body rushed over. The hard dragon head was like a speeding train. Rush at high speed.
I was a dragon slayer before. Clenched his fist and pulled back. Wu Ming slowed down his breathing rhythm, and the magic power in his body flowed into his right fist through his body. A dazzling light bloomed on his fist. Above Galuna Island, it was like a small sun illuminating the entire Earth. Buzz. The fist smashed violently. In the trajectory of the fist's movement, the space was shattered by this force. Boom. The dull sound was like a drum. It resounded deep in everyone's heart, and the sound of the boom seemed to shatter the soul. At that moment, his thoughts were in disorder. Ka. The fist landed heavily on Dogra head. Under the powerful force. Dogra dragon body was directly hit and stopped. Kakakaka. Advertisement. Where the fist and the dragon head collided. The space was as fragile as a spider web, extending neatly in all directions. Bang. It seemed to have extended to the extreme.
The space exploded. Unexpectedly, Dogra huge dragon body was directly beaten back dozens of meters. How could it be? Dogra finally stabilized his body, shaking his stunned dragon head and exclaiming. Using a human body to punch back his dragon body? Such a big difference? As expected of a giant dragon, it is much more resistant than ordinary wizards. Wu Ming stretched out his fist and clenched it several times. The smile on his face became brighter and brighter. The dragon body is different. It is especially comfortable to fight. Humph, a mere human should not get carried away. Dogra replied dully. Then, he opened his bloody mouth again, and a more terrifying breath was brewing in his mouth. Boom. The breath roared away. Wu Ming on the opposite side still did not dodge. He made claws with both hands and stretched forward fiercely, directly blocking the breath that was enough to destroy the continent. Swish. But it was not over yet. The muscles on Wu Ming's arms were tense, and his hands were violently torn to the sides. A sound. That terrifying breath was torn apart. Nothing more. Wu Ming said with a smile. Then, his body moved instantly, leaving a trail of afterimages. He rushed to the front of Dogra. A close-range fight. Below, Chora and others were stunned. That tentative attack, 2.3, was enough to destroy the world in their eyes. After all, the sky was cracked. That doomsday-like scene deeply shocked their bodies and minds. That kind of space crack, even if I stand on the edge, I will be torn apart. 17. Chiura said in a muffled voice. He is one of the 10 great magic ways of the saints, and his strength is also one of the few in Ishur. But he had to admit, that kind of space crack can easily tear his body apart. Man. It seems that we have a chance to win. Yia is no longer as nervous as before. He poses again. So awesome. When can I fight a dragon like this? Natsu was amazed. His eyes were burning like fire, and his heart was more eager for power. The battle in the sky. This was the scene he longed for. Chapter 057. Nuclear explosion. The beam of light that breaks through the sky. This is just the beginning. listening to the praises of Jura and the others. Urza felt that these people were like country bumpkins, making a fuss. Father only used 1/3 of his strength. If he really fights hard, this Galuna Island will disappear from the map of Ishgar in a short time. The war is still going on. There are roars over Galuna Island. Whether it is Wu Ming or Dogra, they have just started to exercise their bodies, and the real war has not yet broken out. Both of them are fighting with their primitive physiques. The solid defense allows Dogra to slow down Wu Ming's iron fist. But at the same time, its huge body causes it to be hit all the time. Although it has defense to support it, but the accumulation of punches after punches, even if his defense is superior, he can't withstand it. After all, it is a human body. The injuries caused by your power cannot keep up with my recovery speed. Dogra pretended to be fine. The fist that mocked Wu Ming was weaker than tickling. Do you think this can anger me? Wu Ming admitted decisively. Yes, you have succeeded in making me feel bad. Before he finished speaking, Wu Ming's body was enveloped by white light, and he grabbed the dragon scales on Dogulamag's body. Arm strength exploded. With a violent swing, Dogulamag was thrown to the sky 25 higher. Bang! Then Wu Ming's lower limbs suddenly stepped into the air. A sonic boom sounded. His body instantly came under Dogulamag. His chest bulged. Powerful magic power was brewing in his mouth. The roar of the space-time dragon, the heavy breath of the Tower of Babel was spewing. Dogulamag had a bad feeling, and his breath seemed to be far more powerful than he had imagined. It was just the time it took for his thoughts to move. He felt an unprecedented pain in his abdomen, as if his flesh and blood were torn apart alive. It was also like the pain of having the dragon scales pulled out. Ang! Dogulamag finally couldn't help but let out a cry of grief, twisting his body at high speed to retreat. The breaking fist of the space-time dragon king. Wu Ming would naturally not stop there. At this moment, Dogulamag only felt the pain, but had not yet felt the power of his position as the president. Moving up instantly, Wu Ming flashed to the sky above him, clenching his fist and hitting his dragon position. At that moment, Dogulamag seemed to see a majestic dragon king. Waving his dragon claws towards him, advertisement. The nobility in the dragon blood emerged, and he was deeply aware of the status of this president as a dragon king. The fist hit his body, and he was beaten without any strength with just one punch. Let out a shrill dragon roar. His huge dragon body fell from the sky. Boom! It fell on the ground, crushing countless flowers, trees and animals living on the ground. And the falling shock wave even blew on the faces of Jura and others hundreds of meters away. The wind was like a knife. It made their faces burn. Mr. Wu Ming actually suppressed this dragon by himself. Kira swallowed her saliva with lingering fear. Her eyes were filled with deep fear. That was the fear of the strong. We should be thankful that Mr. Wu Ming is a friendly force instead of an enemy. Yiya was so shocked that she couldn't even say her catchphrase. That funny posture. She was even more frightened and couldn't do anything. Time and Space Dragon King. Natsu heard it very clearly. Did Uncle Wu Ming use the Time and Space Dragon King's collapse fist just now? At this time, Kira and Yiya reacted. It seems that he used the breath just now, which means that Mr. Wu Ming is also a dragon slayer. They looked at Urza at the same time, hoped to get some explanation from her. I said, my dragon slayer magic was taught by my father, and it is obvious that my father is also a dragon slayer. But the difference is that my magic is ordinary dragon slayer magic, and my father's is also a dragon slayer taught by a dragon king. So my father is the dragon slayer of the space-time dragon king. Urza explained calmly. Wendy stuttered, Dragon king, isn't it very powerful? Jura and Yi were breathing rapidly. This is more than just very powerful, it is so powerful that people don't know how to describe it. In the air, Wu Ming descended from the sky to a certain position and looked at Dogra struggling on the ground. The last move. Let you know why I am the president of Angel Wings. Through telepathy, Wu Ming conveyed the message to Dogra, indicating that he will use the last 10 moves. Doguramag's dragon eyes below were cautious. Knowing this last move, I am afraid the most powerful and the most difficult to take. He was convinced at this moment, but he also had to show his value. If he was killed by the last move, it would be a waste of his life. Roaring, the mighty dragon roar resounded through the sky again. It supported its body and stood up, with its dragon scales flashing coldly. The power of the earth poured into its body. He would be connected to the earth and block the last blow together with the thick earth. Wu Ming stretched out his hand and grasped it. Using the space ability that can freely form various shapes, he made a sword for himself. A light curtain visible to the naked eye enveloped the surroundings. Finally, half of Galuna Island was covered. Feel firsthand. What is the strongest? Wu Ming raised his sword. The magic power on his body leaked out in large quantities, and finally filled the entire light shield. Atomic. He made a sword flower. Advertisement. The light column was like a nuclear explosion, not only penetrating into the ground but also rushing into the sky. That day, residents as far away as Harjin could see it. That miraculous light column, Galuna Island. Because of the light, half of the crescent-shaped island was instantly destroyed. My goodness. What kind of attack is this? The destroyed land was flooded by seawater. The Dogra mag disappeared completely. Jura swallowed his saliva and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The dragon. The dragon was destroyed. His face was covered with sweat all night. He was so scared that his whole body was wet. That attack was too terrifying. So powerful. Wendy opened her eyes wide and looked at the land a few seconds ago and the gap now. She remembered the attack deeply in her heart. Urza, can I practice with your father? I really want to learn how to summon just now. Natsu was in high spirits. He was completely convinced by the last move and was eager to learn it. 277. That move requires a huge amount of magic power, and I haven't learned it yet. Urza rolled her eyes. That kind of move is not something that ordinary people can learn. She can't learn it even after practicing day and night. But she really yearns for it. Father has many attacks with super destructive power. She must learn them all in the future. Sir Wu Ming, did you destroy that dragon? Wu Ming fell from the sky. Kira called from a distance. It's not that easy. The body of the dragon is particularly hard, and that dragon is the best among them. At the moment of the explosion just now, a mysterious space fluctuation appeared and rescued Dogra Mag. Wu Ming didn't lie. The Earth Dragon was his subordinate. How could he kill it? When Dogra Mag couldn't bear the explosion, he used space magic to send it away. He also gave him a time magic to make the guy recover faster. What a pity. Jura expressed regret. If the dragon could be dealt with this time, the demon cult would be defeated without a fight. But the opponent was too strong. You go back first, I will try to track it, and then I will go directly to Fairy Tale to meet you. Wu Ming said. His figure disappeared in the air, and it was unknown whether he really chased or not. Then let's take a break and retreat. Jura gave the order. The main goal of this mission is to deal with Lullaby. Now we can also return in triumph. Chapter 058. Wu Ming. Our angel wings always yearn for light. Fairy Tale Guild. All members of the coalition are temporarily here, reporting their work and thinking of countermeasures. In other words, you have already solved Ju Lullaby, but the Dark Six have summoned the Demon Lord? Listening to the reports of Natsu and Lucy, Makarov was overwhelmed. Especially the Demon Lord turned out to be a giant dragon, and it was extremely powerful? If it weren't for Urza's father, Mr. Wu Ming, we would have fallen into the deep sea with the island. Jura was full of emotion. The power of the dragon is indeed not something that ordinary humans can contend with. I'm afraid only Dragon Slayer can do it, Mr. Wu Ming. Makarov sighed. He thought he had overestimated Wu Ming, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Fighting the dragon alone, and he almost killed the dragon. Compared to that, Makarov glanced at Natsu and the little girl in the Demon Cat Inn. Think about Laxus again. The gap is really huge. I have packed my luggage. I will follow Uncle Wu Ming when he comes. I will come back after I learn the last move. Over there. Natsu has packed his things. He has decided to go out for training, and the time is undecided. Calm down, Natsu. Uncle Wu Ming may not be willing to accept you, Lucy reminded. She didn't see the battle later. I can't imagine how people deal with dragons, but seeing how excited Natsu is, he must be very strong. I have the same idea, Wendy also whispered over there. She mainly wants to learn additional magic. I heard that Urza's mother is an expert in this field. I thought to practice with Urza for a few years. Don't count on it. You should practice Dragon Slayer magic well. At least you are a Dragon Slayer. The most important thing to deal with Shenlong is Dragon Slayer magic. Carla poured cold water on her. She also didn't see the battle between the dragon and Wu Ming. I really can't understand Wendy's urgent plan to improve her strength. I was at the scene at that time. Only Yia, Chiula, Wendy, Natsu and Urza were awake. Only they knew how great the shock was, while chatting here. Wu Ming pushed the door in from outside, and he looked a little ugly. This made Urza stunned. Uncle Wu Ming, I want to practice with you, why don't you be my master? As soon as he entered the door, Natsu shouted loudly. Advertisement, I can't teach you anything, you might as well find a place where no one is around to practice. Wu Ming was stunned. I rejected his request immediately. You must be joking. If he accepted Natsu as his apprentice, as long as he was a master who did not behave like a human being, he would probably kill his master. Besides, Ignial in his body would not agree. I want to learn your last move. Natsu gestured with golden light. Using the words he knew, it was impossible to describe the scene in words. Okay, Natsu. Let's talk about the apprenticeship later. Let Mr. Wu Ming talk about business first. Makarov knocked Natsu's head with his magic wand. Jura and others were also quiet. First of all, I want to talk about the leader of the demon cult. Wu Ming took a deep breath. He had to make things sound better. According to our investigation, the ruler of the demon cult is the demon lord, Dogra Mag, who is the dragon that you, Mr. Wu Ming, repelled. Makarov first told what he knew. Jura and Yi also agreed, and the situation they investigated was the same. However, Wu Ming shook his head with a particularly scary expression. First of all, this is fake. I tracked Dogra Mag through the power of space and encountered a stronger opponent. That opponent also claimed to be the demon lord. This means that Dogra Mag cannot be the ruler. Wu Ming leaked false information step by step. Chiula said solemnly, there is a guy who is more powerful than Dogra Mag, and he also claims to be the demon lord. Can we guess that the demon lord is just a high level? Makarov sighed. This is bad news. We can't deal with Dogra Mag alone. I can't believe the power of this demon cult. Yi said. There are stronger and more terrifying guys who informed the demon lord that Mr. Wu Ming only defeated a high-level person. This news is terrifying. Everyone was shocked. If there are many demon lords, then the demon cult has the power to subvert the world. It's still uncertain, but it's probably the cruel fact we think of, Wu Ming said. The atmosphere became heavy. No one spoke easily anymore, because they really didn't know what to say. Ahem. Seeing everyone was silent, Wu Ming felt it was time to step forward and comfort these people. But don't worry, our angel wings will help you on the front line. However, not many people were too happy. Angel wings are naturally strong, but there shouldn't be many as strong as Mr. Wu Ming, maybe only you, Makarov said. Of course he wouldn't underestimate angel wings, but how many people are as strong as Mr. Wu Ming? And the other side has at least 2 demon lords, one of whom is an ancient creature like a dragon. The other one is no weaker than Mr. Wu Ming. How big is it? Advertisement, there aren't many, only 7 or 8, Wu Ming said. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the whole guild could only gasp. Makarov opened his eyes. The brain kept repeating the previous sentence, and the whole person was stiff. But ordinary wizards can't break the dragon's defense at all, if the demon cult still has a dragon. Jura's heart is still hanging. It's more powerful than that Dogulamag, so it's probably also a dragon, right? If so, damn it, give me a few more years, I can defeat as many dragons as the opponent has. Natsu was indignant. He felt that all he needed was time, and he would become stronger if he was given enough time. Mr. Jura's statement is very likely. I'm not sure if the one who is more powerful than Dogulamag is a dragon, but it is definitely not a human, Wu Ming said. This is even more suspenseful. Even Mr. Wu Ming dared to say so there might be more than one dragon on the opposite side. In fact, everyone is not afraid. Urza spoke. The people in the guild smiled bitterly and shook their heads. How can we not be afraid? What if there is more than one dragon on the other side? Yes, it's no big deal if there are dragons on the other side. We have them too, Wu Ming said. Everyone looked at him, not understanding what he meant. There are also dragon members in the angel wings, so we will not necessarily lose against the demon cult, Wu Ming explained. What? Now everyone's face flushed, and their expressions were very excited. They also have dragons, and they are friendly forces, which is really exciting news. What dragon? What dragon? Natsu and Wendy said in unison. Although they knew it couldn't be the giant, Mano, dragon that raised them, what did the dragon on the right know? I advise you to accept the reality. The dragon will not disappear inexplicably. It will only leave the people close to it and hide to wait for death when it is about to die. Wu Ming knew what these two guys were thinking. He still gave advice. Accept the reality of the death of the dragon as soon as possible. After all, when the dragon in their body comes out again in the future, he might kill it again with his own hands. The matter of the demon cult has come to an end for the time being. If they have any big moves in the future, they can contact Angel Wings again. Our organization always stands on the bright side, and we hope we can bring hope to the world. Wu Ming didn't plan to continue chatting. After leaking some information, he decided to take Urza away. We need to prepare the next plan after returning. Wendy, if you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit my home. Urza's mother will definitely be very interested in you. She will teach you the additional magic carefully at that time, so we will leave first. Before leaving, Wu Ming greeted Wendy in a friendly manner. Then he took Urza away. Chapter 059. Demon Heart joins the game and invades the Fairy Tale Guild. Phantom Lord Guild. The Fairy Tale guys have done something big again. Why didn't the coalition include our guild? It's not fair. We are obviously the strongest guild. Why is Fairy Tale so likable? Why does the Magic Council prohibit guilds from fighting? I really want to destroy Fairy Tale. Is there any way to beat them up? Deal with the coalition of the Dark Six Demons. According to the strongest wizard guild, there must be a place for them, the Phantom Lord. But the Magic Council didn't even count them. It's too much. The members of the entire guild were furious, and they wanted to grab the guys from the Magic Council to show them who is the Kingdom of Fury first guild. Ha ha ha. You bunch of rubbish, you don't even have the courage to start a war. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant voice sounded from outside. All the members were furious. One by one, they all stared and looked outside, wanting to know who dared to rush to the door to provoke. The door was kicked open. Two people walked in from outside. The one walking in front was a man with long messy golden hair. There were circles of red pupils in his eyes. He walked with his feet turned outward. The overall look gave people a very arrogant look. The creepy one was another person. Just standing there, people felt the heavy feeling of difficulty breathing. Whoosh! An iron pillar shot out from the depths of the guild, fast and powerful. Bang! Zancro raised his palm and easily blocked the iron pillar. What? It turned out to be a guy playing with iron. Let me burn your iron with fire, ha ha ha. Looking along the iron pillar, seeing Gajeel eating iron in the corner with great concentration, he laughed funny. Then red flames ignited in Zancro's hands, whoosh. The flames rose high and were about to burn along the iron pillar. Whoosh! Over there, Gajeel was busy putting away the iron pillar, looking at the burn marks on his fist. He frowned. Members of the Dark Guild Demon Heart, what are you guys going to do? Gajeel said. Suddenly, the guild was boiling instantly, and everyone was alert to the two outsiders with sharp eyes. Is the Dark Guild going to challenge? A bunch of rats hiding in the corner, it's just right for us to kill these two things first. Advertisement, dare to come to challenge the Phantom is to seek death. Go, kill them. The members of Phantom were furious. They were a regular guild after all, and had zero tolerance for dark guilds. Key, they shouted and rushed forward. Suddenly, a strong gravity fell, and all the members were pressed to the ground in an instant. Even Gajeel frowned and glared. The gravity was very strong, and the magic power of that guy who never spoke was particularly strong. It was the strongest magic power he had ever seen except for the president. Where is Jose? We came here with the idea of peaceful coexistence. Blue Note. The vice president of Demon Heart. He ignored the group of ants and looked at Gajeel, who was still holding on, and asked. He. Dark guilds still have the idea of peace? Ask whoever wants to know. Jose appeared in the hall, with an evil aura on his body. Magic power that was no weaker than Blue Note bloomed. Of course. Seeing the real owner coming out, Blue Note immediately retracted his magic power. Give Jose the highest respect, then let me hear your intentions first. Jose felt that the other party was not here to challenge him. He also took back his magic in a friendly manner. On this side, Zancro has been silent since Jose appeared. The reason is naturally that he was shocked by Jose's magic. He has an understanding of the Holy Ten in his heart. Blue Note and Jose went upstairs to talk in secret, and Zancro was not shy here. He sat directly next to Gajeel. Ha ha ha. So the Iron Dragon Slayer really blows iron, so you won't starve to death? Zancro laughed. Immediately, Gajeel glared at him. He hated it most when someone made a noise while he was eating. If he didn't see that the other party had something to discuss with the president, he would have smashed this guy's teeth with his fist. He even let his smile leak. The secret talk upstairs didn't last long, and soon Blue Note went downstairs and left with Zancro. Hey, President, there aren't many good people among the Demon Heart guys. You don't really have anything to say to them, do you? Gajeel said. All regular guilds must always be outward looking. If the people of the Magic Council knew that their guild was cooperating with the Dark Alliance, it might not be as simple as disbanding the guild. Advertisement, We have always regarded Fairy Tail as a thorn in our side, and this time we finally found an opportunity to start a war. As for the Demon Heart people, we didn't openly cooperate with them. 1. Jose announced with a sneer. The eyes of all the guild members lit up white, and they could finally go to war with Fairy Tail. If that's the case, it seems that there is nothing wrong with cooperating with Demon Heart, as long as Fairy Tail can be defeated. Gajeel really stopped asking about Demon Heart? For Phantom, Fairy Tail is more unpopular than the Dark Guild. We received a commission, and the person who issued the commission is the owner of the Heartphilia group. He said that his daughter was ignorant and joined the Fairy Tail Guild, so he asked us to help rescue her daughter. Jose said the content of the commission. A plan flashed in his eyes. Well, we can capture that woman and let the Heartphilia group take more money, or use all our assets to redeem his daughter. Someone in the guild boldly suggested. The Heartphilia group has a lot of money, and it would be unreasonable not to make a big profit from it. You were so stupid, the daughter of the Heartphilia group, why not lock her up and have some fun, and let everyone become the son-in-law of the group? There are also ruthless people who come up with even more ruthless ideas. This is a woman. Since ancient times, women have the strongest jealousy, and they can think of any tricks. Listening to the revelry of that group of people, Gajeel thought silently. He just wanted to challenge Fairy Tail. He was not interested in robbing money, after all. He felt that these were all meaningless things, as long as he could challenge. At Harjan's home, Wu Ming closed his eyes and listened to Acnologia's arrangements. I have asked the members of Demon Heart to execute it, and there is no reason for Phantom Lord to refuse. When the time comes, arrange for Blue Note and Dogra to appear, and this time the Fairy Tail Guild should be destroyed. That's right. Wu Ming arranged for Demon Heart to go to Phantom. The purpose is to balance the combat power of both sides. Blue Note mainly deals with Laxus, and as for Dogra, he still appears as the mastermind behind the scenes. Thank you for your hard work. Merity of Demon Heart should also go there. This girl is not a bad girl at heart. It would be a pity if she died, Wu Ming said. Demon Heart is not 100% submissive, so Wu Ming is ready to take the opportunity to slowly solve it. Teacher. After the call with Acnologia ended, Zeref also initiated contact. Jelal Rebel, let him join the Dark Alliance with the Tower of Heaven incident, Wu Ming said. Zeref agreed. Well, Acnologia is more suitable for Jelal to live. After making detailed arrangements, Wu Ming ended the call and began to think about who should be sent to deal with the Earth Dragon Dogra this time. Chapter 060. Request for help from the Fairy Tail Guild, shameful name of sister. Phantom Lord executes the plan. Gajeel acts in the dark, first piercing the iron pillars throughout the guild. Then secretly captures the Shadow Gear Squad. This successfully angers Makarov, and the entire guild rushes to fight the Phantom Lord. And Lucy is also captured by Juvia. The plot develops as planned. Makarov was careless and was directly attacked by Arya, the leader of the Four Elements. One move drains all the magic power. The president was defeated, and the morale of the entire guild fell directly to the bottom. At the critical moment, several main members decided to retreat home temporarily. Morale is low. In the basement of the guild members cursed and yelled. There are still many wounded being bandaged. I must tear down the guild of those bastards of Phantom. Natsu was furious. They already knew the target of Phantom, although they were surprised by Lucis' identity. But they did not decide to give up on the other party. The president is injured. I can't fight. The guild must have an S-class wizard in charge, Mirajane said. The situation of the guild is very bad now. The most important thing is that all the S-class wizards are not in the guild. They can't be stopped at all. I'll divine the address of Mistogan. Mira, you contact Laxus. Kana said as she sat on the ground to divine, over there. Mirajane also started to contact people, using the enemy crystal ball to find Laxus. Click. Surprisingly, she contacted Laxus very quickly. I heard. The guild was dismantled by the Phantom guys, right? In the magic crystal. Laxus's face was gloomy and scary, since he was hit by Urza a few years ago. He was no longer so impatient in his heart, knowing that in this world, there are people beyond people and heaven beyond heaven. His mentality gradually stabilized. Although he rarely stayed in the guild, however, he valued the guild no less than others, and he was extremely angry when he knew that the guild was dismantled. That's right. The president is injured and unconscious. There is no S-class wizard in the guild at the moment, so Laxus, can you come back quickly? Or you can ask the Thunder Gods and Mistogan to come back, Mirajane said. Hearing that the old man was unconscious, Laxus was even more surprised. But he still shook his head with regret. It's too late. I'm currently on the edge of the Ishgar continent. It will take at least several days to go back. The Thunder Gods are also with me. I will try to contact Mistogan, but distant water cannot quench thirst nearby. The Spectre bastards will rush to Magnolia tomorrow at the latest. Laxus was powerless. Even if he went back as quickly as possible, it would be too late. L.A. Mirajane's face was pale and weak. Advertisement. The people around who were listening to the words were all in great pain. This is really not good. Go contact Mr. Wu Ming. Isn't Gray familiar with them? Laxus suggested. Suddenly, many people in the guild's eyes became unusually bright. Yes. The people of Angel Wings are more vicious than each other if they are in charge. Let alone Phantom Lord. Even if the Dark Alliance comes, there is no need to be afraid. No. Angel Wings will not participate in the internal fighting between regular guilds, unless Phantom Lord colludes with the people of the Dark Alliance. Gray shook his head regretfully. Angel Wings has always been neutral and will not intervene in the internal fighting between regular guilds. This plan is impossible. Everyone sighed. It is not that simple. Is their fairy tale guild really going to be finished? In the magic crystal. Laxus narrowed his eyes and thought about countermeasures. Soon his eyes lit up and he said with a smile. If Mr. Wu Ming won't help, then persuade Urza and another girl who challenged us back then. Gray, you grew up with them. Just call them good sister and invite them to the fairy tale guild to play. You can't even call them sister. If those two don't recognize you as their brother, then your life is useless. Gray's face suddenly darkened. This guy, he used to be annoying. Puff. Soon someone couldn't help laughing, and then the laughter got louder and louder. Hurry up, Gray, call them good sister and call those two werewolves. That's right, Urza and that girl named Ultir. The former is very fierce in fighting, definitely better than an S-class wizard. Yes, Gray, didn't you also say that Ultir's magic is very powerful? I think she is at least at the level of an S-class wizard. For the sake of the guild, call her good sister twice. Ha 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 ha. The guild members laughed wantonly. I can't wait to see such a scene. Mirajane also smiled. It depends on you whether the guild can be saved. Do you need my help to dial? Natsu also grinned. Good sister. Good sister. Hurry up and call sister. Kana also took a sip of wine. Just call sister twice. Do you want to practice calling a few words to me first? For a while, the laughter of the guild members diluted the sad and discouraged atmosphere. You bastards. Gray blushed and wanted to refuse their plan to watch the show. But thinking that this was probably the only way at the moment. I can't guarantee that I can call them over. They're usually very busy. Gray took a deep breath, took the magic crystal ball of the guild and started to contact people. Click. Although it was a little slow, it still connected to the other party. On the magic crystal ball, Ultir's human face was on it, and she adjusted her sitting position. Gray? After seeing the magic crystal connected. Advertisement. All the people in the guild held their breath and listened quietly with amusement in their eyes. $7. Gray blushed and muttered, and even he couldn't hear the last two words clearly. Huh? It was obvious that Ultir on the other side didn't hear clearly, and approached the magic crystal with doubts and pricked up his ears. Sister. Gray suddenly shouted. Suddenly, Ultir in the magic crystal ball was full of doubts, as if he had hallucinations. What's wrong? At this time, Urza's figure also appeared behind Ultir. See the collar through the magic crystal. It's Gray. What did you say just now? And Ultir was confused. Urza asked. This side. Gray took a deep breath. Two sisters. Brother wants to invite you to the Fairy Tale Guild to play for 2 days, Gray said. 0. Now, Urza also showed a puzzled expression. Urza asked. What did you say just now? Gray said. Come to the Fairy Tale Guild to play for 2 days. Ultir shook his head and reminded, not this sentence, the previous sentence. Gray took a deep breath, 2 sisters, as soon as the words came out. Ultir and Urza immediately covered their mouths with laughter and hid away. Obviously they were made to laugh. Gray, looking at a group of guys in the guild who were laughing secretly, he held back his twitching face. What's wrong? You two are older than me and Leon, isn't it wrong to call you sisters? Gray said. Cough cough cough. The 2 girls cleared their throats, smoothed their hair and sat back down. Your guild is in trouble, right? There is no need to justify that it is a regular guild that is causing trouble for you. Knowing that my father can't go over to help, he plans to let Ultir and me help. Urza cleverly analyzed Gray's purpose. Here, including Gray, a group of people scratched their heads in embarrassment. It really hit the mark. It's a pity that I can't go. I'm busy recently. Even if you call me sister, it's useless. Urza shrugged and refused. She really had something to do, otherwise she would definitely go to help for Gray's sake. My mother and I are fine. Let's go there and play for 2 days later. Ultir didn't refuse. She can also go out and exercise her body. I think since Gray only invited her and Urza. It means that the opponent this time should not be too strong. Okay. I will take Master and you to Magnolia at that time. Gray breathed a sigh of relief. Although it's a bit embarrassing, the task has been completed. Hang up the communication here. Everyone in the guild is much more relaxed. At present, it seems that there are 2 S-class wizards sitting in the position. It doesn't matter if the ghost invades at that time. Chapter 061. Do you want to be my goddaughter? I can teach you dragon-slaying magic and additional magic. This way. After Ultir ended the call, he saw his mother, several mistresses and Master in the hall. Master. Ultir greeted him. Gray just contacted me and Urza. It seems they are in some trouble, Ultir said. Hearing this, Wu Ming raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect Gray to contact her, but even if Urza and Ultir went there, they couldn't deal with the Dogra mag behind them. I thought my mother hadn't seen Gray for a long time, so I agreed to go with my mother to take a look, Ultir said. Uru over there tilted his head and thought about it. He didn't refuse. Although the 2 bastards are apprentices, they are also adopted sons. You can't forget your son when you have a daughter. Irene, go over there too. See if you are interested in the little girl that Urza mentioned before, Wu Ming said. Irene on the left put down the grapes on the coffee table. That little girl called Wendy, I heard she is the dragon slayer, 40, in the sky. There were also 10 dragon tribes among the dragons that protected the Lord 400 years ago. Maybe I can even teach her how to practice dragon-slaying magic, but are you not as good as me? Irene asked. After leaving Tenro Island, it's been a long time since I went on a honeymoon, and I miss it a little bit. Next time. Wu Ming explained with a smile. Thinking about it carefully, I can indeed find an opportunity to take a few women out to play. Okay. Irene didn't persuade him much. Here, Ultir and Uru are preparing to set off. Magnolia Town. On the dazzling food street, the white cat is held in the arms of the blue-haired little loli. Oh woo. The white cat has a particularly good appetite, holding the grilled fish and biting off 1/3 of it. Magnolia is so lively. The blue-haired loli is Wendy. She has no work these days, and she is bored in the Demon Cat Inn. Come to Magnolia to play. After all, there is the Fairy Tale Guild here, and there is no problem with public security. Naturally, there are many shops here. Carla swallowed the grilled fish in 2 or 3 bites. The little eyes continued to look around the surrounding shops, looking for the next target. Carla, look. What a beautiful big sister. Wendy suddenly exclaimed, and her arms tightened violently, almost vomiting the grilled fish Carla had just eaten. I'm going to be short of oxygen. Carla struggled twice. Advertisement. Then she followed Wendy's gaze and saw a red-haired woman not far ahead. That graceful figure. The enchanting curves were exactly what Wendy longed for. But she was really beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, little girl. The red-haired woman obviously had great hearing. After hearing Wendy's compliment, she turned her head and thanked her with a smile. Sorry. Wendy's face turned red. It's really embarrassing to be heard talking about others behind their backs. Is the little girl a member of the Fairy Tale Guild? The red-haired woman was Irene. She and Ultir came here by themselves, and the latter two went directly to the guild. And Irene saw the little girl Wu Ming mentioned. She took the initiative to come here and try to contact. No. I am a member of the Demon Cat Inn Guild, and I played here today, Wendy said. Irene understood. This kitten is very cute. Why not turn into a human form? It is also a kind of enjoyment to taste food with a human body. Carla complained. No, when did magic become so easy to learn? Hearing this, Irene nodded in a trance, thinking of the desire to transform into a human from a dragon if it weren't for the help of her man. She might not be able to learn it in a few hundred years. Additional magic transformation. Thinking of this, Irene stretched out her hand and pointed in the air. The light enveloped Carla, who gradually grew bigger in Wendy's arms. Finally, she became a girl who looked like Wendy. This is. Carla looked at her hands, which were exactly the 5 fingers of a human being. The clothes on her body were also the same as when she was a cat. No socks on her legs. Her feet were bare on the ground. Additional magic. And Wendy was even more shocked by this kind of magic. She definitely didn't hear it wrong. That was the addition technique, and it was definitely not a low-level addition. It must be a high-level addition technique. This person actually possessed the addition magic, and her attainments were definitely very high. Want to learn? Be my apprentice and I can teach you, Irene asked with a smile. Wendy almost agreed. But her rationality still existed at the bottom, making her understand that she should not accept the reward without merit. Advertisement, you are. Wendy thought of what Miss Urza said. Look at this person again, the smell is indeed very similar, and the hair color and face. There is a 70% similarity, especially the eyes, it is really almost the same. You guessed it, I am Urza's mother and the wife married by Wu Mingming, Irene said. Deaf. Wendy took a breath, sure enough, she is Urza's mother, but why did she say the latter words? Aren't wives married from a prestigious family? Do you know Grandini? That's the dragon that taught Wendy? Carla rubbed her feet. There were some small stones on the ground, which hurt her feet a little. And she was not used to the human body. I haven't seen it, but I saw other dragons 400 years ago, and I know about their magic. How about you become my apprentice or my goddaughter, and I will teach you dragon-killing magic and additional magic. Irene came over from that side. Her steps were not fast, but she walked to Wendy in 2 steps. Wendy raised her head. The first thing she saw was 2 big lumps of things, which were the arcs she dreamed of. You are really weird, you actually want to be someone else's mother, Carla complained. Boom boom boom. Wendy hesitated and was about to speak. The ground suddenly shook absolutely, as if the earth dragon was turning over. The sea is angry. Someone suddenly spoke. Wendy looked over and saw the seawater surging. This sudden accident indicated that danger was approaching. I'll take you there to have a look. Besides, what I said is sincere, you can think about it carefully. Irene knew that the invasion of Phantom Lord had begun. She stretched out her hand and summoned. The dragon horn wand appeared in her hand, and the magic power penetrated her body. A magic circle rose under her, Wendy and Carla's feet. Whoosh! The 3 of them disappeared in an instant. After a dizzy spell, they came to the fairy tale guild not far away. What is this? How did we suddenly come here? Carla shook her head. After seeing the address clearly, she felt very strange and didn't understand why they were brought here. Island. An island that moves. Wendy pointed to the black shadow on the sea and stuttered. Phantom Lord is going to invade Fairy Tale, and the latter has begun to prepare for war. If you want to go, go there, Irene said something. And then her figure flashed and came to the roof of a house not far away. Bright flowers grew behind her. The flowers formed a recliner. Irene lay on it and watched the battle quietly. So beautiful, is she a flower fairy? Wendy was stunned. The flowers were really beautiful. If this was also an additional magic, she must learn it. Don't be crazy about flowers. What should I do? Should I help Fairy Tale or go find that woman? It should be safe to stay with that woman, Carla asked hurriedly. She didn't have time to be in a daze. It was better to hide now. After all, this was a civil war in Fairy Tale. Go and help. Wendy gathered her mind. She couldn't turn a blind eye. Maybe she could help Natsu and Lucy. Advertisement Chapter 062. Do you want to be my apprentice? I can teach you dragon-slaying magic and additional magic. Outside the Fairy Tale Guild, a huge mechanical leg stretched out from under a moving island near the sea. It lifted the building forward. The invasion of the Phantom Lord was extremely violent. The building transformed into a sturdy magic cluster cannon, and terrifying energy was brewing in the barrel. If this strikes the shore, not only will the Fairy Tale Guild building be destroyed, but even the shops and residential areas hundreds of meters behind will be destroyed. What the hell is that? Is that a Phantom Lord? Those guys actually attack in this way. The whole island is moving, and Phantom Lord actually has this strategic mobile tool. You must be kidding, that huge cannon barrel. The members of the Fairy Tale Guild were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. This is really shocking. The shock brought by the Phantom Lord's method is absolutely incomparable. These guilds actually develop such weapons, and that magic cannon can destroy half of the city. Is this Phantom Lord really a regular guild? Ultir held the magic crystal ball. Looking at the huge mechanical building moving on the sea, although she was knowledgeable, she was also shocked by this thing. So, peace does not exist at all. Even if there is an agreement to maintain the order of the magic world, there will always be someone who will challenge the bottom line of order. Uru pinched his waist with one hand, feeling the rich magic energy from the magic cluster cannon. Ordinary people really can't deal with it. Quickly retreat, hide, disperse, The guild members were talking in a mess. Most people wanted to avoid the attack, and some people couldn't bear to see the guild destroyed. Don't you plan to block it? Ultir asked as he looked at the group of people. Several people rolled their eyes, they didn't want to see the guild destroyed. But that level of attack couldn't be blocked at all. Don't be ridiculous, no one can block this kind of attack, the guild is destroyed, at most we can rebuild a better guild. But there is only one life. The old man said that living is hope, Master and Ultir, follow me and avoid this kind of attack. Gray said and was about to lead people away, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. It seems that you are very happy in this guild, so I feel relieved. Uru nodded with satisfaction. That Makarov is an old man who is very good at taking care of children. The old man taught her the principles that she didn't teach much. Said, She walked to the shore and raised her palm gracefully as she watched the attack being charged. Master, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Gray was busy reminding. That attack was not something that a human could block. He didn't want to see his master die. What? It's just a cluster cannon. It's easy to block it, Uru said. Advertisement. Whoosh, the cluster cannon was fired instantly, and a beam of energy like a tower broke through the seawater and shot out. The beam of light was getting closer and closer. The light it emitted made people's eyes covered with bright spots. Facing such a successful attack, how could human power resist? Although his eyes were all white, Gray still opened his eyes wide and looked at the figure in front of him. His thoughts seemed to go back many years ago. When facing Dai Lila, Master Uru also used her body to block in front of him. DS! Shouted. A steady stream of magic power surged out of Uru's body. Enveloped in the palm of his hand, standing still and taking the magic cluster cannon. Wow! The sea water roared. The waves brought by the beam of light collided with the ripples caused by the powerful magic. The sea water was surging. Everyone's heart was hanging in the air, and they looked towards the shore worriedly. In less than 3 seconds, the energy of the magic cluster cannon was exhausted. The ground on the coast was broken into a big hole, and Uru on the shore still maintained a standing posture. The ground under his feet was cracked. I don't know if it was cracked by the cluster artillery or by Uru's own huge magic power. But there is no doubt, she easily blocked the bombardment of the magic cluster artillery. I actually blocked it. Wow, Gray's master is so awesome. The strength is really strong, but Gray is too weak. He is really beautiful. Alas, do you think Gray was kicked out of the sect because he was too weak? If you think about it carefully, he is really not good. The guild members talked about it. At first, they admired Uru's powerful strength, and then gossiped about the reason why Gray left. A group of people finally determined that Gray must be too weak. You bastards, don't think I can't hear you, Gray scolded. His mentality was about to collapse. Just when he put down his hanging heart, he was depressed by these guys again. He was a little weak, but you can't bully people like this. Master, did you hide a trick? You didn't teach me that trick just now, Gray complained. Uru smiled. That trick is just to release the magic power. Your magic power is too weak. You can't even release it, let alone block this kind of attack. Depressed. Advertisement Gray felt very bad. Of course he knew that the master was very strong, but this time he really realized how fishy it was. That kind of cluster cannon. Even the S-class wizards of the guild couldn't block it, but the master blocked it so easily. Who are you? The magic cluster cannon was blocked. Phantom Lord Jose was surprised, and he questioned through the external facility. There is no doubt, this woman is not a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. The Fairy Tale Guild doesn't have such a person. I'm just an ordinary person, Jose, right? The cannon you just shot will kill a lot of civilians. Aren't you a regular guild? Is it really okay to use weapons of mass destruction at will? Ulu asked back. Jose scolded. Civilians deserve to be killed. Wizards are the mainstream of this world. Ulu frowned. Then I really have to meet you, the Holy 10 Magicians. Ulu said and jumped lightly. The moment her feet stepped on the seawater, the sponge turned into ice to accommodate her standing. Step by step forward. Every time her feet landed, the seawater would freeze to support her body. 940. Let's go too. Ultir was also going to the island in the sea. Since he was here to help, he would help as much as possible. Swoosh. Gray just nodded, and a sharp attack came and directly tore Uluya's clothes. JVC. Gray was a beat slower to react, and was busy looking at the direction where the attack came from. Others in the guild were also alert. If Ultir got into trouble here, Angel Wing would probably be angry. It's okay, and you guys reacted too slowly. Ultir waved her hand. Looking at the torn clothes, she rarely looked angry. This clothes is very precious. It was made by Master Wu Ming himself, and it won't get stained with dust. Now it was broken by the enemy. She looked angrily at the roof not far away, where a not-so-tall girl stood. Ultir. A member of Angel Wing, the biggest enemy of the Devil Cult, and on the must-kill list. The girl on the rooftop seemed like a robot without emotions. She repeated the words. It seemed that her purpose of living was to kill all the targets that should be killed. Where did this little girl come from? Gray crossed his hands and was about to attack that side. The other members stared angrily and might charge at any time. Interesting. She seemed like a robot without emotions. Leave this little girl to me. Gajeel of Phantom Lord, there are still 4 elements that you don't need to deal with. Ultir was particularly interested in this girl. Chapter 063. Ultir vs Merity. If her mother hadn't saved her, then she would probably be like this little girl when she grows up. She would only complete tasks mechanically. Okay. Gray knew that this could not be forced. The most urgent task was to deal with the Phantom Cadres. Natsu, Elfman, let's go, Gray called. You exhibitionist, don't order me around. Natsu on the other side bumped his fists and grinned. Sister, I'll be back soon, Elfman said, and rushed towards the sea. This side. Wendy thought about it and decided to guard the shore. Her additional magic was suitable for this place. Sizzle suddenly. Thunder roared in the sky. A yellow lightning struck the huge cannon barrel. All members were stunned. At this time, the huge magic light on the open space was shining. Laxus appeared. Ah, what kind of magic is this? It feels like riding a vehicle. Laxus shook his body. His face was pale and weak, and he looked in a very bad condition. Laxus, Laxus, how did you get here so fast? Laxus, you're here. Then there was a noise all around. Laxus turned his head and found himself in front of the guild members. Thinking of his situation just now, he didn't look too good, hoping that no one would find out what he was doing. Ahem. Mr. Wu Ming sent me here, using something called subspace teleportation. Laxus cleared his throat and explained to everyone. So that's it. The guild members suddenly realized and admired Mr. Wu Ming more and more. What a miraculous method. Okay, I'll go deal with Jose and solve the trouble here as soon as possible. Laxus moved his body and prepared to leave, before he finished speaking. His eyes condensed, and he looked at the other side with a serious expression. An extremely strong magic power appeared. Hiss. I feel cold all over, as if I'm being stared at by something. Me too, and I feel an inexplicable palpitation. Could there be another enemy? No way, what other dangerous guy could be approaching? The guild members stroked their arms. I felt goosebumps on my arms and my heart couldn't help but palpitate. What a tough opponent. Laxus looked at the guy who was getting closer and closer. Advertisement. His expression was very serious. Not long after, a guy with a visible force field around him came over. Can I fly? Can I fly today? Blue Note. He raised his head and glanced at the other members of Fairy Tail, and his eyes fell on Laxus. Laxus, right? I hope you can let me fly, Blue Note said. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, Laxus immediately rushed over and punched. Fall. Fairy. Blue Note raised his hand. Rumble. Gravity appeared around, and the house of the Fairy Tail Guild collapsed instantly. Many members were crushed. You guy. Laxus was also hit in a hurry. Standing in a horse stance to resist this gravity, the crackling lightning continued to bloom. The battles everywhere have begun. Ultier versus Merity. Laxus versus Blue Note. Uru against Jose. The most intense of the three battlefields, among which Uru's battle against Jose. Already from the island to the sea. Boom boom boom. With the Ice Dragon Slayer magic crystal, Uru's physique is more than one level stronger. At the least, there will be bursts of sonic booms. At the most, the clouds will turn over the sea. Jose is also extremely powerful as a young Saint 10 magic Dao. He has great potential. When fighting, he is vicious and cunning, always making people unable to defend. The two people couldn't tell the winner for a while. Here, Laxus and Blue Note's battle is no worse than the one on the sea. Gravity magic and lightning magic. No matter which one, the destructive power is particularly strong, and houses and buildings are destroyed. The sky is covered with dark clouds. Thunder roars and falls from the sky, and a pit is created when it hits the ground. Blue Note's gravity is also dangerous. One gravity destroys dozens of meters of floor, but it doesn't take long for a street to be destroyed. Compared with these two places, Ultier and Merity on the other side were much simpler. Their magic was not very good. Tentative attacks often missed many opportunities to severely injure the opponent. You joined the Dark Guild at such a young age? Advertisement? Ultier played a crystal ball. Under the effect of time magic, it became an attack from all angles. In terms of strength, Ultier may not have a special move. But it is really not easy to fight Merity. The reason why he did not fight quickly was that he wanted to help. Additional information, Ultier is a chatterbox, and you must not be distracted during the battle. Merity summoned a sharp sword. While protecting herself in the center, she destroyed the crystal balls. Bang bang bang. Those crystal balls were quickly shattered. Arc of Time. Ultier was not angry. After the magic surge, all the crystal balls were restored. Finally, they turned into one and reappeared in her hand. Arc of Time. Lost magic, the same magic as mine. Merity's emotions were rippled. Although her tone was still cold, she could feel a little different. Oh, Ultier was curious, you are also a lost magic? Merity raised her hand. A transparent circle appeared behind her, and a sharp sword was arranged on the circle. Land of Sin. The sword stabbed forward. Ultier instinctively wanted to defend, but the sword was not defended. It pierced through the magic crystal ball and stabbed into her body. Del. At that moment, Ultier was in a trance, and her nerves felt a tingling sensation. The Sin Ray. It's over, go to hell Ultier. Merity waved her fingers. Several rays of light whizzed away, and this attack, Zhao, could instantly destroy the target if it hit. She seemed to see the scene of defeating the opponent. Time stands still. How could Ultier be hit so easily? The crystal ball lit up white light. The light piercing her seemed to be paused, hovering 10 centimeters away. Time speeds up. The attribute of time appeared again. Ultier's body instantly came behind Merity. Hee. Little girl, although I am not good at fighting, I can still fight with Urza. If you underestimate me, you will die. Ultier's fingers brushed across Merity's face. The latter's pupils contracted, and her body suddenly rushed forward, and then she turned over to create enough distance. Time slows down. It was just a breath. Merity found that her body was slowed down many times. But her nerves and eyes remained unchanged. It took several seconds to move a finger. Chapter 064. Disobedient children should be punished. Tricky. What a tricky magic. What should I do when facing a disobedient child? Ultir twisted her waist and walked forward. Touching her white chin with her index finger, she thought about the countermeasures. It was a pity to kill such a young girl. She had to be disciplined. By the way, spank her. Ultir's eyes suddenly lit up, remembering the time when Gray and Leon were making trouble. That's what her mother did. Kill me. Meredy was angry. She would not accept that kind of punishment. It would be better to kill her with a knife. Papa. Slap after slap. Meredy went from anger at first, to shame and then blushing. Every slap made her feel ashamed. It was really embarrassing. Feeling connection. Fortunately, the time delay was limited. The first thing Meredy did when she recovered was to use magic. Connect the emotions of the two people. HMPH. If the feelings are connected, our family will feel the same. Do you think it hurts too? Meredy said. Opposite. Ultir was indeed a little surprised. I didn't expect that this kind of magic could connect each other. It was still eye-opening. At this time, Meredy raised her palm, covered it with magic power, and arrayed it to her neck. When I commit suicide, you will die too. Now beg me to spare your life. Meredy raised her neck and stared at the other party. The feeling of being beaten was too shameful, making her want to commit suicide. Don't give up your life easily. The crystal ball in Ultir's hand disappeared. She showed no weakness. Step by step, she walked towards Meredy on the opposite side, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Meredy scolded. The hand knife against the neck was closer, directly cutting the neck and bleeding. However, this did not stop Ultir. Through the emotional connection, I can clearly feel the loneliness from the bottom of your heart. Meredy, yes. You also long for a family and relatives who cherish you. Through the connection, Ultir easily peeked into her heart. She could empathize with the pain of being isolated and helpless when all the people in the town died. Come on. Follow me, if you don't mind, I'm your mother. Ultir walked in front of Meredy. He reached out and hugged her petite body, using the most gentle and pure family affection to influence her. Advertisement, you. Let go. Meredy wanted to struggle. But from the emotional connection, she felt a warmth she had never felt before. It warmed her body and mind. This feeling did not exist in the Demon Heart Guild, where there were only useful people and useless people. She, CFBF, admitted. The endless flow of heat nourished her young heart. Like a siege vehicle, constantly hitting the high wall she built. No one in this world wants to be alone. Ultir's soft voice knocked her heart. Meredy struggled in her eyes. HMPH. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Since you are a prisoner, there is nothing we can do. Meredy snorted coldly. She did not act rashly again, as if she was really a prisoner. That's right, I will let you meet your grandmother later. Ultir was very satisfied. Holding Meredy's hand, they walked through the streets and alleys to a rooftop. Here, the fragrant flower fragrance made people feel happy. In the flowers, on a lounge chair woven with flowers, a woman with a curvy figure lay comfortably. Isn't this too enjoyable? Meredy sighed in her heart. Who is this woman? Could she be the so-called grandma? Master Irene, you are living too comfortably. Ultir's mouth twitched. This environment. If it weren't for the two groups of people fighting fiercely not far away, she would have thought she had come to a resort. Life. Enjoying life should be put first. Your master has mastered the essence of it. Unlike your mother, she can obviously solve the battle quickly, but she has to drag it out, and she gets injured from time to time. Irene tilted her head. Two more lounge chairs appeared next to her, which were obviously prepared for Ultir and Meredy. This is Meredy. My newly adopted daughter. Let my mother meet her granddaughter later, Ultir introduced. What? Irene's brain short-circuited. I glanced at Meredy's little daughter, then at Ultir. Ultir, you are less than 20 years old, and this little girl looks like she is already in her teens. Is your mother-daughter relationship inappropriate? Irene asked. Ultir was puzzled. What's wrong with that? Irene said sincerely. I mean, if you don't want to feel the whip from your mother, you'd better recognize this little girl as your sister. Ulu's daughter started to jump. This is the rhythm of wanting to be beaten. As the master's wife, she must remind her well. It's okay. Ultir was not afraid at all. Put Meredy on the recliner next to Irene, and she lay on the one at the end. Watching the battle as comfortably as Irene. Boom boom boom. Advertisement lightning crackled and houses were broken. The battlefield between Laxus and Blue Note was getting closer and closer. Finally, it was within reach. Yo, are you fighting? Ultir raised his hand and greeted him, on the other side. Laxus was stunned, looking at the three women who looked so comfortable. It was really hard to imagine that this was a battlefield. He thought he was pretending to fight. Why did he feel so out of tune with the force? Hee Meredy, you really betrayed me. I mentioned fighting against your joining, but you didn't have the determination to face the dark world. Blue Note saw Meredy at a glance. Looking at the people on both sides, they were all enemies, and Meredy was next to the enemy. The meaning was self-evident. Give your life for the devil's heart, Blue Note added. Gravity was immediately deployed in this direction. Be careful, Laxus exclaimed, and raised his hand to stop Blue Note's attack. Dit. But at this moment, Irene raised her hand and snapped her fingers, and a bright flower grew out of thin air in front of Blue Note. Don't disturb me watching the show. Boom. The flower was only the size of a palm, but it was quite powerful when it exploded. The three-story building in front of Blue Note was instantly destroyed. And the shock wave of the explosion, it pushed Blue Note's body out, rolling back hundreds of meters like a wind and fire wheel. All the houses were smashed wherever it passed. Laxus's eyelids twitched, and he looked at the woman who looked like Urza in shock. So strong, he fought with Blue Note for a long time, but he didn't get this kind of suppression. But this woman, she flew away with a snap of her fingers. Who on earth is in the angel's wings? One or two are too strong. So fierce. Merity was also scared. This woman's strength is too strong. Blue Note is the vice president of Demon Heart, she is quite strong. But in this person's hands, she has no power to fight back. The power of flowers is really played in new ways by the master's wife. Ultir sighed. She knew that the master's wife could use flower magic. I always thought it was for show, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. If you think so, the master's ability to manipulate silk threads should also be very strong. I just don't have the chance to see it. Chapter 065. Fairy Law, active. The battle is still going on. Although Blue Note was hit by Irene, his injury was not serious. He still fought back and forth with Laxus, on the sea surface. The huge mechanical island has been transformed into a mechanical weapon man. Drawing a magic circle in the air. But the magic circle was not drawn much at the beginning, and the whole machine began to collapse. The three elements of earth, fire, and water have been defeated. And Natsu found Gajeel. The two dragon slayers fought very fiercely, and the inner walls were constantly destroyed. This Natsu's flame is good. The greater the emotional fluctuations, the stronger the flame. Ultir asked Irene to use the magic crystal to project the internal picture for the convenience of watching the battle. In that picture, the flame and iron are constantly colliding. Is this iron not good? Ultir asked. Irene looked at it and shook her head. This Gajeel has good defense, but unfortunately he has not understood the true meaning of Dragon Slayer magic. He should not be able to use the secret of Dragon Slayer. It is only a matter of time before he is defeated. The most powerful thing about Dragon Slayer is the power of dragon. Irene shook her head and talked. Looking at the position of the ice surface again, Uru was using shaping magic from beginning to end. The Dragon Slayer magic crystal implanted in her body has never been used. Otherwise, Jose should have been defeated long ago. Just when I was bored. The clouds in the sky were shrouded in golden light, and a short figure fell on the ice surface from the air. Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, appeared, and the warmth emanating from his body dispelled fatigue. Gray's master, thank you for letting me finish the battlefield. Makarov appeared. Jose and Uru stopped fighting, and the latter nodded with a smile as a greeting. After that, she decisively left the scene and handed the finishing work to their own people. You are quite attentive. After a while, I returned to Irene's side. Irene glanced at her sideways, and then she understood why Ulu didn't end the battle earlier. We are outsiders after all. Who is this little girl? Ulu answered, and then looked at the little girl in the middle in confusion. Irene smiled. Your granddaughter. Ulu. She looked at Ultir in confusion, as if she wanted her daughter to introduce her. Ahem. Just as mother heard, I took Merity as my goddaughter, so she will be your granddaughter in the future, Ultir said. Crack. Ultir's words were like thunder, hitting Ulu's mind. She likes to be a nurse. Looking at Merity, then at Ultir, she couldn't bear to look at it. Well, let's talk about it when we get back. Take a deep breath. Ulu knows that family disgrace should not be made public. Advertisement repressing the madness in her heart, she looked at the battlefield and waited for the battle to end. Here, Irene raised her beautiful eyebrows and looked at Uru's expression unexpectedly. She wanted to see if Uru would go crazy. She didn't expect him to be so restrained, which made her expect the family rules to be in vain. On the ice, Uru took off the seawater that was specially frozen after the battle to facilitate the battle between Makarov and Jose. As the fight between the two became more and more intense, the atmosphere was trembling. The clouds in the sky were forced to melt, and the seawater splashed in the absence of wind. Makarov's magic power is not small, even in the ranking of the 10 holy magic ways, it is also in the forefront. Uru looked at the situation over there. The angry Makarov was particularly powerful, and the light attribute was most filled with a sacred breath. If he is given the Dragon Slayer attribute, he might be able to fight a giant dragon alone. He is an existence that cannot be ignored. It's coming. The super magic that Mavis always talks about. Irene said. On the ice, Makarov's body floated in the air, and his hands seemed to be holding a ball in front of him. A brilliant light particle was condensing in the middle. Kneel down and beg for mercy, Jose. Otherwise, I will regard you as an enemy of the Fairy Tale Guild and annihilate you. The light particle became stronger and stronger. Although it was only the size of a fist in the end, the magic power it contained was the purest. Ha ha ha. You actually asked me to kneel, how ridiculous. Jose on the opposite side certainly wouldn't agree. He also burst out with the magic power of the 10 holy magic paths. The magic power of the two people collided. The ice under his feet was broken bit by bit, and soon there was only a little place to stand. Jose's dark magic attacked Makarov, but the latter. A sacred breath bloomed on his body, and the dark magic was melted under that breath. The light enveloped Makarov. Fairy law, activate. Snap. Makarov put his hands together, and a huge golden magic circle formed in the sky. The dazzling light enveloped the entire world. Absolute annihilation. The roof over here. The light that pierced into Irene's eyes made her eyes blind. The shock wave it formed, broken the flowers in half, as if invaded by a storm. Advertisement. This move is not cheap, Makarov's lifespan has become weak. Uru formed an ice mirror in front of him. The mirror can block the dazzling light, allowing her to see clearly what is happening over there. If your magic power is weaker than Makarov's, it's best not to force him to use this trick, Irene said. Any scenery will disappear at a certain moment. The dazzling white light dissipated, and the victory or defeat was already determined at this moment. Jose's hair turned gray. Zero, let alone magic, I'm afraid his body and mind have been completely purified. This is not a victory or defeat for someone, but a victory from the family. Makarov stood on the ice. Looking at all the members on the shore, he announced the victory while teaching the children. Victory? It's too early to say now, a negative voice sounded. Blue Note's embarrassed body appeared on the shore, his clothes were messy as if he had been beaten up. Where are you running to? Then the lightning flashed. Laxus's figure chased after him, and a creepy thunder fell with his hand. He. The next battle is not something I can bear. Just pray. You can survive the fear of the Demon Lord. Blue Note strengthened himself with gravity, he quickly distanced himself. He left a passage that made people think about it. What is this guy talking about? What the hell is the Demon Lord? The Demon Lord. Isn't it a dragon? What does that guy mean? Is the Demon Lord going to appear again? Don't come, isn't this battle over yet? Listening to Blue Note's words? The guild members were talking about it, some knew and some didn't. But without exception, the joy of defeating the ghost did not last long, and they were all thinking about the meaning of that guy's words. No matter what kind of enemy, Fairy Tail will not refuse anyone, Makarov announced. He thought that the Demon Lord should not appear. So what he said was very beautiful. Chapter 066, Uru attacks, Ice Dragon Slayer magic versus Earth Dragon. Sizzle Laxus did not let him go easily, and continued to chase him with flashing lightning. Come out. Demon Lord Dogulamag, Blue Note took out a scroll. Unfolded, and pointed the side with the magic circle to the sky, muttering a prayer. The magic scroll was torn apart in an instant. A strong will was slowly awakening, and at that moment, the world was oppressive. Roaring. The dragon's roar shook the sky. A strange space distortion appeared in the air, and a vortex like a black hole appeared out of thin air. There were roars from the vortex. Dragon appeared again. Dogulamag. It's that dragon. Gray's scalp was numb below. On Galuna Island, this dragon's breath made him recover for several days. That was a personal experience. At this time, the dragon appeared again. He couldn't imagine how the next battle would be. 923. It's him again. The Lord of Demons, Dogramag, the king who rules the dark world. Recalling Galuna Island. The destructive power of dragons is quite strong. A casual breath can destroy the earth. And this time it appeared above the city. I can't imagine. How many people will die after this battle? It's actually a dragon. There really is a sea of dragons in this era. Over on the mechanical island, Gajeel, who was knocked down, was also shocked. He lay on the ground and looked at the huge dragon body. He was completely shocked in his heart. Does this dragon know the dragon that raised him? Maybe I should ask. Don't mess around. This dragon is undoubtedly an evil dragon. It doesn't know our dragons at all. Natsu propped himself up and sat up, stern admonition. The eyes were extremely fearful. My size is simply not comparable to that of humans. He is even a dragon slayer. I can't beat the dragon either. It appears again and again. Don't go too far, you dragons. Makarov was also very angry. He knew. At present, no one in the entire guild could deal with the dragon, but as a parent, he must protect the children of the guild. Ang. Dogramag came out of the air, and without saying a word, it opened its bloody mouth and aimed at Makarov on the sea. The breath of despair was condensing. As a powerful dragon, it had no intention of communicating with tiny humans. It was responsible for destroying everything. Don't go too far. Makarov shouted angrily, and his body instantly became huge. Standing in the seawater and reaching out to fight the dragon. The breath came as promised. The huge beam of light fell down and instantly pierced Makarov's chest. Cough, cough, cough. Run. Makarov's face turned pale. Step back. Covering the wound on his chest, he gave orders to all the members of the guild. Old man. President, old man. Help, everyone in the guild exclaimed. One by one, they all rushed into the sea desperately, trying to save their president.
Sizzle. Advertisement. Whoosh. Laxus and Natsu were furious.
The furious thunder fell from the sky, and the angry flames were about to burn the earth. Dragon Slayer. Then I will play with you. Never expected it. Dogramag looked over with his dragon eyes, and a dull voice sounded at this moment. His body quickly became weak. He turned into a 2-meter-tall human body, stepped on the air and rushed towards the two like a shadow. BL. Strike hard. Dogramag mobilized the earth attribute magic, and the heavy pressure hit Natsu's chest. Whoosh. Instantly. Natsu's body seemed to be hit by the earth, like a wild goose being blown away for hundreds of meters. Houses could not withstand the impact. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus took the opportunity to rush forward, and the lightning wrapped his fist and blasted out. Bang! Doguramag's lower body did not move at all. He casually opened his 5 fingers. He immediately pinched Laxus's fist, and his attack was like the bite of an ant. He could not break the defense at all. The earth is collapsing. Doguramag raised his foot and kicked Laxus away, then. He stomped his feet in the air, and as he stomped, the ground on the ground raised mud waves. It flooded the remaining members of the guild. The god of earth roars. Not only that. Doguramag's combo reappeared. The heavy earth attribute emanated from his body, all of which poured into the earth. Boom. 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 Instantly, the earth seemed to be angry. Explosions sounded one after another, and the land exploded with a rumble. Most of the members covered by mud. All were forced to endure this horrible explosion, and those with weak strength were blown unconscious on the spot. A few people were also blown to vomit blood. They fell to the ground, looking at the figure miserably, and their hearts were already desperate. There was really no way to deal with the dragon. Are you kidding? Dragons are so powerful? Gajeel was stunned. Advertisement then Laxus and Natsu were knocked away hundreds of meters. The latter has not come back yet, and the members of the entire guild couldn't even withstand a single blow. The gap is so big. Find Uncle Wu Ming. Gray, where's your sister? Tell her to contact Uncle Wu Ming quickly. Natsu was released by Happy with a dusty face. As soon as he landed, he shouted at Gray. Their strength was not enough to deal with the dragon, and they could only rely on Mr. Wu Ming to save the town. Not here. Master said that Mr. Wu Ming is not at home recently, and it is impossible for him to come suddenly, Gray responded. Currently, the only person who can deal with the dragon is Mr. Wu Ming. Unfortunately, he is not here. Now either I have to hold on by myself, or give up Magnolia and go somewhere else. Both methods are not easy. Ice dragons, roar. At this moment, an extremely cold breath of ice rushed over, instantly submerging Doguramage. Master. Are you using? Gray looked over. He found that the one who attacked was actually his master, and the attack just now could be Dragon Slayer magic. Ice Dragon Slayer magic? Natsu and Laxus both spoke at this time, no doubt. This lady is also a Dragon Slayer. Master, how can you be a Dragon Slayer? Aren't you using ice-shaping magic? Gray asked. He must have hallucinations. Could it be that what I have been learning all this time is not the ice-shaped magic? Could it be the Dragon Slayer magic? 4.1 Gray couldn't help but think wildly, and completely forgot the prerequisites of the Dragon Slayer magic. Hey, did you learn the Dragon Slayer magic from a dragon? Gajeel's eyes lit up over there. He hurriedly went ashore, walked over and looked at Ulu, wanting to ask him carefully. The others were watching. It's a pity. I'm a wizard who has implanted the Ice Dragon Slayer magic crystal, Ulu answered. Just like Laxus, Natsu, Gajeel and Wendy who was hiding on the side were a little disappointed. Think about it again. Suddenly, I feel that the Dragon Slayer magic doesn't seem to be anything special. After all, there have been many of them. Anyway, I'll go over and try it first. Ulu looked at Doguramag. The latter was hit by the breath, and his whole body was frozen by ice. But there were a lot of cracks in the ice. It could break free at any time, so she needed to go over and contain it quickly. Chapter 67. Irene. If you can't beat me, let me do it. Limited edition technique. Star collapse. She's going to fight the dragon? Several people thought of this fact in their hearts. No. This is a real dragon. Dragon Slayer can't deal with it at all, and going up will be life-threatening. Gray shook his head and sighed immediately. Look at Laxus and Natsu. The two have dragon-slaying magic since childhood. But they are still no match. Uru obviously just implanted the magic crystal not long ago. How could he beat the dragon? Going up is just to die. Our dragon-slaying magic is a joke. It can only beat ordinary wizards, and there is no hope against dragons. Gajeel smiled bitterly. Although he didn't go up to try, Laxus and Natsu had already proved it. Dragon Slayer can't deal with dragons at all. I can definitely. Natsu was of course reluctant to admit it, and he was grimacing and refused to give up. But he was just talking. He didn't really overestimate his ability to fight this dragon. Think about it. How could a dragon allow humans to learn dragon-slaying magic? Laxus was also frustrated in his heart. Although I don't want to admit it, the fact is that it's so cruel. Dragon Slayer magic is fake. After all, the other party is the Demon Lord who rules the Dark World, and can be said to be the strongest. If you are asked to deal with the top few of the 10 holy magic paths now, of course you can't beat them. Uru knew that the confidence of these children was hit. If you can get through. The future is a bright road. If you can't get through, your life will be like this. It's all Wu Ming's fault. What a blow to these children, it's really a bad taste. Roar, Doguramag broke free from the shackles of ice. Uru rushed over here. Ice and earth. A new battle begins again. Boom boom boom. Unlike Natsu and the others, Uru was not knocked away by a punch this time. The two were evenly matched. Sure enough. Other people's Dragon Slayer magic is the real Dragon Slayer magic. We are all Dragon Slayers, but why is the gap so big? Is there any trick to practice Dragon Slayer magic? Several Dragon Slayer muttered to himself. What a huge gap. They went up and were knocked away by a punch, and their bones were broken. Advertisement and look at Ms. Uru. If she dared to fight against Long Quan, she would be knocked away for hundreds of meters. They were evenly matched when they fought. No one had the power to suppress the other. Earth thorns. Take some time. Dogra stretched out his hand and the ground bulged with dense earth mounds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, earth needles as thick as fingers shot out from the earth mounds, attacking Uru from all directions. Breathing stagnation. The people below forgot to remind them, and in the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Uru. Silver world. Uru would naturally not be easily solved. She exuded a cold chill, and the surroundings were instantly covered by water. Forming a world of ice, all those earth needles were frozen, and the attack was easily resolved. For a human body, your strength is still very strong. If I fight you in my human body, it will take at least half a day to decide the winner. It's a pity. My strongest body is the dragon body, Dragunov praised. A heavy magic power surged from his body, and his human body gradually recovered. The huge dragon body reappeared, Ice Dragon Slash. Uru didn't dare to be too careless. The magic of the ice dragon formed a huge ice blade, slashing towards Dragunav's dragon body. Buzz. Crack. Dragunav didn't even dodge, and stretched out his dragon claws to pinch the ice blade directly. The dragon claw exerted force, the ice blade was instantly crushed. Alas. It seems that my training is not up to standard. Uru sighed. She took the initiative to withdraw from the battlefield. The move just now proved that she could not beat the dragon body. Master is already very powerful, many times better than these dragon slayers. Gray comforted. Several dragon slayers beside him had dark faces. They knew that Gray was secretly mocking them, but they had nothing to say. Then let's run away quickly. Wendy suggested at this time. Since they can't beat them, they have to retreat, although Magnolia will be destroyed. But there is hope as long as people are alive, don't worry. Just because I can't beat them doesn't mean that others can't beat them. Uru smiled. This puzzled the people who were originally preparing to retreat. What does it mean? Could it be that they can beat them? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. Huh, why is there a special fragrance, and it's quite similar to the fragrance of flowers? Natsu sniffed his nose. Scratching his head in confusion, Magnolia shouldn't have the fragrance of flowers in this season, yeah. I've never smelled this fragrance before. Gajeel also smelled it quickly. Then it was Laxus, who felt a little strange after smelling it. It felt like I had smelled it somewhere before, this smell is. Wendy also felt it was very familiar. Several people looked around, trying to find out what flowers smelled like. Someone, Natsu suddenly called. Everyone looked. In the distance, a figure slowly approached, and the most surprising thing was not this person. Advertisement rather, as this person took steps, where her feet landed, bright flowers grew. That's the smell. Natsu's eyes became bright. Several people around were particularly curious, who on earth could grow the fragrance of flowers when walking. It's her. After approaching, Wendy and Laxus immediately exclaimed. You can't beat me, let me do it, Irene stepped forward. The flowers growing around her were the result of the power of the flower dragon blooming. Change your name to Flower Fairy. Uru was particularly envious. The power of the flower dragon was so magical that flowers bloomed happily wherever 66 passed. Little Wendy, have you considered becoming my daughter? Irene reached out and hooked Wendy's hair, a loving question. Good. Wendy was mesmerized by the fragrance and the smile on her face. She seemed to be captured. She looks a little familiar, Natsu muttered. Gray reminded, this is Urza's mother, Mr. Wu Ming's wife. Deut. Took a breath of cold air. Laxus and Natsu's hearts beat violently. Uneasy. Sure enough, Urza's family is not simple. The mother grows with the flowers as she walks, and the father beats the dragon with a human body. Then Urza could have challenged the club a few years ago. Natsu scratched his head. This is a magical family, none of them are simple. The core of Dragon Slayer is the power of dragon. Only by mastering the power of dragon can we fight against dragons. Irene said to a few people. Her body slowly floated up, and the dragon horn wand in her hand was shining. Wendy, I'll show you what the addition technique is. She raised the wand high. Limit addition technique star collapse. Instantly, the sky was covered by dark clouds. A huge meteorite was pulled down from outside the planet, and after friction with the air, it turned into a red fireball. It broke through the dark clouds and pressed towards Dogra. Chapter 68. Dragons, show up. Wise Dragon Irene versus Earth Dragon Dogra. Everyone was stunned. The huge fireball fell from the sky. If they were below, they would not be able to stop it. The diameter of the fireball was estimated to be more than 100 meters. Although the speed was not fast, the impact it brought was not much worse than the pressure of the dragon. Sweat oozed from their temples. What a terrible magic. This is the extreme attachment. Wendy looked confused. If she had this level of magic, she would have become a well-known figure in the magic world. Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is nothing wrong with being someone else's daughter. Not only can you act like a spoiled child, you can also learn dragon-slaying magic and powerful attachment skills. The more you think about it, the more excited you are. Bree. Even dragon-slaying magic can't stop it. I'm afraid you have to use the secret of dragon slaying to blow it up. Stars fall every day. Any ice magic will be smashed to pieces by this meteorite. Several sober wizards said truthfully. The meteorite that broke through the dark clouds and continued to fall deeply shocked them. Try to imagine that you are the one who resisted. Amazing development, the magic they are proud of is nothing in front of this meteorite. Under the power of nature, magic is so small that it can be destroyed by this meteorite in an instant. The admiration in my heart is even greater, Ang. Dogra roared to the sky and looked at the place where the meteorite fell. He instinctively wanted to hide. When this meteorite falls into the seawater and the shockwave it produces, it is enough to destroy a large area of Magnolia town. But soon found that, no matter how he hides, the meteorite is locked on his body. In other words, there is no way to hide except to resist. Thinking of this, Dogra dragon body pressed down, and a more terrifying breath was brewing in his mouth. The atmosphere was shaking. The marine life in the seawater desperately jumped out of the sea, trying to leave the seawater and land on the land. This breath is very, very strong. Natsu's heart was pounding. It was an unprecedented palpitation, and the brewing breath made him feel invincible. You know it without you telling me, Gray gritted his teeth. He felt his body stiffen, as if he was standing there out of control. $7.018. Many people were trembling. Advertisement. That was the situation that would happen when facing terror directly, and everyone knew about this breath. It was not like Natsu's fight. Boom! The earth-yellow breath rushed to the sky, the real roar from the dragon. Rushing towards the meteorite with absolute destructive power. When the two collided, the terrible shockwave made the sea surge, and the waves several meters high rushed towards the town. The wizards who were tired from the war, they were even more embarrassed in front of this shockwave, like tumbleweeds in the desert. Rolling in all directions, Lin Luan rolled into the ruins, alleys, houses and other places. Even though he was mentally prepared, Natsu, who was still able to hold on, was forced to stretch out his arms to block the sharp wind. Bent over to resist this force, two gullies were forced to form under their feet, and each was blown back a distance by the shockwave. Boom boom. The horrible breath drowned the meteorite falling from the sky, and the moment the two collided, the breath completely destroyed the meteorite without any accident. Debris flew. Large and small meteorite pieces smashed into the sea, adding energy to the waves several meters high. Crash, the seawater rushed to the shore, and the ruined houses were pulled into the sea by the backwash waves. Only the gravel and soil that were left by chance were left. Proof of its existence. Hee. It's really impossible to solve it so easily. It seems that I have to be careful, Irene said. Her body floated closer to the distance of Dogra. Behind, Natsu and his group were worried and looked at the graceful figure anxiously. They prayed for victory in their hearts. Ang. The change suddenly appeared. I thought Irene would use the powerful additional technique to contain the opponent again. But unexpectedly, Irene's body was filled with dragon roars. Instantly, Natsu and his group felt numb on their scalps, and horrified thoughts arose in their hearts. If that's really the case, they couldn't believe it if it was really the same as what they thought in their hearts. Doesn't it mean, dragon, revealed? That's right, Irene turned into a majestic dragon after the dragon roar. The huge dragon body blocked the light and cast a shadow. How could it be? Natsu exclaimed. This fact was really hard for him to accept, and goosebumps all over his body exploded. Advertisement. The horror in his eyes could not be stopped. Ms. Irene is actually a dragon, Wendy blurted out. The dragon body in the air was not any magic, but a real body. How is it possible? Even Gray was surprised. He never expected that Senior Irene would be a dragon. Never heard of it. He was busy looking at Ultir and Ulu, trying to see something from their faces. And Ultir stared, but it was not too unexpected. After years of getting along, she did find that Urza seemed different. She had a vague guess in her heart. If Irene was a dragon, then Urza's situation made sense. As for Ulu, she was very calm, and it was obvious that she knew that Irene was a dragon. Looking at her dragon body with admiration, Ms. Irene is actually a dragon. So Urza should also be a dragon, right? Laxus was particularly troubled. If so, what about Urza's dragon-killing magic? It shouldn't be like that. Could it be that the problem lies with Mr. Wu Ming? But after thinking about it carefully, I felt something was not right. Dragon. How could she be a dragon? Makarov was also shocked. His face was full of disbelief, as if he could not accept some established facts. There is no doubt. Irene, showed her dragon body, which completely shocked many people. They each had their own thoughts, but at the same time, more doubts came to mind, and they were eager to ask many questions. Come on, fight, facing the dragon of the same race. Dogra gave full respect and issued an invitation to a decisive battle in dragon language. Just I want to see where the gap is, Irene responded in dragon language. Then, her dragon body bit towards the other party, for the dragon clan. Their strong physique made their battle very primitive. With a strong bite force, it can easily tear the dragon scales on the opponent's body, causing the most fatal damage to the opponent. Supported in the sky, the two dragons are entangled, and every part of the dragon's body is the most deadly weapon. Sharp claws, bloody dragon teeth, tricky dragon tail. It can be said that any attack is invincible, and opportunities are seized from time to time. It can always tear open a scar as big as a bowl. Chapter 069. Irene's True Power, the Wise Dragon King. Humans cannot participate in the War of Dragons. Even dragon slayers can feel the gap in strength. Who will win? Wendy looked at the dragon blood that was spilled from time to time, and then looked at the two dragons that seemed to be bloodshot. She was extremely worried and wanted to ask. It's hard to say. Although these two have many wounds on their bodies, they are not worth mentioning to the dragons. Laxus shook his head expressionlessly. The War of Dragons will not easily determine the winner. Perhaps in their opinion, it has entered a white-hot stage. In fact, it may be just a warm-up for dragons. Don't look at the blood on their bodies. In fact, it will take at least a few hours to determine the winner. Makarov's face was solemn. There is no effective tactic to deal with dragons. The strong physique is enough to block most magic attacks. Irene's strength is actually weaker than Dogra. If it really comes to a life-and-death battle, I'm afraid she will lose. Uru recalled what Wu Ming once said. As a real dragon, the strength of the 5 divine dragons is second only to Acnologia. Although the Earth Dragon may be weaker, but it is not comparable to the ordinary human transformed by Dragonslayer. However, Wu Ming once said that the power of the Sage Dragon is very strong. Can't beat it. The battle of life and death probably refers to this. Why don't we contact Mr. Wu Ming quickly? Master Irene must not die. Mr. Wu Ming, 310 students should be able to come here in an instant, and it should be no problem to help Ms. Irene repel Dogra. Several people analyzed it in a flurry. You can't die because of this, after all, he is a member of the Dragon Clan. How can you die protecting them who have little to do with you? Each one thinks about countermeasures, undoubtedly. The best chance now is probably to contact Wu Ming. Don't be nervous, if Irene can use the real power, then there is still a chance to win, Ulu comforted. The group looked anxious. The real power, it sounds like it is difficult to use it. You can't pin your hopes on this. The sky, after more than 10 minutes of bloody battle, the two dragons rarely separated to adjust each other's status. Advertisement. You are not as good as me. If you continue to fight, you will be fatally injured. Dogra reminded. Its mission is to be stopped by someone, and it can retreat after a simple fight. Now the stopper has appeared. It is enough to fight for more than 10 minutes, although it can suppress this woman. But it is not necessary at all. That is not necessarily. I have been trying to guide that power, and now I have achieved some success. At least I have to make him understand. I am the mother of dragons, and the ancestor of Dragonslayer. Irene had no intention of stopping at all, raised the dragon head. It sent out strange ripples to the sky, and then her dragon body grew further. The dragon scales glowed with cold light. A powerful momentum burst out from her body, as if she had opened a special state. The roar of the wise dragon king, Irene Dragon's breath was brewing in his mouth. Unlike before, this time the breath was stronger than before. Dragon King. This is the breath of the Dragon King. Dogra was shocked. He felt the breath of the king from this dragon. That's the Dragon King. You are the Dragon King. How is it possible? How can an ordinary dragon improve its status so easily? Dogra called out in fear. This time he shouted from the bottom of his heart, truly expressing his unbalanced mentality. And his shout this time, he also used ordinary human language, which immediately stunned the people watching below. Am I hallucinating? Gray patted his ears and muttered to himself. Why did he feel like he heard something extraordinary? No, I'm not hallucinating. Those words were really the cry of Dogra. Gajil's eyes were terrifying. Dragon King. Dogra said Irene was the Dragon King, and his voice was full of shock. He was shocked by this phenomenon. Ms. Irene is actually the Dragon King. What did the dragons shout just now? Shenxian something. Wendy blinked and recalled. When I was young, I learned the relevant dragon language, and I seemed to hear something roaring. Xian Dragon King. Irene is the Xian Dragon King. This is the power hidden in her heart. The power of the Dragon King is greater than that of ordinary dragons. Uru said. That's right. Irene, she has been studying hard these years. According to what she said, her dragon managed all the dragons on the continent. Although she didn't call herself the Dragon King, she should be the Dragon King. So she should also be a Dragon King. Fortunately, she has been studying hard until now. Finally, she can use the power of the Dragon King, so the next battle will be a sure thing. The balance of victory will tilt. This is really incredible news. Master Irene is actually the Dragon King, Gray exclaimed. The wise Dragon King versus the Earth Dragon. Judging from the name, everyone knows that the former will win. Advertisement boom. The breath came as promised. Irene, the roar was not wide, but more like a concentration of power. The breath destroyed the space. It surged and drowned the body of Dogra. Shaw. A shrill scream. Dogra twisted his dragon body in the air, as if to accept the pain of the injury. Blood oozed from the gaps in the dragon scales. It dyed Dogramag's dragon body red, and it was forced to bear all the pain. Too much bullying of dragons. The president has a grudge against me, right? He always makes me get beaten and never gives me a chance to win. Last time it was him, this time it was the wise Dragon King. Will it be another Dragon King next time? I will complain when I go back, and let others play next time. I will never be the dragon that gets beaten again. The painful roar was transmitted to Irene's brain through telepathy. Dogra Mag's mentality was about to collapse, he played every time. But he never won. It was too aggrieved to be the mastermind behind the scenes. He suddenly didn't want to do it anymore. It's not that bad, is it? Irene, an awkward response. She didn't expect that Dogra Mag couldn't afford to play and wanted to give up after losing 2 games. He really didn't deserve this status. He was the ruler of the Dark Guild and one of the demon lords of the Dark World. HMPH. Unless I win the next battle, I will resolutely resist, Dogra Mag snorted. The dragon body twisted, and a very large space crack opened next to it. Then he went in and left. The war is over. Irene turned back into a human body. Looking at the dilapidated town of Magnolia, she took a deep breath and announced loudly. Wow. Applause and shouts rang out. No one asked why Dogra Mag was not killed. Although the battle was in the upper hand, in fact, it is very difficult to completely kill a dragon. Such a war is not a pressure that Magnolia can bear. Chapter 70. I am the mother of dragons, and I am your mother. Call me mom quickly. 1 week after the war. The ruins of the former fairy tale guild. A group of people gathered together, listening to Irene telling the story of the past. About 400 years ago, there was a kingdom called Dragunov on this continent, and I was the queen of the kingdom. Irene recalled the things of the past. She was interrupted before she finished speaking. But your appearance is completely different from what a person who has lived for 400 years should look like, Natsu said. Wendy couldn't help but ask, is there any elixir of immortality? Hiss, 400 years. I can't imagine, Gajil said. Hearing his words, Natsu, Gray, Laxus couldn't help but glare at him. You ghost guy. Why are you here in our guild? Get out. Natsu couldn't help but drive him away. He won't forget. The origin of all this is because of Gajil. It's not so easy to forgive him now, and of course he won't give him a good face. I just want to know about dragons. I'll leave right after you finish listening, Gajil said. Ignore these guys directly. My appearance? I'll explain it to you slowly, Irene said. This made the doubtful people quiet down. 400 years ago, dragons dominated the earth. Dragons in the western continent regarded humans as food. However, there are many dragons willing to coexist in this continent. Among them, the wise dragon king Belsirion is the dragon that accompanies me. In Irene's mouth, a legendary story of dragons, and humans unfolds. The people around are fascinated by it. Over there. Makarov gulped down his wine, and his thoughts couldn't help but drift to the distance. 400 years ago, what a long time ago. Too tragic. I didn't expect Acnologia to become like this. Wait a minute, does that mean we will become like this after using Dragon Slayer magic too much? This news is too shocking. That means Her Majesty Irene was once a human. No wonder Dragon Slayer magic is lost. It's really dangerous to have such a huge side effect. Natsu and the other Dragon Slayers were terrified. Even Laxus. He was also afraid that one day, the magic crystal would mutate his body. But think about it again. It seems that turning into a dragon is not a big deal. There is always a long lifespan, plus strong strength. Natsu, Gajil, Wendy, you should have a backup plan to teach you dragons, and that thing inhibits your dragon transformation. Advertisement at the same time, because of their existence, your strength is too weak. Even those wizards who have just obtained Dragon Slayer magic are stronger than you. When facing ordinary dragons, Dragon Slayers could completely kill the opponent in a few moves, but you can't do this now even if you try your best. Irene glanced at the 3 of them. That look seemed to penetrate their bodies and see the sleeping dragon souls residing in their bodies. Dragon. I really can't give up being a human to kill a dragon. Natsu scratched his head and couldn't figure out that kind of thing. He has been a human from the beginning to the end, and he will live as a human now and in the future. Wendy and Gajil next to him didn't care. So Dragon Slayer magic is. Carla brought up the point. If this is true, then Dragon Slayer magic is. Yes, Dragon Slayer magic is my power to complete the dragon, which means I am the mother of dragons. You Dragon Slayers, if you really want to talk about it, you have to call me mother. Irene thought it was particularly interesting. She deliberately raised the volume of the last 2 words. All of a sudden, Natsu, Gajil and Wendy's faces darkened. Is it okay to have a mother for no reason? Then Your Majesty Irene is the dragon transformed by the Dragon Slayer? Wendy asked again. Although everyone else had heard the story, I also knew about this, but I still wanted to get her confirmation. Yes. I am a human who turned into a dragon. There was no way to suppress it in that era. I was forced to accept the fate of turning into a dragon and then being killed, Irene replied. Fortunately, she was lucky. With Wu Ming by her side, she was not despised even though she had turned into a dragon. He even took care of her emotions. Wu Ming took the initiative to embrace the dragonization and used the time attribute to speed up his own dragonization. Wu Ming never said these things, but she remembered it all in her heart. Then Mr. Wu Ming. Wendy seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned red. 014309425 Filu 183,440,390. White smoke came out of her head. Old cow eating tender grass? As a novelist, these 5 words flashed through Lucis' mind. In order to prevent being discovered, she immediately lowered her head and prayed to forget what she thought of in her mind. Old cow eating tender grass. Swish. Just when Lucy was about to forget, Natsu next to her suddenly said something. Suddenly, Lucy fell down in a hurry. She covered Natsu's mouth with a red face, wishing she could use a needle to pierce him. Whatever you say is easy, although I really want to admit this, it's a pity that Wu Ming is the candidate sent by the neighboring country for marriage. Advertisement: we were married 400 years ago, Irene laughed. These things are not secrets, it won't hurt to tell them, and she doesn't care what others think. Anyway, if you investigate carefully, you can always find out a lot of things, and telling them will only let others know sooner. I see. Makarov's eyes flashed with confusion. So, the members of Angel Wings are either dragons or immortals who can live for a very long time. No wonder it can be called the oldest organization. No wonder it is so powerful. Anyone who lives for 400 years can have good magic power. So Mr. Wu Ming is also a dragon? Mirajane judged very quickly. To be able to live for 400 years without changing his appearance, I'm afraid the only possibility is dragonization. Yes. Wendy and the other dragon slayers' eyes became bright. Mr. Wu Ming is a dragon slayer. He can also live for 400 years, which means he is also a member of the dragonization. This explains everything. Not quite right, although the dragonization can live for a long time, but Zeref of the Angel Church, that guy is not a dragon slayer. But he is in the same era as us, so you can guess whether Wu Ming is a dragonization. Irene felt that she had said enough. It doesn't matter if it is leaked, as long as no one has seen Wu Ming's dragon form. Then he will always be a peaceful person. Finally, I still want to strike you down. Don't look for your dragons anymore. Accept the reality that they're dead. Even if I didn't die when I left you, I must have been killed by Acnologia in these years. After all, Acnologia is the king of dragon kings, and its existence is unmatched even by Angel Wings. The storytelling time is over. Irene didn't forget to give them a hard shot before leaving, and it's best to accept this reality. Otherwise, they will be killed by Wu Ming at that time. I'm afraid it will be even more sad. Wendy, I will always have a place for you here. Mom is waiting for you. Irene narrowed her eyes and smiled. She was about to leave with Uru and Ultir, and she still took good care of Wendy before leaving. I will consider it. Wendy didn't refuse. After spending these days together, I also knew that this was not an evil wizard. Although it was a bit embarrassing to call someone mom. But it was not unacceptable. Chapter 71. Restart Nirvana and fight against Angel Wings. After returning home, Irene explained what happened this time. Although I don't care what Irene does, the idea of being a messy mother must be stopped. Next is Tower of Heaven. It's time for another dragon to show up. After Wu Ming taught Irene a lesson on the bed, sage moment. He was thinking about the plan in his mind. It was obvious that the key to the Tower of Heaven incident was no longer Jalal's resurrection of Zeref. But through the Tower of Heaven held a sacrifice. Dedicate your life to the great water dragon to gain powerful power. Commission through the task. This time he will take the initiative to let more people join. Let more people feel the extreme fear from the dark world, and finally place hope on the angel wings representing holiness and peace. Emergency Commission, revelation from the Angel Church. The altar of the evil god appeared in the distant sea, and a group of ignorant humans sacrificed to the evil god, hoping to obtain the sacrifice of the evil god's power. The great angel god noticed the revival of the evil god in time, so he decided to send 803 to send apostles to the sea to try to destroy the evil altar. The minions of the evil god obtained the evil power and killed all the apostles. In order to protect the kingdom, he ordered the wizard guild to unite again. Goal: annihilate the evil minions, destroy the altar of the evil god and prevent the evil god from reviving. An urgent commission from the Angel Church notified dozens of guilds in the Kingdom of Fury, and let many guilds attack in advance. Why is this world getting more and more chaotic? Now the evil god is about to wake up. I always feel that something is wrong. Emergency Commission. The evil god is synonymous with all kinds of chaos and fall. That well-organized statement really confused the Fairy Tale Guild. It should be just a metaphor. The altar may be a special facility left over from ancient times. Its appearance may become deformed. The apostles who were eliminated should be soldiers of the kingdom or the church, or some wizard guilds. The minions are probably those wizards of the fallen dark world. The evil god is actually easy to guess. It is the Lord of Demons. Mirajan looked at the content of the commission. Using years of experience, she made a detailed analysis of this thing. So amazing, Mira-chan. Mira-chan is great, so do you want to go out with me for a few drinks tonight? Mira-chan is really beautiful. Mira, is it time to date me? Most people in the guild don't care about the commission at all. They have limited strength. Even if they listen to it in detail, such a commission will never come to them. One or two of them only care about Myra's profile. You guys. The evil god is the most important key to this matter. Hurry up and analyze this commission, idiot. Advertisement Gray clenched his fists and felt very disappointed. This kind of designated task is quite difficult, and many people will die if you are not careful. It's really a bad time. Why doesn't the Angel Church contact Angel Wings? Our guild's alliance is meaningless. Facing the attack of the Demon Lord, it is already very difficult for us to survive. How dare we take the initiative to trouble them? Makarov threw the commission on the ground. He even kept stomping on it, trying to step on the person who sent the commission to death. Many people were helpless. The president's words were also what they thought in their hearts. Facing an opponent like the Demon Lord, the number of people is not an advantage but a disadvantage. The more allied forces there are, the more people will die. The best way to deal with the dragon is to use elites. At this time, a person from the Fairy Tale Guild walked in from outside. He was Jelal, one of the 10 great magicians of the current Magic Council. Based on the Phantom incident and Ms. Irene's words, we have come up with a good way to deal with the Demon Lord. This calendar is successful. Not only can we solve one of the pillars of the Dark World, but we can also have a friend with dragon fighting power. Jelal smiled, walked to Makarov's side, poured himself a glass of drink and sipped it. What do you mean? Makarov didn't understand what this meant. Although Jelal was one of the saints of the Angel Church, he still felt that it was not pleasing to the eye. It was as if chaos and evil were stuffed inside the good appearance. Ancient weapon Nirvana. Jelal narrowed his eyes and said the name. Never heard of it. Everyone was confused, but they listened to him obediently. This is a weapon that can turn evil into an absolutely good existence. It was once popular and opened an era called Great Harmony. As long as you take out this weapon and aim it at the Demon Lord, the once evil Demon Lord will instantly become an absolutely good existence. This is a fatal blow to the Dark World, and the pre-task must be carried out before solving the altar. Jelal talked about the plan. After hearing this, a group of magicians took a breath. I've never heard of this kind of weapon. It can change people's nature. Maybe it's good? It sounds good. If we use it against the Dark Guild, there will be no more evil wizards in the world. I didn't expect that there was such a weapon in ancient times. Maybe its existence itself was against the rules, so it disappeared in history. I think we can try it. This thing has only advantages and no disadvantages. The guild members whispered. From Jalal's words, this weapon seems to be a good thing with no disadvantages. A sharp weapon that can completely eliminate evil wizards. That thing may be difficult to get. If it is really so easy to get, your Magic Council would have used it to eliminate evil wizards long ago. Advertisement Makarov was not bewitched. Instead, he thought more carefully. If this thing really has no side effects and is easy to get, then there is no reason for the Magic Council not to hold it in their hands. Yes. This thing is strictly prohibited by Angel Wing. Once we show signs of unsealing, we will be resisted by Angel Wing. So this time we will probably have to fight with Angel Wing because of this matter, considering your limited strength. This time the Magic Council will send 3 of the 10 Holy Magic Paths, and the strongest 10 Holy Magic Paths will also be dispatched. Jelal decisively explained the information. Hearing this, the entire Fairy Tale Guild was silent, and their faces were not particularly good. Especially when they heard that they were going to fight against Angel Wing. I don't agree. Since the Angel Wings are forbidden to use, it means that this thing is extremely harmful. I can't fight them anyway. Group. Gray immediately denied it. Uru and Ultir, as well as Mr. Wu Ming, are like his elders. Now they have to confront each other. He can't do this in his heart, and he not only disagrees. He will help the Angel Wings when necessary. I don't want to. Angel Wings are a huge help to our guild, but I can't do it anyway. Laxus also disagreed. He didn't think so much, he just knew that when the guild encountered difficulties, Mr. Wu Ming and others have been helping. If it weren't for the help of Angel Wings, their company would have been wiped out. I'm sorry. It's better to kill us than to let us fight each other. Makarov is even less likely to agree on 5.2. The first-generation Mavis president is still staying with Mr. Wu Ming. He won't do such a thing. I hope you can agree that there are many people in the Magic Council who have opinions about you. If no one helps, they might secretly collude with the people in the Dark World. When the time comes, they will deal a devastating blow to your guild. Don't doubt it. Those guys in the Magic Council are not afraid to do so. Jelal advised kindly. I have done my homework before coming here. There is always a way to make Fairy Tale passively accept the commission. Hints, reminders, warnings. After using all kinds of methods, Makarov could only agree to send people in anger. It's a wise choice. Jelal smiled and finally explained the meeting place. Then left. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Just for a little girl, the president can do this. How lucky. He was thoughtful. Gradually disappeared on the road. It turned out, this has always been his thought body. Chapter 72. God Serena, the strongest wizard of Ishgar. 8 dragons come to kill Irene. The gathering place of the coalition forces. This is not far from the Nirvana sealed place. It was temporarily used as a gathering point at this moment, and there were already many people here. Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, Fairy Tale, Magic Council. The total number of people is as high as 40 or 50. It seems that the Magic Council really wants to get Nirvana and sent so many people. Leon stood beside Gray. Scanning the people at the gathering place, many of them were soldiers of the Magic Council. There were also a few who were obviously captains. I just hope that Master and the others don't come here. I can't accept such a thing as confronting Master and the others, Gray said. He really didn't want to get involved in this. Nirvana was banned by Mr. Wu Ming and others, which means that it is particularly harmful. In this case, the Magic Council still insisted on using this dangerous weapon. If Mr. Wu Ming and others show up at that time, he couldn't do it. We are like being roasted on the fire. If we don't obey orders, we will be regarded as a dark guild. It is said that the Magic Council does not recognize the unused wing as a regular guild. 25 Leon said. When he heard the news, he naturally wanted to refuse immediately. But the Magic Council was obviously well prepared. He had to participate. Jura, who represented the Magic Council, was in charge of this operation. The four of them arrived later. He called softly, asking everyone to be quiet and listen. The target this time is Nirvana sealed in the forest. Your job is to find it and launch a signal flare, and fight as quickly as possible. In order to avoid being obstructed by the members of the Angel Wings, we should try not to be hostile to them. If it really comes to the last resort, it is best to delay time. Jura warned everyone. His words were completely different from the requirements of the Magic Council, but no one stopped him at this time. We can't beat the members of Angel Wings at all. They are so strong that delaying time is a luxury. At the very least, they have the strength of the Holy Ten. How can we, who are not even as good as S-class wizards, beat them? Such a plan is impossible. I think it's better to give up. Nirvana doesn't need that thing. To put it bluntly, let Angel Wings deal with the Demon Lord. Many people in several guilds were talking about it. Only because they really can't beat them, and on the other hand, they don't want to be hostile to familiar people. If they can give up, it would be the best. Just Angel Wings. Snap. There is a new strange voice. A snap of the fingers, and a man with a weird posture appears. He has orange hair. Advertisement: there are two wing-shaped hairstyles on both sides of the top, and a horizontal scar in the middle of the face. He looks very young. Wearing a black and white cloak with a disc composed of 12 swords on his back. Who are you? Seeing this funny guy, Natsu felt particularly unhappy. He asked impatiently, pinching his nose. The Angel Wings are all very powerful wizards. I think we should act with caution. At least we should have the proper respect. Gray crossed his arms. He sneered at the words of this new guy. A mere Angel Wing. This guy is really young and frivolous. He doesn't know what it means to be powerful. Others were not happy either. They all had a very high impression of the Angel Wings. Now being laughed at by a stranger, they were very dissatisfied with this person. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is God, Serena. She is ranked first among the 10 great magic paths of saints and the strongest in Ishgar. Kira cleared her throat. Introducing everyone present, this person's appearance made Kira worry about the Angel Wings. The strongest in Ishgar. This is not just a casual remark. This person's strength is completely different from the other 10 saints. Ranked first among the 10 saints, Ishgar's strongest wizard. Is he really that powerful? Master and the others, it's better not to come. I didn't expect the Magic Council to send him. Is this true or false? Discussions continued. There is no doubt that the 10 saints ranked first and the strongest wizard in Ishgar. Such a title really scared many people. Even if I believe in Angel Wings very much, I began to worry. Pray in my heart. Mr. Wu Ming and the others had better not come. What strongest wizard? Can you beat a dragon? Natsu was unhappy. Lucy and Happy next to him were busy pulling him. Don't let him talk nonsense. Obviously, Serena heard this and his eyes swept over. Fire Dragon Slayer. Your first generation Dragon Slayer is really too bad. How dare a guy who can't even kill a dragon call himself a Dragon Slayer? Serena said. What? His words immediately made many people hold their breath, calling others the first generation Dragon Slayer. Advertisement isn't this tone of speech. What are you talking about? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** front, glaring with bared teeth. He. Serena sneered. He stood up, his eyes suddenly widened, and a strong aura burst out from his body. Boom, the whole earth shook, the air was unusually heavy. The trees were trembling. Click. Natsu felt the pressure instantly, and his body bent down suddenly. The strong force made it difficult for him to breathe. Some others could hold on, but some people collapsed to the ground with weak legs under this aura. Let me introduce myself again. I am Serena, the 8 dragons, from the 10 great magic paths of Saint 783. I have 8 dragon slayer crystals in my body. I will kill the dragons that angel wings cannot kill. I will kill the dragons that you, the first generation dragon slayer, dare not kill. The momentum quickly subsided. Serena returned to her original state, posing in her unique posture. This time no one dared to underestimate this person. 8 dragons. 8 dragon slayer crystals. Uru only implanted 1 and he is so strong. Irene's identity as a dragon may not be an advantage. Gray's eyebrows were uncertain. 8 dragon slayer crystals, how luxurious it would be, and it is unimaginable for human strength. I am afraid that Irene will be in danger. I have to find a chance to remind her that it is best not to send someone to stop her. Even if someone is really sent, I must not let Irene come. There is a guy who can really slay dragons here. Ext. Leon sighed deeply. I am afraid that sending this person here is just to stop Irene. If you really come, you might die here. The Magic Council is really cruel. In addition to finding Nirvana, your mission is also to defeat the obstacles, Keela reminded. Remind again and again. This mission is to find Nirvana, and the words are to try not to conflict with the people of Angel Wings. Arrange the tasks. Everyone set off immediately and go to the forest to find the sealed place of Nirvana. Chapter 073. After the identity is revealed, he is forced to rule the world. At the same time, a small village not far from the forest, the Cat Inn Guild is here. The village welcomes guests today. The whole village belongs to our guild, and we are also rich in textiles. Wendy and Carla led the way. Ultir and Urza followed behind them. They came to play. Because they heard that the mother wanted to recognize her daughter. So Urza came to see it in person, and also went out for training. Cat-in. Is your president not here? Urza glanced at the whole village. She was quite solemn in her heart, but she didn't show it too seriously on the surface. He is a great existence. Ultir glanced at the crystal ball and gave thoughtful instructions. I heard that he went to the council house 2 days ago. He should be back soon. Carla walked in a cat-like manner. It can be seen that she or Wendy is particularly free in the guild. Wendy. The president just came back to find you. Someone in the village noticed her. She was busy waving and greeting, and pointed to the place where the president lived and gave instructions. Okay. Wendy agreed. They hurried to find the president. Urza and Ultir looked at each other and quickly followed to meet the president, Ak. They walked into the room. Wendy and Carla said hello and found that there were already many areas here. They were all members of the guild. Wendy, Carla, now there are some things I need to explain to you. Robinlu, the president of the Demon Cat Inn, pondered. Wendy and Carla were confused. 400 years ago, in order to stop the war that spread all over the world, I created magic that can exchange good and evil. Nirvana. 400 years ago, Urza and Ultir's pupils contracted. Their hearts skipped a beat. In a vague way, it seemed as if they had guessed something. The president actually lived for 400 years. Carla was surprised. Wendy also covered her mouth. Doesn't that mean he lived in the same era as Her Majesty Irene? Then Robinlu didn't answer. Continued. Nirvana later became a symbol of peace in our country and built an era, but behind the powerful force, there must also be the power to rebound it. As much darkness is converted into light, there will be an equal amount of darkness in Nirvana. This is to achieve balance, because it is impossible to transform human character into light without limit. As long as there is darkness, there will be light. It's the same reason. As the creator of Nirvana, all the darkness that was taken away was transferred to our Neruba tribe. That was simply hell. Later, we killed each other until our tribe was exterminated. The existence of Nirvana was against the law of nature, so I sealed it in a forest not far away. Advertisement and waited for the person who could destroy Nirvana to appear, and waited for 400 years. Robinlu talked about this matter in great detail. After all, it was a personal experience. Recently, due to the repeated appearance of the Lord of the Dark World, the Magic Council had an idea in their mind, and they planned to unlock the seal of Nirvana. Use Nirvana to turn the dark side of the world into light, and they did not give up even after my repeated persuasion. The Demon Cat Inn cannot fight against Nirvana and the entire organization of the Magic Council, but I don't want this evil weapon to appear again. When Robinlu said this, his tone was full of pain and regret. That kind of weapon must not appear. If the Magic Council wants to use that kind of weapon, then we should stop it immediately. After explaining it clearly to them, they should understand, Wendy said hurriedly. Carla also suggested, we can find the Wizard Guild to resist together. This weapon is too harmful, and I believe many guilds will not refuse.
The two hurriedly made suggestions. I have already decided which guild to contact. It's useless. Fairy Tale, Lamia Scale, Blue Pegasus and the Magic Council have formed a coalition to find Nirvana. I'm afraid that the Demon Cat Inn will be defined as a dark guild next, so. Wendy, Carla, you should leave the guild. Go to other guilds to make a living, don't come to the Demon Cat Inn again. Robin said.
Shocked. Wendy and Carla's eyes trembled. It seemed that they didn't expect that the president would ask them to leave the guild. Why did the Magic Council do this? How could they use such dangerous weapons? I must stop them. Wendy couldn't accept it. She liked the Demon Cat Inn from the bottom of her heart, if it was defined as a dark guild by the Magic Council, which maintains the stability of the magic world. Her perception of justice would collapse. Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, they actually helped the evil. Carla was angry. It was a pity that she thought these guild members were pretty good before, but they turned out to be accomplices. I think we should take care of it. Nirvana seems a little too unreasonable. Ultir whispered to Urza. Whether it is dangerous or not is another matter. But this function is a bit excessive. If the 5 dragons are beaten like this, the internal information of their angel wings will all be leaked. At that time, Master may be forced to rule the world. I think so. I will contact my father later to see the situation, Urza agreed. The words of the two people immediately gave Wendy and Carla hope. Advertisement, yes. With the help of angel wings, we will definitely stop Nirvana from starting, and even solve this dangerous thing once and for all. Wendy spoke clearly. Even if the other party is the Magic Council, there are people who can deal with it. I'm afraid it won't work this time. The Magic Council sent God, who ranks first among the 10 holy magic paths. It is said that his strength is the strongest wizard in Ishgar. Robinlu glanced at the two women. He still felt hopeless. After all, the Magic Council had the strongest wizard. Angel wings might not be able to defeat him, right? That's a bit tricky. It seems we need to send 2 more people. The strongest wizard? Urza was particularly curious about this person, wondering if his strength had reached the level of Dragon Slayer. As the strongest, he should be pretty strong, right? Let's try. After this matter is resolved, I hope that Chuanlu Huiman can make a decision early. Ultir agreed. He pointedly told President Robinlu. Let's talk about this matter after the war. I'll contact my father. Elu, Zhao Haohao. Sha nodded and left the room, trying to contact her father elsewhere. Urza. Is it fun outside? Interdimensional communication ability. Wu Ming can use the Angel Wing badge to locate and pass messages to all members. That's it, father. Urza explained everything here in full. And indicated the need for reinforcements. The Magic Council has big ambitions, since they want to play, let's play. I'll let your mother and Uru go. You four represent the Angel Wing Guild and give the Magic Council and those wizards an unforgettable experience. Wu Ming's voice was extremely cold. He guessed that it should be Jelal who made this suggestion, but he didn't expect the Magic Council to actually agree. I don't know who gave them the courage, dared to confront him. Okay. Urza's eyes became bright, fighting with the Magic Council and the Fairy Tale Guilds. It's really exciting. Chapter 74, 8 Dragon-Slaying Crystals? I wonder if I can dig up a few more. After getting permission, Urza and Ultir prepared. Wendy and Carla also decided to attack. Soon, a space crack appeared in the air. Irene and Ulu walked out, and the moment they stepped on the ground, they discovered the situation in the village. After raising their eyebrows unexpectedly, the two looked at each other and temporarily concealed the village. Wendy. Are you going there too? By the way, do you want to change into a battle robe? According to your strength, you should be able to wear a cloak without wings. Irene squinted her eyes and greeted Wendy. Battle robe? Wendy didn't understand. Her clothes were clean. Why did she change into a cloak? Let's go quickly. This is the first time that Angel Wings declares war on outsiders in a formal place. Ulu took out a hooded cloak and put it on. Black background with gold seal. The back is printed with an 8-winged angel. Irene next to her did the same, and the pattern was exactly the same as Ulu's. And Urza and Ultir. Both of them are the same style of hooded cloak, but the pattern on the back is a little different. They are both 4-winged angels. The pattern is different. Her Majesty Irene and Ms. Uru's angel pattern has 4 pairs of 8 wings. Wendy looked at the pattern on their backs. The angel is very majestic, and it seems to be shining with 650 golden light in the sun. Miss Urza and Miss Ultir have 2 pairs of 4 wings, plus Her Majesty Irene just said that Wendy can barely wear a wingless angel cloak. This means that this thing represents the order of joining the angel wings, right? Carla thought. This pattern is the symbol of the angel wings. It seems quite interesting. Currently, the Angel Wings organization is divided into 12-winged, 8-winged, 4-winged, and wingless angels. This is also divided according to strength. Of course, it is not ruled out that it will be changed in a while. Anyway, the guild emblem is a 12-winged angel, and there is not much difference in the cloak. Irene explained with a smile. This is the first time that outsiders know the level division of angel wings, although this person is likely to join them. Great. Great, so Mr. Wu Ming is a 12-winged angel, Carla said. Then Mr. Wu Ming is very strong, stronger than Irene and Ulu, according to this strength. Should he be the top 12-winged angel? Maybe, Ulu replied with a smile. As the president, it is not an exaggeration for Wu Ming to wear 24 wings. But it is difficult to express with too many wings. So, if Wu Ming really wants to perform the mission, he will probably wear a 12-winged cloak. Advertisement, then bra. Queen Irene. Then Robinlu walked out of the house. The moment he saw Irene, he exclaimed in surprise, as a person who lived 400 years ago. He recognized this righteous queen at a glance. I didn't expect that someone still knew me. The Naruba tribe, I don't have a deep impression of you, Irene said. Robin said, it was only a few years after the news of your death that our clan became a little famous. I didn't expect you to be alive. Queen Irene, in that era 400 years ago, she represented divine justice. Her ability to manage the country was very strong. Unfortunately, I heard that Queen Irene died of illness. Now it seems that there is something behind it. Thank you for your hard work. Now I am just an ordinary person. Irene didn't talk much. She flew directly to the forest with a group of people. Looking at the people who left, Robin murmured, maybe it's better to entrust Wendy and Carla to Her Majesty the Queen. In the forest, the trees are growing lushly. Natsu, Lucy, Gray, Kana, and Happy of the Fairy Tale Guild acted together. Originally, there was a position for Loki. However, since he is a celestial spirit, he has returned to the celestial spirit world and become Lucis Celestial Spirit Key. Ah. Where is Nirvana? Why do we have to do this kind of commission to find things? Natsu yelled. Gray seconded. Laxus is idle and has nothing to do. Wouldn't it be more convenient to let him come? Why do we have to do this kind of thing? Lucy complained. Laxus is an S-class wizard. The guild must keep one, so as not to ask for help at a critical moment like last time. Kana said. As long as we don't run into Urza and the others, I never thought that we would be hostile to them in the blink of an eye. Several people searched for a while. Not to mention Nirvana, even rabbits were not seen in the forest. I don't understand if this place is really a forest? Whoosh. Bang. Suddenly, a ray of light fell from the sky. Be careful. Natsu immediately reminded, grabbing Lucy and jumping back to avoid the sudden attack. Gray on the other side was dragging Kana, also avoided. Who is it? A figure was faintly visible in the smoke and dust. Natsu shouted sharply, Angel Wings 4 Wings Urza. The figure with his back to the crowd. The person with the 4-winged angel pattern took the initiative to introduce himself. Advertisement at the same time, the Blue Pegasus Guild. The smoke and dust were also blown up by the stranger, and the four-wing pattern came into view. Angel Wings 4 Wings Ultir, on the other side. The same is true for Lamia Scale. On the ice wall blocking the way, the stranger was wearing an 8-wing pattern with his back to the ice wall. Angel Wings 8 Wings Ulu. The reason why this side has 8 wings. The main reason is that there is Jura from the 10 great magic paths of the Holy Land, so Ulu needs to intercept them personally. The 3 guilds were blocked, and the soldiers of the Magic Council were blocked by Wendy and Carla in front of them. Deal with these soldiers. Wendy dare not say that she will definitely win, but at least she can stop most of them. Not only that, in the forest further away, God Serena was also blocked. When Irene fell from the sky, she crushed the ground, and the surrounding land several meters cracked. Stop Serena's steps. Hee. You're here as expected, the guys from Angel Wings, Serena said. He participated in this mission. The main thing is to slay dragons, and he hopes to kill a dragon to satisfy his desire. Angel Wings 8 Wings Irene. Irene introduced herself first. Then she turned around and stared at Serena for a while under her hood. Are you sure you want to go to war with Angel Wings, you Magic Council? Irene asked. On the opposite side, Serena released the magic power in her body. Tried to suppress Irene with huge magic power. Trifling tricks. Irene ignored the suppression of the magic power. Released magic power at will. Serena's momentum was easily defeated, and a much stronger pressure than his came over him. The earth of the cave dragon collapses, Serena immediately attacked. The surrounding ground shook violently, and the ground collapsed completely in an instant, which was more powerful than an earthquake. 8 dragons. I wonder how many Dragonslayer crystals I can dig out. Advanced Addition Technique Earth Solidification. Irene used additional magic. Adding a solid attribute to the collapsed earth, a very clear Dragonslayer move that dissolves the earth attribute. Chapter 75. Attributes are restrained, how can we win? The battle was about to start. Urza, Ulu, and Ultir had no intention of chatting. With the explosion on Irene's side, everyone immediately took action. Urza's powerful strength hit Natsu and others, Ultir's time attribute. Played with several people from Blue Pegasus as if walking a dog. Ulu's ice shape created an ice world, in such an environment. Her strength was significantly improved, and Leon used the ice shape to counterattack. Not only was the magic ineffective, but Ulu also ate a lot of ice. Improve her strength in disguise, 2 restrained. Master's ice attribute is stronger than mine, and now he has the ability to eat ice to recover physical strength. I can't make an effective attack at all. Leon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The ice shape he made couldn't last for a few seconds, and his father's teeth were very good. Any ice shape was eaten. Completely restrained. My puppet attack doesn't work either. As long as it appears, it will be frozen directly. Sharia was not so restrained, but she was also powerless. Although she could control the puppet, she was frozen by the ice attribute before she got close. It seems that I can only rely on you. Kira wanted to cry but had no tears. Multiple pillars rain. Several stone pillars gathered and attacked Uru in front. Ice Dragon's Iron Fist. Uru smiled. He clenched his fist and blasted it hard, and with a buzz, all the stone pillars were broken. Ice Shape Rose Garden. Blast the stone pillars. Uru crossed his hands, and the ice shape was created instantly. The surrounding land, thorns formed by ice appeared. The cold chill pierced into the nerves, and the whole body felt abnormally cold. Freeze. Uru took advantage of the move. He aimed his palm at the weakest Sharia and froze the latter completely. Sharia. Leon exclaimed and rushed forward. He reached out to help Thaw, but this gave Uru the opportunity. Dragon Slayer Magic Ice Blade 7 Sword Dance. He created ice blades with his hands from the Ice Dragon Slayer magic. Uru's body exploded, coming to the apprentice and in front of Sharia, holding the hilt of the double-edged sword with a backhand. Her body was like a butterfly. She left scars on the 2 people. Crack, crack, crack. Advertisement: the scars did not cause serious injuries. Instead, the coldness of the ice knife was injected into their bodies through the wounds. Starting from the blood, it froze. Soon, a huge sphere appeared, and Leon and Sharia were frozen inside. Rock Iron Wall. Jura used magic after realizing it. The steel-like rock rose from the ground, rising from the 2 guys of Lu and Iceball. Uru backflipped to distance himself, at the same time. Her chest bulged high, and the extreme ice attribute was brewing in her mouth. Ice Dragons. Roar. The piercing breath swept across the earth, and the surrounding air was snowing because of the excessive cold. The breath rushed, covering Jura from all sides, and also before he could get close, the cold air made Jura's body stiff. Rock Mountain. Jura was in great pain. He had no choice but to put his hands together and slam them together. A huge mountain like a god of war rose around him. He took the breath. There was a rumbling sound, and the debris flew all over the sky, breaking the tree trunks and knocking off a lot of dark green leaves. It was accompanied by the cold air. The flowers, plants and trees were forced to be blown by the cold air, and many plants were frozen into ice sculptures. There were also strong plants that were frozen and dejected. Rock pillars. With a rare opportunity, Jura was able to summon a large number of stone pillars to rise around Uru. Overlord Rock Crusher, the strongest magic. Jura used the stone pillar to explode violently, and it rose into the air with a loud bang. The stone pillar was shattered. Jura was slightly out of breath, thinking that no matter how powerful Uru was, he should be injured by such an attack. But soon, as the smoke and dust dissipated, the scene in front of him made him smack his lips. In the smoke and dust, the ice-blue ice sculpture kept its arms crossed. The explosion did not hurt it. As the explosion disappeared, the ice sculpture slowly faded back to its original state. Uru patted the non-existent dust on his body. It's powerful. If it were an ordinary wizard, he would definitely be injured. Unfortunately, I'm a dragon slayer. Uru clenched his fist and rushed forward. The dragon slayer's physique is quite strong, and ordinary explosions can't cause serious injuries at all. Not to mention that Uru had been on guard for a long time. Freezing herself with thick ice, the heat generated by the explosion only melted the outer layer of ice. It did not hurt the inner layer of Uru. It seems that I will lose. I really don't understand why the Magic Council is against you. Jura sighed. Wrapping her body with magic power, she changed from trying to defeat the opponent to delaying time. Asking for flowers, advertisement. She is definitely not going to win. She can only delay time for others, hoping to find Nirvana as soon as possible to end the battle. Irene sighed. With the blessing of additional magic and dragon-killing magic. She and Serena fought very fiercely, and other battles were fought with the idea of competing. And here, she really attacked ruthlessly and intended to tear the opponent apart. Purgatory Dragon's fiery hell, Serena clenched her fist. A fireball appeared in her hand and fired it forward. Create a flame column. The scorching temperature is like hell, and it is a burning attack. The ground was burning and cracking. The water vapor in the air was constantly evaporating, and the dry trees were ignited by the flames. Thorn flower. Oh, Irene stretched out her finger and lightly tapped. A thorn flower appeared in front of her, growing rapidly and finally exploding with a bang. The shock wave generated by the explosion blew out the flames. Storm Dragon's Song of Wind and Moon, Serena attacked again without hesitation. Wind attribute magic, sucking a lot of air from the mouth and then spitting out a storm like rapid attack. Your wind is giving me a headache. Advanced addition technique, air compression bomb. Irene reached out and pressed down on the hood. She squinted at the wind attribute attack. The other hand held the Dragonhorn magic wand in the palm of her hand. Use the advanced addition technique. A ball of air was given an explosive attribute and detonated in the wind attribute breath. Also use the aftermath of the explosion to tear apart the attack. It's quite difficult, but we've just finished warming up. 8 dragons. Serena sneered. The terrifying magic power surged, and his body turned into 8 giant dragons that indiscriminately attacked the surrounding ground. Interesting. Irene she kept dodging. Soon the ground was smashed into a mess, and she had to fly into the air. She held the magic wand in both hands. A magic circle appeared at the front of the magic wand, and a pure magic beam was brewing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The beam was fired. Irene bombarded the 8 dragon-shaped dragons. Bang bang bang. This pure magic attack caused very terrible damage. In the air. The air explosions were deafening, and the trees in the forest were affected. The ground was blasted into pits one after another. 3 Stone Chapter 076. Come, follow me. Angel Wings welcomes you to join. In just a breath, Irene used her powerful magic to blast the area within a radius of 500 meters into an empty space. All the trees were torn to pieces. Holes of varying depths appeared on the ground. That god Serena is really powerful. It's probably as powerful as the Dragon Clan. No wonder she fought so hard with Queen Irene. But this further proves how powerful Angel Wing is. Will they win? Many people looked up at the sky. 2 figures flashed and collided in the air, and magic was released from their hands. Waves of impact. The trees farther away were bent with fatigue. That god Serena is indeed the strongest wizard in Ishgard. She can use 8 kinds of dragon-killing magic with ease. It's not easy to resist Irene's attack for a while and completely decide the winner. Swoosh. The fight here is very intense. A red flare appeared in the depths of the forest, which means that the powerful weapon Nirvana has been found. Ha ha ha. Nirvana has been found. The Dark Guild, 180, will become bright, and there will be no more evil wizards in the world from now on. Serena laughed. The dragon-killing magic was released again. After the successful collision, he used the force to sprint towards the place of Nirvana. He was ready to unlock the seal of Nirvana immediately. The winner would be decided by then. I didn't want to kill you, but now it seems that I have to defeat you. Irene turned the dragon horn wand. Holding it with both hands, it aimed at Serena's figure running farther and farther away. Buzz. A series of magic circles appeared. Dozens of attacks formed in front of the dragonhorn wand, with Irene's magic control. Magic beams whizzed past. Swoosh. The beams were like flowers scattered by a fairy, forming an arc to surround Serena. 8 dragon fangs. Dozens of magic beams surrounded him, and there was no way to escape in a dead angle. Serena burst out all her magic, condensed the power of 8 dragons, and released it in the form of energy. Spiral beams rose around him, instantly blocked all attacks. Haha. Angel wings are nothing big. Puff, Serena was about to brag. Advertisement, but before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a dragon claw covered with dragon scales piercing through his chest and holding a magic crystal. You only caught one. Irene retracted her arm, pinching the yellow magic crystal between her thumb and index finger. With a slight regretful feeling, she also said that this sneak attack should capture at least 3 or 4 magic crystals. Unexpectedly, there was only this one. Serena turned her head in surprise, looking at the magic crystal and wanting to ask for it. But the pain in her body reached the limit. His brain twitched violently, and he rolled his eyes and fell from the air to the ground. Finally, he fell to the ground. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his eyes were bigger than before. Blood stinks. Irene shook off the blood on her arm. She put away the magic crystal, and she flew towards the place of Nirvana. There is only one trick to deal with the Magic Council. This trick can get as many as possible, and the opponent has no power to resist. It would be unreasonable to cut the grass and wipe it out completely. In order to prevent the plan from being destroyed, they could only stop the war with the spoils, and continue fighting even though she or Wu Ming were not afraid. But now was not the time to break up with the Magic Council. Such a big guy. If we leave it alone, there will definitely be others coveting it. Urza and the others also arrived, looking at the thing that rumbled out of the ground. It was an ancient city. Sir Irene, if you believe me, why not let us handle it? At this time, Jura, who was beaten up by Uru, said. I can find its core and destroy it directly as the Magic Council, Jura added. Hearing this, Irene looked at Uru thoughtfully. The latter didn't seem to have any good ideas and nodded in agreement. Then, Jura climbed up the ancient city. Irene and the others watched from below and waited for a few hours. Rumbling explosions. The entire ancient city was blown up, and the pillars that hid the ground were completely shattered. Irene was relieved. Let's retreat first. We also have to report the situation to the top leaders and find a way to negotiate with the Magic Council. The danger was resolved. Irene said, taking Uru, Ultir, Urza, Wendy and Carla. Advertisement flying into the sky and returning to the Demon Cat Inn Guild. Landing. Wendy's legs were a little weak, and the speed of flying back was a little too fast. She almost couldn't stand it. President, we not only stopped the Magic Council, but also destroyed Nirvana. Now no one will use it to do bad things. Walked quickly into the village. Found that the president and everyone were waiting here. She told the story enthusiastically. Thank you, Wendy, Carla, and Her Majesty the Queen, Nabra, Robinlu thanked. Wendy squinted her eyes with a smile. She seemed to be happy to help the guild. Wendy, Carla, do you remember when you first joined the guild? Robinlu said. Wendy was puzzled. She didn't understand why the president suddenly reminisced. It's impossible for humans to live for 400 years. In fact, I died a long time ago, and now I just exist in a way similar to a thought body. Robinlu didn't tell him in advance. Instead, he said this without any warning, without hesitation or trepidation. Ruthlessly, as if throwing away a used piece of paper. How can it be long when it is real? Wendy's voice trembled. Her eyes were filled with water stains, and she couldn't imagine this fact. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Carla couldn't believe it either. Her eyes swept through all the familiar members, trying to see if this was a joke. Irene and a few others. They quietly stood behind Wendy, not disturbing this last company. I have been guarding for 400 years in order to pay for this sin, and also to wait for someone to appear to replace me, a powerless undead, and completely destroy Nirvana. Now, my mission is finally completed successfully. Robinlu's words revealed a carefree attitude. That was the persistence of 400 years. With this moment, the people in the whole village had ripples on their bodies, and disappeared one by one. No, don't. Wendy's tears flowed from her eyes. The former companions were gradually disappearing, as if all this was an illusion. I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long. All the members of the entire guild are created phantoms, Robinlu said. The entire guild. All the members are phantoms, and all of them are phantoms with personalities. This kind of magic power is unfathomable. I originally lived alone in this abandoned village to protect this Nirvana. 7 years ago, a boy came to where I lived. The boy's eyes were full of sincerity, so I couldn't help but agree to him. I had planned to live alone. Robinlu told the story. Telling this 0.2a guild that exists only for one person, Wendy, Carla. Queen Irene is the kindest and most loving king. I believe your future will be very happy. Goodbye. The breeze blew through the empty village, and the president of the Demon Cat Inn Guild disappeared. The badge on Wendy's shoulder disappeared. Woo. Wendy and Carla burst into tears. The sad mood infected Urza and Ultir behind them. They both had tears in their eyes. At this time, a warm embrace embraced Wendy and Carla. Come on, follow me. Angel Wings welcomes you to join. At this moment, Irene's true feelings were revealed. She wanted to protect Wendy and Carla from the bottom of her heart. The light of Angel Wings, always facing Wendy and Carla. Even Wu Ming can't change this. Chapter 77. It only takes 3 to 5 days to be on par with the 10 great demonic sects of the saints. Pushing the door open, Wendy and Carla walked into the manor nervously. They still joined the Angel Wings, for this neutral organization. They were very worried about the future, worried that the people here were all weird people who were difficult to get along with. But after entering, There was a fragrant smell in front of them and a sea of flowers all over the mountains. Butterflies were flying in the flowers. *7. Wendy was fascinated. She was shocked by the scenery in front of her. How could this be a guild organization? It was simply a beautiful holiday scene. This is too enjoyable. Carla was also fascinated by the colorful scenery. Living here, every day must be very happy, and any sad things will be diluted. Passing through the flowers. Coming to the house, the decoration here is also dazzling. Furniture or chandeliers. Everything is a luxury item that cannot be named. In the living room, 2 people are playing chess with military flags, and there is no living thing on the chessboard. But the fighting left many corpses. Both sides had many strategies, and all kinds of amazing chess plans were amazing. Wendy and Carla are here. Suddenly, Wu Ming stood up, swept the general flags into chaos, and welcomed them with a smile. Ah. B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e. grinned. She was about to win, but she actually used the excuse of welcoming others to cancel this game. I'm the god of war. How could you beat me? I just accidentally broke up the layout just now. Wu Ming didn't admit it. Mavis snorted coldly. Then you restore the chessboard, and we will play well. I will definitely win this game. Wu Ming ignored her directly. Are you kidding? Advertisement? As the god of war, will he lose? Will he lose? Humph. Welcome Wendy and Carla to join Angel Wings. From now on, you will practice with Urza, Ultir and Merity. Wu Ming greeted them with a smile. Irene introduced. Let me introduce you again, Wu Ming. Time and Space Dragon King, the president of Angel Wings. Def. Wendy and Carla gasped. Tax. Angel Wings was actually founded by Mr. Wu Ming. I'm afraid those wizard guilds don't know it. What is the Time and Space Dragon King? Carla asked. Wendy swallowed her saliva. Looking at Irene, she had some guesses in her mind. Could it be what she guessed? Wu Ming is also a dragonized dragon slayer. You should know what Dragon King means. It's the Dragon King, Irene said. So powerful. Wendy couldn't imagine how powerful the Dragon King was. But he must be very strong. How else could the guild be formed? It seems that there are not many people. Are there only these few members of Angel Wings? Carla was curious. There are only these few people at present. Think about the others. The entire guild has less than 10 members? What kind of guild is this? Angel Wings may not be the same as what you understand, Wendy. Our organization does not accept commission work, and we require elite members. Until everyone reaches the level of the 10 great magic paths, they cannot go out for trials at will. There are not many people in the guild at present, but everyone here can fight against the 10 great magic paths. Wu Ming explained patiently. Don't let Wendy know about the matter of good and bad for the time being. After all, she is still young. It is embarrassing to let her play the villain. Moreover, the rules here are quite complicated. Try not to let her know too much, just let her practice with peace of mind. Ah, then it will take me a long time. Wendy was a little nervous. People like the Saint 10 Magic Dao are beyond her reach. How long will it take her? To reach that level, I am afraid she will not be able to get out in a few years. Advertisement, based on Jura's standard, you will be almost there in 3 to 5 days, Wu Ming judged. He will help Wendy master the power of the dragon. And rapidly improve the magic power, and then Wendy's strength can instantly surpass Saint 10 Jura. How is it possible? Are you going to use some medicine with particularly severe side effects? Carla was alert. How is it possible to surpass Saint 10's magic power in 3 to 5 days? Unless it is a strange medicine. There are side effects, but I can tell you the advantages first. Wu Ming did not deny. Wendy and Carla were both nervous now. I always felt that. We had come to an incredible demon cave. Could Angel Wings be an evil guild? The advantages are magic power enhancement, mastering dragon power, mastering high level or extreme additional skills. The most important point. You can see Grandine, Wu Ming said. Buzz. My mind went blank in an instant. Wendy's eyes narrowed and her breathing became more and more rapid. Are you kidding? Grandine left Wendy 7 years ago. Didn't you say it was dead? Carla's sharp voice sounded. I couldn't accept such words, and Irene also said that dragons might have died. Wendy reached out and pinched Carla's head. Just seeing Grandine was enough to make her risk her life. Even if it is the abyss, she dares to jump. After talking about the advantages, let's talk about the disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage is that you may turn into a dragon. I'll tell you my real name. What? This time Wendy and Carla were frightened again. Dragonization. From human to dragon, this cross-species change is probably really hard to accept. But even if you turn into a dragon, I can make you eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep like a normal person. It's no big deal except that there are some differences in physiology and psychology. Another disadvantage is that you get dizzy in transportation. Just like Natsu and Laxus, Wu Ming said. 950. Compared to dragonization. This disadvantage can be almost ignored. Since you can turn into a dragon, you can definitely fly. Dragonization. Isn't it true that you will turn into a dragon when you use dragon-killing magic? Wendy asked. I've heard Irene say this before. As long as you use dragon-killing magic, turning into a dragon is an inevitable outcome, it's just a matter of time. I said, your dragons have something in your body that inhibits dragonization. This method of improving your strength will accelerate your dragonization. Irene said. Silence. Wendy thought about it seriously. Seeing Grandine made her extremely anxious, and she didn't even care about the dragonization. Is Grandine still alive or dead? Wendy finally confirmed. This question is related to her answer, and it is also the most important thing. They exist in the form of magic, and their real bodies were killed 400 years ago. They will disappear soon if they appear in reality again. And I can let them live for a while. I mean hundreds of years. Wu Ming said. Wendy took a deep breath. The answer is cruel, but there is still some hope. Just turning into a dragon can let Grandine live for another 100 years. She can't refuse it. Wendy, you have to think about it. Grandine may not want to see that situation. Carla reminded implicitly. Lest Wendy do irrational behavior under impulse. Chapter 78. Grandine. I just woke up and you want to be my husband? Wendy smiled back. She must meet Grandine. It seems you have made up your mind. Wu Ming smiled. Wendy nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Wu Ming raised his palm and snapped his fingers and took the time traveler to the different space. This is the different space. I control time and space, and I will let you see it next, Wu Ming said. Wendy tensed up. She looked around nervously, not knowing where Grandine would appear. And Carla also looked around. And here, Mavis, Irene, Uru, Ultir and Urza stood not far away. How did Father summon Grandine? Urza was very curious. Surviving in the form of magic, then where is it hiding? Could it be that Master knows where the dragon is, and just opens a portal? Ultir was curious. Irene smiled. Looking at this side quietly, waiting for the dragon from 400 years ago to appear. Grandin, come out to see me, in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming exuded a noble and majestic aura. He spoke in dragon language. That voice went straight to the depths of the soul, and he issued orders with the status of the Dragon King. Dong dong. Wendy was waiting. Her heart beat hard, and her body felt inexplicably uncomfortable. DB. She collapsed on the ground in discomfort. Wendy, what's wrong with you? Go and see where Wendy is uncomfortable. Carla was nervous. She was busy calling, and then looked at Wu Ming and the others around her and asked anxiously. There is something from the body. Wendy's face was tense in discomfort. Dong 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 dong, the heavy beating of the heart continued to sound in the empty space. The voice of Grandin echoed in the air. A shadow rose into the sky. Finally, it turned into a dragon with pure white feathers, and it spread its wings and soared in the sky. Grandin, it's really her. Wendy looked up at the sky. She was surprised and confused. Why did Grandin appear from her body? Long time no see, Wendy. Advertisement. Grandin fell from the sky, looking down at Wendy. The eyes were as gentle as water. Unknown Dragon King. Why did you wake me up? We have a heavy responsibility, and it's not time to wake up yet, worker. Grantine lowered her dragon head a little. Give the Dragon King enough respect, and hope to get a reasonable explanation. At the same time, she scanned this space and then scanned the other people in this open space. Dragon King again. When she scanned Irene, Grantine's pleasant voice sounded again, with deep doubts in her eyes. 1.2. 3.4. Why are there so many dragons? It is certain that it is 400 years later. Shouldn't the dragon race have been exterminated? Grantine couldn't understand. At the Dragon King festival, all the dragons were slaughtered. Why now? There are so many dragons just in front of us, and there are 2 Dragon Kings. Grantine, you should explain the situation to Wendy first, Wu Ming reminded. Here, Grantine pointed at the dragon head. 400 years ago, Dragon Slayer Acnologia bathed in dragon blood and turned into a demon dragon. It killed all the dragons and intended to destroy the world. Face that demon Dragon King. The Fire Dragon King determined that the magic power was not strong enough at that time, and no one could kill Acnologia, so he made a plan. In the plan, we 5 dragons selected 5 children, taught them dragon-killing magic, and used the dragon soul technique to hide in their bodies. On the one hand, we curbed the possibility of their dragonization, and on the other hand, we planned to go to the era of boiling magic through the Eclipse Gate to start the world. In which era will Acnologia be completely killed? Grantine explained the whole plan. Wendy finally understood. Why Grantine was lurking in the body. Because we came to July 7th, 777. So Wendy, you all thought we disappeared on this day. In fact, we are all sleeping in your body, but because we have to save our vitality, we can't actively communicate with you. We can only occasionally hear some of the outside world. It is obvious that the date for us to wake up has not yet arrived. Grantine sighed leisurely. She was forced to wake up. But she couldn't find Acnologia at all, and her life was about to run out. This awakening is meaningless. Excuse me. What is the main reason for you to kill Acnologia? Wu Ming asked. Grantine replied. Of course, it is to prevent Acnologia from destroying the world. That dragon is the ultimate dragon, and its existence will destroy the world. However, Wu Ming shook his head a little disappointedly. Maybe Acnologia really wanted to destroy the world before, but now it has been deeply trapped in the game of the boss behind the scenes and can't extricate itself. In short, Acnologia is no longer interested in destroying the world, it has found a more fun game. Grantine couldn't believe it. That dragon won't destroy the world? How is that possible? Advertisement: the dragon's purpose is to destroy, how could it suddenly change its mind? Anyway, you don't have to worry, Acnologia can't cause any trouble, I've been chasing him for hundreds of years. Besides, do you think Irene and I, the Dragon King who have also lived for 400 years, can't beat Acnologia? Meet Grandine. This was Wu Ming's original plan, after all, Acnologia is now his subordinate. It would be best if the relationship could be eased. If not, then consider slaying the dragon. Anyway, I'm about to disappear, so it doesn't matter what happens to Acnologia. I'm already satisfied to see Wendy in the end. Grantine couldn't figure it out, but she was too lazy to think about it now. After all, she was forced to wake up and was about to disappear. It would be nice to chat with Wendy. President Wu Ming, you said you wanted to let Grandine live. Wendy was extremely nervous. She was very happy to see Grandine, and also hoped to get along more in the future. In terms of relationship, you have to call me Godfather. Wu Ming touched his chin and reminded. Irene had always said that she wanted to recognize Wendy as her goddaughter, so he was the godfather. You want to be my husband? Hearing this, Grandine raised her voice a lot. Wasn't this Dragon King too overbearing? She was a dying dragon and suddenly had multiple husbands? Bang! Irene, Uru, Ultir, Urza, Mavis and others covered their foreheads and cried with laughter. No, Grandine. I plan to recognize Irene as my godmother. Wendy's face flushed. She never expected that Grandine would be so confused. Oh. Grandine smiled awkwardly. Here, Wu Ming was stirring with the time attribute, and he began to cast magic. Grandine. I will suspend your dying life to extend your life. You can stay awake at any time in the future and use your experience to see whether Acnologia has destroyed the world. The deadline is about 100 years. I hope we can live in peace in the future. Time stopped. Buzz. The dying life was stopped, and Grandine felt like she was reborn. Move your body freely, as expected of the Dragon King, then we can slowly understand in the future. Grantine has more respect. Said. Her dragon body returned to Wendy's body, no longer restraining the growth of the dragon seed. Next, Wendy will adapt to the magic power in her body. After everything was done, Wu Ming waved his hand and took everyone back home, and gave Wendy a few words. Let Urza take her to the bedroom. Chapter 79. Black background with red seal. Is Angel Wing the mastermind? The coalition of several guilds. Their alliance was to achieve Nirvana, and then destroy the evil wizards who intended to worship the Lord of Demons. Nirvana was not achieved, but the task of destroying the evil wizards must continue. Fairy Tale Guild. Natsu, Lucy, Gray, Kana, Happy, Laxus. Blue Pegasus Guild. Ichiya, Hibiki, Eve, Lien. Snake Princess Scale Guild. Jura, Leon, Sharia. Magic Council. God Serena, dozens of magic soldiers. These people gathered again, headed towards the place where the Lord of Demons was worshipped. Men. Mr. Jura, is the Magic Council really not going to send people to help? Ichiya posed, twisted to Mr. Jura's side and asked in a low voice. Because of Nirvana, the relationship between the Magic Council and Angel Wings is a bit strained, but Pope Zeref has already contacted them personally. Since the Demon Lord is a common enemy, Angel Wings will come to help even if they are reluctant. Jura got the detailed news. The Nirvana incident and Angel Wings had a falling out, and both sides fought. But there is a common enemy. In the end, there should be reinforcements. That's good. That's good. The Demon Lord is really not something we can deal with. 113. Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He is not like the children of his own guild who are sending themselves to death. The terrifying and powerful enemy of the Demon Lord. It is not an enemy they can deal with at all, and it would be best if Angel Wings can help. It doesn't matter. I will do it. God Serena ran to the deck and posed in a pose that is unique to him. Speaking nonchalantly. What a cool pose, I'll try it too. Natsu ran out, standing behind God Serena carelessly, imitating his poses. This ship is Blue Pegasus's trump card airship. It has the effect of preventing Dragon Slayer from motion sickness, which allows God Serena, Natsu and Laxus to move freely. Look. That island is so strange. The edge of the airship. Lucy suddenly saw a small island gradually emerging in the distance. That island, like a tower standing on the sea, weird and abrupt. Everyone looked over. It is strange that such a weird tower suddenly appeared on the endless sea. Tower of Heaven. Is an altar dedicated to the Lord of Demons, said Jura. Is this an altar? It is indeed something dedicated to the Lord of Demons, dark and weird. There are a lot of debris around. That emblem is the emblem of the regular guild, Tengu Fang Guild. And there is also the Kingdom of Fury soldier fleet. Advertisement. Are these traces of people and guilds that were destroyed for destroying the altar? The members of the major guilds covered their mouths and exclaimed. The sea surface was no longer blue after approaching, and the seawater was soaked with various ship wreckages. The occasional corpses. Silently telling the tragic battle situation. Everyone's heart sank, and from these wreckages, it can be seen that the island is full of dangers. Be prepared for battle at any time, Kira gave an order. The airship quickly approached the island, and all members were ready to land on the island. The Tower of Heaven looked even more hideous from a close distance. All troops attack. The magic soldiers of the Magic Council were divided into multiple teams and led by the captain to attack. All people slowly approached. Suddenly, a huge pressure appeared, and with a bang, the soldiers fell to the ground. Can I take off? Can you let me take off, Blue Note? The vice president of Demon Heart, he is standing in front of everyone at this moment. Gravity magic crushes all soldiers. He single-handedly defeated the manpower of the Magic Council. It's him. Natsu and the others gnashed their teeth. It was him who destroyed the entire guild before, and then the Demon Lord appeared. This is what caused this person to flee. I never had a chance to settle the score, but this time he actually showed up on his own initiative. Whoosh. Natsu's fists were ablaze with flames. I wanted to rush over and punch him. This guy is strong, let me deal with him. You guys continue to go inside. Laxus, stand up. At that time, he was against Blue Note. Today he must defeat this guy. Okay. Jura agreed without saying a word. Wait, I think we should send a few more people. How about I stay too? Natsu had a different opinion. He really wanted to fight with such a master, and it was boring to talk about Tower of Heaven. It's better to deal with this guy. Listen, Jura shouted. As the commander of this plan, he even knew the difficulty of this mission. Naturally, he would not stay outside for too long. Once the other party is sacrificed, if the Demon Lord appears, they will definitely lose. They must solve the evil wizard as soon as possible. And completely destroy this Tower of Heaven. Natsu was depressed. Advertisement: he could only follow the footsteps silently and walked into Tower of Heaven to find the person in charge of the sacrifice. Meow. Why do the mice from the regular guild break into other people's homes casually? Maybe they are all rats who don't know manners. In that case, just bite them to death, just after entering the tower. A few more people appeared in front of them, and they blocked everyone's way again. Leave a few people. The rest continued to move forward. Kira roughly judged the strength of the people in front of him. Arranged people to deal with them, then the rest continued to move forward. Moonless flow yaksha flashing sky, boom, the attack appeared again. This attack was very fierce, even Kira couldn't react. The body was instantly cut by the knife, DB. Kira looked at the woman in front of him in pain. Turtle Dove Skull Society Assassination Team. Dark Guild. As expected, Tower of Heaven has gathered a group of amazing wizards. D. The other two members also appeared. It seems that they want to stop all the remaining people. Except me and Ms. Serena, the rest of you stay here. Looking at the remaining number of people on his side. It would probably take some time to deal with the three of them, so basically everyone would have to stay. Finally the arrangements were made. Kira and God Serena continued to climb the tower. Welcome to the Tower of Heaven, the top of the tower. The black hooded cloak covered the figure, and the four-winged angel with a black background and red seal came into view. This badge is Angel Wings, God Serena exclaimed. He could not forget that it was Irene, the six-winged angel, who defeated him proudly. The one who planned all this. Kira did not dare to think about it. If this is true, they have no hope of victory at all. He. Not really, although this badge is the same as the angel wings, the black background and red seal represent the devil cult. The guys with the black background and gold seal are all traitors. The person turned around. It was a face that Zhang Zai was very familiar with. The 10 great demon sects of the Holy Land. Jelal, you are. Jella exclaimed. The evil wizard was referring to him. He is one of the 10 holy magicians. How could he be an evil wizard? Chapter 80. Chiula. Can't beat him? Are you playing me? God Serena also narrowed her eyes. There was a problem inside the Magic Council. The son of the Angel Church turned out to be a member of the demon cult. This news is quite creepy. Doesn't it mean that the interior of the Magic Council began to decompose and became black soil that settled in the clear river water? Once it is stirred, it will pollute the entire river. The dark world is about to come, and you people can just sacrifice enough flesh and blood. Wake up the sleeping demon lord, and he will descend on this sea in a great manner. Jelal looked crazy. He was like a fanatic, looking forward to the arrival of the ethereal darkness. Sure enough. Your goal is to summon the demon lord to come. Jura's face was dark. If the demon lord appears, even God Serena may not be able to beat him. No more nonsense. Worship you and everything will end. God Serena is a man of action. Step hard. The ground was instantly cracked, and he rushed to Jelal and waved his hand to grab him. Meteor. Jelal dared not be careless. The first of the 10 holy magic ways, the strength is several times that of the other 9. If he is not careful, he will be killed instantly. A trifle. Storm Dragon's Song of Wind and Moon. Serena is particularly arrogant, but he has the capital to be arrogant. He may not be strong enough to deal with Wu Ming and others. But he can deal with Jelal. It's so easy. The breath is released from his mouth. Instantly, the whole building rumbled. The breath hit Jalal's body, knocking him from the air to the wall. The rubble fell. Serena came in front of Jelal in the blink of an eye, and a new attack was brewing on the circle. Danger. Great danger. Jalal's intuition sounded a 12-level warning, and he was sure that if he was hit, he would definitely be injured. His Majesty Zeref asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. Jelal suddenly whispered. Click. Serena had intended to finish this guy off with one blow, but her body froze when she heard his words. Boom. Her fist hit the wall next to Jelal, taking advantage of the opportunity. Jelal immediately flew over and created a safe distance between him and Serena. This side, Serena looked puzzled, His Majesty Zeref. This title probably refers to the western continent's Lbara's military empire. Zeref is the emperor of that continent, but the name he used is Splipper, so there are probably only a handful of people who know that it is Zeref. Jelal said this. He should know the identity of His Majesty Zeref, or he is also one of His Majesty Zeref's people. That's right. Serena betrayed Ishgar a few years ago and joined the neighboring continent. He became a member of the 12 Shields, but His Majesty has always let him lurk inside the Magic Council. Jelal is also Lord Zeref's man, so he really can't fight him. Lest it affect Lord Zeref's plan. Advertisement, let's fight together, I can't take him down. After thinking it through, he immediately called Jura. The latter was confused. He almost defeated Jelal just now, how come he said he couldn't take him down in a few seconds? Was it a fake match? However, he didn't dare to ask more, just assumed that he really couldn't take down Jelal, and took action to contain him. 3 figures were fighting on the top of the Tower of Heaven. When Serena lets him go, Jelal can easily deal with Jura, and can defeat him with a few attacks. Elsewhere, the personnel are arranged very reasonably, and all the battles are evenly matched. Laxus and Blue Note on the island. Both of them have very strong destructive power in their magic, and they blasted many holes on the island. It was hard to tell who would win for a while. Even more ferocious than this is the top, when Serena lets him go. Jelal can finally exert his full strength. Under the battle between Earth magic and Celestial magic, the top of Tower of Heaven was lifted. The Battle of the Holy Ten was quite intense, it's almost time. Judging from the time, Jalal's plan was progressing steadily. In the sky, a touch of magic that was enough to destroy the entire island fell. The magic spirit power of the Magic Council. There was also an insider of Jelal inside the council, and he easily released the legacy of the old times. When the entire island was shrouded, everyone was terrified, shocked that the Magic Council would be so cruel. They launched an attack without prior notice. They were going to annihilate everyone. Ha ha ha. Tower of Heaven is completely completed. The light quickly dissipated. Everyone on this island found that they were not hurt at all. The magic spirit power that fell from the sky didn't hit? Section 1 Euro. However, the original tower under his feet has changed at this moment, becoming a tall tower made of magic crystal. What is this? Magic crystal tower. Advertisement. Jura patted the crystal wall. The hard wall contains very terrifying magic power. Tower of Heaven was originally called our system, which is a magic facility used to revive the dead. But I don't plan to revive anyone, I just want to complete it and give it to the king of the dark world. To celebrate the completion of Tower of Heaven, you will all sacrifice your lives. Celebrate the birth of this great moment. Jelal didn't care to explain the situation. Finally, he opened his arms crazily, with strange magic words crawling on his face. His brows were furrowed. He seemed to have endured a particularly great pain. 0. Sure enough, it really hurts to carve the magic words of summoning on the body. Jelal said to himself. When the magic words appeared vividly, they were activated by the magic power in Jalal's body. Outside, a blue magic circle appeared on the sea surface of the wreckage. The sea was trembling at this time. The waves kept hitting the cliffs, as if something terrible was approaching. This is to summon the Lord of Demons. Chiula saw a magic circle with a diameter of dozens of meters on the sea surface through the gap. Although the color of this magic circle is different. But it should be the magic to summon the Lord of Demons, and it must be interrupted now. Sir Serena, I think we should stop his summoning as soon as possible, Sheila said. The only one who can take down Jelal in a short time is this person. He could ignore the obvious letting go before, but now he must take it seriously. I refuse. We are on the sea, and the Dogra mag has little advantage. This is a good opportunity for us to destroy the dragon. And I came here for this reason. Since the summoning has already begun, let me destroy the dragon. Serena refused decisively. This time he was not here to assist Jalal's plan, and it had nothing to do with His Majesty Zeref. He just wanted to destroy the dragon, and this is on the sea, and the Earth-attributed dragon has a weak advantage. This opportunity is rare. Jura hesitated. He didn't want to believe this person. You know, he didn't win the battle with Irene before. Not to mention fighting a real dragon now. Even if this is on the sea, the place with the strongest water attribute is not a door. Chapter 81. The Demon Lord Melchifosa holds up the sea. But look at Serena's look, it seems that he must try it himself. He was forced to agree with depression in his heart. He could only pray. The people of Angel Wings had been waiting in secret. Come, Demon Lord Melchiphobia. Jelal chanted. His voice was not very loud, but it was heard by everyone. The moment he heard the name, Jura got goosebumps. He hoped that he had hallucinations. It's not Dogra mag. It's not Dogra mag. Jura's voice was sharp. He definitely didn't have hallucinations. The name Jelal called was not the dragon Dogra mag, it was another name. In other words, the demon lord Jelal wanted to summon was another terrifying existence. Shah. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The earth was shaking, and the air was frightened by the dragon's roar. Nah, 133, Z and others, they covered their ears. The body staggered and looked at the sea. A column of water rushed up to the sky, followed by the second, third, and more columns of water rushed up to the sky. What's going on? It's not the dragon of Dogra Mag, this feeling of magic. It's the other demon lords. The sea water is pouring back to the sky. What kind of existence can do this? Frightened, everyone looked at the sky in surprise. The water column continued to surge towards the sky, and the seawater was absorbed from the ground, turning the sky into the sea surface, and the seawater in the sea gradually dried up, revealing land that had never been seen before. The seawater in the sea was lifted to the sky. Jura's face was covered with cold sweat. This level of ability has exceeded their cognition. How powerful is the magic to lift the seawater of the entire sea? What a great power! Even Jelal was shocked. He knew that he was not summoning the previous Dogra Mag. But I didn't expect that the demon lord who hadn't appeared yet would make such a big noise. In the backflowing seawater, a very long figure was wandering in it. Dragon. The one who lifted the seawater was actually a dragon. Natsu exclaimed. His body couldn't stop shaking. He never expected that the existence with such great power to lift the seawater was actually a dragon. In the seawater, the figure of a giant dragon could be vaguely seen. Different from the previous dragons, this dragon's body was slender and its magic power was huge. A new dragon appears. Lucy was shrouded in fear. This dragon was not something that humans could contend with at all. It was too painful. Sigh. Another dragon roar. The new demon lord Melkophobia emerged from the seawater. This one had some blue dragon scales. The wings were similar to those of a dragonfly, and there were 3 pairs of thin membranes on the back. The long dragon body was larger than any dragon he had ever seen. This demon lord is actually a dragon, and it is even more terrifying than Dogra Mag. Kula wiped the sweat from his head. He was desperate. This dragon is stronger than Dogra Mag. Even if the people of Angel Wing come, they may not be able to defeat it. This is the strength standing at the top of the world. Even I, as a dragon slayer, may be completely killed. God Serena said so. Advertisement, but his body still slowly floated up, looking at the body that was many times bigger than him. Sir Serena, we are no match for this dragon. Come back quickly. Kula was busy reminding. If it was the dragon Dogra Mag, he would not persuade them to do anything, but this dragon. Just dropping the lifted seawater, the impact force would kill everyone present. Fighting it is too hard. You have to be a dragon slayer to deal with dragons. Without waiting for God Serena to answer, Laxus, who was fighting with Blue Note below, turned into lightning. He appeared directly on the top of the magic crystal tower. He moved his arms. The dragon looking at the sky was ready to move, and it was decided to attack in person. This dragon is water attributed, it is too restrained for me. Then, Happy dragged Natsu into the air. He said this, but his body did not want to avoid the battle at all. You are courting death. Jelal reminded with a dark face. He admitted that God Serena was extraordinary, but compared with this dragon that could lift the sea, there is no comparison. And Natsu and Laxus. It's not that he looked down on these two, it's just like a gap between the sky and the earth. The roar of the thunder dragon, the fire dragon's roar, the water array of the sea dragon. The 3 dragon killing magics responded to him. 3 attacks surged into the sky. The dragon eyes of Melkophobos moved slightly, and a sky curtain made of water formed on his body. Disappeared to dissolve the thunder attribute, then put out the fire attribute. The last water attribute doesn't need to be taken care of at all. Any water is under his control. QEB. There is a saying that it is impolite not to return the favor. After blocking the attacks of the 3 dragon slayers, Melkophobos returned the favor. A whirlpool appeared in the seawater he held up. A water column emerged from the whirlpool, turning and flooding Natsu and the other 2. Swish. The seawater hit him. Natsu was instantly knocked away, and he and Happy fell heavily on the magic crystal tower. A large hole was smashed. The surging magic power continued to leak out. Next came Laxus. The impact of the seawater was quite strong. The moment it hit him, it was as if he was hit by a speeding train, and his bones were crackling. He was at a critical moment. His body turned into lightning and disappeared to dissolve the powerful shockwave. Advertisement finally, it was God Serena. As an 8 dragon, he couldn't avoid it. He looked at the seawater coming towards him. He burst out the magic power in his body. He resisted the impact of the seawater and would never retreat even if he died. 07. Melkophobia didn't give them any time to rest. He raised his dragon head and roared to the sky. The lifted seawater formed whirlpools, and water columns fell from the whirlpools. Boom. 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 The water column hit the island of Tower of Heaven. And also hit the bottom of the drained seawater. The whole surrounding area was shaking violently. The magic crystal tower couldn't bear it. The whole tower was cracked by the shock, and it was like 1.0 covered the whole tower like a spider web. IT. Retreat, everyone board the airship immediately, we have to evacuate immediately. Danger. Be careful of the cracks on the ground. Ah. I fell in, save people quickly, help me. The whole island was in chaos. The water column destroyed the earth and cracked the whole island. Some magic soldiers of the Magic Council fell down without paying attention, looking at the bottomless cracks. Others were powerless to save the situation. They fled in a panic, facing such a natural disaster. The power of an individual is so small. The tower is cracked. Jelal also gritted his teeth. looking at the magic power that was constantly leaking out, he was very angry. Although he wanted to remedy it, but he couldn't do it at all, and could only watch the tower lose control. Chapter 82. The world that is still. Jalal's face fell. If the magic crystal of Tower of Heaven is this big, once it gets out of control, it will explode. It may even affect the distant city. By then, the whole city will be buried with it, and no one in the city will survive. It seems that the coastal town can only fall. There is nothing we can do. Jalal wanted to stabilize the entire tower, but as the water column continued to fall, the cracks on the tower body became more and more. He understood that it was almost impossible to give this thing away as a gift. He had to give up. As for the residents of the town, it's their bad luck. It's their fault that they live in a coastal town. No, this dragon is too destructive. We can't even get close to it. Demon Lord Melkophobia. I think it is the king of the dark world. Much more powerful than that Dagramig. Run away. Run as far as you can. The Tower of Heaven will explode soon. It's all over. Disaster is coming. 25 all members involved in this incident feel the same way. It is really difficult to deal with, and now they can't even protect themselves. Not to mention stopping Tower of Heaven. Ding. Everyone is running for their lives, waiting to die. Just then, a heavy and piercing bell sounded. At this moment, the world was paused. The water column formed by the seawater in the sky was still. The cracks in the earth stopped abruptly, and the splashing water and gravel quieted down. The shaking of the earth stopped. The Tower of Heaven was about to explode. Heaven was also stopped by an unknown force at this time. The world is still, someone suddenly exclaimed. He reached out to touch the splashing water droplets, but even if he poked them casually, they did not fall. A small stone was picked up from the ground, lifted and released. The small stone floated in the air like that, and all matter stopped. Even the downstream water column was indifferent. Is this magic? I think it is a miracle. A soldier from the Magic Council swallowed his saliva. He couldn't imagine it. Is it magic or a miracle? In this world, is there really someone who can pause the world with human power? I'm afraid it's the members of Angel Wing who came to assist. Advertisement Sheila's face was bitter. I'm afraid that only the mysterious organization of Angel Wing can do this. He was happy and melancholy. With the help of Angel Wing, their safety was confirmed. But for the power of this organization, he was even more amazed. What on earth can't this organization do? Is that Mr. Wu Ming? It seems that only Mr. Wu Ming can do the power to pause the world. Is this true? To pause the world? How powerful is this magic? Compared to this Melkophobia seems to be just like that. Surprised. Admired. Natsu, Laxus, Lucy and others, they were convinced. Leaving them helpless. Even the attack that could kill them at any time. In Wu Ming's eyes, it was so easy, just a casual move could solve the crisis. The magic was not over yet. At this time, the cracks on the broken Tower of Heaven gradually softened. Then slowly disappeared. In Jalal's shocked eyes, the Tower of Heaven that was about to go out of control actually recovered as before. In a short time, the complete tower stood up again. The miracle was not over yet, and the islands destroyed by the water column began to flow backwards one by one. Not long after, the stable and complete island reappeared. Kaka. In the time of being still, Melkophosa was also paused. But as time passed, the space around its body was disordered, and it was actually trying to break free from the still time. Shaw. The dragon roar appeared again. Melkophosa completely broke free, soaring in the air and roaring at the surroundings. The deep magic power disturbed this world. Bang. It may be because the pause time is limited, or it may be because of Melkophosa's tyranny. After it vented its magic power, the whole world recovered, and the water column continued to destroy the underwater continent. The Tower of Heaven gradually cracked again. The island body also roared again, as if everything before was repeating itself. This tower is good. Just consider it as a reward for this move. Wu Ming's voice sounded in the air. I saw that Jelal, Serena and other people in the Tower of Heaven were driven out by an unknown force. Then the entire Tower of Heaven was compressed. From a towering posture, it was compressed to the length of an arm. A black hole swallowed it. Advertisement: the Tower of Heaven was taken away directly, leaving only an empty island. And Wu Ming also appeared in the air. Mr. Wu Ming. Natsu and others greeted him. With a smile on his face, he had no sense of life and death crisis at all. And Serena was silent for a long time. He thought he was enough to slay the dragon, but reality slapped him hard. Whether it was Irene of Angel Wings, or this demon lord Melkophobia, or this newly appeared Wu Ming, they were all powerful beings that he could not reach in the eyes of these people. He might just be a tiny ant. I will defeat you one day. God, Serena said to herself. He no longer wanted to stay in Ishgar. The magic concentration here was too low. It did not help him improve his strength at all. Melkophobia. Are you good enough, or are you waiting for me to cut off your dragon horns before you leave? Wu Ming nodded to these people. His eyes fell on Melkophobia. This dragon 680 is not ordinary in size. Although not as big as the wood dragon, if it is rolled into a ball, it will probably be the same size as an ordinary dragon. Domineering. Really domineering. Lucy and others below were amazed. What a domineering question, asking directly whether you are still being cut off your dragon horns. This is the goal they yearn for, Shaw. Melkophobia's response was a roar, and a large amount of water columns attacked again. Haha. No tears until you see the coffin. Wu Ming sneered and attacked. Due to the amazing power of Melkophobia's attack, Wu Ming had to deal with it seriously. So the attacks of the two became more and more terrifying. After a few collisions, the island where the Tower of Heaven was originally erected was directly broken into pieces. Ang. It's a breath. Melkophobia's body swelled up, and the breath brewing in his mouth sucked out all the water in the surrounding air. It aimed at Wu Ming above the leeward island and roared with all its strength. Let me see how strong it is, looking at the breath. Wu Ming moved his right arm, clenched his fist and pulled it back, his eyes showing vertical pupils. The fist was wrapped in concentrated magic power. Is he going to take it head on? God Serena exclaimed. Of course he could see that Melkophobia was using his breath with all his strength. But this Wu Ming, isn't that too much of an underestimation of the opponent? That's a breath that can be used in full. Human power can't compete at all. Chapter 83. You dragon slayers, quickly transform into dragons. Even Natsu and the others, realizing what Wu Ming was going to do, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Indeed, they were scared. Start the airship, let's get away from here quickly, no matter what, this island can't be saved. Laxus ordered hurriedly. Regardless of whether it was too bold to take the breath head on, it was certain that after this breath, the entire island would be completely destroyed, and even the shockwave would change the shape of everything around. The airship started. It increased its power quickly and thoroughly overnight, and only stopped and looked back after running thousands of meters. At the battlefield, the explosion was like an inverted bowl, rising in the field of vision. The light was like the sun at noon, dazzling and scorching. They were thousands of meters away, and they also felt the temperature burning their skin between breaths. The loud noise came after the explosion. Crash. The sea water held up by the sky fell suddenly, and the gully was filled again. The result was unknown. It was clear that Sirkafubai no longer had the magic to hold up the seawater. The dragon body flew in the air. On the sea, it still has an absolute advantage. The island has disappeared, but the battle has just begun. A melee between humans and dragons. Two figures in the air moved back and forth, and terrifying magic attacks were continuously released. You really have the upper hand on the sea. Blast away the attack. Wu Ming sneered at the water dragon Melkophobia. Facing you. This advantage seems useless, Melkophobia responded. All the outsiders have left, and it doesn't need to continue pretending not to know them. Answer the question respectfully. What is Acnologia doing recently? Wu Ming burst into human form. He launched a magic attack at the dragon body, asking about the situation while attacking. I met a human not long ago. I was injured instantly after playing with him. I have been chasing that human for fun recently. Melkophobia replied. Mobilizing a huge amount of magic power, condensing it in his mouth and using a small powered leaf breath again. Playing tricks on humans? Wu Ming was obviously surprised. Could the injured human be Geardos? Thinking about it, it's not right. Now the Fairy Tale Guild should not have a 100-year mission. Advertisement then Geardos is so unlucky. Meet Acnologia? Come on. Show all your strength. As long as you don't get killed on the spot, I can make you recover from your injuries. Wu Ming no longer cares. If it is really Geardos, then it can only be considered his downfall. Now Acnologia doesn't like to kill directly. It seems that because he was hunted by Wu Ming for several years, he developed some kind of habit. Whether it was against the 5 dragons or other guys, he would beat them severely and then play with them. I hope the one being hunted can survive. The war began. Perhaps because of Wu Ming's guarantee, Melkophobia exerted all his strength. Various magical operations were displayed on this sea. Due to the excessive power, the seawater changed from ripples at the beginning to high waves. Finally, it became a tsunami that swept the coastal towns. And the Guild Coalition, they were forced to become a defensive wall to block the tsunami again and again. This protected the city. The war lasted for a whole day, and finally Melkophobia withdrew exhausted. The sea surface finally returned to calm. It is indeed too disadvantageous to use a human body to fight against a dragon body. I have to find a way to hide my real dragon body. Wu Ming floated on the sea. Although there are many magical attacks on the human body, the dragon's body has great defense. It took a lot of effort to punch a fist-sized hole. For the dragon, it might be like being pricked by a needle. Although it hurts, it does not affect the combat power. After fighting for a whole day, Wu Ming is a little tired. Although he can recover after a rest. Not long. Wu Ming returned to the coastal town and greeted Laxus and others. Sure enough, Mr. Wu Ming is fine. Every time I see this scene, I will sincerely admire it. No matter how powerful the dragon is, it will always be repelled by Mr. Wu Ming. We still have a long way to go. We still have to practice. Long live Mr. Wu Ming. Long live, members of the Guild Coalition. The first thing they did when they saw Wu Ming was to quickly scan his body. After confirming that he was not injured, one by one, they all had a look at as expected. Don't be too happy. I said before that I had seen other demon lords, you know that? Wu Ming said. Several people nodded vigorously. Now that I think about it, It should be this dragon, right? The one I saw was not it, Wu Ming said. What? Advertisement? This statement shocked everyone again. There is also a demon lord? Are you kidding? The regular guilds were not destroyed because they were not taken seriously, right? There are other demons lord, if we really count them. They are 3 demon lords, each of whom is powerful enough to destroy the world. Such a lineup. The magic world is not in chaos, it's just that they are not interested in taking action. Otherwise, the 3 of them will attack together. Who can withstand it? The enemy has at least 3 demon lords, and there is a king above the demon lord. As for his friendly forces, forget it, Wu Ming sighed deeply. When talking about friendly forces, he swept his eyes over these people with complicated eyes, and finally did not say it clearly. But everyone quickly understood the meaning. The mood is particularly complicated. The friendly forces are really not strong, only the angel wings can barely fight. The other guilds are weak. You guys Dragon Slayer, practice hard, if you can't, try to turn into a dragon. It's too slow to become stronger with a human body, Wu Ming said. Laxus, Natsu, and Serena lowered their heads in frustration. They have practiced very hard. It's inevitable that they can't beat the dragon, after all, it is a powerful dragon. Didn't you catch Jelal? He didn't laugh at them anymore. Wu Ming looked around curiously and asked, the fight was very intense before. He didn't pay attention to Jalal's situation. When the danger came, he left the island quickly. In order to avoid being hurt by the shockwave, we didn't catch him immediately. This time, the Magic Council made a big mistake. Not only did it have problems internally, but even the magic elves were wasted. If it weren't for your help, good money and good, the casualties caused by the loss of control and the impact on coastal towns would also be counted on the Magic Council. After this time, the Magic Council may have a big move. Those who should be imprisoned will be imprisoned, and those who should abdicate will also step down. Jura sighed deeply. In this incident, the performance of the Magic Council was really disappointing. Not only did it kill many soldiers, even the Holy Ten had people betraying them, and the internal situation was even more chaotic. The Majesty was gone. That's a pity, Wu Ming said casually. Since Jelal was not caught, he didn't care. I believe it won't be long before it's eaten. Jelal will appear again as an evil wizard, at the same time. The president of the Dark Six Demons, Zekrane, will appear. That's it, I have to go back and report to our president. No more small talk. After saying hello to these people, he opened the portal and left here. The Guild Coalition forces also began to retreat. Chapter 084. Group travel to Otherworld and arrive at Esteth. After returning home, Wu Ming went straight to the backyard, where there was a stable and long-lasting spacecraft. This was specially left by Wu Ming for his family to practice. When he walked in, he felt the fluctuation of the battle when he came to the different space, and 2 figures were moving around not far away. When they collided, they punched each other. No one gave in, and they turned into light again and crossed in the air. Below, Irene, Celine, Mavis, Ultier, Merity, Uru, Carla and the human-shaped Grandine. They looked up to watch the battle. Occasionally, they would talk to the people around them, as if they were judging some moves of the 2 people fighting. In the Dragon Power mode, Wendy's various attributes have grown very fast. She is already better than the S-level wizard. It will not be difficult to surpass the Saint 10 after practicing for a while. This child is very hardworking and has always wanted to grow up quickly to help you. Very good. Wu Ming walked closer. His eyes stayed on Wendy for a moment. The child's strength improved ridiculously fast. Wu Ming originally felt that Wendy needed to practice for at least half a year. Before she could barely fight against the 10 great saints, now it seems that it would only take a month or so. You know, the current Urza is more powerful than the group of people who protected the 12 saint shields in the original work. And yet Wendy could last so long in her hands. 310. Dragon Slayer Secret Illumination Sky Piercing. The decisive move was used. Urza on the opposite side did not dare to be careless either. With the blessing of space attribute, she resisted the Dragon Slayer secret. With a bang, the space exploded, and Wendy fell to the ground in embarrassment. The magic power wrapped around Urza on the opposite side was uncertain. You still need to rest properly. Wu Ming waved his hand. Pulled the 2 people to his side and gave them serious instructions. That's right. A little girl should have the nature of a little girl. It just so happens that there is nothing to do recently. Wendy, you can go out with Aisha and the others for a few days. Irene also warned. She was so busy when she was young, mainly because the times were chaotic. And in this era, the biggest danger is their angel wings, and they control when to stir up a storm. Advertisement, so there is no shortage of high-end combat power. Don't let the children work too hard. Go out and play. I want to ask Shelel something. I heard that he became an evil wizard. I wonder if there is a misunderstanding. Wendy heard this. She couldn't help but think of the newspaper she saw today. She was particularly concerned about Jelal becoming an evil wizard. She thought there might be some misunderstanding. After all, Jelal is so kind, how could he become an evil wizard? I think Wendy, you should have recognized the wrong person. The Jelal who took care of you when you were a child should not be the same as the one now. Wu Ming knew that she was talking about Mistogan of the Fairy Tale Guild. Not Jelal of the 10 Holy Magic Paths, so he reminded her. But, Jelal is Jelal, they're obviously the same person. Wendy doesn't understand. Seeing this, Wu Ming looked at the moon dragon Celine next to him. The latter pondered for 2 seconds. Before coming here, I have been living in other worlds. In that world, there is the same guild, the same name, and the same appearance as here. Maybe the Jellal who takes care of you, Wendy, came from another world, so the personalities of the two Jellals are completely different. Celine told her story. Everyone listened with relish, and at the same time, they were also thinking about what they do in other worlds. I know a world called Esteth, and I even know someone who smells and looks like me. That person is called Palukka, and he is the pharmacist consultant of the Fairy Tale Guild. Wendy can go and take a look, and then you will know that Celine is not talking nonsense. Grandine also started to explain at this time. Sure enough. Wendy's eyes gradually brightened after hearing what Grandine said. Father, I want to go to other worlds. It would be great if I could find another me. Urza was very interested. Different worlds, same people. She was curious about what she was like in other worlds. I'm a little interested too. Ultir also touched his fair chin, full of yearning for another world. I shouldn't exist in the world Celine is talking about. After all, I'm a 400-year-old person, so I should have died very early. Irene was a little curious. But considering that she was a 400-year-old person, she would have died in another world if she didn't leave. Everyone was very interested. Wu Ming thought about the situation. Now the Fairy Tale Guild should have a civil war plot. He wanted to participate, but the women at home seemed to have other ideas, so he thought he should ignore the Fairy Tale Guild. Since everyone is interested, let's go on a trip. The destination is tentatively set as the world of Esteth. Let's go. Let's go. Wu Ming stretched out his hand and clapped his hands, and everyone disappeared directly into the other world. Ripples bloomed on his body. In the blink of an eye. He completed the space jump and came to another world. He stretched out his hand and waved. Irene and other women reappeared. Advertisement. Is this the other world? Wait. Why can't I mobilize my magic power? Is it impossible to use magic, so we can't go back? Urza, Ultir, Merity, and Wendy all exclaimed. They tried to use magic in fear. But they couldn't do it. You can't use magic? Uru blinked, stretched out his hand with his palm facing up, and a chill emerged. It formed a vivid angel wing emblem. Mother, how can you use magic? We can't use it at all. Ultir was surprised. She really can't use magic, but how did Mother do it? Several girls, all looked at the remaining few, as if to confirm whether they were also unable to use it. It's a bit difficult to draw magic, but the use of magic is not restricted. Irene stretched out her hand and grabbed it. The dragon horn wand appeared in her hand, and there was no limit to the use of magic. iPod. Not to mention the moon dragon Celine. The fluctuations emanating from her body were enough to show that she was also able to use magic. The magic power in this world is extremely scarce. Mavis frowned. Her magic power was intermittent, and sometimes it was not available. But she got used to it soon. Only the transcendents in this world can use magic, am I right, Jen Lulu? Wu Ming smiled. He looked at Carla, who had not spoken since the beginning. Wendy looked. Yes, there is no magic in the human body of this world. They make magic in the air into magic crystals to give weapons power. Only the Exite race living on Exdalia can use magic, Carla admitted. Her clear answer made Wendy realize that something was wrong. Staring at her with serious eyes, everyone around looked at her, as if they didn't understand why Carla knew so much. She even said the names of other races. Chapter 085. I understand, girls always like big things. Under everyone's gaze, Carla said all this. Or rather, Happy and I, and the cat that has not appeared yet, are all from the transcendent race of the Esteth world. And our purpose of going to Aslant is to kill Dragon Slayer. Buzz Carla's words were like thunder. They landed in the minds of Irene and others, with incredible expressions in their eyes. It seemed that they did not expect it to be like this. The atmosphere froze for a moment. I believe Carla will not hurt me, we have always been very good friends. Wendy knelt on the ground. She picked up Carla and hugged her into her arms, saying these words sincerely. Really, this is just an order, and I don't intend to execute it, Carla Sunere said. This is a particularly painful memory. She didn't intend to say it herself, it was all because of Mr. Wu Ming. By the way, how did my father know? Everyone was just a little surprised. But they didn't care too much, but Urza felt that her father seemed to have some secrets. Anyway, there are still secrets here, but it would be too boring if I just say it out loud. Let's split up and Carla can go back to take a look. Next, let's go see what Wendy in the Esteth world looks like, and then go to the capital to see what Urza looks like. Wu Ming didn't explain. You have to have something to do when you go out to play. It's boring to explore the world after knowing everything. Another me. Wendy was excited. She was eager to know if the self in this world had the same troubles as herself. Maybe there were common topics. First, adjust the nature of your magic so that you can also use magic in this world, and then we will set off in disguise. Wu Ming prepared happily. He was eager to know. What would Wendy's reaction be after seeing the other self? Everyone set off. Since they were traveling, they naturally wouldn't be too anxious to reach their destination. A group of people, walking and talking on the road. Occasionally, they would catch a few particularly strange animals and then kill them and barbecue them. It was totally a trip. Wu Ming was in a remote place, and he walked and stopped until night when he saw the treehouse in the woods. Fairy tale. Wendy saw the emblem on the building and pointed over there in surprise. A house disguised as a tree. Advertisement 2 branches held up the emblem of the Fairy Tale Guild. From the light and shadow leaking from the window, it can be seen that there are many people living inside. Let's go. Whether we stay outside or inside tonight depends on what happens next, Wu Ming called. The group came to the outside of the treehouse, knocked on the door gently. Creaky. After the door was opened, the man looked at the group of people with vigilance. Who are you? Lucy from Esteth stepped forward. She examined everyone. When she looked at Irene, her body suddenly tensed up, and she almost thought that this person was the fairy hunter Urza. But after seeing Urza wrapped tightly, she felt her scalp tingling, and those eyes were really too similar. We are the newly established Dark Guild Angel Wings. I heard that the Fairy Tale Guild has been fighting against the Kingdom Army. That's why we came here, because of our reputation. Wu Ming's face was not red, he introduced casually. Fighting against the Kingdom Army, we are just escaping death and living in misery. Lucy sneered and shook her head. She opened the door completely and invited Wu Ming and others to enter the guild. The Kingdom Army forced all guilds to disband. We are almost unable to hold on. There are still people who dare to form guilds. Lucy sat on the table, picked up a piece of something unknown, stuffed it into her mouth and chewed hard. Natsu Lucy. Gray. Kana. Wendy covered her mouth and glanced at several people. She was exactly the same as Aslant, but her behavior was a little different. Looking at Lucy sitting on the table carefree, Wendy remembered the smiling Lucy in her impression. Looking at Natsu, who was weak and like a crybaby, there was no way to compare with the reckless and bold Natsu in her impression. Then look at Gray, who was wrapped very thickly, and Kana, who was drinking black tea elegantly. Why do I feel? Their personalities are completely opposite. Wendy, look over there. At this time, Carla signaled with her eyes. Wendy looked along the line of sight, and a tall girl with blue hair was sitting. She was very familiar with that face. Her eyes moved down. When she saw the arc beyond the ordinary, Wendy curled her lips and squatted at the door, feeling very aggrieved. Why? So big. Think about it. At least it means you have this potential in the future. Urza, who was wrapped very tightly, comforted her. I can understand this feeling. Girls always like big ones. Advertisement Ultir giggled. As a girl, she understood Wendy's desire very well, even though they had the same idea when they were young. Although I don't want to say discouraging words, you should be able to see that this world and that world are opposite. That is to say, Wendy is afraid. Snap. Wu Ming was about to say something cruel when Irene slapped him on the head. She rolled her eyes and complained to him. Bullying Wendy is bullying her. It's too much to say such words at this time. Woo. It's obvious that Wendy has excellent hearing. After knowing this fact, she was even more shocked. So, can you explain why you came to us, at this time? Lucy stared at him seriously. As a dark guild that was also trying to survive, she really didn't know what was worth contacting. The reason why we established Angel Wings was naturally to overthrow the Kingdom Army and make the use of magic more free. 0. I hope we can unite and launch a counterattack. Wu Ming fully played the role he should have, since he came to me. Of course, I was prepared. Don't joke, brother. We don't even have time to hide from the pursuit of the Kingdom Army. He doesn't look very old. A young man with a family is setting up a guild to die. Don't pay attention to him. All members of the Kingdom Army have the most advanced magic weapons. Why should we fight them? Wake up, the era of magic guilds is over. After hearing Wu Ming's words, the members of the entire guild began to sneer and ridicule, and had no intention of working together. They all regarded Wu Ming as a lunatic. This group of people have already accepted the current situation, and now they're just living one day at a time. Resist? There is no such idea in their hearts. Give up before resisting. Is this what the Fairy Tale Guild should be like? Mavis was angry at their lack of resistance. Although this is a guild in another world, it can use the same name. It is so embarrassing. As the founder of the Fairy Tale Guild, she is ashamed of them. Macau yelled. What do you know, little girl? The special forces of the Kingdom Army are very strong. Wakaba added, yes, especially Urza Netvoka, who is called the Fairy Hunter and has been chasing us. The others also explained with red faces. It's not that they are not competitive. It's just that the opponent's combat power is too strong, and they can't beat the 4. Chapter 086. Disguise. Rule the world, little girl? Mavis's face was cold. Her figure has always been a pain in her heart, and these guys dared to poke her sore spot. Urza was interested in the Fairy Hunter. I'm sorry, sir, we have no intention of resisting the Kingdom Army. After Lucy heard Wu Ming's words, there was really hope for a moment. But soon, she was pulled back to reality by her own guild. The strength of the Kingdom Army was really not something they could compete with. Unable to sacrifice their lives for the passion of others. Okay. Wu Ming showed a regretful expression appropriately. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. It's so late, are you going to travel overnight? Although we can't follow you to rebel, we can still host you to rest here. Lucy saw them leaving. Immediately stopped their steps. The forest outside was 7 or 80. It was so dangerous that going out would be dead. Then, it's better to obey than to be respectful. Wu Ming did not refuse. Originally, he came to see people and took them to stay overnight. It may be one of the few guilds that still exist. The people of Fairy Tale were very friendly to them and arranged a large group of people in dormitories. Then they talked in groups of 2 or 3. Urza wrapped herself tightly and talked about fairy hunters with Lucy and others. The 2 Wendys also had a happy chat. Mavis was still trying to persuade these people to cheer up. Until the next day. Under the gaze of everyone, Wu Ming and others left the Fairy Tale Guild. Although I don't feel anything for Fairy Tale, it's especially awkward to think that I in this world am hunting them down. Urza crossed her arms in front of her. During the communication last night, she also had a full understanding of Urza in this world. Domineering, ruthless, and powerful. Except for being ruthless, it fits her personality very well, but she doesn't like hunting down the weak. Then let's rule the world. A villain should look like a villain. He can make arrangements in advance and wait for the Fairy Tale Guild to come. Anyway, the magic power of this world is almost gone. He will rule directly, defeat the king and solve the kingdom army. At that time, he will stand at the top as the new king. Develop an era without magic for this world, electricity and oil. Maybe in 100 years, we can still see rockets and use this world as our base. Advertisement. Wendy was uneasy. Ruling the world feels like being a big devil. Will he be defeated by the hero? Besides, conquering by force doesn't seem like something that a decent wizard guild would do. It's only a matter of time before the magic of this world runs out. To rule this world, we have to help restore the magic, Irene said. Conquer a world. It sounds very exciting, but she doesn't think Esdeath is worth being ruled. A world without magic is meaningless. There is no magic without it. A world without magic can also be wonderful. Wu Ming didn't care. If you don't want to manage it after a while, just throw it to Mistogan. He is a prince after all. He has the ability and courage. He can fake his death and get away at that time. You can also support a puppet. There is no magic in this world. If we use magic, we might be suspected of not being from this world, Celine said. She had experience ruling the world a long time ago. This little thing did not excite her, and she cautiously reminded the few people who wanted to have fun. It doesn't matter. Whether it is the king or the magic war troops, they are vulnerable. They can be easily solved by human bodies, Wu Ming said. The inferiority of human beings is basically the law of the jungle. As long as they are strong enough, the people below don't care which world they are ruled by. The capital. Wu Ming and his party came here. After entering the capital, they found that the streets and alleys were full of magical creations. It seemed that all the magic power in the world was stored in this city. For all residents, constructing a dream like a paradise. Urza, Merity, Ultir, go and conquer the kingdom army. Wendy and Carla, go to the hometown of the Transcendents. Looking at the residents living in the paradise, Wu Ming was too lazy to communicate with them, and directly arranged a few juniors to take action. Try to solve the opponent in a short time, okay. Urza prepared the Night Sword, and tried not to expose her own magic this time. It's best to solve it with the Night Sword, Ice Attribute Magic Wand. Ultir stretched out her hand and made a fist. A magic wand made of ice appeared in the palm of her hand, and her crystal ball was on the top. Her ice modeling magic is very poor, but it's not a problem to make a magic wand. Do I have to use a magic wand? Merity also has a magic wand in her hand, but her magic doesn't actually need a magic wand. Advertisement but in order to cooperate with Ultir. She also has a magic wand in her hand for protection. Of the 3 of them, Urza is a melee knight, and Ultir is a magician. Merity is purely a helper. I shouldn't need it, or should I get a magic wand too? Wendy asked. Grandine hid in the body when she came to this world. She was also thinking, if you don't attack the kingdom army, you shouldn't need that kind of thing. From today on, your magic wand has additional abilities. Wu Ming touched his chin and thought, it's true that you don't need that kind of thing to go to the hometown of the Transcendent, but he still decided to disguise himself. At that time, he will act as the Angel Wing Guild in the Esdeath world. The dragon-killing magic can't be used. Wendy scratched her head. Her most powerful skill is still the power of the dragon, although she has learned additional magic from Irene. But the power is very limited. Wendy, don't always rely on dragon-killing magic, attachment magic is also good. Grantine in the body reminded. Using dragon-killing magic will turn you into a dragon. It would be best if Wendy used other magic. Especially with Irene around. In the future, you can focus on attachment magic. After all, it's not very ladylike for a girl to roll up her sleeves and fight. Okay, let's go, interrupted and continued to chat. Carla grew wings and flew in the sky with Wenchi, your magic wand. 1.7 Wu Ming was busy reminding. Reaching out and taking out the magic wand from the alien space, it was made of a tree with very strong magic conductivity. It can make the use of magic easier, in the air. Wendy hurriedly hugged the magic wand, which was nearly 2 meters long. It was much taller than her, it felt a bit weird to hold it in her arms. Then let's go, let's try the food in this world first. The children were busy. Wu Ming took Irene, Celine, Mavis and Uru to go shopping. Their rare interest was food. When you come to a strange place, you always have to see the scenery and taste the food. This is not a wasted trip. When it comes to food, Mavis thinks of sweet cakes. Her eyes are shining with gold, quickly looking for sweets. Chapter 87. Large-scale family recognition scene, just when Wu Ming and other parents were strolling around. Urza, Ultir and Merity came to the gate of the palace. Stop. No outsiders are allowed to enter. The soldiers at the gate stopped the three. They were holding magic weapons and wearing magic armor. Sleep. Ultir took action directly. Her magic wand swung gently, and the crystal ball emitted a white light. The soldier suddenly felt dizzy. He fell down. It's hard not to hurt them. I hope the captains of the magic team will show up soon, Ultir said. She used the power of time to accelerate the fatigue of the soldiers. Although this ability is very easy, however, the sleeping soldiers are easily awakened. When we invade the kingdom, those soldiers will definitely stop us, and we will definitely kill a lot of people, Merity said. Shaking his head. Ultir didn't think about it anymore. If someone really wanted to die, there would be nothing he could do. Enter the palace. Urza and the other two headed straight towards the king's palace. On the way, many patrolling soldiers came to stop them, but were all put to sleep by Ultir. Troops Tactics Department. Several captains of the 25th Magic Combat Team usually rest here. Pop Meeting Room. The door was knocked and the captain of a certain team rushed in. It's bad for captains. The palace has been invaded by strangers. All the soldiers are no match for them. The captain of the team reported anxiously. Hee, are you kidding me? How dare someone invade the palace? Hughes, the third captain of the Magic Warfare Corps, played with his baton. Interesting. Do you know who is coming? Shugboy, the fourth captain, wiped his sword. Very curious about the invaders of the palace. Is it fairy tale? Have those mice started to resist? The second captain Urza Nightwalker asked, now in the whole world. I'm afraid only the people in the fairy tale guild have the ability to resist. No matter who it is, annihilate it immediately. Ponsalili, the captain of the 1st Magic Warfare Corps, ordered. I don't know, it's 3 women, and the magic props they use are very powerful, the captain replied. The other captains pursed their lips. They were slightly interested in the invaders and stood up from their seats. All 4 captains went out. The captain was already very excited, as if he had seen the invaders being defeated in advance. The number of soldiers in the kingdom army was increasing. At first, only Ultir had to take action, and slowly Urza and Merity had to take action. Although there were soldiers resisting, but their speed of advancement was not weak at all, and no matter how many enemies there were, they could not be stopped. Advertisement, what a joke. Hundreds of soldiers couldn't stop just 3 people. Who are they? Why have I never heard of such people? Their magic props are so powerful. Hundreds of people were defeated, wouldn't they be tired? Hundreds of soldiers blocked the way, but the woman with long black hair put hundreds of them to sleep. Dozens more were defeated by the pink-haired girl, and the remaining hundreds were all defeated by the tightly wrapped woman. Such strength. I am afraid that they will soon catch up with the captains of the Magic War Team. DX. Just as they were about to continue, Urza raised her hand suddenly and held the knight's sword above her head. It was just a moment. A spear fell from the sky and the 2 weapons collided. Urza's body sank. The ground under her feet cracked. Ultir and Merity also jumped back in an instant, pulling away from Urza. Then they looked at the owner of the spear. A head of crimson hair, wearing special armor, holding a spear in both hands. There is really. Merity muttered softly. The eyes swept over the newcomer, and they were exactly the same. I wonder if the fierce form is the same. Ultir touched his chin. The appearance is exactly the same, but she knows what Urza looks like when she is naked. But she doesn't know if the inside is the same. Finally I see you, my dear sister. Urza held the knight's sword with one hand. With the other hand, she unwrapped the clothes wrapped around her to reveal her true appearance. Her long red hair fluttered. It's Captain Urza, how is this possible? Could it be that the captains are twins? They look exactly the same? I must be dreaming. In that case, who is our real captain? The soldiers around exclaimed when they saw Urza. They couldn't believe it at all. There were actually 2 Captain Urzas in front of them. It was really hard to tell them apart except for their clothes. Who are you? Urza Netvoka quickly jumped back a few steps. Holding a spear, he asked loudly, my dear sister. I am your sister, Urza said. You are talking nonsense, Ultir and Merity both guessed. But they didn't stop it. Instead, they planned to continue watching with great interest. I wonder what will happen to these 2. Impossible. I am the only child of my parents, Nightwork actively denied. But she was indeed touched. Advertisement, we are twins, but my health was very poor at that time, so my parents abandoned me. I guess my parents don't want to recall this. I didn't expect that after such a long time, I would look like this when I met again. My adoptive parents gave me the full name Urza Scarlet. Urza's face was full of regret. She introduced herself politely again. It seemed like a scene of real sisters meeting. Absolutely impossible. Nightwork certainly didn't believe it. He came with a spear in his hand, as if he wanted to completely defeat this imposter. It seems that I have to teach you basic etiquette. Urza sighed. He decisively rushed forward with a knight's sword. Here, Ultir and Merity knew that the talks had broken down, and they no longer cared about attacking the surrounding soldiers. 497 inches. Who is it? Suddenly, a person flew in the air. He held up a long sword and also descended from the sky. Not bad. Ultir pushed Merity away, turned the magic wand. Decisively met the attack. I am the first captain of the magic combat unit, Ponsalili, who are you? Bang. Both sides are strong. Ultir was wrapped in magic power, and he was on guard after opening the opponent's attack. We are the Dark Guild Angel Wings. Ultir introduced himself. This opponent has wings, and should be a transcendent like Carla. His strength is quite good. Dark Guild, surrender. Ponsalili decisively took action. This side, Ultir smiled and met the attack, and the two magics of time and ice were ready. It seems a bit bad for the two of us to deal with the little girl. Hee. Invading the palace is a capital crime. At the same time, Merity also met an opponent, and there were two people. Angel Wings Merity. Who are you? Merity judge. The two men in front of him were not very strong, so they should be easy to deal with. Captain of the 3rd Magic Warfare Unit, Hughes. Captain of the 4th Magic Warfare Unit, Shugboy. Attack. After Merity knew their names, she decisively pointed her magic wand at the two of them, and preemptively summoned a sharp sword to attack. The three parties started fighting. Chapter 88. No match at all, miserable defeat. 3 battlefields. No matter where they are, the group of soldiers cannot intervene. They can only gather around, ready to assist the 4 captains to encircle the enemy. If you want to say which one is the most fierce, it is undoubtedly the battle between the two Urzas. That Nightwalker, holding a weapon called Kaiji gun. It can switch between many forms. Each switch has a different attribute attack, and each of those attributes has extremely strong destructive power. Boom boom boom, the explosions are particularly loud. Good sister. Your strength is really good, Urza smiled. I have to admit that this Nightwalker is very powerful. The gun in her hand is like an organ of the body. It changes very quickly, and it always forces Urza to retreat, or the place where she stands is blown out of the yard. She was suppressed by this person in terms of momentum. Turtleshell. Nightwalker cursed solemnly. She can certainly have the upper hand in destructive power, but if you look closely, you will find that. This woman called Scarlet. There was no injury on her body, and no one knew what the knight's sword was made of. She took dozens of bombardments from her but still couldn't break. I didn't expect you to think so, Urza sighed. Put away her defensive posture. Take a deep breath to adjust her breath, and her eyes became extremely aggressive. I'm coming. Before she finished speaking, Urza rushed over, leaving a trail of afterimages behind her. So fast, Netvoka's pupils shrank. She quickly put the spear in front of her, but her movements were still too slow. The sword flashed with cold light. Swish! Netvoka felt a sharp pain in her waist, and blood passed by her eyes. Thump, thump. Netvoka took several steps back in pain. Then he looked down. His waist had been cut open for more than 10 centimeters. Blood flowed along the wound. I'll try my best to ensure that you can survive. Urza held the sword flower. After shaking off the blood, the body rushed forward again. This time the speed was slower than before, therefore. Advertisement Netvoka barely had time to defend, she needed some time to adapt. Ding bang. The spear blocked the sword. The collision of the two weapons produced sparks. Netvoka was already extremely focused, but still couldn't stand the sword. Bang. This time it wasn't him who made the noise. Netvoka looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the girl with long black hair dragging her body covered in blood. Ponsalili, whose weapon was broken and fainted. The first captain of the magic army was defeated. This transcendent is quite powerful, but in my opinion, he is just a memory. Ultir threw the unconscious Ponsalili to the ground. Wipe his hands. Said this with a smile. Nightvoka's pupils shrank, and she looked at him twice with a serious face. The woman had no injuries. In other words, Ponsalili did not launch any limited attacks at all, which was very similar to her opponent. No wonder you didn't kill him, Urza said with a smile, as if in her eyes this person should die. Scarlet. Nightvoka was extremely angry. What do you mean by not killing him? Are their lives so insignificant in Scarlet's eyes? She attacked angrily, DJ. But Urza easily blocked the attack and looked at another battlefield. Bang. 2 falling sounds. Nightwalker didn't dare to think about it at all. She felt extremely sad. Looking over. Sure enough, Hughes and Shugboy had fallen to the ground with multiple piercing wounds on their bodies. Even their breathing was extremely weak. Their magic props are like children's toys. Merity's attack was naturally not light. If she hadn't seen Ultir end the battle, she would have killed these two people by playing for a while. Miserable. How miserable it was. As the captain of the Kingdom Army, she didn't even have the power to resist the enemy. She smiled bitterly. Let's fight. Nightwalker looked up to the sky and screamed. Her strong heart was not enough to let her surrender without a fight. She would rather die on the battlefield. She would not beg for mercy. She rushed to Scarlet. The weapon in her hand is unpredictable. Advertisement: 2 people with the same appearance. They fight each other without letting anyone else in, and no one intervenes. Bang bang. Crackling. 2 figures flashed in the air. There were bursts of sonic booms when they collided, and the shockwave shook the earth to pieces. There were a lot of potholes. Crash. A figure was knocked down from the air and smashed on the ground. A big pit formed around. Netvoka's armor was shattered all over the ground, and the lance broke into 3 pieces. She lay in the pit without saying a word. What is your purpose? Netvoka asked. She didn't understand. Why did these guys with extraordinary strength invade the kingdom? The residents of other cities have problems with food and drink, and magic is completely banned, and you are all extravagant and wasteful. Of course, we want to overthrow the current king. After all, his existence is not good for this kingdom. Ultir stepped forward. The wand in her hand was pointed at Knight Voka, and the crystal ball at the tip lit up. In this world, magic is non-renewable, and prohibiting the spread of magic items outside is an essential action. The king is for the whole world. I don't think there is anything wrong with this, Knight Voka said. She didn't think there was any problem. Maybe the two sides have different positions. After speaking, she closed her eyes and waited for death to come. You are all crazy about magic, but we are too lazy to care about it. Next, we will imprison the current king, and then we will become the new king. It doesn't matter if there is no magic, at least the residents don't have to hide from place to place. The crystal ball lit up. Driven by her magic, Knight Voka's 10 Commandments gun returned to its original state. VR. Knight Voka opened her eyes suddenly. Without the 10 Commandments gun, she is just an ordinary person without weapons. Now the enemy is helping to restore the weapon. Tie him up and go to the king's palace. There should be no danger left, Urza said. Ultir nodded. Freeze Knight Voka's hands, and then form ice under the remaining 3 guys. Carry the 3 and continue to move forward. Defeat, the captains are defeated. The magic war team is in name only, and the most powerful captains have been defeated. Lose, ha 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 ha. The kingdom is about to change, and our future will be ruled by others. Too strong, these 3 women are really. The soldiers around were originally thinking about helping to encircle and suppress. Seeing that their own captains were defeated, the faith in their hearts collapsed. 1 or 2 seemed to have lost their backbone and had no hope at all. They even had no courage to fight. A large number of soldiers threw down their weapons and laughed crazily. Chapter 89. The king changes, tyrant, incompetent? The king's palace. The current king sat on the throne, his eyes bloodshot. His eyes revealed madness. Your Majesty, run away quickly. The captains of the Magic Warfare Corps have been defeated. No one is a match for the invaders. The most urgent thing is to escape from here. Chief of Staff Bayero persuaded. He couldn't imagine that someone could actually defeat the captains of the Magic Warfare Corps. Now they are approaching this side. This is a rebellion. Rebellion. I am the king. No one can shake my position. King Faust opened his ferocious eyes. The bloodshot eyes were full of desire for power. He would never give up the throne. Your Majesty, it's not good. The invaders have come to the door. We can't escape. The bad news is getting more and more. Chief of Staff Assist Coco rushed in. She reported the situation to Faust. Fear was written on her little face. Creak. The door was pushed open, and Urza and the other 2 girls came with several captains of the Magic Warfare Corps. A lot of soldiers followed not far behind. It's not that they didn't resist. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't hurt these people. That was the difference between heaven and earth. Faust, you should abdicate. In the new era, the world will be ruled by our angel wings, Urza said. Faust stared. His eyes stayed on Urza for a few seconds, and then he looked at another Urza next to him. I am the eternal king of Esteth, Faust roared. The scepter in his hand released magic and attacked the 3 people. Choke. Urza didn't tolerate him at all. The knight's sword was unsheathed. Instantly inserted, 040 swish sword shadows appeared on Faust's body. Miserable sound of pain. Blood spurted out of Faust's body, and he collapsed on the throne with a pale face. The blood dyed his body red. The throne was painted with a layer of red paint, and the smell of rust and blood was everywhere. Coco covered her mouth. His eyeballs trembled violently, and tears filled his eye sockets. Beside him, Advertisement Bayero's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, but he didn't dare to move. From today on, let go of the control of magic power, and her plan can continue to be implemented. At this time, there was a crack in the space of the palace. Wu Ming was holding a magic wand in the shape of a dragon head, followed by Irene and others. They walked out of the crack in the space one by one. What kind of magic prop is this? Bayero's heart was tightened with fear. He thought he had some knowledge, but he had never seen a magic prop that could break the space. Father, Mother, Urza greeted. The captured Knight Voka couldn't help but look at the man who led the way. Sure enough, the sisters are completely deceptive. This Scarlet is not her siblings at all. Is this Urza? Irene saw the miserable Knight Voka and walked over here distressed. Full of maternal love, she reached out and touched Netvoka's long red hair. Her eyes were like looking at her own child. Netvoka frowned. This woman, she is very similar to herself and Urza, and there is a strange sense of comfort when her hair is touched. Child, from today on, you are my daughter. If you have any troubles in the future, just tell me, Irene said. No matter which world. As long as it is Urza, she is her daughter. You can call me the second mother. Celine also stepped forward, smiled friendly and acknowledged her. Call me the third mother. Mavis was very fierce, and took the initiative to put herself in the position of the third child. In fact, she should be the second mother. After all, she knew Wu Ming earlier than Celine, but she was not as fast as Celine. Now it's just a kiss. Hearing the words of the 3 women, Netvoka was full of suspicion. These women didn't seem to be particularly strong. And she took the initiative to acknowledge her relationship? Thinking of this, she looked at the last woman. Doesn't that mean she should call her Xiniang? If you want to call me, I don't mind. Ulu stretched out his hand to smooth his hair. As soon as these words came out, the women were speechless. The first three really had substantial developments. Ulu is just Wu Ming's apprentice. Advertisement, what's going on? Now the apprentice wants to take the throne too? Thinking of this, several ladies glared at Wu Ming first. He really likes to provoke women.
His scalp was numb from being stared at by several people.
Wu Ming's mouth twitched, and he walked to the throne and looked at the dying Faust. If you don't want to die, you can issue a notice to inform the whole world to appoint me as king, Wu Ming ordered. Faust still wanted to resist, but his body couldn't hold it at all, so he had to glare at this person angrily. His eyes were full of bloodshot. If you don't agree, I will start to massacre the city, Wu Ming said coldly. Now, Chief of Staff Biero and Coco didn't dare to say anything nonsense. The appointment of the king. The Protoss is responsible. Faust repeated slowly in a hoarse voice. The king of mankind, CFFG, is appointed by the Transcendent clan in the sky, and it is not that they can do whatever they want. It's just a Transcendent. If you don't obey, you will be killed. Wu Ming ignored his words. The cold and ruthless tone made Faust tremble all over. He had this idea for a long time, but he never took the initiative to speak, and this invader actually dared to force it. Okay. After holding it in for a long time, Faust decisively agreed. Whether it was a Transcendent or an invader, he hated it extremely. It would be great if they could fight each other, and it would be best if they died together. The news of the invasion of the palace did not spread. Not long after, the current king Faust notified the entire kingdom and appointed Wu Ming, the president of the Angelwing Guild, as the new king, and liberated the control of magic in all cities. The whole world was in an uproar. King Faust actually abdicated, and the king turned out to be a member of the Dark Guild. Why did King Faust do this? Have we been abandoned? Anyone can be king, as long as he is not a tyrant. Long live the new king. The king was the first to receive the news. Most people cannot accept it. In their opinion, King Faust is particularly good. They don't know the new king at all. Many residents protested and demanded that King Faust take charge of the country again. However, Wu Ming would certainly not agree. He directly killed tens of thousands of extremists, and directly killed everyone to shut up. Everyone was afraid and became a turtle, compared with life. It doesn't matter who is the king, even though the new king is a king who is decisive and murderous. Similarly, the fairy tale guild far away in the woods also got the news at the first time. Are you kidding? They really let them rebel successfully and even become the new king? Bang! The newspaper was slapped on the table. Lucy was shocked. Such a magical thing was done so easily? Where is the kingdom army? It is said to have tens of thousands of magic soldiers. Where are those guys? Why didn't anyone stop it? How could it be so fake? The captains of the magic war team were actually defeated. Macau couldn't believe it. Those particularly terrifying captains were actually defeated. It's really unbelievable. This news is more shocking than the recovery of magic power in the whole world. With a group of women and a man, they actually did such a great feat. Juvia's forehead was covered with sweat. At that time, no one thought that a man with a group of women would succeed in rebellion. They laughed at it in their hearts, but they never expected that, not long after, the ridiculous configuration actually achieved such a result. It was really unbelievable. In other words, we don't have to hide anymore? Someone asked this question. Everyone was very awkward. Their miserable lives were suddenly liberated one day. I think we should still hide. These people are not kind guys. Tens of thousands of people can be killed at will. Levy disagreed. It was just that someone opposed it. Kill them all without saying anything. This king has such a strong murderous heart. He is definitely a tyrant. I agree. Let's wait and see what they will do in the future. The group discussed for a long time. On the contrary, they felt that the new king was much more cruel than the previous King Faust. It was not easy for a group of people to show up. Chapter 090. The Fusion of the Worlds, a plan to break down barriers. Year of the Angel. The new king changed the country's name to Angel. 3 days after taking office, he launched a massive war and sent soldiers to encircle and suppress the rebels. All those caught were killed without mercy, 10 whole days. The killing was bloody, especially those so-called nobles. They held the power in their hands but did nothing. For these people, Wu Ming would have killed them all directly if he hadn't wanted to kill and abuse them again. The world's population would have to be cut by 10% first. Your Majesty. FCK, it's ready. Ready, shall we start? 1. Inside the palace. Chief of Staff Biero looked at the throne tremblingly. He didn't even dare to linger for too long, because this is the god of killing. He knew very well how murderous the new king was. All those who rebelled would be killed. All those who didn't do practical things would be killed. There was no room for negotiation, so it can be said that he was still alive by sheer luck. Those nobles were particularly unlucky. They were basically all dead. Start it. Wu Ming glanced at him, and the latter shuddered violently. Yes. Biro obeyed the order. Hurry up and leave the palace. He would rather be busy outside for 24 hours without sleep. He doesn't want to stay with the new king for more than 1 second. After the palace was empty, Wu Ming closed his eyes again, and FCK would he pull fairy tale over. It seems to solve the lack of magic power. In fact, it is useless. The magic power that comes will always run out. He doesn't care about the FCK plan at all. Originally, Wu Ming wanted to make all the magic power in the world disappear and develop the world into a world without magic. But Irene or maybe other people find it boring. Seeing this, Wu Ming thought about it and decided to solve it once and for all. The solution he thought of was to break through the barriers between the worlds. That world is a critical magic world, which is also the lair of the moon dragon, Alentia. Alentia is a world with too much magic power, and there is even the possibility of destroying the world. Many things there are distorted by the rich magic power. It didn't collapse entirely because of the help of the white wizards in the white land of destruction. But this is only a temporary solution. But, after the two worlds are connected, the expanded magic power will be abundant in Esdeath. Advertisement: there is survival magic and this side consumes magic. In this way, a balance is achieved. Of course, the barriers between the worlds are not so easy to destroy, although there is always the power of space. It also takes some time. For the awe of the Esdeath World FCK plan, the reason why he let it go is also part of the plan. He needs a battle to drain the world's magic power. Obviously, Fairy Tail Guild is the best candidate. This time he will face the main force of the guild, Makarov, Mirajane, Elfman, Gear Das and so on. He will let them restore their human bodies. In this way, they will fight. They are coming soon. Irene and the other girls walked in from the back door and consulted happily. They all knew the plan to connect the two worlds. So they were looking forward to it. Even knowing that they would go to war with the Fairy Tail Guild, they did not have any psychological burden. 3 to 5 days. After the magic crystal is pulled in, Mistogan should explain everything. At that time, Natsu, Gajeel, Laxus and Lucy will be sent in. After that, they should go to see Fairy Tail first. Then slowly come to the capital and set up a battlefield to deal with the enemy. Let's go. Let's take a look at the Fairy Tail Guild members who have turned into magic crystals first. Wu Ming stood up and greeted the women. Leaving the palace and coming to the open air corridor, he looked at the huge vortex that gradually formed in the sky. It's amazing that they can convert the magic power of the two worlds. This thing can be thought of by them. Celine was amazed. She didn't know these things, but thought that the people in the world of Esdeath were stupid. The desire for magic power is really deep-rooted. People can always create miracles when they are in desperate situations, Mavis said. Here, Irene raised her eyebrows. Mavis, you are not angry. What we are going to do will destroy your guild, she asked. Mavis pouted. You don't listen to me. Anyway, no one will die. Oh, this lady has been away from the guild for more than 100 years. Her feelings for the guild are no longer ranked first. Maybe it's the price of living too long. The past must be over. Although no one will die, we will definitely be very cruel, and vomiting blood is considered light, Celine said. Mavis rolled her eyes. At worst, I won't watch it then. To be honest, if she were in the position of the Fairy Tail Guild, I don't know how to win. Celine alone is enough to defeat all the guild members. Please give me flowers. Advertisement: even if Makarov uses the fairy law, it won't work. To put it bluntly, no matter how powerful the magic is, it is driven by magic power. The greater the magic power, the greater the destructive power released. Similarly, the stronger the magic power, the more resistant people can be. Makarov's fairy law may hurt Celine, but it is far from killing her. Besides, Wu Ming and her also have Zeref. Their immortal bodies can completely resist. How can they win? It started. Wu Ming didn't interrupt. I kept watching the vortex take shape, and then the huge suction force acted on another world. The absorption of magic power is very fast. Almost instantly, a huge magic crystal mountain appeared on the floating island in the sky. Turning all flesh and blood into magic crystal, will it really kill everyone if it is broken? 0. Irene curious. Several people are particularly concerned. After all, it sounds ridiculous. If it is true, it is a fatal flaw. Who knows? Looking at the magic crystal mountain, Wu Ming turned and left without stopping. The plan begins. He will inform the whole world that he has decided to break the magic crystal in 3 days to make Esdeath full of magic power. This is the only way to give the other party a sense of compulsion. The sky of the vortex slowly disappeared, and a few bright lights flashed at the moment it disappeared completely. Natsu, Laxus, and Happy flew to the forest. Lucy flew to the other side. And Gajeel is different from others, but they will meet in the kingdom after all. Notify Urza, Netvoka, Ultir, Meridi, Ponsalili, and Wendy to prepare for the enemy. Back to the throne. Wu Ming gave orders directly. Let the children go to battle first, and then Uru or Celine will deal with the dangerous people. Well, there are not many powerful guys in the Fairy Tail Guild. Irene is particularly disappointed. She thought they could have a good fight this time. I think it's good to just let Urza and the others go, Mavis muttered. The ones in front of them are particularly dangerous. If it's just Urza and the others, the Fairy Tail Guild still has hope of winning. Gear Das and Makarov can let us go out and play when the time comes. Wu Ming judged. There's no way. Sometimes being too strong is not good. There are not many decent opponents in the whole world. You can only pick the tallest one among the short ones. Chapter 091. The Tyrant New King. Let's go. Goal. Defeat Angel Wings. In the forest, Fairy Tale Guild. So, you are from a world called Ascalante? Natsu, Happy and Laxus. The three fell into the forest and traveled through mountains and rivers to find the Fairy Tale Guild first. After a series of contacts, they explained their origins, which attracted the guild members from the S-Death world to be amazed. That's right. Natsu and the other two nodded seriously. It's really hard to believe. Lucy and the others circled around Natsu and the other two, looking them up and down carefully. Sure enough, they were exactly the same as the Natsu they knew. Compared to this matter, we want to know where our compatriots in the world of Ascalante are. Laxus crossed his arms and had no expression on his face. This feeling of being treated as a rare animal is really awkward. I know a little bit about the FCK plan, but that was the most important plan made by the previous king, but the new king didn't stop it, Lucy answered. The previous king? The new king? Laxus was keenly aware of something going on in the past few years. Tell me about the new king and the previous king. Laxus sat on a stool nearby. He crossed his legs, put one arm on the table, and tapped the table with his index finger bent rhythmically. Speaking of this, Lucy and the others looked terrified, as if they remembered some particularly bad scenes. This happened half a month ago, and before the new king ascended the throne, it was just a dark guild like us, Lucy said. This immediately attracted the three of them. They pricked up their ears and listened carefully to the story of how this guild became the new king. In the world of S-Death, magic power is in short supply. To ensure the consumption of magic power, the former king issued a magic ban order, requiring all guilds in the world to disband. In the past few years, all the guilds that were not disbanded were destroyed by the Kingdom Army. Our fairy tale is the only guild, but we are also living in misery on weekdays. We have been struggling to escape and have never thought of resisting. Half a month ago, a man brought a lot of women to our guild. They invited us to resist the Kingdom Army together. At that time, we just thought it was a joke and laughed at their self-confidence in our hearts. But I didn't expect that in just half a month, they actually succeeded in defeating the Kingdom Army and forcing the former king to abdicate, and the president of their guild ascended the throne. The name of this guild is Angel Wings, hiss. What? They listened well in the front, but when the name of this guild was finally said, Advertisement Laxus and the other two took a breath of cold air. The brain was buzzing, and the eyes were much bigger than donkey eyes. There was a shock that could not be hidden. That means the current king is the president of Angel Wings. Happy's hair stood on end. This was too unbelievable. Angel Wings actually rebelled and became the king. Calm down. This Angel Wing refers to the guild in the S-Death world, and has nothing to do with the slant. Laxus was surprised for many seconds before he calmed down and remembered that the worlds were different. He was busy reminding Natsu and Happy not to guess. Although they are two different worlds, under the leadership of Mr. Wu Ming and his people, this world will definitely get better and better. Natsu grinned heartlessly. The new king is Angel Wings. Then it will be very easy for them to rescue the president. After all, Mr. Wu Ming and his people are good people. Lucy and his gang smiled bitterly and shook their heads. At the beginning, we thought so too. We are all dark guilds. After they become the new queen, they will definitely lift the order to hunt us down. In fact, this all comes at a price. They asked our guild to disband and join the Kingdom Army, and even asked us to never mention that we are members of the Fairy Tale Guild again. Mira-Jane was wiping the wine glass over there. He answered with anger. L.A. Natsu looked unhappy. How could he disband Fairy Tale? Mr. Wu Ming and the others were too much. Of course we disagreed. We wanted to resist, but no one expected that Angel Wings would be so murderous. After they took office, all those who disobeyed would be killed. No, pardon. In just half a month, more than tens of thousands of people had been executed. All those who disobeyed would be beheaded in front of them. I heard that there was a town that refused to accept the rule. That night, the whole town was massacred. The blood stained the houses and buildings red. The streets were full of heads and the floor was stained blood red. Speaking of this, the members of the entire Fairy Tale Guild shuddered. There was endless fear in his tone. The fear in his eyes could not be concealed. Shock. Natsu's scalp tingled. The city was massacred. He couldn't imagine what a tragic scene that was. There was no escape, the whole town was massacred. This could not be the Angel's Wings. So, the Angel's Wings in the S-Death world is the real dark guild. They take human life lightly, and kill everyone who disobeys. Advertisement Laxus clenched his fist and took a deep breath. He felt choked up. As a wizard of a regular guild, he really couldn't accept such a fact. A town. Just because they disobeyed, they directly killed all the lives of the old, young, and women. It's really extreme. Bang! Natsu's fists collided, and hot flames burst out from his fists. Compared to the new king, we even think the former king is particularly good. Now we can live one day at a time. If your companions are really in this world, then they are most likely in the capital. Lucy laughed at herself. Before the new king took office, they cursed every day after drinking too much and hoped that the former king would die quickly. As a result, after the new king ascended the throne, they actually thought the previous king was particularly good. What a complicated emotion. Let's go, Laxus, let's go to the capital to rescue our companions and defeat Angel Wings. Natsu turned and walked outside. His tone was firm, and he was determined to make a big fuss with his blood boiling. Laxus smiled. Going to war with Angel Wings sounds particularly interesting. At the same time, Gajeel also understood the current situation of the world. My goodness. The tyrant new king, killing people is really easy, he can even do things like massacre the city. It seems that we have to contact that kid fire dragon. The new king ascended the throne. Massacre, the heads of people killed were rolling. Hearing these things made his scalp troubled, he really couldn't imagine how outrageous it was. On the other side, Lucy also hid her identity and saw the news in newspapers in various places. This angel's wing. Definitely not Mr. Wu Ming and his people, it's too cruel. She was trembling as she watched, those bloody words were constantly hitting her brain. She tried to imagine that scene, and her stomach was churning and she closed the newspaper with a pale face. She shivered in the alley, she bit her fingertips and thought about the countermeasures, which was really a very difficult thing. Chapter 92. Meeting. You guys came as expected and had an argument. The three parties approached the capital at the same time. When they arrived at the capital, they could see from the numb people on the street that there were still many people who were dissatisfied with the new king. However, they were afraid to show their intimidation and lived cautiously all day long. The three parties met, discussed in the hotel in the city. I can't find it at all. Natsu crossed his arms and squatted on the stool and yelled anxiously. Those who wanted to find the guild didn't know how to find it. I think it's good to break in. With Laxus on our side, there's no need to hide. Gajeel grinned. He knew clearly how terrible Laxus was. Plus him and the fire dragon. There is no force in this country that can stop them, right? Don't. Another one. Didn't I say that the angel wings broke through the capital in a short time? It's obvious that they're very powerful. Lucy rubbed her arms and trembled. It would be too reckless to attack directly, and they were here to rescue their guildmates. They couldn't do anything because of this, although she felt particularly distressed when she saw those numb people on the street. We can't even be sure that Angel Wing is really from the S-Death world, Laxus said. According to what the guild said, Angel Wing appeared suddenly, and no one had even heard of this person before. He seriously suspected that it was really Wu Ming and his team who came here. Then form a guild, defeat the previous king and become the new king. However, killing people wantonly is indeed not the character of Mr. Wu Ming and his team. Because of this, we must be vigilant against Angel Wing. I will find a way to find the new king and convince him to let the president and his team go. At this time, Mistogan was wrapped very tightly. He walked in from the outside, carrying 4 or 5 magic wands on his back, and was obviously fully armed and ready for battle. Mistogan, you are here too, several people called. They already knew from Mistogan that he was from the world of S-Death. And he looked exactly like the previous Jelal. Why are you so active? As a person from this world, I'm afraid you can't convince him. Advertisement Gajeel reached out and pulled. He pulled the iron from the stool and threw it into his mouth and ate it. Laxus and the others also looked over. They didn't have time to ask before, mainly because time was too tight. And this time, they had plenty of time to discuss. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it. Mistogan took a deep breath. He took off the cloth on his head and face, and then explained his identity completely. After a long time, Lucy, Natsu, and Happy were all surprised. They never expected that Mistogan was actually the child of the former king of this world. That is the prince. So all your previous commissions were to close the space called AFCK. Now that the new king is in place, what are your plans? Will the new king liberate the world? Gajeel asked curiously. Since the new king has taken office, Mistogan's goal should be different. I hope the citizens of this world can be happy. In addition, I decided to reverse AFCK, and completely drain the magic of this world. Then this world will become a new world without magic, and at that time there will be a king with a big vision to lead everyone forward. Mistogan obviously had a plan before he came. He decisively decided to completely exhaust the magic of S-Death's world. From now on, he will never think about magic again. Bang. Natsu punch. Grinning. Got it. Our goal is to save our companions and defeat the king of this world. He was in high spirits. Lucy's eyes also flashed brilliantly. If she could make people in this world happy and no longer rush on the road, then she would be willing to. Interesting. Gajeel was also looking forward to it. He had never tried to save the world. Let him make a big fuss in this world. We have to save our companions. Liberating the world is just a matter of convenience. Don't be too careless, Laxus reminded everyone. After scanning these people, he thought silently. Their combat power was still a little short. It would be better if 2 more people could be called out. Russell. Mistogan was just about to say thank you. A gust of wind came back, blowing the closed window in, and a white figure with wings came into view. Carla. Happy exclaimed immediately. He immediately spread his wings and flew over, ready to give the other party a hug. Pooh. Carla raised her foot. She kicked Happy in the face directly, kicked him out and looked at him coldly. You are here after all. After kicking Happy, Carla's figure floated into the window, her eyes filled with helplessness and worry. You are Carla. Why are you here? It's you. Several people were quite surprised. They didn't expect to see Carla in the world of S-Death. Shocked with deep surprise. This is the hometown of the Transcendents. What are you doing together? Carla said. At the same time, her eyes stayed on Mistogan. Advertisement. If I guessed correctly, this is the Jelal that Wendy wanted to see, right? Brother Natsu, Sister Lucy, you really came to this world. At this time, Wendy's body also flew in at a very fast speed. After flying in, she sat directly by the window and looked at the people in the room. Jelal. Sure enough, what Mr. Wu Ming said was not wrong at all. You are really from this world. After seeing Miss Dogan, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, and her mood suddenly became happy. Wendy is here too. Wendy, why are you here? Did you just come here these 2 days? I didn't expect to see you here. Several people were surprised again. Not to mention meeting Carla, they could even meet Wendy. Everyone was very surprised. I'm afraid she didn't come here these 2 days. Laxus saw the badge on Wendy's shoulder and muttered with a heavy heart. At this moment, Natsu and the others were stunned. Laxus looked at the shoulder, and the badge, Angel Wings. That's right, Wendy admitted, I'm already a member of Angel Wings. We've been here for a long time. We first went to meet the Fairy Tale Guild of this world, and then defeated the king of this world. Hiss. There was only the sound of inhaling in the air. No doubt. At present, the Angel Wings of the new king are Mr. Wu Ming and his team. This is really the worst news. Wendy. Long time no see, I don't understand why you guys are making a fuss, and the people of this world are living in fear, Miss Dogan said. He was very puzzled. Mr. Wu Ming and his men are obviously kind wizards. And the Angel Wings, it also represents justice and fairness. How could there be a massacre of citizens? This is not in line with the idea of kindness. That's right. Why did Mr. Wu Ming and his men kill tens of thousands of people, so many people? Lucy gritted her teeth. She couldn't imagine that scene, killing the whole street and turning it red. How terrifying it would be. Several people spoke one after another, and for a moment, they put aside the goal of saving their companions. Chapter 93. A competition? If we lose, there will be no need for the Fairy Tale Guild to exist. Looking at the indignant people, Wendy tilted her head, her eyes filled with puzzlement. Since ancient times, the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. What's wrong with Mr. Wu Ming becoming the new king? Those people are rebelling. Killing them for the throne is indeed too much, but I think it's no big deal for a new official to take office. Sister Lucy, dare you say that Heartfilia Group has never killed competitors on its way to fame? Jelal. As a prince, you should have seen more cruel facts, right? Wendy said this in a crisp voice, when killing people. She really couldn't bear it. I have tried to persuade Mr. Wu Ming many times. Later, Mr. Wu Ming told her many stories. Although they were still a little cruel, she could understand Mr. Wu Ming's behavior. And these people are more naive than her. These people were speechless. Lucy didn't expect to be refuted. Thinking carefully, she didn't understand the situation at home. But because she didn't marry with others, causing his father's company to go bankrupt is already a side-by-side illustration of its cruelty. To say how righteous the Heartfilia Consortium is. She really didn't dare to say it, and Miss Dogan simply shut up. From this perspective it makes sense. Whether Mr. Wu Ming kills or not, since he has ascended to the throne, why did he still implement the FCK plan? Turning all the members of our guild into magic crystals, I don't think Mr. Wu Ming doesn't know about this, Gajil asked. He doesn't care how many people he kills. When he was in the Phantom Guild, he also killed people. Although killing tens of thousands of people surprised him. However, he was too lazy to care about it now, and directly led the topic to their goal of coming here. Yes. Mr. Wu Ming should know that the earth of this world does not generate magic power on its own, and the magic power extracted by all FCK will also be consumed. Why should we sacrifice a slant to complete this world? I think there is nothing wrong with becoming a world without magic. Miss Dogan is the same. He thinks that since the other party is an acquaintance, a solution should be found through a good discussion. The most important thing is, he thinks that only in troubled times can a king who can convince the people appear, and he hopes that Mr. Wu Ming will give up the throne. Advertisement, yes, 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 please notify Mr. Wu Ming and ask him to return our companions, Natsu yelled. Listening to what they said, Wendy's face was full of helplessness. She knew very well that Angel Wing was not a good organization that did not ask for anything in return. It is impossible to make Mr. Wu Ming and Angel Wing compromise just by relying on a few words from others. I think if you leave this world now, you still have a chance to see your companions. If you continue to stay and argue, you may have to start a war with Angel Wing. Carla reminded a few people. Why are you so ignorant? Angel Wing is not an existence that these people can fight against. Looks like we're really going to have a fight. Laxus's body was lit up with arcs of electricity, knowing that this matter could no longer be discussed. It just so happened that he had been training hard these years. He hoped to fight Urza again to see how big the gap between them was. Although it's a bit embarrassing, if we catch a little girl like you, Mr. Wu Ming should compromise, right? Gajil thought of a foolproof plan. Catch Wendy and let Mr. Wu Ming agree to release his guildmates. Is this possible? Natsu was also eager to make a move, but it shouldn't be a problem if he just used Wendy, right? Several people showed signs of taking action. Wendy and Carla were full of regrets, and they backed away from the window ready to evacuate at any time. I say. Isn't it too embarrassing for a few grown men to bully a little girl? At this time, a woman appeared outside the window. She held a wine glass, moved while talking, and finally sat by the window shaking the wine in the glass. Shock. Laxus and the others' hearts beat violently. They didn't even notice when this woman appeared here. And the aura on her body. Sister Celine, why are you here? Wendy greeted her with a smile after seeing her. Carla's heart was relieved. As expected, they had long been guessed that they came here without permission, and Mr. Wu Ming sent people to protect them. Who are you? Miss Dogan looked at the woman. Women who have never appeared in Angel Wings are hidden members. I am Celine, the 8 wings of Angel Wings. Do you know what the 8 wings represent? Celine introduced herself. Seeing that several people were not very clear, she took a sip of wine. Angel Wings is currently divided into 12 wings, 8 wings, 6 wings, and 4 wings. 12 wings are Dragon King level combat power. Each of them can compete with the Dragon King. 8 wings are Dragon Slayers. They can fight dragons one-on-one, and may kill dragons. 6 wings can play with the 10 holy magic ways. The worst 4 wings are also the 10 holy magic ways. In other words, my strength belongs to the second stage in the guild. If you don't have the ability to slay dragons, don't try to provoke me. Celine continued to drink. She spoke casually, but it sounded particularly harsh to Laxus and the others. I was really scared by this division. So, the president and Uncle Girdas are both 4 to 6 wings. Natsu and Gajil are not even 4 wings, Lucy whispered. Compared with this, it feels like there is no hope of winning at all. How to beat them? Advertisement, friendly reminder. Wendy's strength is now at the level of 4 wings, which means she can easily defeat those who eat iron and play with fire, too. Think about it this way, you are really miserable, the masters of the whole guild are sealed, Celine said. Originally, she was very interested in the fairy tale guild. Now it seems that, when the time comes, let Urza and the others take action, they can easily deal with these people in front of them. So strong? Natsu stared in disbelief. It's been a long time since we last met. Wendy has grown to this point, and can easily defeat him in Jatong? You must be kidding. Gajil couldn't believe it. Hey, little girl, how about we have a few moves? It's okay if he can't beat Laxus. Now he can't beat a little girl, which really makes him a little dissatisfied. How about this? Tomorrow I will let Wu Ming release a few people in your guild who are not bad. Then you can save the remaining companions with your own ability. If you can win, then give up the throne. It's better to be the king, and let all the members of your guild survive without losing a hair. Otherwise, Fairy Tale Guild will be wiped out in the future. Celine finished her drink. She reached out and picked up Wendy and Carla, and gave Laxus and others an almost impossible chance before leaving. Bang! Natsu was still full of energy. He bumped his fists and was ready to fight. This is really bad news. How can we beat Mr. Wu Ming and his men? Lucy wanted to cry. The strength of each other is at 2 levels. There is no comparison at all. No matter what, this is a good opportunity to let Angel Wing know the strength of our guild. Laxus was in high spirits. He didn't believe that Angel Wing was really so invincible. Even if he had to fight hard, he had to save everyone in the guild. It's interesting, isn't it? Gajil was not afraid at all. Fighting doesn't matter. It's interesting to fight with the strong. Chapter 094. The released members, the show begins. Palace. Celine took Wendy and Carla to see Wu Ming directly. Here, there were people sitting at a particularly large round table. All of them were members of Angel Wings. All of them were already on standby. How many people are coming from Fairy Tale? Seeing Wendy and Carla coming back, Wu Ming looked at her and asked. In fact, they went to see someone without permission. But Wu Ming was not angry about this, and did not severely criticize them. DJB. Carla was stunned. She had been prepared to be judged. After all, going to report the news without permission was a betrayal. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wu Ming didn't care at all. He didn't even treat them differently because of this, which made her a little hesitant. The people who came are Natsu's brother, Lucy's sister, Laxus, Gajil, Jelal and Happy, Wendy answered. On the way back, she was also very uneasy, fearing that she would be scolded by Wolf. Fortunately, Grandine in her body comforted her. This made her less nervous, at least she wouldn't feel wronged. She answered the question in a soft voice. They're too weak, only Laxus and the Mistogan can fight. 273. Irene sat on the chair next to her with her chin in her hand. In the long years, ordinary days occupied most of her time, and her body had rusted. She always wanted to move her body, unfortunately. There were not many people who could fight in 2 or 3 worlds, and she was limited in her hands and feet when sparring with everyone. They are still young, and they can become very powerful if they are given some time. Grandine appeared from Wendy's body. Find an empty seat and invite Wendy and Carla to sit over, while finding reasons for the younger generation. Natsu and the others do need to strengthen their strength. We will make arrangements for this after the S-Death world is stabilized. Now we are considering which people to release. Wu Ming has already made arrangements. It just so happens that after the S-Death world, Fairy Tale Guild will conduct an S-Class Wizard upgrade exam. The only powerful people in Fairy Tale Guild are President Makarov, Mirajane, and Girdas. I heard that he is the strongest wizard. Urza's eyes were shining with gold. I heard that Mirajane was also an S-Class wizard. I think she is also very powerful, right? And President Makarov, when he was with Spectre, he used a move to instantly kill the Spectre Guild president who was also one of the 10 Holy Magicians. CFBB. And that Girdas. Advertisement. He is known as the strongest wizard of Fairy Tale Guild. He is at least a powerful existence in the forefront of the 10 holy magicians, right? I really want to compete with him. And Gray. That kid has unlimited potential. He should be very powerful when he is in a desperate situation. Ultir added candidates. No matter if it's true or not, it's okay to add them. Then, Makarov, Mirajane, Girdas, Gray, seeing that the others either didn't understand or didn't care, Wu Ming decisively selected the candidates. Who should we send to fight? Uru asked at this time. All of a sudden, the people who had been silent originally raised their heads and chests, and each of them was ready to move. Are you going to kill them all? Quintine rolled her eyes. Looking at Irene, Celine, Uru, Mavis and others, she couldn't help but complain. These people are more powerful than each other. Any one of the two dragons of Irene and Celine can beat the opponent. If they are allowed to go. Don't play. The opponent has Makarov, Girdas, Gray, Mirajane, Laxus, Gajil, Natsu, Lucy, Mistogan. Wu Ming recalled the number of people on the other side. After counting them carefully, he found that there were quite a lot of them. Urza, Ultir, Meredy, Wendy and Carla, and Call on Netvoka and Ponsalili. The young ones were all arranged. Wu Ming looked at the remaining ones again, and they still needed the protection of the elders. I. At this time, Mavis raised her little hand and looked at Wu Ming with golden light in her eyes. It was very happy to be with this group of people. But she also wanted to go out and play occasionally, and now she also volunteered with great interest. DB. Wu Ming hesitated. The main reason was that Mavis only knew phantom magic and the 3 super magics of Fairy Tale. The former had no lethality. The latter had too much lethality, although this time it was a full-scale war between the Fairy Tale Guild. But it would not kill the opponent. When Makarov doesn't understand the situation, he may use the fairy law. Uru will definitely not be able to withstand it, right? So I think it's good for me to go, Celine suggested. The fairy law is indeed very strong, but when the magic power is strong enough, it is immune to this ultimate move, advertisement. Although Uru's magic power is also very strong, Makarov is not a useless person. It's a bit dangerous for her to go. Mavis and I will go. You will have a chance to take action later. Wu Ming thought again and again. In the end, he decided to go in person. Regarding the 3 super magics of Fairy Tale, he maintained the highest alert. Seeing this, Irene and others felt a little regretful, but they didn't argue anymore. There is no need to arrange any tactics. Everyone can find opponents according to their own strength. The candidates for both sides were determined. Wu Ming stood up and stretched. He still recognized the strength of Urza and others. There is no need to formulate tactics for this. He waved his hand to let everyone disperse, and he went outside to release the few people who turned into magic crystals. Half a day later, Makarov, Girdas, Gray, and Mirajane looked solemn. They had just listened to Laxus's explanation. Angel wings. Do the members of this organization have the strength to fight against dragons alone? Girdas had a complicated expression, thinking back to not long ago. He had just escaped from the mouth of the black dragon Acnologia, and clearly knew how powerful the dragon was. The enemy is very strong, Makarov said. In the past, how fortunate he was that this organization was a friendly force, and how much it proved their strength. It can even be said that the current situation is almost unsolvable. Just fight, with the president and uncle here, who cares who the other party is, Natsu said. He never knew what pessimism was. He was full of energy from beginning to end. Old man, declare war, no matter who the other party is or how powerful they are. Hurting companions is absolutely unforgivable. Gray made a difficult decision. Even if the opponent is the master, he is determined to be on the side of the guild this time. Just knock down the opponent. Several people were indignant, which gave hope to Makarov, who was originally pessimistic. Yes. Even if the opponent is Angel Wings, so what? Even if each of those people can slay a dragon, so what? Just because of their strength, can they bully others at will? He absolutely disagrees. Okay. This time, let them see what the consequences will be if they hurt our family. Makarov shouted. This battle must be fierce, because they are wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild. Chapter 95. Fire Dragon Slayer vs. Sky Dragon Slayer, another Thunder Dragon Slayer? That night, the new king issued an order that the residents of the entire capital should hide in a safe zone because there were rebels who intended to revolt. The next morning, the whole city was desolate. The members of the Fairy Tale Guild divided into several roads and marched towards the palace. Happy took Natsu and Lucy. They rushed from the front and stopped as soon as they rushed into the palace. Someone blocked their way. Brother Natsu. Sister Lucy, you are here, in front. Carla sat on Wendy's shoulder. There was an innocent smile on her young face, and she was quite satisfied after seeing her opponent. Wendy, are you going to block our way? Lucy was ecstatic. In her impression, Wendy, this little girl, was particularly kind. Her strength seemed very limited. This road is blocked. At this time, another cold little girl walked out of the building next to her. Meredy, she was also one of the candidates to block the road. 2 kids, since Lanlu is yours, I won't be polite. Natsu grinned. He was proud in his heart, and he might be the first to rush into the palace. As he said that, he bent his legs and stepped on the ground, and his figure rushed at the same speed as the train. There was a faint red flame burning on his body, Fire Dragon's iron fist. It took almost a few breaths. Natsu rushed to Wendy, clenched his fist and pulled it back to hit Wendy. There was no flame attached to his fist. Obviously, although he knew that Wendy was also a dragon slayer and was more resistant to beatings, he still saved a lot of strength. Huh? Wendy tilted her head. She raised her left palm and easily blocked Natsu's fist. The wind from the fist blew Wendy's hair. However, he did not repel Wendy even a little bit, as if he was not blocking the fist that was rushing towards him. It was like a leaf floating in the air. Blocked? Lucy's eyes were filled with disbelief. She thought Wendy would be beaten out. She was even prepared to be beaten to tears, as a result. Natsu's fist didn't seem to be strong. Natsu blinked in surprise. Could it be that he really didn't use any strength? Brother Natsu, use some strength, Wendy reminded softly. She was too embarrassed to say that Natsu's fist was so soft. Natsu was angry. He shook his hand away and stepped back 2 meters, his chest bulging high to brew magic. He was preparing to release his breath, advanced attachment technique atmosphere. Wendy naturally wouldn't take it hard. Her hands were slightly awkwardly posed, using the flavor attachment technique she had just learned not long ago. Boom. There was a loud noise. The air in front of Wendy was attached, and an explosion suddenly sounded at that moment. The shock wave generated by the explosion acted unilaterally forward. Instantly, Natsu only felt a strong impact, and the breath he had been preparing to breathe was forced to be released. His body was hastily pushed out. 2 scratches were left on the ground with his feet, and he was pushed 5 or 6 meters away. What a joke, Lucy couldn't help but complain. Is this still the innocent Wendy? It's only been a few days since we last met. That little girl has become so powerful? Very good. Advertisement. Natsu was very excited. It's interesting to fight with a strong person, and his body began to get excited. Wendy, I'm going to do it for real. Natsu knew he couldn't hold back. If the difference in strength between the two was particularly large, he could completely control the strength. But it was obvious that Wendy was very strong. Holding back would only lead to a loss. Okay, Natsu. Wendy nodded. Grantine said that this battle was a rare experience. Both are dragon slayers. Fighting helps to improve strength, and I hope she can study and practice seriously. Dad. Hey, Carla, then. Happy took Natsu up in the air. And Wendy asked Carla to help. The 2 dragon slayers and the 2 transcendents began to fight each other in the air. Below, Lucy knew that she couldn't get involved in the dragon slayers' battle. She decisively withdrew her gaze. She took out the many keys from her waist and prepared to take her opponent seriously. Celestial Spirit Wizard. Merity had a cold face and let Lucy summon the incredibly powerful Taurus. Watching Taurus swinging his axe and slashing at her, Merity's body lightly jumped back, letting the big axe of Taurus hit the ground. Land of Sin. Jumped back and landed. Merity directly summoned a short dagger and swung it at Taurus' body. Alas. Taurus made a cow call. There was pain in its call. It seemed to have endured some irresistible pain. Taurus. Lucy called. The dagger did not leave any scars on Taurus. Why did it make such a painful sound? Sorry, Miss Lucy. The pain continued. Taurus felt that the whole cow was not well, so it had to leave the world forcefully. My sinful feelings are aimed at the opponent's spirit. There is no defense. You can only bear it, Merity explained calmly. The dagger just now did not pierce the body, but the nerves of the celestial spirit. That is the source of pain. No one can easily bear that feeling. Leo. Lucy was unwilling. Gritting her teeth, she decisively took out the strongest celestial spirit, who was also a companion in the guild. Your knight is here as summoned. Loki appeared. Wearing a gentleman's suit and leather shoes, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. 014309425 Falu 183,500,240. Standing in front of Lucy to guard. ****. The strongest celestial spirit. Merity was a little surprised. As a former member of Demon Heart, she knew a lot about this. She naturally understood the strongest celestial spirit. I didn't expect this woman to have the Leo of the Zodiac. The originally lazy spirit was lifted a lot. Lion glory. Loki didn't need Lucy to give orders at all. With his arms in front of him, a powerful light emanated from his whole body. Merity immediately distanced herself. Advertisement. Sin Ray. She waved her hand and attacked with a stronger ray. Bang bang hit the light source, unfortunately, all missed. Merity's breathing stagnated, and she quickly raised her arms beside her left head. Bang. As expected. Loki borrowed the influence of the light, and went behind Merity and raised his leg to sweep towards her head. And Merity also successfully blocked the attack with her arms. But at the same time, her body also shifted to one side. Miss. Your physical skills are quite poor. Loki's speed was obviously faster. Following closely. With a flash of light on his fist, he attacked Merity in close combat. Sizzle. But at this moment, a yellow lightning suddenly burst out from Merity's body, covering his whole body. And Loki's fist also became a conductor. The lightning acted on him, paralyzing his body in that instant. Turning around and kicking, Merity took the opportunity to kick Loki away and distance himself again. The lightning on your body. Loki's paralyzed body gradually recovered. His brows were furrowed. Looking at Merity in confusion, he was sure that the lightning was definitely not the girl's ability just now. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal, Sizzle. Merity raised her arm, opened her 5 fingers, and a few arcs of lightning splashed on her fingers. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal. It was during the Nirvana plan, when Irene, the godmother, came from the magic crystal dug out from God Don Reyna's body. This magic crystal was taken back and given to Mr. Wu Ming. After she came to this world, in order to better protect Ultir, she asked Mr. Wu Ming to implant the magic crystal into her body, and thus she became the Dragon Slayer. What? Lucy was shocked. This little girl actually became the same Thunder Dragon Slayer as Laxus. X. Her face changed in shock. Originally there was still hope of victory, but now I'm afraid that Loki can't handle it. Trouble. Loki also knew that the situation was not good. This is probably going to be a particularly difficult battle. Come on. Merity's use of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic is very poor, but fortunately the opponent is not too strong. She can be much more relaxed. Fight. Loki was not afraid at all, and rushed up to close combat decisively. At the same time, Merity also rushed up to fight decisively. Chapter 96. Fight again. 10 Commandments Spears. Urza vs. Grey and Mirajane. At the same time, the other side was also preparing. Gajeel, Grey, and Mirajane took another passage. They wanted to sneak into the palace secretly. But it was obvious that the other party was well prepared, and there were already 2 people blocking the way. Urza. Mirajane was surprised and a little nervous when she saw the blocker. You know, Urza's strength was predicted by the president to be one of the 10 holy magic ways. Logically, she should go to face Gyarados, but why is she here? My name is Urza Netvoka, not the Schuler you know. Netvoka glanced at the 3 people in front of him. According to His Majesty Wu Ming, no matter who these 3 are, they're not simple. It also reminded implicitly, she might be the first direction to be hit. Of course, she was not convinced by this. She admitted that the other Urza was very powerful, but she was not very weak either. Of course not. For this, she made sufficient preparations for the May 17th to prove that the direction she guarded was absolutely unbreakable. I am the Transcendent, Ponsalili. Next to him was Ponsalili. He carried a sharp sword that could grow or shrink, and scanned with the posture of an adult. Finally, his eyes fixed on Gajeel. Gah. Transcendent. How about we make a bet? Gajeel smiled. Ponsalili raised his eyebrows. Say, Gajeel replied, if I beat you, you will be my cat in the future. Shocked. Ponsalili's eyes widened. It seemed that he couldn't believe it. He looked up and down with a scrutinizing look, and finally laughed contemptuously. Urza. The other 2 are left to you. Ponsalili has the dignity of being the first captain of the magic war unit. Decided to teach this guy a lesson. Okay. Natavoka turned the 10 Commandments gun in his hand. Agreed. The other 2 look good, and should be enough for her to have fun. Come on. Ponsalili was very decisive. Advertisement. A pair of wings grew out of his back, and he rushed towards Gajeel violently with a sword in hand. Bang. The long sword swung. Gajeel's arm turned into iron, and he held it above his head to block it directly. Sparks flew when the 2 collided. Clang. Although he blocked the attack, Ponsalili was still very heavy, causing Gajeel's legs to sink. The ground was smashed down by the force, and a large number of cracks suddenly appeared. Good power. Gajeel felt the power on his arm, and his eyes became more energetic. He was determined to get this cat. Iron Dragon Stick. The other hand stretched forward. The whole day's arm turned into an iron pillar, and rushed towards the empty-handed Ponsalili. With a ding, Ponsalili grabbed the hilt and blade of the sword. Hold it horizontally in front of him. The iron pillar hit him violently, directly knocking Ponsalili's body higher. Interesting. Ponsalili was in high spirits. His body shifted, letting the iron pillar brush against the long sword and cut apart. His wings flapped violently. His body flew down from the sky at high speed, and the long sword shone coldly. Ding ding ding, pa pa pa, a series of fast combos. The long sword was swung tightly. And Gajeel held out his indestructible iron. He resisted a few moves. Then his fists were covered with iron scales, and his body was like a shadow, colliding with the airtight long sword. The man and the cat were fierce. The earth was constantly shattered by the force, and a large amount of rubble and debris splashed in all directions. Their attacks were very fierce. They didn't hold back at all, relying on their strong physique to take the attack. In a few seconds, the fight was getting farther and farther. Gradually, I didn't know where they rushed to, at this time. Mirajane gave Grey a cryptic look, and the latter immediately understood. Put your hands together. Ice Make, Lancer, advertisement. Ice spears appeared. More than 10 spears flew away at high speed, with their sharp parts flashing coldly. Not surprisingly, once they were penetrated by that kind of thing, they would be as soft as tofu. Ice Flame Spear. Netvoka would not be hit by such a trick, when Grey released magic. The 10 Commandments spear in her hand immediately transformed from a spear into a pair of swords. Red and blue. Representing the attributes of ice and fire. She waved red. Blazing flames at the ice spears. Bang bang bang. The ice spears encountered the opposite attribute and were directly blown up in the air. Receive Satan's soul with your whole body. Mirajane also took this opportunity to complete her transformation. She changed her previous harmonious and friendly appearance and turned into a dashing demon body. Then she rushed forward decisively. Under the powerful force, her fist was as hard as steel. Netvoka hurriedly held up her weapon. The fist hit the Ten Commandments spear, and she was knocked back several meters. Seeing Mirajane approaching, Netvoka immediately changed the form of his weapon. He held the explosion spear tightly in both hands and smashed it against the ground in front of him. Bang! The explosion sounded suddenly. The ground was directly detonated, and gravel and soil flew everywhere. At the same time, smoke and dust spread. The force of the rubble flying was not low, causing Mirajane to be forced to stop rushing forward. Squinting his eyes, he tried to find someone in the smoke and dust. Swish! The smoke and dust continued to spread, and suddenly a shadow appeared. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the smoke. Raising the explosion spear, he appeared in front of Gray. Bang! The spear was swung. It hit Gray's body directly, even though the latter was always on guard. He was caught off guard by this sudden attack. He felt a burning pain on his body. His body was also thrown away by the explosion. He rolled around without a care in the world. He crashed into the city wall and stopped. Paw 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 paw. Blood oozed out of his head, flowing like a stream. Gray felt dizzy. The blood made the scenery in front of him more and more blurred. Gray! Mirajane exclaimed. She spread her wings behind her and flew at high speed. But Netvoka was not a useless person. She planned to kill one person first. This was to make the next battle go smoothly. Sonic gun. She immediately switched weapons and switched to a firearm with extremely high speed. She rushed directly to the front. Get out of the way. Mirajane's eyes were wild, and her tone was many times colder than before. She scolded Netvoka, who was thinking, defeat me. Netvoka spoke coldly. She would never bear that she would be the first to be broken. For this reason, she would stop the invader with absolute determination. Okay. Mirajane's murderous heart splashed. She didn't like fighting, but her companions and family were beaten and bleeding in front of her. Her heart was filled with anger. Her strength rose steadily. She rushed forward violently, and her fists contained dark magic. 3.9 boom boom boom. A flurry of punches as fast as lightning. Directly let Netvoka turn the active into the passive, and resist the overturning. The Staff of Time. Netvoka knew that she would lose if she continued like this. Decisively changed her weapon. This time it turned into a magic wand, and her weapon itself did not have this form. But Mr. Wu Ming became the queen. The weapons given to her in Ponsalili were upgraded with different attributes. And her weapons had 2 more forms. Among them was the Staff of Time. Time slowdown. The Staff of Time consumed a huge amount of magic power, and she was unwilling to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Obviously, now this situation can only be used. Release the power of the magic wand to Mirajane, reducing her speed. Then she sprinted again. Using the properties of the Ten Commandments spear, she launched a crazy attack on Mirajane. Only then did she gain the upper hand. Chapter 097, Ultir's Death. 2 battlefields started first. The third one was also ready to go. Here were Laxus and Mistogan, 2 S-class wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild. They were both very powerful individually. When the 2 of them act together, they're definitely the strongest team. Tisk. Urza, that woman is not here. Is she looking down on me? Laxus muttered disdainfully. He was ready to fight Urza again, but it turned out that it was not her who blocked his way. Miss Ultir should not be underestimated either. Mistogan was carrying a magic wand next to him. He didn't care who his opponent was, as long as he could defeat him. But he would not underestimate any member of Angel Wings. He. You 2 are not as strong as Urza, so I will be your opponent. Ultir held a magic wand. On the top of the magic wand was the crystal ball she always carried with her. In the words of Master Irene, girls should not hold crystal balls all day, so Master Wu Ming made a particularly tough magic wand. The crystal ball was embedded 25 on the top, just right. Her time magic itself is suitable for long-range attacks, and the magic wand is perfect. Let's talk about it after we fight. Sizzle Laxus was provoked. Although he was not as rebellious as before, his temper was definitely not less. Being provoked by words, it was easy to be angry, and thunder fell from the sky and struck Ultir. Crack. The thunder hit the target accurately. The figure of Ultir slowly dissipated, and just disappeared in front of him. Illusion? Mistogan tilted his head. His eyes scanned the surroundings, as if he wanted to see where the other party was. You coward. Laxus not only had a bad temper, but his magic was also violent. What he hated most was this kind of ability with strange control. How he wished he could meet Urza. Neither of them hid, and the hard minds were even more determined. Master is so ruthless. He knew that my magic was not suitable for head-on confrontation, but he still insisted on letting me deal with you 2. Ultir's figure appeared again, different from before. This time, there was more than one Ultir, and 4 or 5 of the same people formed a circle around him. The afterimage of time. All of me here are not my real body. Although I have little combat power, it is not a problem to stop you. Ultir's voice came from all directions. There was no way to judge the position by sound. Thunderbolt! Laxus shouted. He looked up to the sky and howled. The sky was immediately covered with dark clouds, pulling this world into darkness. Thunder and lightning flashed in the dark clouds. Thunder struck the surroundings again and again, each time creating a pit in the ground. He planned to solve it with an all-round attack, 7-layer magic circle. Mistogen was not watching. The magic wand on his body flew up and surrounded the empty space. Then, layer after layer of magic circle appeared in the sky, and the top one was so large that it covered 1/5 of the palace. Boom boom boom. Crack, crack, thunder and lightning raged on the ground. Advertisement: the attack brought by the 7-layer magic circle was also very powerful. It only took a few seconds. A huge pit was blasted out of the land. The road paved with stone bricks was destroyed, and if there were some flames and smoke. It was a purgatory on Earth. Really, you guys are far more powerful than expected. That kind of large-scale and all-round attack lasted for a limited time. The entire ground was turned upside down. Ultir's true body also appeared on her own initiative, although she could continue to hide. But passive defense is not her character. As a person of the same age who has been competing with Urza for many years, she is not inferior to others in her bones. Although considering the difference in physical fitness. But Ultir is also a member of Angel Wings after all. How can he not have some strength? Blade of Time. The magic staff in his hand waved. A pure white magic circle appeared at the front, and an attack like a shuriken was shot out from it. 3 or 4 shots were fired in a row, aiming at the fatal injuries of Laxus and Mistogen in the shape of a pin character. Up. Dodge. Laxus was about to take this attack, but was suddenly scolded by Mistogen. Then he was pushed away. Whoosh. The shuriken failed to hit the target and stabbed into the ground behind him. Boom. The shuriken penetrated into the ground, then the earth shook, and a mushroom cloud rose directly from the ground. The sound resounded through the sky. The detonated land had already appeared a tilted half-man deep pit. Laxus was sweating profusely. He swallowed his saliva with a sympathetic heart, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He couldn't believe that he hadn't dodged. When the explosion sounded inside the body. Very clever, Ultir praised without hiding. The Blade of Time contains concentrated time power, and the illusory shuriken does not hurt the skin and can penetrate the body through defense. Just imagine. If Laxus was not pushed away, the shuriken would smoothly enter his body. Then explode. At that time, this world will be raining blood. You guy. Laxus gritted his teeth. The body turned into lightning and rushed towards Ultir to prepare for close combat. Advertisement: time is slowed down. Ultir shook the magic wand. The crystal ball flashed and acted on Laxus. The latter's speed was reduced to a snail's pace. Ultir easily moved a few steps to the side, then held the magic wand and pointed it at him. Time. Swoosh, just when Ultir was about to release the Blade of Time again. Several magic wands flew over at high speed, interrupting her spell. Ultir was forced to give up and aimed at Mistogen was ready to slow him down again. 7-layer magic circle. Mistogen formed seals with both hands, 503. The magic circles that flew at high speed fell around, wrapping Ultir in them. Instantly, the magic circle rose above Ultir's head again, and powerful and highly destructive energy was released. Time shield. Time sorrow. Time thought. Ultir's movements were also not slow. At the moment the magic circle rose, she immediately released the magic of time. First, she gave herself a shield. Then, she used the power of time to reduce the damage she received, and then protected her mental state. The light descended. Ultir's body was submerged by the energy in the magic circle. Thunder Dragon's Fang Tien Hua Ji. Laxus recovered quickly. When the light fell, he brewed a powerful dragon-killing magic. A Fang Tien Hua Ji composed of lightning shot out. Rushed into the explosion. With a bang. A mushroom cloud rose where Ultir was standing, and the difference from before was that. This time, all the attacks hit on Ultir. The mushroom cloud came and went quickly. In the deep pit, the center of the explosion gradually revealed its true appearance, and Ultir was still smoking. The exposed skin was charred. Dead? Mistogen was puzzled. It must be said that Laxus's finishing blows were very accurate, and it was really possible to kill Ultir. How is it possible? Laxus snorted coldly. How could the people of Angel Wings be so weak? Ultir would definitely not die. But he should be injured. Chapter 098. I, Mavis, invite Makarov to a fight. Crack, crack, crack. The charred skin cracked, and Ultir's fair skin reappeared. She squinted her eyes. 17. Ultir had to say that she was caught in this trap. Her defense was penetrated by Laxus's magic, and her skin was charred. However, as the owner of time magic, she can naturally recover through the blessing of time, and therefore her magic power is consumed a lot. Then let's have a good time. Ultir's body floated up. The magic wand floated above her head, slowly rotating. At the end of the world, in the sky, a terrifying energy ball was falling. Even at a certain distance, you can see its huge sphere covering the entire palace. If it falls, the entire palace will become a ruin. Damn. Laxus's scalp numbed. He felt the terrifying force from the energy ball, and he was sure that if the sphere hit it, it would fall. No one can resist. Boom. Fortunately, Ultir was prepared, and the huge energy ball shrank. From a huge sphere to a weak one that only covered a certain range. The energy is concentrating. Mistogan's heart was beating very fast. Although the sphere was getting smaller, the energy it was brewing was constantly being compressed. You will drain the world's magic power if you continue like this. Mistogan was busy calling. Such a big commotion here is an indelible burden on the whole world. The world's magic power will drop rapidly. This is exactly our goal. If we want the world to have sufficient magic power, we can't rely on your companions to do it. Our goal doesn't need to sacrifice you at all. Ultir was hanging high in the sky. Like a god in the sky, he looked down at Mistogan and Laxus on the ground. What do you mean? Mistogan's pupils shrank. Before he could finish his question, the concentrated energy ball fell from the sky. Boom. The ground of the entire palace shook. The city wall was cracked by the turbulence, and many cracks could not be healed. The tall palace building. The dust fell. The foundation was no longer solid, and the light of the ball enveloped the entire palace. The violent roar caused everyone to lose hearing, and only a harsh buzzing sound. Advertisement. The huge beam of light rushed up from the ground to the sky. Smashing the white clouds, it seemed to continue to extend upward endlessly. The scenery was like the end of the world. It seems that Laxus and Mistogan have made Ultir get serious. Here, Urza just met Gyarados. Hearing the doomsday scenery, Urza also knew the situation of the battle over there. How do you little guys train? Gyarados had a sad look on his face. He was very worried about the situation of the other teams, and the haze in his heart never dissipated. Gyarados, I heard from my father that you are the strongest wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild, and I am very curious about this, Urza said. Gyarados shook his head. The world is so big, there are so many strong people, and my strength is just ordinary. He didn't say anything nonsense. He used to think that his strength was pretty good, but he encountered an uncontestable existence during his last trip. Little girl, look at the wounds on my body. Gyarados ripped open his clothes. There was a hideous scar on his strong chest, and the scar covered his entire upper body. This is the dragon of the end. The scar left by Acnologia on me, just one move. Gyarados had a bleak smile on his face. He couldn't forget that black dragon, and he just mistakenly broke into its lair. He was chased by the dragon. That was not called hunting, but playing. The black dragon beat him to the point of death. Instead of leaving, he prepared a medical bag to bandage him. After finishing, he started playing with him again. During that time, Gyarados felt like an ant. He could have easily crushed him to death. But he just liked to torture and play with him. It's good that you can survive. Urza looked strange. She remembered that her father said some time ago that Acnologia was playing with humans. Deliberately giving humans a sense of oppression. Let that human keep fleeing, but not to despair. It turned out to be him. My life was given to me by it. Gyarados covered the wound again. He just couldn't understand. The dragon of the end, why did he like to play with him? It might as well be dead. So little girl, why don't you join our guild, and after a while, we will join forces to find trouble with Acnologia. Gyarados finally revealed his foxtail. Throw it out. Hey, watch out, Urza sneered, and rushed forward decisively. With a bang, her fist hit, and Gyarados' palm became a claw. The power of the two people collided. Advertisement. The originally intact ground cracked, and the bricks broke inch by inch. Good. Urza's eyes were shining with gold. Although this punch was not used with full strength, it also used 30% of the strength. Sure enough, this Gyarados easily blocked the attack. This can let her fight to her heart's content. Young girls these days are so strong. Gyarados took the initiative to appear. Use super advanced magic, use powerful magic to resist the opponent. Space. Urza dared not be careless. The body was wrapped in space attribute, and the fist was covered by magic. Started to attack seriously. The two people went back and forth, punching and colliding, neither of them gave in. This piece of land had already been destroyed by the previous few moves. The strength of the two people is very strong. Under the condition of not changing into a dragon, Urza had to admit that this Gyarados was stronger than Ultir. It vaguely reached the dragon level. You know, the dragon level strength plus the dragon slaying attribute can kill dragons. From this, it can be seen that the strongest wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild is definitely not in vain. Several battlefields are getting more and more fierce. No group can decide the winner so quickly, so far. Both sides have fought back and forth, and Wu Ming's plan has been continuously carried out. Here, Wu Ming brought Mavis has also found Makarov. At this moment, the two are communicating. Very good. Third generation. You have developed Fairy Tale very well, Mavis praised. Now the Fairy Tale Guild, it has developed into the best guild. If she didn't have someone in her heart, she would definitely live in the guild forever. First generation, you are joking. I still have some shortcomings. It will be better if the first generation is here. Makarov doesn't understand Wu Ming's purpose. He can only try to use some strength from the first generation to see if he can dig the first generation back. No way. Fairy Tale and Angel Wing are mortal enemies now. Mavis' eyes were shining brightly. They were obviously rivals. But there was no atmosphere of not giving up until the opponent was eliminated. This. Makarov was speechless. How could he continue with such words? If possible, he really didn't want to fight. Come on, third generation, Mavis, challenge you. Mavis was in high spirits. She happily distanced herself and prepared to start her own battle. Chapter 099. Bombardment, Makarov vs. Mavis. Hearing this, Makarov's face was solemn. He secretly glanced at Wu Ming over there. If they really had to fight, he would like to fight Wu Ming. Let him fight the first generation? If his father was still alive, he would definitely kill him. Or, forget it. Makarov's throat was hoarse. As far as he knew, the first generation Mavis could only use the 3 super magics and phantom magic. The latter was completely bluffing. It couldn't hurt him at all, and the former, Makarov still had some confidence. Even if they were in different forces, the first generation president would never hurt him, so there was no way they could fight. How can that be? Come out, my guardian beast, the heavenly wolf. Mavis' eyes flashed with gold. She raised her hand high with a smile, relying on her powerful magic to summon. A 2-meter tall heavenly wolf appeared. As soon as it came out, it let out a wolf howl at the sky, and the sound was particularly loud. The claw of the heavenly wolf. Mavis commanded the heavenly wolf to attack. On the other side, Makarov looked helpless. What could he do facing such a playful first generation? He stood there and let the claws of the wolf sweep over him. Huh. The wind stirred up by the claws was particularly strong, but Makarov knew that it was all a trick. He stared indifferently at the front limbs of the wolf sweeping across his body. Sure enough, there was no real damage. The front limbs passed through his body, and everything was so calm. Mavis frowned and said angrily, "Why don't you defend yourself? Did you see through my magic?" She was depressed. I thought I would have a good time, but I didn't fall for it at all. The third generation is really boring, first generation. Can you let my children go? Makarov begged. Hearing this, Mavis hesitated, not knowing whether she should tell the truth. No. At this time, Wu Ming smiled and refused. You always say that true strength comes from the inner bond with companions, so use your strength to defeat us. Wu Ming was determined to fight. Will not interfere with any battle situation, want to see the real experience of both sides. Mr. Wu Ming. Makarov's face was gloomy. He knew clearly how strong Angel Wing was. How could they rely on Laxus? If Mr. Makarov feels bored, I can fight with you, Wu Ming said. Mavis immediately raised her hand. Let me do it, give me a magic wand. Mavis didn't smile this time, obviously decided to show some real skills. Wu Ming agreed. Take out the magic wand and throw it to Mavis, stay quietly beside and prepare to take a good look. Makarov muttered to himself. He could feel that the first generation Mavis didn't want to sell the previous jokes. This time I will fight as Angel Wings, third generation. I hope you can be serious. Advertisement remind you, I have an immortal body. It was caused by using dark magic more than 100 years ago, which means no one can kill me. Also, for more than 100 years, the magic power in my body has been constantly improving, and I can still use pure magic beams. Mavis said so. Turn the magic wand, which is much taller than her, and then aim it at Makarov. The magic power in the body began to operate. At the front end of the magic wand, a golden magic circle was formed, and a fist-sized magic beam gathered in front of it. Come on. Makarov took a deep breath. He was very determined at this moment, knowing that the first generation would never show mercy this time. Decisively mobilize the magic power. The light attribute energy gathered at the tip of the finger, forming several lines in front of him. Okay. Swoosh, as soon as Mavis finished speaking. The magic beam shot out, aiming at Makarov's life-saving heart, CFCE. Then come on. The light from Makarov's fingertips also shot out. The two beams collided. There was an explosion with a bang, raising dust. Multiple magic circles. Mavis said, and the magic circles in front of the magic wand increased from 1 to 7 or 8. Beams were emitted from each magic circle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The beams shot, attacked at an arc angle, bombing Makarov as a target. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another. Makarov certainly would not be easily defeated, and attribute magic was driven by him. A magic circle was formed around his body. It was easy to block Mavis' 7 or 8 beam attacks. However, it was not over yet. Mavis's attack was not indirect and random, and the opposite Makarov used his defense to find an attack angle. Not long after, the scene became a standing bombardment. It is undeniable that advertisement the most beautiful art of magic is not the dazzling moves, but the purest magic bombardment. It exploded in the air like fireworks, the speed of the launch. It can be said that the magic power is very strong, and the two people are bombarding like magic gods. The ground at the scene was destroyed again and again. The shock wave of energy continued to spread, and Wu Ming was very close to their position. It was inevitable to bear the magic power fluctuation. However, Wu Ming directly ignored the influence and stared at other battlefields. It has only been 10 minutes since the start of the war. The fights in various places have been very fierce, and the winner cannot be determined for the time being. But we can see a rough idea. Wendy and Merity vs Lucy and Natsu. 014309425 Filu 183,510,240. Among them, Wendy and Natsu fought very fiercely, and neither of them entered the dragon power mode. A ball of wind and a ball of fire flew in the air, like a brilliant meteor interweaving. There is a clear gap in the strength of the two dragon slayers. If Wendy activates the dragon power, the winner can be determined in a very short time, but her personality is not the type of hot-tempered type. They were also restrained when they started fighting. Natsu on the opposite side also showed mercy, but he looked a little annoyed because he couldn't take down Wendy. On the ground, Merity had an easier time against Lucy, as the former had a thunder dragon slaying magic crystal. Although it was not very effective against this power. But it was not difficult to suppress Lucy. But Wu Ming was still very surprised, because Lucy had summoned 3 zodiac signs before and after. But her magic power was not exhausted yet, it must be said that. Because of Wu Ming's interference, the opponent's strength was stronger than the same time point in the original book. Lucy might be the first one to be defeated, Wu Ming judged. Although her strength has improved, Lucy is still too young. Merity, who doesn't have thunder dragon slaying magic, can't beat her. Not to mention that Merity also has thunder, so I have to remind Merity to be gentle and not to cripple the opponent. Chapter 100. Quick victory, the plan is coming to an end. Let's look at the others. Ultir vs Laxus and Mistogan. The fight here was a bit fierce. To be precise, Laxus and Mistogan fought a bit fierce. The destructive power of the two is quite amazing. Compared with the previous time magic, Ultir's time magic is more likely to hurt the opponent in an invisible and intangible way. From the situation, the magic power consumption of the 3 is not low, and the winner should be whether Ultir can seize the opportunity after time stops. Similarly, Laxus must also find a good opportunity to defeat Ultir in one go. Then there is Urza. Among all the members of the Fairy Tale Guild, Ming thinks that Girvos is particularly threatening. As he thought, Urza was actually at a disadvantage in the battle against Girdas. Super advanced destructive magic, it can even destroy space. Urza's methods will be useless for a while. But Girdas is injured after all. He can't fight a protracted war. As long as Urza doesn't rush for success, victory is inevitable. The winning rate in all 3 battlefields is relatively high. However, there are also places with low winning rates, that is, Shillelagh and Nightwalker versus Mirajane, Grey, Gajeel. Let's talk about Ponsalili first. This transcendent mainly relies on the weapon that can grow and shrink. As long as there is a little bit of tactics, the possibility of defeating Gajeel is quite high, but unfortunately, the two people may have the same bad smell. No dodging or evasion. It depends on a head-on fight, so there is almost no surprise in the outcome. That weapon will definitely be broken. It may even be eaten by Gajeel, and now it has entered the end. Below, Urza Nightwalker. Against Mirajane and Grey, the suppression in the early stage is very strong. But as time goes by, all the changes of weapons have been figured out and defeat is only a matter of time. The group of people in the Fairy Tale Guild. Once it is a magic or ability that you have seen before, you will quickly figure it out. Advertisement at this time, Wu Ming suddenly felt a magical fluctuation in the ground under his feet. Suddenly, a branch broke out of the ground and directly tied his feet. A huge force was driven. Wu Ming was lifted up and thrown out. It's you. Wu Ming had just flown less than 2 meters when his body stopped in the air. He squinted his eyes and looked at the ground. Crash. The soil of the land surged, and a tree grew out of the ground. The emblem of the Fairy Tale Guild hung on the treetop. Fairy Tale. Makarov's pupils dilated over there. He looked at the emblem in disbelief, and his brain was still a little dull. Kill. Save my companions. Save our president. Down with the new king. A door opened on the tree trunk. The members of the Fairy Tale Guild in the world of Esdeath rushed out. Each of them rushed towards Wu Ming with a funny weapon. Time stops. Wu Ming sneered. Reaching out and tapping them lightly, all members were frozen in place at the same time. Only the eyes and mouth could move. What's going on? Why can't I move? What kind of magic item is this that can freeze our bodies? Ah, just a little bit. A group of people spoke indignantly, trying to control their bodies. But it was useless anyway. You are so brave. Do you want to be killed by me like those nobles? Wu Ming pulled out a big knife from the air. He looked at the group of guys who suddenly appeared with a smile. Overthrow the new king or something. You are so bold. Stop. Makarov shouted angrily. He took several attacks from Mavis and rushed forward quickly. Advertisement, space exile. Wu Ming's eyes widened. Makarov's body disappeared in an instant, and he was exiled hundreds of meters away. And he continued to walk towards these guys. Damn it, you tyrant, you killed so many ordinary people. Several people stared at him with hateful eyes. They wanted to eat them alive. Ordinary people. Wu Ming disagreed. They're rebels. What's wrong with me killing them? Naive guys. Just like Aslan's fairy tale, do you really think that bad guys will reform? Don't be funny. Anime is anime. Reality is reality. No point in talking. Let me send you to hell. Wu Ming raised his sword and was about to chop. Mavis over there couldn't bear to look away, not wanting to see the bloody scene. And in front of him, the members of the Fairy Tale Guild were all pale. They didn't expect that they would be killed as soon as they appeared. The plan they made before coming here was really ridiculous at this moment. 3 pillars of God. Wow. Before the big knife fell, 3 pillars of light rose around the people who were still. Perfectly protected them. Mr. Makarov, do you think I really don't dare to kill all the people in your guild? Wu Ming looked at Makarov, who ran over again, he said with a smile. Makarov's face was dark. He was not surprised. If Wu Ming really wanted to kill them, it must be very easy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. Wu Ming. They're just innocent people. Why do you have to stain their blood? Makarov said. The people who were stilled remained silent. I didn't expect that the president of another world would protect them. I was grateful in my heart. For those who rebel, I have always killed them without mercy, although I don't understand what they did wrong. Wu Ming smiled and replied. Lucy stared. You killed the king. Wu Ming shook his head and denied. The previous king had bad morals. I didn't make money after I ascended the throne. Killing the king is a joke. That guy didn't die at all. Levy said. You killed a lot of people. It's not wrong to say that you were a tyrant. Wu Ming smiled. The nobles are obsessed with territory and even demand magic to supply their territory. They are willing to station troops to rebel. They deserve to be killed. The gang was hesitant to speak. They were ordinary people in the market and didn't understand these particularly high principles. If you continue, the world's magic will be exhausted. Although we can't imagine a world without magic, we can't accept sacrificing others for magic. Lucy said again. They said from a slant that the new king planned to sacrifice his companions in another world for magic. They didn't think it was good. This is also the main reason for coming to help, Mr. Wu Ming. The land of this world can't produce magic on its own. Maybe a world without magic is more suitable here. Makarov also said. In the final analysis, the conflict between the two sides is about magic. As long as Wu Ming accepts a world without magic, everything will be settled. No. Wu Ming denied. His body floated into the sky, opening his arms to connect to another world. In the sky, you can vaguely see different worlds approaching. I can merge the worlds of Esdeath in a slant, and then the magic will be endless. How is it possible? Makarov's face changed in shock. Looking at the other world in the sky, could that world be there aslant? To merge the worlds, there must be a mustard medium, and that is you, the members of the Fairy Tale Guild. They will turn into magic and become the channel for the fusion of the world. Wu Ming continued to talk nonsense. Makarov was furious after hearing this, regardless of whether the worlds merged or not. Sacrificing them is absolutely unacceptable. It seems that we have to fight. Makarov knew there was no way out. Fully release the magic in his body, making the entire world of Esdeath shaky. Everyone, fight quickly. Wu Ming disagreed. Raise your voice and warn Urza and the others to finish the job as planned. Chapter 101. Dragon Power Mode versus Thunder and Fire Dragon Mode. Wendy is invincible. A quick fight and a quick decision. The battlefield on Wendy's side. Meredy, who was teasing Lucy, heard the sound and stopped dodging decisively. Her body sank suddenly. Her right leg was wrapped in lightning arcs, forming a sharp lightning long sword. No more fun, then you should disappear. Thunder Half Moon Slash. Mavis raised her right leg and swept across, and Loki. He just rushed in front of her, and Mavis, who stopped dodging, seized the opportunity. The arc on his leg flashed. The sharp lightning sword swept across and slashed Loki's chest. Split him in two. Loki. Lucy's clothes were tattered, and her face was very pale. The 12 zodiac signs summoned back and forth. Her magic power has been drained. Loki relied on his own magic to cross the boundary, and at this moment he was also cut off. Tears seeped from her eyes. Celestial spirit will not die at all. After Meredy solved Loki's 880, her body was jumping with arcs of electricity, and she was walking towards Lucy's body step by step. She was ready to defeat her in one go. Lucy, suddenly. Shouts came from the sky. Boom. A fireball fell from the sky and hit the middle of Meredy and Lucy. It made a hole in the ground. 44,944. Lucy collapsed on the ground. She was already dying, and when she saw Natsu coming to her side, she was completely relieved. The fatigue in her heart suddenly emerged, and she could no longer stand. I'm angry. Natsu's forehead was bulging with blue veins. The temperature around him was rising steadily, and there was a faint sign of burning the earth. Natsu. Amid defeat, Wendy also fell from the sky to the ground. She stood beside Meredy, even though she had a fight with her hands and feet tied. But the outcome was actually already determined. I'll deal with you too. On the flames around Natsu's body, a few lightnings jumped. The ground beneath his feet was shattered by lightning. Thunder Dragon mode. Roar of Thunder Dragon. Natsu breathed out. The blazing flames were accompanied by raging arcs of lightning. The roaring skill that came towards him moved Meredy a little. Thunder and fire attributes. If it was just the former, Melford could have eaten it as a meal. It was a pity that the two attributes were intertwined. She couldn't swallow them together. Roar of Thunder Dragon. Roar of Heavenly Dragon. Not being able to swallow doesn't mean that you can't resist. Meredy and Wendy took a deep breath together, and then released their roaring skills together. Boom. 3 breaths collided. The energy was madly destroying the earth, and the shaking of the ground became more and more intense. Finally, it exploded with a bang. The shockwave of the roaring skill pushed the 3 figures back several meters. This time, Natsu in the Thunder Dragon mode actually suppressed Wendy and Meredy. What an unfathomable fire dragon. Meredy was filled with emotion. The flames of emotion burned so brightly. Advertisement. The two of them couldn't even beat one of the other, it was beyond imagination. Let me do it, Merity, take Carla away first, Wendy thought again and again. With her personality, joining forces with Merity wouldn't improve her strength too much. Maybe she should be serious. Are you kidding? You want to do that? Carla immediately knew what Wendy was planning, dragon power. After opening the dragon power, her strength is particularly strong, and the dragon seed in her body will also grow faster. She felt it was completely unnecessary. Anyway, they're all on the same side, and they can just give up and retreat after a little time. I want to try. Wendy knew she wouldn't use her full strength. However, since she was able to activate the dragon power, she hadn't had a chance to move properly. This opportunity was rare. Natsu in the Thunder Dragon mode should be particularly resistant, right? Happy, take Lucy away. Natsu heard the words. He immediately knew that Wendy might be serious and said with a heavy heart. Happy immediately understood. Grab Lucy and quickly pull away from a safe distance. On this side, Merity also retreated. She planned to see how powerful Wendy was when she was at full power. Natsu. Don't die. A few seconds. Wendy showed a cute smile and said something chilling gently. Gurgle Natsu swallowed his saliva. To be honest, he was a little panicked. He had almost used all his strength in the previous battle. But Wendy was fine. I thought, after entering the Thunder Dragon mode, I could quickly defeat Wendy and win. Now it seems that Wendy has a lot of cards in her hand. Natsu. Do you know what the most powerful power of Dragon Slayer is? A breeze blew around Wendy. Her body slowly left the ground and floated about 30 centimeters above the ground. Dragon Slayer's secret? Natsu knew that this was the calm before the storm. He didn't answer the question seriously and just gave a random answer. No, it's the power of dragon, Ki, as Wendy finished speaking. Her blue hair turned pink, and small white wings grew on her wrists and ankles. Advertisement in the magic power in her body has been completely released. The sky blew a visible wind, and Wendy seemed to dominate this world. TZT. Natsu stared at her in disbelief. Are you kidding? Wendy can actually activate the power of dragon on her own initiative. Is this true or false? It's actually the power of dragon, not far behind him. Happy saw this scene and was also so scared that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. What do you mean? Lucy's face was pale. She leaned on the gravel and didn't understand what was going on. It sounded very powerful. The core power of Dragon Slayer is dragon power, and the Dragon Slayer who activates dragon power is the real Dragon Slayer. Natsu can enter dragon power mode temporarily through special flames and other things, and Wendy can actually activate dragon power on her own initiative. Happy has always been Natsu's partner. He also knows something about Dragon Slayer, but even so, he has never heard of it. Someone can actively enter dragon power mode, Abe. Lucy couldn't help but worry. It sounds like Natsu is not doing well. Could it be that even Natsu can't beat the opponent? Will he win? Not at all. Happy has no doubt about Natsu's strength, but that depends on who he is competing with. 5.0 Obviously, Wendy is really strong at this moment. Whoosh, just when Happy thought of this, Wendy, who had activated the calendar in front of him, appeared in front of Natsu in the blink of an eye. A heavy punch fell. Natsu didn't even have time to react, and was directly knocked into the walls. Boom. Those walls were undoubtedly broken. Roar of the Celestial Dragon. It's not over yet. After knocking Natsu away, Wendy flew directly to the sky and added roar skills to the flying Natsu. Boom. What a destructive power. The houses were directly destroyed by the roar skills. Swoosh. Then Wendy fell from the sky. The wind wrapped around her body, like a giant dragon swooping down. Buzz. At that moment, the ground with a diameter of 100 meters collapsed. The whole battlefield was like the end of the world. Wendy, who activated the power of the dragon, was like a living female war god, and she unilaterally ravaged Natsu. Chapter 102. Dragon Slayer Secret vs. Dragon Slayer Secret, Wendy wins. And Natsu really had no chance to fight back. Although Wendy's fist was small, it was extremely painful when it hit him. The first punch contained him. The subsequent attack hit his body, and the power of the Dragon Slayer penetrated from the outside to his internal organs. Cough cough. Natsu's eyeballs were full of bloodshot, and his eyeballs were trembling because of pain. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. The right side of his chest was sunken, and the attack from the sky directly broke 3 ribs. The broken bones pierced his internal organs. Natsu had never suffered such a serious injury. It hurts. He looked at Wendy, who was right in front of him. There was an unbelievable look in his eyes. He hadn't seen her for a few days. Wendy has become so powerful, and she is simply a big devil in the dragon power mode. Natsu felt that he had no strength to resist. Brother Natsu, admit defeat. Wendy stood at his feet, with a pair of cold vertical pupils that seemed to have no emotions. This power is really strong. No, give up. It means giving up rescuing his companions. Natsu will never be so ruthless. Even if his whole body is shattered, he must save them. He shouted angrily. A scorching flame burst out from his body, enveloping him completely. Thunder roared on the flame. Like the roar of thunder in the sky, the strong wind blew 25 and Wendy had to cover her face to resist. This flame is very hot. Wendy retreated and pulled away enough distance so that she didn't feel like she was about to burn. The fireball was getting bigger and bigger. Natsu's body stood up straight from the ground, with his head and arms hanging down. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, dragon scales appeared on his forehead, and his eyes stared at him mercilessly and without justice. TZT. Wendy exclaimed immediately. The desire to save his companions made Natsu's emotions more and more intense. The dragon power has been passively activated. The Bengshen of the Flame Dragon King. Natsu's figure suddenly disappeared. Even Wendy couldn't catch the figure for a moment. Accompanied by the blazing flames, a huge fist enlarged in the eyes, and it seemed that a flaming dragon was vaguely seen. DX. Walala. Wendy was very excited. Crossing her arms in front of her, the fist hit her arm straight. At that moment, advertisement and indescribable force came. Pushing Wendy's body, pushing her away for dozens of meters, and 2 gullies were formed on the ground. It's amazing. Wendy was full of smiles. In the high spirits, she unconsciously opened the dragon calendar. There is no doubt that Natsu is very strong at this moment, enough for her to fight with all her strength. High-level attachment technique, all attribute enhancement. Wendy stretched out her hand to use attachment magic. Add all attributes to herself, and then she rushed out like a missile. In the blink of an eye, she came in front of Natsu. The small fist hit with great force. Bang! Natsu was not to be outdone. He clenched his fists tightly, and punched hard under the flames of emotion. Bang! The land was shattered, and the shockwave of the 2 fists colliding swept hundreds of meters. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wendy and Natsu disappeared instantly. 2 rays of light flashed. It hit from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the sky above the houses. Boom, boom, boom. The violent roar resounded through the earth. Everything the 2 passed was shattered, and the 2 of them were like 2 giant dragons. Willfully destroying the sky, Dragon Slayer Secret Red Lotus Blade. Dragon Slayer Secret Galaxy Sky Wind Shadow Crack. After destroying a piece of city, Natsu and Wendy used the Dragon Slayer secret at the same time. The former controlled the flame, cut with the flame blade, and the air was faintly burning wherever it passed. The latter held the storm in both hands. Attack with Irene and Wu Ming plus the modified dragon-killing secret of Grandin. Under her attack, all the wind in the sky was controlled by her, and invisible winds shattered everything. Boom! The devastating attacks collided. A pit several meters deep was blown out of the earth, and energy was vented madly on the land. The island suspended in the sky was shaky. You are so powerful, brother Natsu. In the middle of the pit, Wendy's clothes were torn and there were several wounds on her face caused by the flames. She supported her knees with both hands and panted. Opposite her, Natsu's hideous wounds were oozing blood, and most of his clothes had been shattered. He lay on the ground with his eyes closed. He had fainted. Natsu. Wendy. Advertisement Happy flew over at high speed. He threw himself beside Natsu and cried in pain, trying to wake him up. On this side, Carla also approached quickly. Seeing this scene, the hair on the body exploded. Hey, didn't you 2 fight too hard? Carla exclaimed. The injuries of the 2 people. It was obvious that they had been fighting too hard. If they were not treated in time, they would definitely have sequelae. It was just a sparring match. Why did they fight so fiercely? Buzz, suddenly. The scene around them changed, and the white in front of them had been moved to the other side. Natsu. Just as I came over here. Makarov's exclamation sounded, and he ran over to check the injuries distressed. It was so painful that I couldn't breathe. Makarov. I have to admit that your guild members can always do unexpected things. Just now, Wu Ming was fighting with Makarov. After sensing the terrifying energy, he immediately stopped and scanned Wendy's strength. Immediately used space magic. Transferred the person over and scanned the injuries on the 2 people. Sincerely admired. With Wendy activating the dragon power, Natsu can still fight to this extent. It is undeniable that Makarov's teaching of the guild members is very good. Brother Natsu was in high spirits, and dragon scales appeared on his face, so he fought a little fiercely. Wendy laughed miserably. Her injuries were not serious, but if she didn't heal them properly, she would definitely leave scars. But she was very happy. She could fight happily and let Natsu open the dragon power. She was very satisfied. What are you laughing at, Mr. Wu Ming? Treat Wendy quickly. Carla glared at Wendy reproachfully. She looked at Wu Ming hastily. The wound on her face was really terrible. She didn't want Wendy's face to have any scars. Let me do it. At this time, Grandine appeared in Wendy's body. Her eyes were kind. She reached out and touched Wendy's head, and treated her body and face injuries at the same time. After a while, Wendy had no more injuries except that her face was a little pale. Sure enough, healing magic is more suitable for treatment. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows and said, if he wanted to treat Wendy, he could only rely on consuming his life to recover from the injury. It was far inferior to Grandine's healing. Madam, please help Natsu. Makarov asked sincerely. Please, Happy also cried, can you help? Lucy also begged sincerely. The main reason is that Natsu's injuries are too serious, and this world lacks magic power. If the injuries are not treated in time, it will be bad, of course. Grandin agreed. It was she who asked Wendy to fight well, so she was responsible for the injuries. Not long after, Natsu lay on the ground with steady breathing. The injuries on his body had already recovered, but it might take some time for him to wake up. After all, this battle almost exhausted Natsu's magic power. Chapter 103. Time goes back. Laxus and Mistogan become children. Let Grandine help heal the wound. Wu Ming's eyes shifted to other battlefields, ready to see how they fought. The easiest one to decide the winner was Ultir, as a time wizard. Time stillness, time slowdown, time acceleration, time reversal, etc. These moves are very powerful, completely hard control opponents with lower magic power than Ultir. Laxus can easily get close to Ultir with lightning speed. But, the time attribute is completely bug level. No matter how fast the speed is, the time stillness can be controlled in seconds, the so-called lightning speed is completely useless in front of her. As for Mistogan, because his strength depends entirely on the magic wand, he is slightly lacking in destructive power and can only play a supporting role. When Laxus was hard controlled, he had no choice. Ding! The magic wands collided. Ultir blocked the flying magic wand and easily shot it down with a twist of her wrist. As S-class wizards, you are all very strong. The crystal on the magic wand flickered. A beam of light hit Mistogan's magic wand, and the magic wand was visibly decayed. In the end, it was like a dead tree, and the wind blew it into ashes. Triple magic circle. Mistogan did not hesitate. He threw out a few more magic wands, forming a pin shape and quickly approaching Ultir. Stay still. Ultir did not take it seriously. She spat out 2 words, and the 3 magic wands hovered in the air less than a meter away from her. Sizzle just when Ultir was about to laugh, Laxus, who had been slow to recover by his side, exploded with dragon scales on his arms. His body swelled. Golden lightning burst out of his eyes, and terrifying thunder brewed in his hands. I see, Ultir understood. Mistogan continued to attack even though he knew it was useless. It was just a delay. Let Laxus broke free from his restraints and then gave her a fatal attack. Thunder Dragon Trident. Thunder formed into a Fang Tien Hua Ji and threw it out of his hand. The golden lightning pierced through the air, so fast that Ultir had no time to react. Swish. The lightning was like a sharp blade. It penetrated Ultir's arm holding the magic wand, and she felt a painful tearing sensation at that moment. She almost dropped the magic wand because her palm was weak. Advertisement: even if you are extraordinary, you will have to pay the price for underestimating our fairy tale guild. Laxus immediately joined Mistogan. She took advantage of the rare opportunity to recover quickly, and at the same time, she was thinking about how to attack next. On the other side, Ultir frowned. Looking at the bleeding arm, she sighed deeply. Sure enough, she had too little experience. Time goes back. Click. The crystal ball on the magic wand flickered, and Ultir was wrapped up. I saw that the piercing on her arm was recovering visibly. The effort of breathing. The wound healed easily. Are you kidding me? You can use a power like time reversal that violates the rules? Laxus cursed. Originally, I thought that I would inflict injuries over and over again, so that I could slowly wear them down. Result. The wounds I worked so hard to inflict were healed in a breath. This ability is unreasonable. The time attribute is too strong. Mistogan was also very depressed, as both time and space were particularly difficult to deal with. And the one in front of him, obviously had amazing achievements in the time attribute. This would not work at all. It's getting late, let's end the fight. Ultir looked at the sky. After fighting for such a long time, she also understood the true abilities of these two. Next, it's time to end. Humph, Laxus said with disdain. He took the brunt of the attack, and at the same time, he was brewing a more powerful magic in his hand. He was ready to find a suitable opportunity to release it. Suddenly, Ultir's magic wand slipped out of her hand and slowly floated in front of her. The crystal ball on the top burst into a dazzling light. Instantly, Laxus felt that the magic power in his body was weakened, and the scenery in front of him was actually expanding? No, it's not expanding, but his body is shrinking. Are you kidding? Mistogan saw it clearly from behind. As the crystal ball burst into light, Laxus's body slowly became smaller and smaller. And now, advertisement: a child of about 7 or 8 years old is right in front of him. What is this? Laxus was completely confused, and he looked at his small palm. I can't believe it, time goes back. I'll turn you into what you looked like when you were 7 years old, although there's a time limit. Ultir grabbed the magic wand again, her time attribute. She doesn't have such an exaggerated ability, but it's a pity that she lives in an environment. And her master's understanding of magic. It makes her magic completely bug level, and the previous limitation that it couldn't act on living things has also been released. She is now, any opponent with lower magic power than her can't beat her. Of course, like turning Laxus back to the age of 7. The magic power consumed is still a lot, and there's a time limit, but this is already invincible. Then it's you next. Then, Ultir aimed at Mistogan and used time reversal without mercy. That big body, like a deflated balloon, it shrank quickly. It turned into a 7-year-old child in a breath. 2 S-class wizards. While grabbing clothes, they stared at each other, although there was no language communication. But they could feel each other's embarrassment. Space reversal. Ultir, the shrunken Laxus and Mistogan were transferred. The moment they appeared, Makarov was about to check on his family's injuries, but he was stunned when he saw the two children. This is. Lucy was greeting the unconscious Natsu over there. Seeing the situation here, she stared at the two children in confusion. Is this Laxus? Happy opened his cat eyes wide and spoke hesitantly. Laxus. Lucy exclaimed. Looking closely, the yellow-haired brat looked really like him with a look of disgust on his face. Laxus. Mistogan, how did you become a child? Makarov also came back to his senses. He ran to Laxus and looked at his grandson, who was just like a child. So small. Wendy smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. There was some surprise between her eyebrows. It was the first time she met an acquaintance younger than her. It's a pity, Mr. Makarov, your guild's Laxus and Mistogan also lost. Wu Ming smiled. He had never thought of this. Ultir really played with the time attribute. Del. At the same time, Wu Ming also thought of the internal punishment. If someone provokes him again in the future, he will be turned into a child. Then the others will definitely be very happy. Hey. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Laxus clenched his fist. Although his appearance has become smaller, his temper has not changed. He still looks very arrogant, the others are almost the same. Wu Ming muttered to himself. He completely ignored the provocation of the 7-year-old child and looked at other battlefields. Chapter 104. The only defeat, Natvoka and Ponsalili tried their best. The battlefield of Ponsalili. Urza Netvoka's battle with Mirajane and Grey. The fierce roar was deafening. Netvoka's 10 Commandments spear was very powerful, but unfortunately she was more explosive. At the beginning, she was suppressed very strongly. As the characteristics of various forms were understood, Grey and Mirajane cooperated to suppress her. It's not easy to deal with. Grey was dirty, and there were some bruises on his arms. But looking closely, most of these wounds were scratches, which looked miserable but were actually not serious. Well, but she is just struggling to death now, Demon Mirajane. Her face was a little pale. As the main attacker, she consumed a lot of magic power. If it was delayed any longer, there might be an accident. Bang! At this moment, Ponsalili's body in the sky fell heavily between the hands of both parties. Gajeel also fell to the ground. Do you still want to fight? Gajeel was also covered with scars. He didn't know any tactics, and getting hurt was inevitable in a head-on confrontation. But he looked pretty good. Sorry, Urza. Ponsalili lay on the ground panting. He was really tired from the fight. There was no point in continuing, and he felt that Gajeel hadn't used his full strength yet, so it was only a matter of time before he lost. Forget it. Netvoka didn't want to admit defeat. But thinking of what His Majesty Wu Ming said before, she felt that there was no need to continue. She decisively gave up fighting. It just so happened that the magic power in her 10 Commandments spear was almost consumed. That's right, I guess the others have won too, right? Gajeel replied with a smile. Grey and Mirajane on the other side were smiling. There was really no need to continue fighting. End the fight now, and you can deal with the other people of Angel Wings later. Buzz at this time, the space was distorted. The figures of several people swayed, and they came to a new place in a trance. As soon as they arrived here, Gajeel, Mirajane and Grey found that there were already quite a few people. The president is already here. Are these people the members of the Fairy Tale Guild from the Esteth world? Hey. Why is the other me wearing so many clothes and is a ball? The three came here. They immediately found that the president and a group of familiar people, and they keenly realized that the group of people were the guild members from the Esteth world. Muttered and looked at the others. Natsu fell asleep? Advertisement Grey saw Natsu lying on the ground and asked in confusion. Thinking to himself, I don't know who stopped Natsu, but he was solved so quickly. These two little kids are. Mirajane was full of confusion. Looking at the two children who looked 7 or 8 years old, she asked in confusion. Are these two dolls from the world of Esteth? I say, something seems a little wrong. Gajeel looked to the side, where Mr. Wu Ming and a few people were talking and laughing together. From the looks of it, it didn't look like they had been defeated at all. Rest well, we have already lost. Makarov didn't explain. He directly said the result, although their victory was unexpected. But it was obvious that the opponent was not a formal member of Angel Wings. Lost? Gajeel and the other two stared. So, Natsu was not asleep, but was still in a coma after being injured? Then these two brats, Laxus and Mistogan, hiss. Thinking of this possibility, the joy of Gajeel and his 3 friends who had won the game was quickly diluted. He walked over with a heavy heart, secretly inquired about the specific situation of the two losing sides. Here, Urza Netvoka and Ponsalili lowered their heads in shame. Sorry, Your Majesty. Netvoka did not make excuses. She probably guessed it, thinking that the other two battlefields had already won. And she regretted losing. She felt particularly disappointed, and really regretted not being able to complete Your Majesty's task. It doesn't matter. Winning and losing are common in the military, as long as you are not injured. Wu Ming smiled and shook his head. He also guessed that he might lose. After all, the strength of Netvoka and Ponsalili was much weaker than Ultir and others. Netvoka, come and sit down and rest. Scarlet's side will be over soon. Mavis waved her hand. No matter who wins or loses, it doesn't matter to her, as long as no one dies. Wu Ming yawned. looking at the city outside the palace. Urza Scarlet and Gyarados were also fighting fiercely. Both of them were extremely powerful. They started with the destructive power of the Earth's collapse, and every time they fought, a pit would be blown out. They fought in the palace. The two broke down walls and towers one by one. Advertisement from the palace to the city wall. The battle extended to the city of the capital, and the two had destroyed a street. The houses that were originally lined up were destroyed. The bricks on the street were broken. What a powerful girl. Gyarados' face was solemn. After fighting for such a long time, he fully realized the combat power of the girl in front of him. She was simply inhuman. Gyarados felt that she was an extraordinary existence like Acnologia. He thought he was pretty strong. As a result, he was injured several times, not to mention winning. Although he himself had injuries from Acnologia, but in fact, it didn't affect his combat power much. But even so, there is still no way to deal with this girl, and the space attribute is used to perfection. You are not bad. Urza did not underestimate the other party. Without changing into a dragon, he was able to withstand her bombardment for such a long time. This Gyarados is indeed the strongest wizard, his father said. So far, except for the members of Angel Wings, I have never met such a powerful opponent. Space cutting. However, Urza is not good at compromise. The stronger the opponent, the more excited she is. Raising her hand is space magic. Crack, with a sound, the space around Gyarados seemed to be cut. A straight line acted on Gyarados. Bang! The line split Gyarados into two, and then broke directly. Urza was not careless. She knew that this kind of attack could not completely hurt Gyarados. Walala. As expected, the broken space was suddenly decomposed into cubes of the same size. Gyarados stood there intact, the power to destroy everything. Urza muttered slowly. The spatial attribute is obviously more powerful, but it is always decomposed by Gyarados. He is really a strong opponent. The magic power is greater than mine, and every decomposition consumes more magic power. Gyarados is also uncomfortable. He can decompose everything. But he can't succeed every time, and every time he decomposes, his magic power consumption is particularly high. Even slow work can drag him to death. Dragon power. Urza decisively exploded. Dragon scales exploded on his arms and forehead, and his eyes turned into ferocious vertical pupils. A surge of extremely aggressive magic appeared. Chapter 105. World Fusion, from now on renamed as the Great World of Demonic Tao. Instantly, the ground beneath his feet was shattered by the shockwave, and the debris rose from the ground. It was spinning in the air around him. Dragon Slayer. Gyarados twitched with toothache. He didn't use Dragon Slayer magic in the previous fight, but now he actually used this power. And it was the strongest dragon power of Dragon Slayer. How to fight this? Gyarados believed without a doubt that this little girl in the dragon power mode was definitely an existence that he could not reach. Swoosh, it happened so fast. Urza didn't give Gyarados too much time to think. He stepped hard. The figure appeared in front of Gyarados, faster than the blink of an eye. At that moment, Gyarados' pupils trembled slightly. It was too fast. Bang! As soon as this thought came to his mind, his body was hit by a high-speed train. At that moment, he only felt the blood surging. Blood rushed up his throat from his chest, and he spit out blood while his body flew backwards. Crash. Houses collapsed one after another, and Gyarados didn't know how many walls were broken. When he finally stabilized his body, he was already hundreds of meters away. However, it was not over yet. A distance of hundreds of meters would take 2 or 3 seconds even if he rushed at full speed. But he didn't expect that Urza would appear in front of him again. This time it was a flying kick. Gyarados had no time to defend, and his heart suddenly hurt, and he flew out again. Decompose. Fortunately, Gyarados was mentally prepared this time. While being knocked out, he also used his destructive magic to counterattack. Space-time Dragon's Collapse Fist, advertisement. Urza didn't dodge, he clenched his fist and smashed it hard. With a whoosh, Gyarados' speed of flying backwards was increased again. This time it was like a meteor. It rumbled into the ground, and the surrounding streets and houses with a diameter of 300 meters were instantly destroyed. Space Judgment. 2 spears appeared beside Urza, and they stabbed at Gyarados. There was a loud explosion. After the finishing blow, Gyarados was directly pushed to the ground. There were blood holes on his shoulders. This attack directly cut off his control of his arms. The outcome is decided. Okay, I admit that I can't beat you. Gyarados sighed deeply. Dragon Slayer is different after all, and its destructive power is many times stronger than that of ordinary people. Before, we could still fight back and forth, now we can only passively take the beating. Fortunately, you are already big, otherwise you will definitely be a strong enemy in the future. The dragon scales on Urza's face and arms disappeared. Looking at Gyarados on the ground, she suddenly felt very fortunate. If Gyarados was a dozen years younger, then his future strength could reach the dragon level. Fortunately, this person is very old, the future growth is very limited. KYY. After the battle, Wu Ming also immediately used space magic to transfer Urza and Gyarados over. TTL. Someone called Gyarados as soon as he came over. He looked over, found that all the members were here. Judging from the situation, they should have lost, right? It's a pity, Mr. Makarov, you only won 1 place in the 4 battlefields. Wu Ming smiled. It seems that the strength of the members of the Fairy Tale Guild is often limited. Advertisement as expected, they must be arranged to practice in seclusion. Otherwise, how can we fight him in Acnologia in the future? Your Majesty Wu Ming, I beg you to use my life to exchange for other children. Makarov knew there was no hope. You know, now Natsu and the others are fighting only people of the same age, divided according to the angel wings. They are all 4-winged and 6-winged members, and above them. There are also powerful 8-winged and 12-winged members. He knows that there is no possibility of victory. I just hope to sacrifice myself, in exchange for a glimmer of life for the children of the guild. Acta. Even if we die, we will never compromise, we are Fairy Tale. The guild cannot live without you, Daisy, Woo, live and die together, we must let them know that our Fairy Tale Guild will never admit defeat. Hearing that Makarov was going to sacrifice himself, Lucy and others hurriedly spoke, and the atmosphere on the scene became more and more desolate. Go back. Da. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes and listened to their words for a while. He snapped his fingers gently. The huge magic crystal on the crystal island floating in the sky disappeared directly, BB. Makarov didn't know the situation. He suspected before that the magic crystal was transformed by their guild members. And now it disappeared directly? That magic crystal is your companion. Wu Ming has just sent them back to the world of Aslant. Mavis said. Please give me flowers, what does it mean? Makarov and others were all uneasy. Didn't you say that you would sacrifice your companions in the magic crystal? Why so suddenly? Are you really going to kill him? In fact, your Majesty's plan has nothing to do with you. It was you who took the initiative to come over, so your Majesty decided to fight both sides. Urza Netvoka took the initiative to explain. X. Gear Das opened his mouth and pondered over this matter. So the previous fight was just a simple exchange? But don't you want to merge the world? Makarov asked hurriedly. He looked up at the sky, and the shadow of a new world in the sky became clearer and clearer. This thing can't be faked, right? Yes, the world of Esdeath cannot survive magic on its own, so merging the world can solve this problem, but it's not Aslant that needs to be merged, Wu Ming said. Makarov's face was full of confusion. What does this mean? Could it be that you? At this time, Mistogan, who looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child, spoke with surprise and suspicion in his eyes. Alentia. An existence where magic is too abundant in the world is constantly deformed, where there is too much magic in the world is about to collapse. What my father has to do is to use that world to merge Esdeath, so that the magic is diluted. Both worlds can be saved, and the most important thing is to increase the strength of the world. Urza Scarlet said. Sure enough, Mistogan took a deep breath. He could probably guess, but can the fusion of worlds really be done? Come on. Wu Ming flew into the sky. His figure was looming, as if jumping back and forth between the two worlds. Ooh. As the world of Alentia kept getting closer, both worlds shook violently. The air was wailing. The earth was cracking. Both worlds seemed to be experiencing doomsday at this moment, as the worlds kept interweaving. The barriers of the worlds kept merging as they collided. Soon, the world recovered. The magic power spread from the distant south to the whole world, and the territory of Esdeath after the fusion continued to expand. Notice. The two worlds of Alentia and Esdeath have merged, and from now on they will be renamed the Great World of Magic. At the same time, Wu Ming's voice resounded in every corner of the world. All intelligent creatures raised their heads. Listen to this god-like voice for a long time. Chapter 106. The tyrant becomes a wise ruler and plans the Sirius Island incident. Alentia, the land of white destruction. There are many white wizards living here, and their mission is to regulate the magic power of the world, so that the world can prolong its life. The white wizards of the land of white destruction don't know what the meaning of doing this is. Even if it prolongs the life of the world, so what? The collapse of the world has only been slowed down a little, and destruction is a matter of time. But now, their world has changed. First, the scene of another world appeared in the sky, and then a man flew into the sky. Then the world cried. Just when they thought the world was going to be destroyed, the vast voice rang in their ears. That person said that the world is merging. One of the people in the land of white destruction swallowed his saliva and repeated Hao Ming's words nervously. Alentia is our world, and what world is Esdeath? Why merge the two worlds? Another person next to him didn't understand. 460. The world seems to be heading towards the unknown, and we only know that this phenomenon is artificially created. The magic power of the world is weakening, suddenly. A white magician exclaimed. The others were stunned, and then hurried to sense the magic of the world. After sensing it like this, as expected, they found that the magic of the world was weakening, and those abnormal changes were returning to normal. It's not weakening, but it's spreading. The whole world has become very big. The Great Witch of the White Destruction Village said so. This discovery scared everyone, and then they smiled with joy on their faces. If you want to know the specific situation, I'm afraid you have to find that big man. The Great Witch was puzzled by this change. What is certain is that it must be related to the owner of the voice. It sounds like a handsome guy. Or she should go over and take a look, maybe she can get news from there. Not only the White Destruction Village, other kingdoms of Alentia were frightened by this sudden change. Various meetings were held. Some people took the initiative to stand up and decide to find someone, while others wait and see. Some people blame the owner of the voice advertisement. In short, there are people who say all kinds of things, but it is not surprising that those who want to figure out the problem all set out in the same direction, looking for the owner of the voice. Same. The people in the world of Esdeath also heard these words. What does the tyrant mean, and what about the fusion of the two worlds? Stop it, okay? I just hope that this king will not mess with us civilians. Magic. I found that the magic props are charging. Isn't the magic of the world about to disappear? Long live the new king. The return of magic shows that this majesty is a good man. Is our magic really back? Wu Ming, who was not very popular at first. After sensing that the magic of the world is constantly increasing, the tyrant suddenly became a wise king. Some people cheered. For ordinary residents, the new king can restore the magic of the world. Then he is no longer a tyrant. The lower class people are like this, whoever treats them well will be loyal to them. Then next, Wu Ming descended from the sky. He glanced at Makarov and the others in front of him, staring at his chin and thinking about how to deal with it. Mr. Makarov, the two worlds have merged. We will be busy next. Do you need me to send you away? Wu Ming ordered them to leave. The magic in the air became more and more dense, and Makarov and his men gradually adapted. Laxus and Mistogan also turned back into adults. Natsu over there also woke up from his coma, and everything was over. Wait. Mr. Wu Ming, I heard that Mistogan is the prince of this world, Makarov said. Makarov. Wu Ming interrupted him directly, since I became the new queen, there is no prince in this world, only Princess Elsa. After saying this, Wu Ming looked at Mistogan. Go back to your fairy tale guild. It's true that he was a prince before, but there is no so-called prince so far, only Urza is a kilometer away. As for the arrangement of Mistogan, let him return to the fairy tale guild and continue to be an S-class wizard. After all, the assessment of Tenro Island needs people. I will not seize power. I believe that the world with magic power will become more and more prosperous in your hands. I just hope to see my father for the last time. Mistogan did not hesitate at all. He never had such an idea from beginning to end. Now there is His Majesty Wu Ming. I believe that the world will get better and better. Okay. Advertisement. Wu Ming agreed. Then he stretched out his hand and pinched it, and several stones flew from the ground into his hand. You only have one day. Bring the heads with you so that you can leave the demonic world. Throw the stone to a few people. Then Wu Ming, Mavis and others left. Only Makarov and others, as well as the Fairy Tale Guild members from the Esdeath world, were left in the empty space. Returned to the main hall. Irene and others gathered together to play. 2 people played poker and the rest watched. Are you still having fun? Noticing Wu Ming and others coming back, Celine quickly threw away the cards, ending the game that was about to be lost. Irene on the opposite side raised her eyebrows, but she didn't say much, although she was a little unwilling to end it like this. Those people in the Fairy Tale Guild are not weak. Irene chuckled. Although they didn't go out, they were also very clear about the battle outside. Being able to fight like that, it is enough to show that the other party has good potential. Like Natsu and others, they should have the strength of dragon level in a few years. Urza Scarlet speculated. Dragon Slayer has great potential, and the people in the Fairy Tale Guild are also very young. Maybe they will be very strong in the future. 8 wings? Uru was very surprised. Dragon level means 8 wings, and even in angel wings, they're considered core members. Natsu and Gajeel can do it, and Laxus also has a chance. Wu Ming did not deny it. The first 2 are the first generation of Dragon Slayer, and a few years are enough to deal with the dragon. Laxus needs to obtain the dragon soul of the Thunder Dragon King. Just right, take advantage of the Tenro Island incident. Raise their strength to the strongest state before turning into a dragon at one time. In this way, fighting can make Wu Ming exercise his body. Nadivoka. Without dwelling on this matter for too long, Wu Ming looked at Urza Knight Voka. You will be the acting ruler in the next few years, and you will be the emperor in the future world. This trip is mainly for vacation. The fusion of the world is a byproduct, and after these things are done, the focus of the future will still be on Aslant. Therefore, the emperor of the Kingdom of Esdeath in the demonic world will be Nedvoka. Take advantage of the free time in the past few years. She can practice so that she can use this place as her base in the future. Ponsalili. I'm afraid you will have to join the Fairy Tale Guild in the future, so work hard. Wu Ming looked at Ponsalili again, with him in charge. It doesn't matter which world the Transcendent is in, and Wu Ming even plans to open the world channel in the future. Let the demonic world and Aslant communicate with each other. That's all for now, everyone go and get busy, arrange things. Wu Ming began to think about the Tenro Island incident, who should be allowed to appear. Chapter 107. Sending the Thunder Dragon King's dragon soul to Laxus. Aslant. Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov and others looked at their companions, and their hearts were finally relieved. It seems that Mr. Wu Ming really kept his promise. But, he also realized through this incident that the strength of everyone in the guild needs to be improved. Gear DOS. Take a good rest during this period, the S-level upgrade exam is coming soon, Makarov reminded. Gear DOS nodded. The configuration of the guild should indeed be improved, and those young kids are all very fierce. The Battle of Esdeath. Gear DOS has a new sense of urgency to improve his strength. He needs to work harder in the future. in the fictional space. Several people who haven't seen each other for a long time gathered here. Long time no see, what are you doing now? Wu Ming looked at Zeref and Acnologia and asked casually. When you were in the Empire, you were the Emperor handling important affairs, and you were happy every day. Zeref reached out and took out a pile of documents. Those were the tasks he had to deal with today, and he didn't even have time to drink water. Go to sleep in the ravine. 25 Acnologia was doing nothing. With his strength, in the whole world, only Wu Ming could beat him, and now that he has become his own man, he is truly invincible. Eating and drinking every day is very leisurely. I am obviously the big villain behind the scenes. Why'd I live more tired than you? Wu Ming was speechless. Zeref is okay, after all, he is the emperor of a continental country. It is understandable that he is busy every day, but Acnologia is too lazy, as a second-hand big villain. The sense of existence is too low. The members of the Fairy Tale Guild have good potential, so I decided to find an opportunity to lock them up for a few years. Now they lack the strongest villain to force them into a desperate situation. Originally, I planned to arrange a dragon to go there, since Acnologia is so idle. Then this easiest job will be handed over to you. When the time comes, you can directly use the dragon body to release the breath and get it done in one go. Wu Ming decisively appointed the candidate. Acnologia's body froze, looking at Wu Ming, hesitant to speak. If possible, he hoped to sleep peacefully for decades. But obviously, this person would definitely not agree, so he had to accept this task. I hope it will be quick. According to what I know, we still need someone to infiltrate the Fairy Tale Guild to participate in this incident. Advertisement. It would be best if it is someone who is not scheming and is more easily accepted by others. Do you have any recommendations? Deal with the villain behind the scenes. Wu Ming recalled the plot of Tinlong Island and thought of the people who took the S-Class Wizard upgrade exam. Found that due to the lack of Wendy, one person probably can't find a partner, so he simply helps arrange the target. Members of the Dragon Eater Guild. Zeref recalled the people in his empire. Found that there were no people who were suitable for infiltration and could quickly blend into the atmosphere. Thinking about it carefully, found that there were suitable people in the northern continent. Which one? Wu Ming thought about it. He didn't remember the person in that guild very clearly. It's called Zook. Have you eaten the meat of the Sword King Dragon? Zeref didn't remember it very clearly either, if I'm not mistaken. It should be called this name, and the ability seems to be swordsmanship. What? The brain seemed to be electrified. Wu Ming thought of this person, and then remembered that the Sword King Dragon seemed to be Celine's child, right? Is it Sword King Dragon? But the problem is, Celine has been with him for more than 100 years. I haven't heard her say that. Celine had a child 400 years ago, but then he was seriously injured and disappeared, and then was eaten by that Suzaku and became the dragon-devouring mage. Zeref obviously knows about these things. Even Celine may not know, but this is all history. Okay, let Suzaku join Fairy Tale temporarily. Wu Ming can't be angry about this. Dragon nature is that. Besides, that was 400 years ago, what else can happen if the child is dead? By the way, Zeref wants to see his brother. Natsu is also very powerful now, Wu Ming asked. Zeref pondered, and finally began to nod. You can go and see him, and gather the rest of the Dark Guild together. Acnologia immediately said, you want those guys to die, Tartaros and Demonheart, can they do it? Before, they all went one by one. They are all going to show up this time. The lives of those people in the Fairy Tale Guild may be in danger. It doesn't matter. Only under pressure can amazing strength burst out. Wu Ming agreed directly. As long as Natsu explodes again, there is still hope. And the Dragon Eater who uses thunder, let him appear this time to give the dragon soul of the Thunder Dragon King to Laxus. Advertisement before leaving. Wu Ming suddenly remembered something and hurriedly told Zeref. The latter agreed. Just like that, the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard upgrade exam has not yet begun. Wu Ming has just arranged everything, after returning. In the Emperor's palace, the women sat together in groups of 2 or 3 to chat or play cards. Does our strength need to be strengthened? Walk to a quiet single table? Wu Ming scanned the crowd and thought. Irene, Xianglini, Urza, Mavis are either dragons or immortal. Needless to say, the strength of the first 3. They are very strong after becoming dragons, but the strength of Ulu, Ultir, Merity, Wendy and Carla is not so good. Ulu and Merity have Ice and Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystals. Second generation Dragon Slayer. It can be said that they are fake Dragon Slayers. Although they are very powerful now, their upper limit is stuck. 7 years later, they may not be opponents of Natsu and other generation dragons. Not to mention Ulu 633 Tia. The time attribute is indeed very powerful. But it is really not good against dragons. Carla can be ignored. She is Wendy's partner and is a mascot with Mavis. Should others be strengthened? Dit. While he was thinking, Irene brought coffee in front of him. Then she sat next to him. What are you thinking about, Reface? Are you worried? Irene asked. Slurp. Wu Ming sipped the coffee. Tenro Island will probably be sealed for 7 years, and after 7 years their strength will increase rapidly. At that time, Uru, Ultir, and Merity will fight one-on-one. I'm afraid they won't be able to win against the first generation of Fairy Tale Dragon Slayer. I'm wondering if I should help them improve their strength. And the lifespan issue can't be ignored. They should at least live for a few hundred years, right? Say these words to Mavis or Celine, or to the calendar. But I can say it to Irene. The two of them have supported each other for hundreds of years, even if there are a few more women now. In terms of feelings, Irene is the best. The second-generation Dragon Slayer is indeed weak, and adding a few more magic crystals should be useless, and we don't have the heart of the dragon in our hands, Irene said. Wu Ming shook his head. I mean, let them get the Dragon Soul and become a real Dragon Slayer. Irene was even more puzzled. Where are there any dragons now, let alone dragons that just happen to match their corresponding attributes? Chapter 108. All Dragon Slayers, as if he noticed Irene's doubts. Wu Ming chuckled, hooked his arm around her waist, squinted his eyes and drank a sip of coffee. Using the power of time and space, we can pull out the Dragon Soul from a long time ago. We just need to find the place where the dragon died. The Dragon Tomb where Acnologia killed all the dragons is in the Kingdom of Fury. Pulling out the corresponding Dragon Soul can turn the second generation into the first generation. That's right. The way to strengthen Uru and others is to transform. Since Laxus can become a first-generation Dragon Slayer by absorbing the Dragon Soul. Then Uru and others will naturally have no problem. Can it be like this? Irene leaned on Wu Ming and was particularly surprised when she heard his words. If you think about it carefully, it really works. Let's ask their opinions first. Not everyone wants to become a dragon, Irene reminded. Mavis didn't have the idea of implanting the magic crystal. Others might be the same. Yeah, smelling the flower fragrance on Irene's body. Wu Ming looked dazed and couldn't help but want to recall his youth. I think we should have another child, so that Urza can be with me, Wu Ming suggested. Irene gave him a sanitary eye, but she didn't refuse, waiting for Wu Ming to take her away to the bedroom or a deserted place. This day, capital of Kingdom of Fury, Wu Ming brought Ulu, Ultir, and Merity to this city. The four of them strolled on the street. After discussing with everyone, several people who had implanted the Dragon Slayer magic crystal agreed. Although it was explained that there was a possibility of dragonization. But they thought for a few seconds and said it didn't matter, probably because they had been with Wu Ming for a long time. They didn't dislike dragonization. Whether it was Irene, Urza, or Wu Ming, they ate, drank, and had fun as usual, and they didn't look like dragons at all. As for transportation, several of them thought they didn't need to take a car. I heard that Kingdom of Fury has an eclipse gate that can go to the future or ancient times? Walking on the road, Ulu, Merity, and Ultir carried shopping bags. It's rare to come to the capital. They all went shopping first, buying a lot of clothes and accessories. For them, this trip was just to have fun, and to receive the Dragon Soul and become the Dragon Slayer King. In my opinion, the place we reach through the Eclipse Gate should be a parallel world, Wu Ming said. He is in this world. If Lucy and Rogue can still appear in the future 7 years later, then it shouldn't be at all. After all, with him, the group that happened in the future would not appear in this era. He is more willing to believe it. There is a possibility of a parallel world, but we have to wait a few years to see what will happen. By the way, can the Dragon Soul be summoned? Ultir was curious. Advertisement she didn't need it herself, because she didn't have the relevant magic crystal implanted. But it's okay if the master said so. That's why she came here, and she was quite nervous whether she could really become a Dragon Slayer. It's not necessarily a complete Dragon Soul. Our goal is a residual soul without consciousness. As long as there are corresponding attributes, the Dragon Slayer magic can be easily learned. Wu Ming comforted her. The power of the Dragon Clan is not something that humans can contend with. It would be best if they can transform into dragons. Can you get me a Dragon Soul from the Thunder Dragon King? Merity's eyes sparkled. She knew that Wu Ming and Irene's dragons were both Dragon Kings, and they also wanted this kind of power. It shouldn't be possible. Wu Ming smacked his lips. Did the Dragon King upgrade after practicing to a certain level, or was he born as a Dragon King? He really couldn't figure it out. The magic crystal was a Thunder Dragon, so it probably wouldn't work to absorb the residual soul of the Thunder Dragon King. It should be possible to cultivate to the Dragon King. Uru was more inclined to this. It is understood that Acnologia killed many dragons before becoming the Demon Dragon King. Irene's dragon seemed to be called the Wise Dragon King because it commanded many dragons. Wu Ming's words. His dragon should have cultivated to a certain level before he died. Whether it can be cultivated to the Dragon King, we can slowly study it later. It's best not to take risks now and choose a Dragon Soul with corresponding attributes. Wu Ming didn't dare to take risks. He didn't even dare to guarantee whether there would be any sequelae after absorbing the Dragon Soul. There would be problems if he did it randomly. So, where are we going? The shopping trip for women has ended. Next, it's time to get down to business. Follow me. Wu Ming led the way. After many twists and turns, they arrived at a mine pit. There were a lot of gravel in the dark mine pit. Passing through many forks in the road, Wu Ming and others arrived at the destination. Is this the corpse of a dragon? There are so many. Many dragons have died here. The tomb of a dragon. The three women were amazed. They looked at the huge corpses, and the shock in their hearts did not diminish. You can feel the resentment of the dragons from here. The whole pit was filled with a sad atmosphere. They seemed to be worn away by time with unwilling hearts. Ice, thunder, time, I don't know which attribute of Dragon Soul can be traced back first. Wu Ming took 2 steps forward. He picked up a wooden stick and drew a very complicated magic circle on the ground. Retracing time. Resurrecting the dragon soul that once existed. This kind of magic has some restrictions, especially when the target of resurrection is a very high-level existence. It must be carried out with the help of a magic circle. This is also to prevent him from being targeted by Angser Rammel's curse again. Dragon killing secret retracing. It took half an hour to draw the magic circle. Advertisement. Almost the entire open space was covered in the magic circle. Wu Ming stood at an edge. The power of the space-time dragon in his body was rotating, and his dragon-killing secret was used. His figure became transparent. It flickered faintly, and the ancient breath around him was like a long river of time. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. The whole process lasted 10 minutes. Ang. When Wu Ming opened his eyes, a weak dragon roar sounded. Time dragon. Wu Ming was surprised. A ball of light gradually appeared in front of him, and he could feel the breath of time on it. I didn't expect to find it first. I thought that among the 3 dragon souls, the time attribute was the most difficult to find. I didn't expect to find it first. I quickly stretched out my hand and made a fist. He turned around and patted Ultir's body, and the ball of light seemed impatient. He half-heartedly entered her body, at that moment. A clock appeared in Ultir's eyes, and the breath on her body was constantly changing. Sometimes strong, sometimes weak, and the ball of light was slowly merging. After half an hour, Ultir closed her eyes, and everything returned to calm. Done. Uru looked at his daughter worriedly. She believed in Wu Ming, but as a mother, she was still worried about her child. Yeah. Wu Ming stretched out his hand and put it on her wrist. The magic power entered her body and turned several times to make sure it was done. He was relieved. From now on, Ultir will be the Dragon Slayer of time. Next is you. Wu Ming did not delay too much. Repeat the previous actions to get the Dragon Souls of Ice and Thunder attributes. Finally, merge them into the bodies of the 2, in this way. Almost all members of Angel Wings are Dragon Slayers. Personal attributes are Wu Ming, 3 types of Dragon Slayer magic, time, space, and silk. Irene, 2 types of Dragon Slayer magic, amplification and flower. Selene, Moon Dragon Slayer magic. Urza, Space Dragon Slayer magic. Uru, Ice attribute. Ultir, Time attribute. Merity, attribute. Wendy, Sky attribute. In addition, there are several dragons such as Acnologia. These are all members of Angel Wings. Chapter 109. Dragon Eater Suzaku joins the Fairy Tale Guild. After helping the 3 Uru become Dragon Slayers. Then he returned to the demonic world. And Suzaku of the Dragon Eater Guild arrived at Fairy Tale under the arrangement of all parties. Suzaku was dressed as a samurai with a sword on his waist. He stood at the door of the guild. He tilted his head and looked at the door, thinking about how to blend in properly. Excuse me. Who are you? Lucy just walked over from her residence. Seeing someone standing at the door of the guild, she took the initiative to walk in front of him and looked at this person. A serious expression on his face. He obviously has a handsome face, but for some reason he looks a little stupid. Lucy didn't know why she had this idea. She just felt that this idea was a bit presumptuous. I want to find a place to work. After thinking about it, only the Wizards Guild is suitable. I just don't know if it is difficult to enter the Fairy Tale Guild. Suzaku looked at the lady. From the outside, she is particularly fierce and is an extremely difficult woman to deal with. However, judging from her magic power, it is really hard to be on guard. This woman's magic power is even low level. Ah, do you want to join our fairy tale? Lucy's eyes flashed with gold. She smiled and decided to be a senior to guide this newcomer. 250, fast in, fast in. Lucy turned behind Suzaku and pushed him into the guild. Creak. Walked into the door and entered. The noisy noise of the entire guild was like noise, constantly pouring into his ears. President. Mira-chan, this handsome guy wants to join our guild. Lucy rushed to the bar. She introduced him to the president and Mira-jane, and the latter two looked over after hearing this. Makarov looked him up and down in surprise. Judging from his posture and face, this person seemed to be very extraordinary. His intuition told him that he was not an evil person. Oh, you are the one who wants to join the guild? Come on, fight me. After Natsu heard this, he jumped in front of Suzaku and looked at his calm face. I don't know why he just wanted to fight. Natsu, don't scare the newcomer. Lasana corrected Natsu's attitude. At the same time, her eyes stayed on Suzaku, and she was particularly curious about this person. Hey, President, why'd I feel danger from this person? Gear-dos drank. His intuition told him that this man might not be simple, and his strength should not be weak. Hello, I am Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov greeted. Suzaku lowered his head. Hello, I want to find a job. Does your guild need someone? He was neither humble nor servile. He did not change his expression because of Makarov's identity. It seemed that he really just wanted to find a job. Makarov thought for 2 seconds. Welcome to the Fairy Tale Guild. Although Gear-dos said that this person was a bit dangerous. Advertisement, however, Makarov did not doubt this person. He was like a strong man who was a little slow. Hello, President. My name is Suzaku. I am a martial king, and also the 5th generation Dragon Slayer. Suzaku introduced himself, instantly, as soon as his voice fell. The noisy guild suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at him. What is the 5th generation Dragon Slayer? This person is also a Dragon Slayer. There are more and more Dragon Slayers in our guild. What is the difference between the 5th generation? Many people in the guild whispered to each other. Some of them were curious, and some found it particularly interesting. There are also people who are afraid of chaos in the world. Hey, you said you were the 5th generation Dragon Slayer, what are the first 4 generations? Gajeel came over. He looked at Suzaku with a face full of asking for a beating, as if he wanted to see something. I am Natsu, the Dragon Slayer of Fire. Let's have a sparring match. Natsu was very happy. The guild had another Dragon Slayer who looked particularly powerful. His fighting spirit rose. At the same time, Laxus, who was drinking quietly, was also very curious. He was the 2nd generation Dragon Slayer. Then what about the 3rd and 4th generations? Suzaku's words not only interested the guild members, but even Makarov wanted to hear it very much. The 1st generation, the wizards were directly guided by the dragon, and the 2nd generation had the Dragon Slayer crystal implanted in their bodies. Suzaku stood there and gave everyone a science lesson. This information was not confidential, so it didn't matter if it was told out. Everyone nodded after listening. They knew about the 2 generations of Dragon Slayer, but were curious about the 3rd and 4th generations. They even wanted to know what the 5th generation meant. The 3rd generation was taught magic by the dragon, and then implanted with the magic crystal, Suzaku said. Everyone was surprised. The 3rd generation is the 1st and 2nd combined? Advertisement. What's the difference? Natsu couldn't figure out the difference. Can activate the power of dragon at will, and have stronger power, Suzaku said. Natsu and several Dragon Slayer frowned. It sounds like Wendy can actively enter the dragon power mode. The 4th generation. Magic soldiers made by the power of dragons, the strength is average. Suzaku talked about the 4th generation. There's nothing worth talking about this kind, anyway, they're quite weak. Laxus and others nodded. Magic soldiers, it sounds like ordinary, most likely cannon fodder. What about you? The 5th generation. Gajeel ate iron. The 3rd generation is a little interesting, the 4th generation is a mass-produced type. What about the 5th generation? The 5th generation. Dragon Eater, Suzaku said. Dragon Eater? Everyone was confused and didn't know what this meant. The 5th generation gains power by eating dragons, called Dragon Eater mages, and the one I ate is the Sword Saint Dragon, with extraordinary swordsmanship, Suzaku said. He didn't plan to say more. For example, the fact that he couldn't open the power of dragon would be buried in his stomach forever. Eat dragon? The 5th generation can actually eat dragons, which means you have eaten dragon meat? Natsu exclaimed. Dragon Eater sounds weird, eating dragons can get power? What kind of evil magic is this? Gajeel frowned. It would be absolutely impossible for him to eat dragons, and this 5th generation is simply heresy. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Laxus couldn't imagine that kind of scene either. Dragon is such a powerful creature, how can ordinary people easily eat it? Are you all dragon slayers? Then when you are about to die, can you let me eat you? Suzaku glanced at Natsu, Gajeel and Laxus. He couldn't help but want to eat meat. Why eat us? There are many dragons in the Angel Wing Guild, go eat them. Gajeel pouted and muttered. He labeled this newcomer as, stay away, in his heart. Ahem. Anyway, welcome to our guild, Suzaku. You can work alone or with others. Makarov cleared his throat. No matter how weird this newcomer is, at least he is a companion now. Dragon Slayers. Can you spar with me? Suzaku extended his hand. He let Makarov stamp his badge on him and completed the process of joining the guild. He looked at the few people with an aggressive look. Chapter 110. Dragon Eater vs. Dragon Slayer, 1 vs 3. I will try not to kill you, fearing that they would disagree. Suzaku added this sentence. Suddenly, the eyes of the guild members became extremely hostile. Suzaku. Comrades are forbidden to kill each other, we all cherish each other. Makarov reminded. For a moment, he regretted letting him join. Bang. Natsu's fists collided. Flames burst out, grinning. Old man. I think we should have a guild civil war to decide the winner. Natsu was very interested. It's fun to fight with people, especially the new Dragon Slayer. Newcomers are very arrogant, as long as the president nods, I can beat you down. Gajeel eats iron for food. Arrogant newcomers are asking for a beating, and he especially hopes that the president will agree. You can come together, Suzaku said something even more arrogant. Suddenly, all the members of the guild laughed playfully, and everyone felt that the newcomer was so arrogant. The 5th generation Dragon Slayer is the strongest. Swish. Suzaku added another heart-piercing word. Just after he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck in front of him, and Laxus stood out with his clothes on. He stared at Suzaku. You three, come together. Seeing that they were taller and stronger than him, Suzaku did not retreat. Instead, he said more arrogantly. Makarov's face was full of black lines. He never thought that this newcomer was so arrogant. He was going to fight 3 people alone? Hearing this, the members of the guild were ecstatic. When they were not working, they were all drinking and chatting in the guild. Although life was comfortable, it was particularly boring. Now it was rare to have fun, so of course it should not be missed. If you fight, I'm afraid the whole Magnolia will be destroyed several times. Although Laxus, Natsu, and Gajeel all wanted to fight. But in fact, Makarov was reluctant. Once the fight started, their guild would have to pay a lot of money to the mayor. The guild itself was already a bit out of pocket, and if it continued to mess around, it would lose all its wealth. Very soon, Suzaku disagreed. He thought he was quite strong, and it shouldn't be too troublesome to deal with the three in front of him. Scream, Laxus was really angry now. What did it mean that it wouldn't take too long? Did Suzaku think that it would take a few moves to defeat him? What a joke. No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't help it now. Electric arcs were splashing on his body, ready to start a fight in the guild. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu didn't wait for anyone. The burning fist was waving, and the flames of worship surged. Iron Dragon Stick. Don't grab the Fire Dragon. Advertisement. Gajeel followed suit. The stick turned into an iron stick, and it hit Suzaku's body in a straight line. Underworld Sword Drawing Technique. Suzaku held the hilt of the sword and pushed the blade forward with his thumb. Swish, it was just a moment. Natsu and Gajeel flew backwards, both of them still with surprise in their eyes. But the pain in their chests proved that they had been chopped. Crash, the two people's bodies fell heavily on the table, smashing the wooden table. Everyone was stunned. Their mouths opened slightly, and their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't see at all. He didn't even draw his sword. What kind of strength is this? His speed was so fast that we couldn't even see him. Too strong. Did you see clearly? I didn't even see his shadow. S rank? He's probably more powerful than this. Natsu and Gajeel were killed instantly. The members of the guild were all stunned. Then they were all excited. They didn't expect the newcomer to be so powerful. If so, wouldn't their guild become much stronger? Continue? Suzaku looked at the last Laxus. If he had the thunder attribute, he would have to make his sword faster. Stop here. Makarov called a halt. There was no need to continue. According to Suzaku's speed of killing Natsu and Jiru instantly, Laxus would probably be defeated. Maybe he could hold on for 2 moves, but he would still fail in the end, so it was meaningless to continue. Very strong. Laxus had long been beaten to the point of losing his pride. Hearing his grandfather's order, he calmly stopped. Although he was not convinced, he had to admit that he could not compete with his current strength. If I had used a blade, you would have been dead. Suzaku nodded. He looked at the 2 dragon slayers who were blown away. You don't look that old, how come you are so powerful? Gajeel patted the sawdust on his body. Please give me flowers. What is going on in this world? The peers I meet are more powerful than each other. Is it really because he didn't practice hard enough? Oh, I don't accept it. I absolutely don't accept it. Natsu also got up from the ground. This fight was really frustrating, just like Urza and Ultir who met Angel Wings. Defeated instantly. After all, I have the power of dragon devouring, it's normal that you can't beat me. Suzaku stopped laughing. Advertisement. The reason for his provocation was to test the skills of the 1st and 2nd generation dragon slayers. For now, the gap is too big, maybe their strength will become even stronger in the future. Okay, Makarov clapped his hands. With strong strength, he suddenly joined the guild. Zero, it doesn't look right no matter how you look at it. But he can't see any problem for the time being, so he can only suppress his inner thoughts first, and he will be able to see it slowly as they get along. Iffy. Natsu was depressed for a short time. He clapped his hands with renewed energy soon and rushed to the commission column to find a job. And Suzaku followed him. Since it's lurking, it's natural to do it well. Anyway, it won't take long to leave. Natsu, take me with you. Lucy got down from the counter and wanted to go with him with her hands asleep. Sorry, I have to work alone during this period. Natsu refused. It's not long before the S-Class Wizard upgrade exam, and only hard work can make you an S-Class Wizard. Would you like to work with me? Suzaku touched his chin and thought. It was this girl who introduced him to the guild. Anyway, this job is very simple, I don't mind taking a tired guy with me. Eh? Lucy grabbed her hair unexpectedly. Not good. How about you do 2 jobs by yourself to get used to it? To be honest, she was a little panicked. The main reason was that Suzaku's strength was too strong, which made her instinctively afraid. Okay. Suzaku didn't say anything more. I found a commission that looked difficult, and handed it to Mirajane at the counter like Natsu, and then went to the designated place to work. I hope everything goes well. Makarov saw all this. Intuitively speaking, this Suzaku is not a bad person. But his strength always makes Makarov particularly worried. It's a pity that he has joined the guild, otherwise with his rigorous personality, he would probably refuse his joining. Chapter 111. Late Pregnancy, Mavis becomes a mother. The days of waiting are always boring. Wu Ming thought that the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard upgrade assessment would be held soon. But he didn't expect that. He waited and waited for more than a month. I originally planned to let you go to Tenro Island to guard it, but now it seems a bit inappropriate. The great world of magic. The kingdom of Esdeath, Yin Palace belongs to Wu Ming's residence. He sat on the soft sofa, and next to him was no longer Irene, but Mavis. It's not that Wu Ming is fickle, but Mavis is pregnant. The story started a few days ago. Mavis, who usually loves sweets, suddenly got tired of it, and sometimes even vomited inexplicably. Wu Ming didn't pay attention at all. It was Irene who had given birth to a child who noticed something wrong. After a careful examination, it was confirmed that Mavis was really pregnant. This news was quite shocking. Everyone was ecstatic. 88-7 surrounded Mavis for several days and asked questions. It's not fair. Some people are happy and some are sad. After hearing the news, Celine has been complaining for the past few days. Calculate the time. Mavis has only done it with Wu Ming 2 or 3 times. Is it so easy to get the prize? Yes. After Wu Ming liberated the world of S-Death a month ago, he finally went to Wushan with Mavis. It was only 2 or 3 times before and after, she got pregnant so quickly, while Celine had a tryst with Wu Ming every 2 or 3 days, but her stomach didn't respond at all. To be honest, it took Wu Ming and I many years to get pregnant with Urza. This person is afraid of comparison. Irene recalled that it took almost 300 years to get pregnant with Urza. At that time, she and Wu Ming had S**X almost every day. Is it a younger brother or younger sister? Urza had a smile in her eyes. She often felt lonely and wanted to have a younger sister or brother. Now she finally got her wish. She was very excited. Woo, I'm finally not the youngest child. Wendy cried with joy. In Angel Wings, she was very small in age and stature, which had always been a source of frustration for her. And now, she can finally be a big sister. I don't know how long it will take to be pregnant. Mavis stroked her belly. Although her body has stopped growing, she is actually very old. She has always wanted to experience many things. Advertisement. The arrival of this child completely brightened her world, but she didn't know how long it would take to be born. After all, Irene was pregnant with Urza for many years. It shouldn't take much effort to just go to Tenro Island to activate the fairy ball, and I just want to go and pay homage to my parents and Zera. Mavis still wanted to help. At the same time, in order to get Wu Ming to agree, she also found a good reason. Then I'll go with you. Wu Ming thought about it. Mavis, who is pregnant, is definitely the most important person in the whole family, and no one can be safer than him. He went as soon as he said he would. Wu Ming said something to the girls, and gave Urza Netvoka a few more words of advice. Then he took Mavis through the space gate, directly came to a slant. Just landed on the island. Then through the teleportation method, directly came to the holy land of the Fairy Tale Guild. Wu Ming just sensed it slightly. Found that the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard upgrade exam had just begun, and several teams entered the corresponding channel. Laxus, Mistogan, Girdas, Mirajane, 4 S-Class as examiners? Wu Ming was very surprised. In the original work, there were only 3 examiners, but I didn't expect that there would be 4 this time. So to say, Gajil and Levy might not be so lucky. Let's watch their game. Wu Ming and Mavis were at the latter's cenotaph. Pointing in the air, several screens appeared in front of him. It shows the route for the S-Class Wizard upgrade exam. On the screen, Natsu and Happy are the same as in the original. On one route, they met Girdas and started a duel. On the other side, Lucy and Kana deal with the Thunder Gods. Juvia and Lasana ran into Mistogan. Gajil and Levy's combination also happened to run into the S-Class Wizard Laxus. Mirajane still had to deal with her brother, the Last Way. Mest chose Suzaku as his teammate as expected, and they were dealing with Loki and Gray. Are Lucy and Kana going to lose? Mavis sat next to them and watched the game. She carried a small bag with a lot of things in it. Reached into the bag and took out a fruit. Wiped it with her sleeve, then stuffed it into her mouth and ate it. Advertisement. It's hard to say. Before they went to S-Death, it seemed that they had fought inside Fairy Tale. If that's the case, they might still win. Fairy Tale Civil War. It started because Laxus was too proud to accept Gajil joining the guild. Then he threatened Lucy and other girls. He forced the entire guild to fight, but Urza beat Laxus up a few years ago. That arrogance was gone. Under this circumstance, he really didn't know whether the Fairy Tale Civil War had taken place. Zeref is already on the island. I'll go see him. It will take some time for the groups to decide the winner. Take advantage of this opportunity, Wu Ming said to Mavis, and then his figure disappeared in front of him. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at a flower sea on Tenro Island. Zeref, wearing the same clothes for thousands of years, sat cross-legged quietly in the flower sea. A breeze blew. His body was ethereal. It seemed that he had merged with nature. You have practiced well over the years, Wu Ming sighed. Zeref, who was supposed to be a black magician, has no contradictions from the curse and shows signs of transcendence. The teacher's teaching is indispensable. Zeref smiled cheerfully. It can be seen that he has been very happy these years. Have you seen Natsu? Wu Ming sat next to him and picked a flower from the sea of flowers on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing carefully. Not yet. I just told Acnologia to inform the demons in Tartaros that they must defeat President End if they want him to return. I think the demons should have set off. The question now is whether they can hold on. 1.2. Zeref talked about the plan this time. In his opinion, the demons in Tartaros are almost dispensable. Just right. Take this opportunity to take them back. Tartaros and the Demon Heart are a bit risky. Wu Ming compared the combat effectiveness of both sides. If they really fight, wouldn't it be a bit dangerous? But nothing is absolute. I'll leave Tartaros to you, and the president of Demon Heart to Mavis. If we can't defeat the rest, there's nothing we can do. The brain was spinning rapidly. Soon he thought of a solution. Let Zeref go directly to deal with Tartaros. As for Hades of Demon Heart, let Mavis go to meet him. After all, he was the second-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild. That's it. Let's talk about it after the fight. The arrangement was completed. Wu Ming left decisively. There was still some time before the fight started, so he just had to wait.